Chapter 81. In the past, Yang Wei-sung was absolutely confident that Jiang Ning, who came out of an orphanage, would be the easiest to handle. She can make money and survive. But she has no sense of security and lacks love. And she is extremely sensitive. He only needs to prescribe the right medicine and hook her fingers with her good looks, not to mention giving her all kinds of gifts, and even eager to devote herself to her. What happened to Jiang Ning? In the past, she would give gifts as she said, and she would rent a house to pursue him, and she would not even blink an eye to buy AJ's worth more than 8,000 yuan. This kind of love-brained woman will turn her face at any time, just like a different person. Wait. Yang Wei-sung suddenly thought of Su Mengyao ambiguous words, which implied that Jiang Ning seemed to have changed several times. Could it be that Jiang Ning really changed? Even natural disasters and apocalypse can happen. What else is impossible? Yang Wei-sung fell into deep thought, and did not notice the man's abnormality. His mind was full of Jiang Ning's secrets. If the guess is correct, as long as he holds this handle, will he still be afraid of not being able to eat and drink? The neck is wet. No. Why is there a fishy smell? He reached out to touch it, and found that his hands were full of blood. Ah! He screamed and backed away. The body fell, and a woman in red cold weather clothes stood in front of him, with only a pair of cold eyes. But Yang Wei-sung still recognized Jiang Ning. The blood-stained Tang sword belonged to her. Jiang Ning, you are crazy! After anger, shame followed. Yang Wei-sung's face flushed, and he wanted to dig a hole in the ground. Jiang Ning sneered. You are open-minded. Before Yang Wei-sung could come back to his senses, Koch's fangs were already hungry and thirsty, and he flew over and bit his face madly. You are a dog who doesn't care about human affairs. Instigated the shit shoveler to sell it to a dog meat restaurant. Right? Yang Wei-sung was bitten and his face was covered in blood. He screamed, Jiang Ning, get this beast away quickly. Beast? Jiang Ning stared at him in a panic. It is much more human than you. And it never eats free meals. The shit shoveler didn't say anything, so Kailei continued to bite. Kiki kept his word and bit him every time he saw him. Yang Wei-sung fought back desperately. It was you. You killed Su Mengyao. I killed her. But so what? Jiang Ning called Kailei. Don't talk like you didn't kill anyone. Didn't you stab Yu Qingqing to death? The blood on his face quickly coagulated as he was shivering with the urge to survive. You are not Jiang Ning. What do you mean? You are a reborn spirit, possessing Jiang Ning. You've read too many novels. Right? Don't try to argue. I know you are definitely not her. Yang Wei-sung said firmly. I know her very well. You are a fake. I didn't expect you to be so good. Jiang Ning did not deny it. Yes, the real Jiang Ning died a long time ago. I am not her at all. As she said that, she looked at him with a calm smile, with blood all over her face. Yang Wei-sung could not see her half-smile, and even felt complacent because he got a positive answer. I can keep a secret for you. What are the conditions? I want to move into the 18th floor and be with you. That's it? Give me half of your supplies. Any other conditions? Of course. I will move in first, and then I will win her favor again and completely integrate into the life on the 18th floor. Don't worry. As long as you agree to my conditions, I will definitely keep your secret and not reveal a word to anyone. But I don't trust living people. Yang Wei-sung was stunned. What? As soon as he finished speaking, his chest suddenly hurt. Yang Wei-sung's pupils trembled. He never thought that she would suddenly turn against him. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. What about the school hunk? Except for that face, there is nothing good about him. When the love brain filter was broken, Yang Wei-sung was worse than shit. It was a pity that his brain was covered with shit in his previous life, and he was squeezed dry by him and ended up miserably. He drew his sword. Blood splattered. If he hadn't wanted to test whether he knew about the space, he wouldn't have said a word. As a result, Su Mengyao kept her mouth shut and didn't tell him. This group of people finally died. As long as you stay alert, the secret of the space won't be discovered. Facing his burp, Kailei still didn't get rid of his hatred, and raised his foot to urinate on his face. Jiang Ning, TSK. He holds a grudge even more than her. And you must never offend the dog master in the future. It's not enough to urinate. And he keeps scratching the other man. The scene was really eye-catching. Jiang Ning chose to turn his face away silently. Kaylai pulled persistently, dragging out a bag of food and a golden bar from his clothes. The food weighed about 5 kilograms, all fresh rice. The gold bar was estimated to be about half a kilogram, which could be exchanged for a lot of money before the end of the world. The dog bit the thing in front of Jiang Ning. Here. Shit shoveler. It surrendered its rations again. Jiang Ning threw the thing into the space, did not deal with the scene, and took Kaylai away directly. People died every day, and there were dead people everywhere. Who would care who killed them? The sky began to darken, and it was about to get dark, and the risk outside increased. Turning back to the main road, I unexpectedly found Huaishan still there, holding Daodu's hand and waiting in the cold wind, looking over with deep eyes. A hint of smile appeared on his cold face. Sister. Daodu excitedly waved. Cola. The dog ran over and rubbed Daodu. Jiang Ning ran over and asked in confusion, Didn't I ask you to go first? It's okay to go back. Just take it as a breeze. Blowing the wind? The extremely cold wind can kill people. Jiang Ning rubbed her hands. Let's go. It's getting dark. Each of them took one and walked slowly towards the community. Back on the 18th floor, Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1803, wanting Zhang Chao and Liu to make a sled. She didn't want to go out every day just to light firewood, so she would just pretend to do it occasionally and then hide at home and let it go. So, tomorrow she would not only bring back bamboo, but also find a way to get some firewood. Sled? Liu was surprised. For Coke? Well, that's fine. Anyway, dog food can't be eaten for free. As long as you can breathe, you have to work. After all, it's the end of the world. So the dog won't say that she discriminates against her. Democracy. It's not shameful to treat people and dogs equally. Chapter 82. Zhang Chao and Liu were immediately interested when they learned that they were making it for the boss dog. They had never seen a sled, but they had seen pictures. They might be able to make it with some tinkering. Cola, you are amazing. You can even pull a sled, the confused dog said. Woof. What is a sled? It doesn't matter. As long as the shit shoveler thinks it can do it, it will definitely do it. Woof. Seeing that there were a lot of cut pieces of colored steel plates piled on the table, Jiang Ning asked curiously, What are you doing with these? Liu said ostentatiously, Ning. Guess. No guess. Jiang Ning raised his fist. Tell the truth. Zhang Chao explained with a smile. Aren't there gangs from outside who came into the community to collect protection food? They have weapons in their hands, and our flesh and blood bodies can't stop them. So I discussed with you to get some bulletproof vests. This really opened Jiang Ning's eyes. He didn't expect their sense of crisis to be so strong. But the color steel plate can't protect against bullets. Even if it can't protect, it can still buffer. If you are really hit by a bullet, you may be able to save your life. Don't say unlucky words. Seeing them trying to survive, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel relieved and at ease, knowing that she would go out with Huaishan to cut bamboo tomorrow. Zhang Chao and Liu also wanted to help. But the situation was more dangerous than before. Not only did they have to leave someone to guard the 18th floor, but Zheng Weili alone might not be enough. Go out without worry. No matter who comes. If they want to steal our supplies, they have to step over our bodies. Jiang Ning wanted to say don't make it so tragic. But if the 18th floor was really breached, even if they wanted to live, those people would not be able to leave any alive. Zheng Weili said. Aining, remember to knock on our door when you go out tomorrow. After chatting for a few words, Jiang Ning returned to her home. Yang Weitsong and Su Mengyao were both dead, so she prepared 3 dishes and a soup to celebrate. And she did not forget to open a can of pineapple beer. TSK. If she hadn't been pestering her all the time, these two would have had a good fight in the end times, which would have been a bargain for them. Setting the alarm clock at 7 o'clock, Jiang Ning slept until dawn. Thinking of Zheng Weili's words, she knocked on the door of 1803. In just one night, the sled was really made. In order to reduce friction and lightness, it was just welded with aluminum tubes, with curved ends, a bit like a boat. In addition, Zheng Weili brought an autumn coat. To be precise, it was 2 pieces, with a thin piece of colored steel plate in the middle, and then sewn together with thread. Not to mention, it was quite heavy in the hand. Especially the heart area had a few more pieces of colored steel plates. which immediately improved the impact resistance. Aiming. It's too dangerous outside now. Wear it when you go out. If you really encounter danger, you can still block it. I wanted to make one for Kayleigh, but there was no time. Don't worry. Everyone on the 18th floor has it. But I don't know Huishan's size. Zhang Weili is a little embarrassed. Why don't you ask? Why should I ask? Jiang Ning was puzzled. Just ask directly? Zhang Weili, no. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. What's there to hide? 1801 the door rang. Dowda came out rubbing his eyes. Sister, we're leaving. Jiang Ning was in a hurry and didn't ask. She went back to the room to change clothes and found a few belts and ropes. Cole was afraid of being abandoned. Not only followed closely, but also held a rope in his mouth. Come on. Help me tie the rope. Huishan took Dowda for a walk. And she had no reason not to take Kayleigh for a walk. So she took him with her decisively. When he got to the 17th floor, he saw the father and son of the Zhong family coming out with hatchets in their hands. They also went to Fengshan to chop wood. So they just happened to go out together. Jiang Ning didn't want to waste the dog talent. So he went downstairs to put the sled on. It seems that he can't. Zhong Ping took the initiative to speak. Let me try. He didn't know how to put on a sled. But he was well versed in physics and mechanics. And knew how the two could work together to save energy and reduce friction. After thinking for a while, he put the belt rope on the dog. The sled can be slightly modified. And it will be more labor-saving and can drag more firewood. Then he told Jiang Ning how to change it. Seeing the dog pulling the sled, Zhong's father became interested. When you come back, you should also find a way to make one, so that you can save more energy when you go out. There is no dog at home, but you can use people as dogs, which is better than carrying them on your shoulders. In fact, his son also made a pulley, but it was suddenly frozen and stuck. The dog is still awesome. The Malinois has good physical fitness and strong explosive power. After putting on the rope, it rushed out like a small steel cannon. Dowda was shocked and hurriedly ran after him. Kola, wait for me. The dog had not adapted to the sled, and its walking posture was strange. It always felt like something was pulling it from behind. So it turned its head and subconsciously wanted to bite. But this was the owner's doing, and he was going out to pull wood. Hold it back. Don't bite. It was very fast, walking left and right, as if trying to adapt to the shackles on its body. The Malinois has a high IQ, and after being enlightened by the trainer, its IQ is not comparable to that of ordinary dogs. It quickly found its way out, and soon adapted to the shackles on its body. It even turned around and walked back, shouting to Jiang Ning, "Woof!" as if saying, "Shit shoveler, come on up. I pull you." Jiang Ning didn't dare let it pull her, because she was afraid it would get tired. The dog was stubborn and insisted on pulling her for a ride. Finally, Jiang Ning had no choice but to put Dowda on the sled. You pulled Dowda for fun. Did you underestimate it? Pull for the shit shoveler to see. So, the dog pulled the sled to clear the way, and Jiang Ning and his group followed behind. There were many eyes watching in the community, but no one dared to provoke the people on the 18th floor. This is a group of demons who kill without blinking an eye. Last time, the people in Building 8 were blind and were hit by the iron nail rod on the 18th floor, and died of tetanus infection. It is said that the man was the weakest on the 18th floor. The woman with a knife was even more ruthless. And there was another man who was good at headshots. Alas, I can't afford to offend him. I really can't afford to offend him. After pulling smoothly for a while, Kayleigh stopped and turned his head to look at Dowda. Get off the car. Dowda thought it was tired and hurriedly got off the sled. Unexpectedly, it immediately ran to Jiang Ning. Come on. Shit shoveler. It's your turn. It was hard to resist the enthusiasm. Jiang Shit Shoveler wanted to test the dog, so he really stood on it. The dog spread his 4 legs and rushed forward. If Jiang Ning hadn't pulled the rope, the man would have flown out long ago. So, Huishan and others watched the dog ride away, pulling Jiang Ning away and running away. The abandoned Dowda widened his eyes and said anxiously, "Brother, let's chase him." Chapter 83. The horse dog has great endurance, and it runs with the wind. Not to mention, it is strong and agile, running freely on the ice. And occasionally it will accurately avoid frozen corpses. That's right. It doesn't know where Fengshan is. and it is easy to get lost when walking. Jiang Ning complained that it had a bad memory. Where we caught pigs last time. Ah, there are not only pigs, but also hares. The dog received the prompt and decisively adjusted the direction, and rushed to the foot of Fengshan in half an hour. It came very early, and there was no one in Fengshan. The bamboo forest was halfway up the mountain. Jiang Ning didn't want to waste time waiting at the foot of the mountain, so he took the dog up the mountain. Bamboo is not resistant to burning, so the survivors would give priority to cutting down trees. However, in a short time, the trees at the foot of the mountain had been cut down, and frozen corpses were encountered from time to time. Some of these frozen corpses were killed by being attacked for firewood, and some were killed in return. Their bodies were frozen with a layer of ice, which looked eerie and terrifying. But what else could they do? Without firewood, they would freeze to death, and the survivors had to risk their lives. The snowflakes turned into ice, and the road up the mountain was extremely difficult to walk, and they had to drag a sled, which took some time to reach the bamboo forest. The trees on the mountain have been frozen to death, and the branches are covered with ice and snow. Wearing a thermostatic suit, the body is not cold, but the hands, feet and face are really cold. Jiang Ning rubbed her hands, wanting to take out the electric saw from the space to cut the bamboo forest, and then go back to bed to sleep. Unfortunately, people may come from the mountain at any time, so she did not take the risk, but picked up the hacksaw given by Lu Yu, squatted down obediently and sawed slowly. It takes skill to use a hacksaw. Otherwise it is easy to break the saw blade. There is only one saw, and it will be troublesome if it breaks. You know, not everyone can take out a hatchet or a butcher knife. Most of them are ordinary kitchen knives. Haha. Let alone chopping wood. Even smashing a garlic can break the knife. Jiang Ning squatted down. First smashed the ice attached to the surface of the bamboo, and then slowly pulled the saw. Kaylai seemed to be afraid that the bamboo would fall and hit the shit shovel, so he jumped up and hugged the bamboo with his claws. Jiang Ning pushed it away because he thought it was making trouble. No need to help. Just stand guard next to me to prevent others from hitting my head. The dog, who was doing two things at the same time, refused, and he could also stand guard while holding the bamboo. If you don't leave, I saw your belly off. The dog was hurt. Woo. Jiang Ning sawed two bamboos, cut off the branches with a knife, and sawed each section into about 2 meters for easy transportation. At this time, some survivors had already come up the mountain. Ah, there's a dog. First they were shocked. Then they ran up quickly, excited to the point of their voices being distorted. What a fat dog. Fat dog Coke. Woof. Fat your dad. It's Muscles. Muscles. Seeing that there was only one woman in the bamboo forest, she looked very young, and she was holding a hacksaw in her hand. They were even more excited. If they could get a hacksaw, they wouldn't have to worry about cutting wood in the future. And this fat dog, it looks like it weighs at least 60 or 70 kilograms. But it's all meat. Delicious meat. Looking at the figures approaching and their greedy eyes, Jiang Ning took out his tang sword calmly and smiled gently at them. Guess why I am the only one? But I can still raise a dog so well? This made everyone stunned. Yes, so many people starved to death. Why could she raise a dog so fat? Jiang Ning didn't say anything, just smiled at them. A smile that was eerie and terrifying. With cold eyes, he looked up and down their bodies, as if thinking about which piece was meatier. His murderous eyes, looking down on his prey, made them shudder. Is this a vicious demon? My dog is quite picky. He only eats legs, and they must be fresh and steaming. The dog took an attacking stance, with his extremely violent chest muscles bulging, and his teeth bared. His murderous intent rushed towards him. Woof. That's right. I only eat legs. The kind that are so fresh that they bleed. If you don't agree, come and fight me. Everyone was shocked. This vicious dog was raised by eating legs. Some were timid, and their legs couldn't help shaking. When the situation was at a stalemate, 3 men passed them, holding knives in their hands, and walked directly towards the vicious woman. The tallest man was holding a little girl of a few years old. Brother, you are so brave. You dare to provoke a vicious beauty. Hey, just wait for the two sides to fight, and they can pick up the leaks on the side. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Hoping that the two sides can fight. It would be best if both sides were injured. Who knew that the vicious dog that ate legs not only did not bark, but also wagged its tail at them. However, the three men turned around and stood side by side beside the woman, looking at them with cold eyes. Ah! This. Disturbing. With reluctance, they instantly turned into birds and beasts and scattered. Dowda hugged Guzi, looking a little aggrieved. Cole, you didn't even wait for me. Kaylay nudged her to comfort her, seeing Jiang Ning chopping bamboo. Zhong father said puzzledly, Xiao Jiang. Bamboo is hollow and can't withstand burning. You have to chop trees. I'm not strong enough to pull it, so I can just chop bamboo. Besides, bamboo can't withstand burning, so I'm not afraid of people snatching it. Right? Zhong father listened and felt that it made sense. But it seemed wrong. It was risky to cut the trees separately. So Zhong father and son cut them next to the bamboo forest, so that they could take care of anything. There was only a hacksaw, so Huishan could only cut with a hatchet. The bamboo was hollow, and he cut it with a hatchet a few times, and the bamboo fell down, much faster than using a hacksaw. He cut the bamboo branches with a swift movement, and finished a tree in no time. The absolute force value was overwhelming, which was not something Jiang Ning could envy. So she should just slow down. As more and more people go up the mountain, the number of malicious eyes increases dramatically. The fat dog, the hacksaw, and the pretty little girl firmly attract greedy eyes. Some openly, and some secretly lurking, all looking for opportunities. Coke turns on the dog eye radar and accurately captures the malicious eyes. Baring teeth, cracking mouth, the body is in a state of accumulation, ready to do a big fight at any time. Dowda doesn't eat white rice, and follows the poses. Fierce. Be fierce. The brother said that as long as she is fiercer than everyone else, no one will dare to bully her. So, she did not hesitate to imitate Coke, baring her teeth and grinning. The little girl's imitation made the dog sneer. She didn't even learn the surface. Lift your head, straighten your waist, tighten your stomach, bar your teeth, and bar your teeth fiercely. Be fierce. Be fierce. Do you know what fierce means? This is cute. It will make people swallow it in one bite. Coke's step-by-step teaching didn't work. Dowda's cheeks hurt from baring her teeth. Finally, she gave up completely, opened her backpack, and pulled out a machete. Yes, it was the magic knife that chopped all the way from Saigon Street to Sifong Street. With the knife in hand, the evil spirit instantly possessed him. Looking coldly at those people who were wandering around the bamboo forest, Dowda raised the knife and chopped it down, cutting a sapling in half. The person who was wandering around with bad intentions, What happened today? Each one I met was more powerful than the other. Are children so cruel now? I can't afford to offend them. I really can't afford to offend them. It's a pity that the dog meat is too fat. If they can have a bite, I would be willing to die. Chapter 84. Although Jiang Ning was working, he knew that the dog was a trustworthy partner, but he still didn't completely give his back to it. He would turn around from time to time to prevent being bought for free. As a result, when he turned around, he saw Dowda took out a watermelon machete from his bag. Glutinous rice dumpling actually learned to use a knife. She subconsciously looked at Huishan. You taught me? Huishan did not deny it. Is it wrong? No. No. It's fine. The end of the world forces people to grow up. From typhoons to floods to extreme cold, many innocent children have indeed learned to use knives. Dowda can't lose at the starting line. If she loses, the scythe of the god of death will come to her. Well, it's simple and crude, but it works. It's quick to cut bamboo, saw it into equal lengths, and tie it together with ropes. Dowda volunteered to drag the bamboo back, and Huishan really tied a few sections for her. Don't complain of being tired halfway through dragging. Brother, I will drag it home. There are many people on the mountain. Some children are wearing tattered clothes, but they are all swinging knives and chopping wood. She has to work harder to drink and wear good clothes. Dowda was very determined and would not let his brother down. After getting rid of the bamboo, Huishan asked Jiang Ning, Do you want firewood? There was a lot of firewood in the space, but it was difficult to take it out without a clear path. What about you? A little? So, they worked together to cut down a pine tree and planned to drag it back and split it in half. It would be impossible to bring back more. The father and son of the Zhong family each cut down a pine tree, and it would take their lives to drag it back. After all, they were all gentlemen who sat in the office doing research and were not good at hard labor. It was difficult to go up the mountain, and it was even more difficult to go down the mountain. The snow debris accumulated into ice chips. Once you slip, you will roll down the mountain with the wood. If you are unlucky, you will even lose your life. Several people were cautious, helping each other, and struggling to pull down the mountain. Daodu led the way with a machete, and Coke followed behind to prevent others from attacking. The teamwork was smooth. Jiang Ning wanted to laugh, but felt distressed. The natural disasters and the end of the world have made the cubs smart. After getting down the mountain safely, Guzi consciously dragged the sled over. Come on, fill it up. Seeing how he was bragging, Jiang Ning really filled it up. A piece of wood was placed at the bottom, and then bamboo was piled on top. Due to freeze drying, some water was extracted, and Jiang Ning piled his own share on top. Let's go! The dog started the four-wheel drive. But why couldn't it pull the car? The good and bad of shoveling shit. But he boasted that he would drag it back even if he knelt. Daodu dragged 3 bamboo tubes and pulled the rope forward. The ice was slippery, so it was a bit strenuous but okay. Huishan carried the firewood, and with his other hand, he dragged a large bundle of bamboo tubes. And his body was still straight when he walked. The Zhong family father and son felt ashamed of themselves. This young man is really amazing. He is good at everything. The dog started again. And it started easily. I turned my head and saw the shit shoveler pushing hard from behind. My blood instantly boiled and I pushed hard. One pulled, one pushed, and they frequently cast all kinds of envious and jealous looks. This dog is good. It is much easier than raising a child. Looking down at the people wasting food at home. They are not even half as good as other people's dogs. Foshan is several kilometers away from the community. I walked and rested to maintain my strength. And I also ate something to fill my stomach on the way. After resting for 10 minutes, I got up and continued to work. Daodu didn't pay attention for a moment, and his feet slipped and fell. Huishan put down his things and bent forward to help his sister, while Jiang Ning in front pushed the sled hard. The 3 men who were dragging firewood suddenly rushed up. 2 with knives and 1 with a brick. The one with the knife rushed straight to Huishan, and the one with the brick rushed to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was in front, and the 2 were about 5 or 6 meters apart. Huishan realized that something was wrong, and kicked the man away without even turning his head. Then he turned quickly and broke the neck of another man cleanly. Jiang Ning noticed the sudden wind from behind, and subconsciously drew his knife to stab back. With a puff, the sharp knife pierced into his body. At the same time, a brick hit her head hard. Jiang Ning turned her head to dodge and quickly stepped aside. She dodged successfully, but the sound of the brick breaking was heard. It didn't hit Jiang Ning's head, and Huishan blocked it with his shoulder. His action made her pupils dilate. The father and son of the Zhong family in front heard the noise and rushed over with knives. Are you okay? Huishan groaned. Nothing. Jiang Ning came back to his senses. Really okay? You're wearing thick clothes, so there shouldn't be any fractures. 2 people died instantly. The man kicked by Huishan turned pale with fear and ran away. Not only did he run, but another woman not far away also ran. Obviously, they were in the same group. Jiang Ning ran after him, took out a boning knife from the air while taking out a bag, and threw it hard. The man was wearing thick clothes, and the boning knife hit him and flew out heavily. Jiang Ning chased him and stared at him with cold eyes. The man was in a panic. Misunderstanding. We didn't mean it. They just wanted to rob. But they didn't expect the other party to be so powerful and kill people without blinking an eye. If it's not intentional, then it must be intentional. Beauty. I was wrong. Please let me go. I have a wife and children at home. Ah. Jiang Ning was in no mood to listen to his nonsense, and sent him to the statue of the King of Hell with a knife to line up for reporting. Hey. Who doesn't have children to raise? She is going to die today. What about Coke? Ah. When the woman saw the man being stabbed, she ran over and hugged him, cursing at Jiang Ning. You beast. You kill people without blinking an eye. Is there still law? Husband. Husband. Wake up. Don't die. She cried bitterly, hugging the man's body tightly. The law? Jiang Ning thought it was funny. You should know the law. How dare you attack us? You are not dead. Not even a hair has fallen. Is it necessary to kill people so cruelly? Oh, we were not killed by you. But it is our fault? What a bullshit logic. The woman wanted to scold. But Jiang Ning did not give her the opportunity to complain. Since they are husband and wife, they should be together. The woman's eyes widened in shock, as if she couldn't believe that Jiang Ning really dared to kill someone. She opened her mouth, but the cold air poured in, so she couldn't say a word, and her body quickly stiffened. The incident happened suddenly, and there were other people on the road who were frightened by her ruthlessness in killing people without blinking an eye. An old lady was dissatisfied with her life. Little girl, although it was wrong for them to attack you, you are not in serious trouble. Kill the person who attacked you. She didn't use a knife to cut you. And they have elderly people and children. You are too cruel. Others didn't say anything, but they agreed. These 4 people are in a group. Doesn't she know that they want to kill people and steal things? Jiang Ning thought it was funny. I don't kill her today. Waiting for her to come back for revenge? You can't be too cruel and kill everyone. You don't feel pain if the knife didn't hit you. Jiang Ning sneered at the ant. I see that you have parents and children to take care of. You are so nosy. Do you want to die too? I can help you. Chapter 85. When Jiang Ning said this, the ant turned pale with fear and dared not say another word, fearing that Jiang Ning had not killed enough. She turned around and left. Others were frightened and sweating, like sawed gourds, not daring to say a word. They were also confused. Why did they care about other people's business? Fearing that they would be targeted by the murderous demon. They all left. Kaylai broke free from the belt rope and rushed over, constantly pulling at Jiang Ning, his face full of anxiety and anger. Woo! 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 Shit shoveler. What's wrong with you? Jiang Ning stroked its head and comforted it. It's okay. Dowdu ran over, looking anxious and concerned. Sister, are you okay? The 2 of them showed their concern, which made Jiang Ning feel warm. In this chaotic apocalypse, there are still people who care about her. The Zhong family father and son were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. I'm glad you're okay. The brick hit hard. Jiang Ning was worried that Huishan's bones were injured. Are you sure you're okay? Huishan moved his shoulders, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. It should be fine. It doesn't look very flexible, even if the bones are not injured. Soft tissue contusion is certain. Zhong father suggested. Let's go back quickly, and go to the hospital if it really doesn't work. Forget about medicine. But the surviving doctors obeyed the government's call, and can still see a doctor. But you have to find a way to get medicine yourself. Find an experienced orthopedic doctor to see him, so that people can feel at ease. Huishan changed his shoulder to carry the wood, and Jiang Ning slowed down and pushed the sled behind him, paying attention to his movements from time to time. Injured, but didn't run away. Dowdu was worried about his brother and wiped his eyes, but didn't cry. Back to Jinrong community. Zheng Weili and the other 2 went downstairs to help move, knowing that Huishan was injured. They were shocked. He was so powerful. How could he be injured? However, no one who came back said how he was injured. Zhang Chao glanced at Jiang Ning and vaguely understood. After carrying the things upstairs, Jiang Ning followed into 1801. Take off your shirt. I check it. He has only studied medicine for a year, and although he is only half-baked, he knows more than ordinary people. Huishan didn't refuse. He lit the charcoal stove first, waited until the room was warm, and said, Dowdu, take coke out. Dowdu was ignorant, but he was obedient. Guzi didn't want to leave, but the shoveler looked wrong, so he left in a depressed mood. Embarrassed, but Huishan still took off his shirt. Winter clothes are thick, so he took off several pieces, leaving only the last piece of warm clothes. He sat upright, not knowing where to put his hands. Jiang Ning was also a little embarrassed, but he still pulled the clothes off his shoulders and gently pressed the surrounding area. Do you feel any pain in your bones? It hurts, but it doesn't seem to be in the bones. It twitches from time to time, with a sore, numb and swollen feeling. It's a soft tissue contusion. It will probably take some time to recover. Fortunately, he was wearing thick clothes. Otherwise it would be strange if he didn't break a bone. I get you some medicinal wine for massage. You get better faster if you take anti-inflammatory drugs and apply plasters. Last time, they found a lot of medicine, and they both had enough. Huishan insisted on using his own, and Jiang Ning didn't force him. But the medicinal wine he soaked was frozen. Jiang Ning went home to get it. I have a small bottle. After returning home, He took out a large glass jar from the space and poured about half a bottle of mineral water into it. Afraid that he would notice something, he poured some hot water into the basin and threw the bottle of mineral water in when the time was almost right. The medicinal wine has dissolved. You show your shoulders. He would freeze to death if he didn't wear it. But Huishan was not used to being topless in front of girls. So he changed into a sleeveless fitness vest and wrapped the rest of his body very tightly. Jiang Ning pulled off his shoulder straps, applied the medicinal wine on it, and massaged it with moderate force. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Jiang Ning cleared her throat. Thank you for saving me. You can definitely dodge it. I misjudged it. Well, how should I put it? Jiang Ning can indeed dodge it, but you can't say he's meddling in other people's business. Besides, he dodged it this time. But what about next time? She received the care from the team. However, she still had to kindly remind him. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to dodge it. But you still have to take care of yourself, and don't take too many risks next time. You see? Dowdy was scared. It's okay. It's just a minor injury. I know my limits. He knew his limits. But she didn't want to owe him a favor. It's the hardest to repay a favor. After a massage for more than 10 minutes, she applied a plaster and found some medicine for him. When she left, Jiang Ning reminded him, you have to pay attention and tell me if you feel uncomfortable. Okay. Thank you. Jiang Ning paused. I should. After all, he was injured for her. After returning home, she took a shower, changed into her home clothes and sat on the sofa. Her thoughts gradually drifted away. The relationship on the 18th floor was good. Neither of them was a person who cared about things. There had been no major conflicts in the past few months. Because of Daodu, the cold-hearted Huishan was obviously better to her than Zhang Chao and others. But this was the end of the world. A crisis of life and death. And everyone would take care of themselves first. Even if they were in the same team. There was no need for him to rush over to block the bricks for her. Right? If it was Zhang Chao and the others, it would be fine. After all, they all grew up in an orphanage. And they had a long-term emotional foundation. So they would subconsciously help when they encountered danger. But what about Huishan? Jiang Ning thought about it, and felt that he should be extremely confident in his skills, and rescued her in time, when he was sure that her life was not in danger. It's not that she is confident. In terms of combat power, she is the second on the 18th floor. At the same time, she is also the bridge between him and 1803. She has done her best to tutor Daodu. If she dies, the 18th floor will lose combat power. And the danger of defending the building will increase greatly. He will have to find a new teacher for Daodu. With a cold and taciturn personality, he will not get along with 1803 as well as before. If a new neighbor moves in, there will definitely be a big conflict. Yes, that must be the case. After thinking it through, Jiang Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But, I always feel. Kola pounced over and scratched her with his claws. Come and play. The poop shoveler. Jumping and jumping. He successfully interrupted her thoughts. The dog was exhausted today. And the dinner was particularly rich. Not only chicken breast, but also pork rib soup, corn soup, and indispensable green vegetables. Not to mention how much he ate. When she went to bed at night, she turned on the intercom. Ah, Ashen. How do you feel about your injury? It's a bit strange to call it that. But it feels even weirder to say the full name. The other end replied quickly. Not bad. Not knowing what to talk about. Jiang Ning scratched his ear. Okay. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable. Hang up the intercom. Turned off the lights and went to sleep. The room was warm. And I slept until 10 o'clock when the dog woke me up. I opened the door and almost fainted from the cold air. It felt much colder than yesterday. And goosebumps appeared on my face instantly. I went to the balcony to measure the temperature. And it had dropped to minus 35 degrees. I immediately returned to the room, brushed my teeth and washed up in the space, and ate a bowl of fragrant wonton noodles. After eating, I turned on the intercom. How do you feel about your injury today? Numbness and swelling. Not very flexible. Chapter 86. Hearing his description, Jiang Ning didn't think it was serious, and asked habitually, Have you eaten? No. Daodu is making it. Daodu is making breakfast? I can't even reach the pot when standing by the stove. You have to learn slowly. Yes. Children in the last days are not hypocritical. Otherwise they can't survive at all. Ah! Dowdu screamed in pain from the other end of the intercom. Jiangning asked. What's wrong? Could he be scalded by oil like Huishan? There was no sound from the other end of the intercom, thinking that he was injured because of her. Otherwise Dowdu would not have learned to cook. Jiangning opened the room and came to 1801. Dowdu? After knocking several times, the door finally opened. Dowdu was fine. She just saw her brother injured, volunteered to take care of him, and started by learning to make breakfast. Who knew that her hands could not reach the pot? So she moved a short stool to stand. She accidentally lost her balance and fell down. But fortunately, she was trained by Huishan, and her body reaction was very fast. So she changed her landing posture and did not hurt herself. However, the little Doubting was in a bad mood. She lowered her head and dug her fingers, tears welling up in her eyes. Sister, am I useless? I can't even make breakfast. It felt like she was going to cry in the next second. No. Jiangning touched her head and comforted her. You are already very good at learning to make breakfast at the age of 5. Brother just learned it a while ago. Huishan, who was named in the end, he had to follow her to comfort her. Yes, Dowdu is much better than brother. Jiangning felt bad because she made him miss breakfast. What does Dowdu want to eat? I teach you how to make it. Dumplings. Dowdu was happy. Brother wants to eat dumplings. So, Dowdu stood on the bench again, and Jiangning taught him carefully. Coke stood up and supported the stove. He wants to learn too. This must be the end of the world. Otherwise Jiangning would send Guzi to college right away. And he might even get a diploma. Don't say it. I really underestimated Dowdu. He did it well. He was good at boiling water, washing dishes, and wiping the table. Jiangning was not happy, but frowned. Huishan drove a Hummer, so his financial conditions could not be bad. But Dowdu actually did these odd jobs. Needless to say, he was forced out by his unscrupulous uncle's family. Thinking of Huishan's ruthless and taciturn character, Jiangning couldn't help but be curious. I wonder what the final fate of his uncle's family was. Of course, this was his private matter, and she would not be so inconsiderate to ask. The two people and the dog were in the kitchen, and Huishan was standing by the kitchen door. Perhaps even he didn't notice that the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. I have to admit that Dowdu's cooking talent is much stronger than Huishan. Not only did he cook it, but the skin was not broken. Little Doubting was in a good mood and carefully took a spoon to scoop up half a bowl. Brother, try what I made. Not only did she serve it to her brother, but she also served it to Jiangning and Kailei. I've eaten it. You can eat it yourself. Kailei was a greedy dog, and ran home to fetch the wash basin that Jiangning had put in the bathroom. Come on, fill it up. It was really embarrassing, and it felt like she was mistreating the dog. Jiangning twisted its ears. You can't eat leeks. You die if you eat them. The dog was petrified, and it was in a bad state. It didn't want to die, but was angry. So it turned around and walked away with the wash basin in its mouth. Humph! You can't eat this or that. Life is unbearable. Huishan sat at the dining table and ate. He first praised Dowdu a few words, then looked up and asked Jiangning, You really don't want to eat anything? Jiangning refused. I really have eaten. Not to mention being full. Even if he didn't eat, he wouldn't easily eat other people's food. You know, in the end of the natural disaster, eating other people's food is equivalent to killing people, even if Huishan is a local tyrant. After he finished eating, Jiangning spoke. You still need to apply medicinal wine to your wound. Her technique was quite professional, but Huishan was not very natural. I let Dowdu wipe it for me later. Dowdu hurriedly followed. I helped my brother wipe it. Thanking his gentleman, Jiangning breathed a sigh of relief. Just after finishing eating, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Chao and Liu came to knock on the door to learn to make bamboo arrows. Seeing Jiangning, the two did not feel strange, but secretly communicated with their eyes. Huishan's shoulders were not flexible, but they were not useless. So he taught in the living room. First, cut the bamboo into relative lengths. Cut it into round shapes with a knife, and roast it over fire to increase its toughness. They all had strong comprehension abilities, so it was not difficult for them to learn. And they were also very diligent. Zhang Chao was puzzled. A shun. The crossbow is good for shooting, but in winter, people wear too thick clothes, And even if you shoot, it is difficult to penetrate the clothes and hurt people's lives. That's why I asked you to improve your shooting skills. And then aim at their eyes. Jiang Chao was shocked. How could it be possible? The eyes are so small. And they are moving. I can't do it. What can I do if I can't do it? I can only practice hard. It's better than waiting to die. Jiang Ning relieved the pressure on the two. It's okay to shoot the face. The scarf is relatively thin. With her words, the two of them felt relieved. You are still good. Aiming. Well, don't compete with me. I want to shoot the eyes. Jiang Chao was choked. I just die. It was cold. But the three of them were joking around. And the atmosphere in the living room was good. Huishan occasionally said a few words. And Dowda played with the dog next to him. Liu asked casually. Shun, do you have any warm clothes that you don't wear? Give us 2 pieces later. And then I make you a homemade bulletproof vest. Huishan thought for a while and said. Okay. There is strength in numbers. And a large bundle of bamboo arrows was quickly made. But this thing is consumed very quickly. So more should be stockpiled in the next 2 days. After injuring his shoulder, the sparring was forced to stop. And Jiang Ning went home to hold the dog and do squats. While holding it, he felt something was wrong. And hurried to find Huishan. I feel that Coke seems to have grown bigger. With daily exercise, the muscles of the Malinois will be well developed. No. It's not only heavier, but also bigger. Seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, Huishan let the dog lie down and check its bones. Kaylay is an adult dog, and its bones have stopped growing. As a trainer, he checked it before taking over. As he touched it, Huishan's brows tightened. Compared with a few months ago, there were indeed changes. Not only the bones, but also the hair on the body became denser. And the dog paws became bigger and thicker. Even he couldn't explain this situation. In the face of extremely harsh climates, humans will use wisdom and means to protect themselves. When it's cold, they will add clothes to keep warm. And when they are sick, they will take medicine to recuperate. However, animals can only face the invasion of natural disasters, forcing their bodies to mutate quickly to adapt to the cruel environment. Mutation? This reminds Jiang Ning of the big cockroaches in the south of his previous life. The big rats with sharp teeth, and the snakes that reproduced wildly. Without exception, they are all relatively ferocious. Jiang Ning was horrified. No wonder Coke's appetite was getting bigger and bigger. And he was always angry and wanted to fight. Will this kind of evolution make it lose its original heart? Survival of the fittest. Most will become ferocious. But those with higher IQs can be properly guided. Chapter 87. Seeing that Jiang Ning looked unhappy, Huishan comforted her. You don't have to worry. Kaylay has a high IQ and is the most loyal companion of humans. I believe it won't do that. Jiang Ning was unsure. After all, the extreme cold lasted for a year. And when Kaylay was hacked to death while saving her, it was only 3 months of extreme cold. At that time, it just wanted to protect her, and was unwilling to let go even if it was beaten to death. The scene was too bloody, and Jiang Ning didn't want to recall it, but just hugged Kaylay tightly. This time, it was her turn to protect it. Sensing her abnormal emotions, the dog jumped into her arms. What's wrong with the poop shoveler? Don't worry. I will train it well. Train it well? Coke is grinding his teeth. Hasn't he graduated? Huishan stroked its head. Training is cultivation. We have to cultivate until we die. The dog mouth was crooked. Huh? Back home, Jiang Ning measured its height and weight, and recorded the data of each part. Not only it, but also Dahui and Xiaobai. After touching the two several times, I don't know if it's neurotic, but I always feel that they have changed. And they are getting bolder and bolder. It took several days to make more than 2,000 bamboo arrows. And the crossbow shooting skills were also improving. The distance of the aisle was not far enough. So several people went to the rooftop to challenge the limit. In the weather of -40 degrees. I wrapped myself up like a bear, and continued to roll. Everyone wanted to lie down. But no one dared to lie down, fearing that they would never have a chance to get up again. But it was really too cold. And my hands were shaking like Parkinson's. Seeing Jiang Ning was so steady, Jiang Chao almost doubted his life. Ning, how did you do it? She was not wearing as much as him. But she didn't seem to be cold at all. This is unscientific. Jiang Ning glanced at him. Super. I'm not sickly or weak. And I have a passionate heart. Sickly Lu Yu, eh? He really knows how to thank him. He didn't forget his inner meaning even in the end of the world. Who did he offend? Who the hell is sick? His wife said he's doing great recently. When crushing became a habit, the two completely gave up resistance. Besides, Jiang Ning had Hui Yishan as his personal trainer, and his strength was indeed getting more and more abnormal. It felt like she was going to fly to the sky. Not only was her martial arts stats soaring, but her physical fitness was also increasing like a rocket. She had no idea what the weather was like. The damp and cold air penetrated into the cracks between her bones, and she felt that her soul was frozen. But look at her, and then look at Hui Yishan. Well, he was wearing far less than the two of them. I really envy his amazing physical fitness. That's right. I can't compete with him. And I can't afford to get hurt. I'd better practice my crossbow shooting first. After a few days of rest, Hui Yishan invited her to practice sparring. Jiang Ning was puzzled. Your arm doesn't seem to be healed yet. It's okay. One hand is fine. As long as you don't grab my sore spot. Sore spot? Oh, did he mean the shoulder? Or picking peaches? Okay. Jiang Ning admitted that it was a little crooked. She still had some martial virtue. She really didn't attack his sore spot, and even took the initiative to avoid it. And Hui Yishan was really capable. Even if he became a one-armed monk, he didn't let Jiang Ning take advantage. At the same time, he was so independent. Dada fell down while cooking dumplings, and Jiang Ning thought he would take the opportunity to ask her to help cook or give Dada some cooking advice. The incident started because of her, and if he spoke up, she was mentally prepared. However, Hui Yishan didn't mention anything and solved everything by himself. This made Jiang Ning breathe a sigh of relief. Even today, even if the atmosphere on the 18th floor was harmonious, her vigilance still did not decrease. If Hui Yishan wanted to speak up, she would definitely help. But she would keep her distance in the future. To put it bluntly, his shoulder soft tissue contusion did not really make him unable to move. But he could not lift heavy objects or do large-scale exercises. And there was no big problem in his daily life. If he wants to take advantage of someone, he must have a purpose. What is it? Most likely it is not ordinary materials. There is no way. After struggling for many years in the end times, even if he starts over again, his mentality cannot be cleared. He thinks everyone has bad intentions. Besides, she has the secret of space and cannot afford to gamble. In short, his various behaviors made her look at him with new eyes. Grandma Zhong knocked on the door again, feeling mixed emotions. Father Zhong and Zhong Ping are technical researchers. After the interview, they got the job without any suspense, and they were paid 15 kilograms of rice or noodles every month. Zhong's mother is a teacher, and she couldn't meet the technical requirements, but she successfully applied for the lowest level corpse collection team. Although collecting corpses is unlucky and the income is low, there is an endless stream of applicants. There are only 5 kilograms of rice per month, but one working meal is included. I dare not say that I can eat very full, but after all, it is hard work. So eating 70% to 80% full is no problem. And there are other benefits. The elimination rate is extremely high, and the possibility of Zhong's mother being hired is very low. But Grandma Zhong is an old man, so she asked her daughter-in-law to secretly give 2 kilograms of wild kudzu powder to the interviewer. And the matter was done. Xiao Jiang, who wants to go for the interview? I asked Zhong Ping's mother to take you there. She was worried that these young people were too stubborn and unwilling to use the back door to give gifts. Work is the guarantee of life, and you can't be too ambitious or impulsive. Sorry, the 18th floor just wants to be rotten. But I still thank Grandma Zhong for her kindness. It must not be because of such a small matter that Grandma Zhong went out in the cold. As expected, Grandma Zhong looked worried and said, "Those who collected the protection grain have been received in Building 8 and will soon come to our building. What are your plans? Food is life. Who is willing to give up their life?" Grandma Zhong is not afraid of death at this age. But if there is a chance to live, who would choose to die? Even if she doesn't consider herself, she has to consider her family. Besides, people are greedy. 3 caddies of food per person. If it can be collected smoothly, it should be increased to 5 caddies next. She came from the famine era and witnessed all kinds of evil forces. These beasts, who have lost their humanity, will never give up until they have squeezed the bones and dregs dry. Once the door is opened, it will definitely be hell. But the Zhong family is full of gentlemen who can't do anything, let alone fight with him. I'm afraid that I can't do anything to them even if I sacrifice my life. So, I came up to ask the 18th floor with a thick face. Jiang Ning knew her intention, but didn't rush to answer. Our community is so big. If everyone works together and rushes in, are you afraid that we can't deal with them? Grandma Zhong sighed. Those people have many tricks. First, deal with the building manager who can take the lead and give them appropriate benefits. Isn't this an accomplice? Jiang Ning was a little surprised. No one resisted? Yes, there were. The building managers of buildings 15 and 16 were upright and led the survivors to resist and even reported the case to the police. The bodies of the two were thrown at the door the next day. The building manager of building 16 was a woman, but she was killed by those beasts. The police didn't intervene? It's not that they didn't intervene, but they couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 88. The police are also human beings. They are short of manpower. Even fewer survive natural disasters or rescue operations. However, the evil forces are growing exponentially. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are everywhere. Crimes are happening everywhere. Many public officials have even died at the hands of these evil people. These people are elusive. They are covered in clothes, with only their eyes showing. They hold guns in their hands and secretly bribe people in the community to be their spies. Those who call the police or resist will suffer even worse consequences. The 18th floor made eye contact. Zheng Weili couldn't help but said, "Whoever wants to make friends can make friends. I won't make friends with him. She has always been the one who beats others, and she can't stand others shitting on her head." Jiang Ning looked calm. Grandma Zhong, we don't pay the protection grain. Grandma Zhong understood. Zhong Ping and his parents will go to work in a few days. Then we will face it together, and I won't cause trouble for you with my old bones. After returning home, she discussed with her son and others. My idea is the same as the 18th floor. The protection grain must not be paid. What do you think? An old man in the family is like a treasure. The Zhong family has a good family tradition, and the old lady has always been the backbone. Father Zhong has no objection. Mom, we listen to you. Well, it's good that you know what's going on. We can't do it alone. Grandma Zhong had an idea in mind. Remember, the more difficult it is, the more we need to be united. If those people really rush up, the first to suffer will be our 17th floor. The two households next door should also be discussed. Everyone is afraid of death, but fear is useless. We are not as skilled as others. If we hide when something happens, it will really chill others' hearts. No one is stupider than anyone else. If you can hide once, you will definitely not be able to hide a second time. If I am gone one day, you must stick to the bottom line of being a human being. Being afraid of death will only make you die faster. After talking to the younger generation, Grandma Zhong went out and knocked on the door next door. The conversation went very smoothly, and the other two households agreed to it. So she finally put down her worries. It was a new day again, and everyone on the 18th floor, including the people and dogs, exercised. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. There was a sudden noise downstairs, followed by a shrill scream, and the different sounds intertwined together and almost blew off the roof. Everyone looked at each other, and the guards came. That's right. The people in the apartment building were panicked, and everyone was afraid of the tiger. Perhaps because He Jian maintained a good image. The survivors in the building all came to him. So, he lived up to everyone's expectations and organized himself again, wanting to work together to fight against the guards. Unexpectedly, He Jian was the first to be dragged to the next room, where he was beaten and kicked until his mouth and nose bled. Not only him, but other backbones were also beaten, and a pretty girl was almost bullied in public. The unit building banded together to fight, completely angering the guards. Other buildings pay 3 kilograms per month. You guys are stubborn. Right? 6 kilograms per month. Those who don't want to pay, stand up. I treat him to peanuts. He Jian endured the pain. No, we really can't take it out. How can you take 6 kilograms? This is going to kill us. You are just stubborn. Right? So, he was dragged to the next door and thrown back like a dead dog, covered in blood. He Jian was dying and couldn't even speak. Whoever dares not to hand it in will end up like this. He Jian begged without caring about his life. No, 6 kilograms is really not okay. Can you do the same as other buildings and only hand in 3 kilograms? The leader didn't say anything. Staring at him coldly, Hejian staggered to his feet, wiping the blood off his face. I'm sorry for everyone. I didn't keep my promise to protect you. You can hit me if you want to. Nothing is more important than life. They promised to reduce the price from 6 caddies to 3 caddies. So this beating is worth it. You who have food, hand it over. And I really can't do anything if you don't have food. Cough. Cough. As he spoke, he spat out blood. Everyone was very angry. Other buildings only had to hand over 3 caddies. Why did they have to hand over 6 caddies? But seeing Hejian taking the beating for them, they couldn't vent their anger. However, they really didn't accept it. So, someone shouted boldly, you can ask us to hand over the grain. But you should ask the people on the 18th floor to hand over the grain first. Everyone was surprised. But they quickly reacted. Yes, if the people on the 18th floor hand over the grain, we will hand over the grain. And we won't give you a penny less. And the people on the 17th floor, they have a lot of grain in their house. If you have the guts, just ask them to hand over the grain immediately. Why are you picking on us weak persimmons and bullying us? A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. And everyone is furious. The leader frowned. It seems that if the people on the 17th and 18th floors are not subdued today, this matter will not end at all. That's fine. They came for the 18th floor today. As long as they are dealt with. Who dares to resist? So, led by Hejian, the attitude of collecting protection food is arrogant, while the survivors who are not afraid of death are gloating. No matter who wins or loses, they can vent their anger, and it is best to make both sides lose. Soon, the door at the staircase on the 16th floor was banged. Jiang Ning and others stood at the staircase and heard everything clearly. They had nothing to say to the idiots downstairs. Since they were here, they would go downstairs to meet them. So, everyone went downstairs armed, and Guzi volunteered to line up. Daodu was locked in the house again, and when they got down to the 17th floor, the Zhong family was already waiting at the staircase, holding sticks in their hands. They looked nervous and scared, but they did not retreat. Jiang Ning frowned. What about them? They were talking about 1702 and 1703. Why didn't they come out? Grandma Zhong looked embarrassed. I knocked on the door, but there was no sound. I guess they went out to look for supplies. She said so. But anyone with a discerning eye could see it. The people on the 18th floor didn't expect them to come out. So they continued to go downstairs. The same formation. The same order of appearance. The only thing that changed was that there were more Zhong family members at the end. The doors were open one by one. And the slender legs. The expensive tang swords. The cold eyes. The fair and beautiful face. The leader with the gun was distracted for a moment. And it seemed that there was a background music in his mind. At the end of the natural disaster, ordinary survivors live like ghosts. But she is well fed. Especially the woman standing behind her, whose thighs are thicker than men's. How much does she have to eat to stay so strong? Also, the pretty boy with a mace has a prettier face than a woman. It just so happens that the boss is tired of playing and wants to change his taste. It must be good to bring him back to serve others. Well, there is indeed a treasure on the 18th floor, and we want all of it today. The leader immediately raised his gun and pointed it at Jiang Ning's head through the fence. 17th floor and 18th floor. Right? We have taken over this community. From today on, each of you must pay 100 kilograms of food per month. And we will protect your safety. If you don't pay, ask the guy in my hand if he agrees. 100 kilograms per month? The survivor's pupils trembled. Good. Good. Who told those beasts on the 18th floor not to share the food with him? And now they are suffering. Right? Serves them right. Those who don't know would think that the 100 kilograms of food belong to them. And completely forget what the consequences would be if they couldn't give out 3 kilograms of food. In short, as long as the 18th floor is not easy, they will feel relieved. Jiang Ning did not rush to speak, but turned his head to look at Huishan. Huishan looked down at the leader, who was holding a gun and showing off. However, there were only 5 people in the group. 2 of them were holding guns, and the other 3 were holding iron bars. And they beat the survivors of the entire Jinrong community into submission. After receiving his feedback, Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing and dug his ears. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly just now. Chapter 89. Jiang Ning's words successfully made the leader angry instantly, and he raised his gun to shoot. At the critical moment, He Jian rushed out to stop him. Don't move your weapons. Everything can be discussed. As he said, he turned around and advised Jiang Ning. Xiao Jiang, I know you are powerful, but a hero will not suffer a loss in front of him. Besides, the world is different now. You don't lack this little food. Staying alive is the most important thing. Don't take your life lightly. If you can trust me, I will negotiate for you to pay less food. Do you think it's okay? Jiang Ning looked at him. How much food did they give you when you were jumping up and down so hard? What did you say? He Jian was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily, Xiao Jiang, I almost lost my life to bring down the protective food for the building. And you actually doubted me like this? You were wearing such thick clothes, and were beaten with blood all over your body. Are you sure it wasn't chicken blood or red medicine? The survivors were shocked and looked at He Jian with angry and complicated eyes. You are simply slandering me and talking nonsense. I am an upright person and never do anything for personal gain. You dare to call yourself a decent person when you eat the blood of others? Half of the food that you ching and the others exchanged was eaten by dogs? Woof! Coke protested seriously. Don't insult the dog. He Jian was so angry that he jumped up and down. Okay. Since you think so much of me, I will just quit this job. Whoever wants to do it can do it, he said, and stepped aside. Then the survivors surrounded him. They just woke up from their dream. Other buildings only need 3 kilograms. But building 1 needs 6 kilograms. It turns out that He Jian, this bastard, is playing them like monkeys, and colluding with the people who collect the protection food. Unexpectedly, she was so difficult to deal with. The leader was furious. You bitch. If you dare, open the door, or I blow your head off. He opened it, as if no one was afraid of him. The door opened, and the gun was pointed at Jiang Ning's chest evilly. Another person pointed his gun at the others on the 18th floor. Don't move. Raise your hands. I heard that there were guns on the 18th floor, so we had to strike first. Jiang Ning stared at the leader. The gang wore fasakinis, with only their eyes exposed. It was really hard to recognize who they were, even if surrounded by the police. As long as she took off her fasakini and hid in a residential building to change clothes, she really couldn't be found. She didn't resist, took the Tang sword in her hand away, and then showed him a weird smile. The leader was dazzled and lost his mind for a moment. Jiang Ning suddenly took out a dagger from his pocket and stabbed the leader several times. The action was fast as lightning. As blood flowed out, the leader kept pulling the trigger. Jiang Ning chopped at his neck. Are you really addicted to it? Not to mention that the gun is fake. She is not afraid even if it is real. She is wearing a slash and stab-proof suit and a bulletproof vest. As she was moving, Zheng Weili rushed down and aimed at the other one, hitting him hard with her iron fist. The man was directly knocked away. His whole row of teeth were spit out, and he fell to the ground and vomited blood. The gun fell to the ground and was broken by her foot. The incident happened suddenly. I didn't expect the 2 girls to be so powerful. Not only the survivors were shocked, but even the remaining 3 people who were collecting food for protection were scared to death. It took a while for him to come back to his senses and hit them with sticks. Huishan took advantage of his height and broke their necks cleanly. Ah! The survivors almost died on the spot. Another murder happened on the 18th floor. The grain collecting team that was so arrogant and overpowering the survivors just now took less than 5 minutes from the beginning to the end. They were all sent to report underground. Everyone was horrified. The 18th floor was really not easy to mess with. They were more terrifying than the evil forces. However, Jiang Ning did not intend to end it. He walked towards He Jian with a knife. He Jian's legs were shaking with fear. Xiao Jiang, you are killing people. It's illegal. So, you also know it's illegal. Jiang Ning smiled. His eyes were cold. You took Yu Qingqing and the others out to exchange food, and cooperated with the people who collected and protected the food. Isn't that illegal? No. It's a misunderstanding. Well, how about opening your door and seeing how much supplies are inside? He Jian wanted to argue, but Jiang Ning didn't have the patience to listen, and stabbed him with a knife. A shrill scream rang out. He didn't stab his heart, but his shoulder. Do you think you have 9 lives? You keep planning to attack the 18th floor. What gives you the confidence that we dare not take your life? After saying that, he grabbed his collar and threw him out of the window. It's extremely cold now. Not flooding. Falling from the 16th floor will kill people. Ah! Hejian's wife screamed and rushed up from the corridor in panic, yelling at Jiang Ning. You are crazy. How dare you kill people? I will call the police to arrest you. Beasts. Beasts? Okay. Let them handle it, and see how your husband is corrupt and colluding with evil forces. You are so righteous. Don't eat bloody bread if you have the ability. Jiang Ning thought it was funny. If you don't want him to die, why didn't you stop him when he broke the law? If she dared to kill Hejian, she didn't want to leave hidden dangers. Instead of crying here, it's better to take care of the bloody supplies at home and eat less. Hejian's wife's face suddenly changed, and the survivor's eyes turned green. That's right. Hejian is not a human being. All the supplies stored at home were looted from him. Not wanting to see this group of greedy and cowardly people, Jiang Ning turned and retreated. Someone in the crowd shouted, If you kill them and they retaliate, what will we do? Yes, they don't want to end up like the tragic deaths of buildings 15 and 16. Instead of being grateful for the actions of Jiang Ning and others, they complained endlessly. Did Hejian give you the courage? Or did the people who collected the protection food make you think that I am easier to talk to than them? Jiang Ning glanced at them coldly. Did the extreme cold also freeze your brain? Anyone who doesn't want to live can stand up. I can help you. As soon as these words came out, no one dared to speak. Turning around, going upstairs. Just as he returned to the 18th floor, he heard shrill screams and curses from downstairs. After hearing this, Jiang Ning planned to go back to the house, but found that the dog was dragging a bag upstairs excitedly. Zhang Chao and Li were no exception. They held the rice bag in their left hand and the weapon in their right hand. They were grinning from ear to ear as if they had won the lottery. That's right. They had no chance to play. So they followed the survivors to rob Hejian's house. And there were indeed a lot of supplies piled up inside. Kaylai dragged a bag of flour weighing 5 kilograms, while Lu Yu and Zhang Chao each carried a bag of rice weighing 20 kilograms. Jiang Ning, Kaylai dragged the bag in front of her. Shit shoveler. This is its new ration. Everyone was at a loss for words, and finally divided the rice and flour equally. Even the Zhong family had a share. In addition, the 18th floor returned the heirloom bracelet of Grandma Zhong. In order not to let the 17th floor develop the habit of biting the 18th floor, they would exchange valuable things when they borrowed things. From the beginning, the 18th floor had no intention of really taking it. As long as they showed sincerity, the things could be returned. In today's battle, the Zhong family did not help, but their attitude was there. As for the other two families, Chapter 90. Grandma Zhong pushed the bicycle for a long time, and finally each household received a pound of kudzu powder. At the same time, Zhong Ping set a homemade bicycle to the 18th floor. There is a heating device at the rear. As long as you sit on it and pedal hard, it can generate electricity, and the heat pipe will emit heat. It can not only exercise and keep fit, but also increase the temperature in the house. Zhong Ping pushed his glasses and smiled very politely. I'm still looking for parts, and I can transform it into a charging device when the time comes. The 18th floor was sweating every day, but Jiang Ning didn't want it. Okay, put the bicycle aside first, and give it to us when it can be transformed into a charging device. After sending Jiang Ning away, Grandma Zhong didn't know where to put her face. I didn't expect the two families next door to be so selfish. They are hiding at home. I guess something will happen in the future. You should be careful when you go out and try to have less contact with them. The army that came to collect grain today was annihilated. They will definitely not let it go, and will definitely come to retaliate. It is true that the 18th floor has ability, but they are not people who are kind-hearted. They didn't say anything today, but what about next time? If they are really pissed off, they can wait until the 17th floor is washed away before coming down. But Grandma Zhong couldn't blame them in person. After all, who wouldn't be afraid of death? They were afraid. But the people on the 18th floor were not afraid? Selfishness can sometimes be a death warrant. On this day, the apartment building was full of joys and sorrows. The Heji family was robbed of everything. The long-exploited survivors turned over a new leaf. So how could they be polite to the He family? Those who got the supplies ran away, and those who didn't beat and kicked the He family. Even their thick clothes were taken away. The people on the 16th floor were half a beat slower, and didn't get anything. They had to collect the bodies of the people on the 2 floors above when they came back. He was so annoyed. Why did the battlefield move to the 16th floor? They simply installed the door at the staircase. Jiang Ning returned to the 18th floor, and Jun Weili was waiting in the corridor, pulling people into the house. She asked puzzledly, Aining, how do you know their guns are fake? I'm an outsider. How can I tell? Jiang Ning was very honest. If there is no approval from an expert, I won't dare to go out even if I have 10 guts. Yes, Huishan is an expert, and he can tell whether it is real or a bluff at a glance. However, Zheng Weili felt something was wrong. He was standing behind me and didn't say a word. How did you two pass the message? Jiang Ning was confused by the question. And after a while, he said, as a matter of course, we live on the same floor, and we have risked our lives for each other so many times. Can't you see it? 3 pairs of eyes looked at Jiang Ning at the same time, with meaningful expressions on their faces. You are amazing. Zheng Weili was really bold. I sleep in the same room with Lu Yu, and I still don't know what he is thinking. You are the worm in Huishan's stomach. Lu Yu, who was named, immediately offered his loyalty. Wife, you are in my eyes, and in my heart. Single dog Zhang Chao, What did he do wrong to accept such a critical hit? Jiang Ning heard that Zheng Weili had something to say. What do you mean? They almost grew up wearing the same pants. So Lu Yu didn't hesitate. How far have you and Huishan gone? It's probably a home run. Jiang Ning is not really a woodman, but he has experienced the cruel end of the world, seen the selfishness, greed and extinction of human nature, and never thought of falling in love in the end of the world of natural disasters. To put it bluntly, I don't want to establish close relationships with people anymore. Even if it's Lu Yu and Zhang Chao. I can be friends and partners, and I can stand side by side with them when in danger, but I won't eat and live with them. That's her safe zone. Not only the body, but also the heart needs to relax. So, Jiang Ning was confused. Did you misunderstand something? It's true that there is a space, but she doesn't have a golden finger that defies the heavens, and she doesn't even know how long she can live. What's more, the most terrifying thing in the end of the world is not natural disasters, but the unpredictable human heart. Isn't Yang Weitsong's lesson enough? How could she still believe in love, seeing that she didn't seem to be pretending? Lu Yu was dumbfounded. Huishan is so obvious. You didn't see it? What's obvious? Lu Yu was speechless. If he didn't like you, why did he help you train the dog? I also taught Dao to read. There are so many of us. Why did he only teach you fighting and grappling? Jiang Ning stared at him and Zhang Chao. Do you have the talent? Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, who had no talent, You slipped on the rooftop, and he pushed me aside to help you. Jiang Ning, On that extremely cold night, he almost kicked your door down, and gave you a mink coat and a charcoal stove. We were in the same group, but we had nothing. Jiang Ning, You went out to chop wood, and he got hit by a brick to save you. And then you applied medicine and made breakfast for him. Jiang Ning, The question was too straightforward, so she had to think silently. Look at who he has been so concerned about. It would be strange if you two didn't have something fishy. Lu Yu is an experienced person. He hugged Zheng Weili and boasted. Wife, when I saw you for the first time, there was no room for other women in my heart. Zhang Chao, who was constantly attacked, said, In short, regardless of whether they had eaten pork or not, the 3 of them agreed that Jiang Ning and Huishan definitely had a relationship. One look and they could understand each other. What else could it be but love? Jiang Ning reflected on himself and spoke for a long time. I don't know if he had that intention, but I definitely didn't. She admitted that if she hadn't experienced the apocalypse, she would definitely be moved if she met a handsome and capable man like Huishan, and she might even pursue him. But now, she just wants to live a good life. Lu Yu pondered. Do you no longer believe in men because of Yang Weitsong? Ning, I tell you, you still have to find someone. Look at me. If I hadn't met Weili, my life would have been in vain. Jiang Ning refused to eat dog food. You are you. I am me. Don't mix them up. Everyone has their own ambitions. Li was born to do this. Even if he didn't meet Zheng Weili, there would still be Zhang Weili and Li Weili. Anyway, the matter has been sorted out. It turns out that the king of Xiang is interested, but the goddess is not. You really don't consider him as a friend and childhood friend. Lu Yu said from the bottom of his heart. He is a little cold. But he is capable and responsible. Other women are crazy about him. In fact, you can live together without love. These two people are the best partners together, and can live longer in the apocalypse of natural disasters. But Lu Yu knew Jiang Ning's character very well, and did not dare to speak out his heart. Jiang Ning was very sure that she did not have such feelings for him. Even if she did, she could not be with him. She could not afford the cost of exposing her secret. Who knows at the end of the world will have an end? How many people with strong wills have their hearts polluted in rounds of natural disasters, until the day of closing their eyes? Who dares to say that their heart will never change? Jiang Ning can't even guarantee herself. How can she be sure of others? Chapter 91. It's okay if you don't know, but you can't pretend to be ignorant if you know. However, Jiang Ning was a little suspicious of what the three said. It's not that she is slow. She just feels. How to put it? Wei Yishan seems to have some interest in him, but he doesn't seem to have that kind of interest. What should she do now? He didn't confess, so she can't refuse him first. Right? What if he gets the wrong meaning? They live next door, so they see each other every day, and they have to team up in the future. It's so embarrassing that I dig my toes into the ground. After she said that, the three of them also felt a little tricky. Lu Yu made a declaration of love. You can't hide your love for someone with your eyes. How about we help you test it? Jiang Ning was a little annoyed. No, I can confirm it myself. After returning home, she fell on the bed in a depressed mood. Jiang Ning touched her face. It was indeed beautiful, but not top-notch beauty. Did Wei Yishan really like her? It felt that if there was no natural disaster, she and he were completely from two parallel worlds. Before he could figure it out, the intercom rustled. Aining, do you want to practice today? Jiang Ning thought about it. Yes. We have to find a chance to find out whether he really means that. Change clothes and report to 1801. Jiang Ning practiced and secretly observed, and almost fell down on purpose. Wei Yishan was quick-witted and subconsciously put his arm around her waist to help her up. Are you worried? No. I feel you are absent-minded. Pay attention to your concentration, and then try again. Jiang Ning swore that he was really full of dignity, even when he put his arm around her waist. He did not do anything inappropriate, or look at her in an ambiguous way. A little unwilling, she stayed behind under the pretext of teaching Dowdu to cook. She looked back several times, and saw Wei Yishan training the dog in the living room without any distraction. Lu Yu is indeed unreliable, saying that you can't hide your love for someone, and you will secretly pay attention to the other person. Bullshit. He said that the three of them would misunderstand. After the misunderstanding, Jiang Ning finally felt relieved and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She turned off the gas and put the dishes on the plate. She turned around and found Wei Yishan looking at her. Jiang Ning was so scared that she almost dropped the bowl in her hand and said excitedly, "What are you looking at me for?" After saying that, she seemed to feel too fierce, and was so embarrassed that she dug her toes out of the three-bedroom, one living room apartment. Wei Yishan pointed outside the kitchen window. It seems that the snow has gotten heavier. Jiang Ning turned and looked out the window. It seemed. It really was. What kind of look was in his eyes? He could see it even from such a distance. Rejecting Dowdu's invitation to dinner, Jiang Ning took the dog home. She was a little neurotic now, and always felt that Wei Yishan had bad intentions. Lying in the warm quilt at night, she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Finally fell asleep. She dreamed that Wei Yishan suddenly confessed to her, the kind that she had to agree. And then the space was discovered. Woke up. Her heart was pounding. For 3 days in a row, Jiang Ning not only observed him during sparring, but also observed him during dog training. But she observed nothing. She said no. But her woman intuition told her that there seemed to be some. In short, it was hazy, and Jiang Ning suffered from insomnia. Hesitation was not her character. She sent the dog back to the house, closed the door, and took a deep breath towards Wei Yi. Do you like me? Wei Yishan did not answer in a hurry, but looked at her for a long time before saying, a little. Jiang Ning's heart beat twice. I'm actually a non-marriageist. I've never thought about finding someone to marry. I'm fine living alone. Hui thought deeply. Jiang Ning, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. Since you don't mean to, I won't force you. I hope you don't have any concerns. She didn't expect him to be so open-minded. And she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You're good. You will find someone you like. Yeah. You too. Then, shall we still team up in the future? Of course. If you don't mind. Of course I don't mind. You are the best partner on the 18th floor. After saying that, Jiang Ning felt relieved. But at the same time, she felt a little regretful. If there hadn't been a natural disaster, she would definitely not let him go. Watching Jiang Ning return to the house, Huishan turned around and opened the door, and found that his palms were full of sweat. Natural disasters have no end. In fact, he had never thought of confessing to Jiang Ning. After all, he was still with his sister, and no one knew what would happen in the future. Unexpectedly, she spoke up. The first time in his life that he was attracted to a girl. It was extinguished just like that. Opening the door, Dao rushed over. Brother. Huishan lowered his head, his deep eyes full of tenderness, gently stroking her head. Did you study today? I did, but I don't understand a few words. Can I ask my sister? Whatever you don't understand, I teach you. After talking, it was very relaxing. Jiang Ning slept in and made up for the sleep of the previous 2 days. After brushing teeth and washing face, she just came out of the space and vaguely heard ghosts and wolves howling downstairs. As soon as she opened the door, she looked up and saw Huishan coming out at the same time. When their eyes met, he was calm as usual, and she smiled. Good morning. In fact, she felt a little awkward. The two listened at the stairs, and the people who collected the protected grain came again. This time, they were not targeting the grain, but revenge. Violently kicking open the survivor's door. Huishan looked serious. They are not friendly. Jiang Ning had expected this day to come, and went back to the house to grab weapons. They really know how to pick a day. Zheng Weili and the other two went to Fengshan to chop firewood early, and the Zhong family father and son started to report to the new unit 2 days ago, in order to race against time with natural disasters. Scientific researchers eat and live in the unit, and can only go home once every 2 weeks. Zhong mother also reported, and started collecting corpses 2 days ago. More than a dozen people came yesterday, in addition to the corpses piled up on the ice. They also went into each building to clean up and transported them to a centralized processing area for incineration to avoid causing plague or other diseases. It can be seen that the government is actively fighting the disaster. Now, only Jiang Ning and Huishan are left on the 18th floor. And there is a fighting dog. Jiang Ning had a bad feeling, thinking that they came prepared. So he put on a bulletproof vest and locked the dog in the room. Woo! Woo! Woof! The deceived Kaylee was impatient and desperately pushed at the door. Shit shovel. Open the door quickly. Shit shovel. Shit shovel. If you don't open the door, it will break it. Jiang Ning came out, and Huishan was also locking the door. And Daodu was trapped inside. Aining, you stay here and help me keep an eye on Daodu. Huishan lowered his head and loaded the bullet. Jiang Ning also took out the gun. You can't avoid what is coming. You can't protect everyone. Huishan was stunned for a moment. Okay. The two walked downstairs, and the gang was already prying the door at the staircase of the 16th floor. Grandma Zhong was very anxious on the 17th floor. There was a man holding a stick next to her. He was Xing Yanluan, the owner of 1703. Xiao Jiang. They are here. What should we do? These people were well informed. The Zhong family father and son left quietly. Grandma Zhong mentioned it to the 18th floor, and no one knew they were not at home. Zheng Weili and the other two were not there either. Not only were Jiang Ning and Huishan left, but the other side had more than a dozen people. Jiang Ning glanced at Zheng Yanluan and said nothing. Zheng Yanluan was a little embarrassed and took the initiative to explain. Last time my family went out to find supplies. Chapter 92. Jiang Ning asked Grandma Zhong to go back to the house and lock the door. Then said to Zheng Yanluan, let's go. Jiang Ning walked to the stairs and opened the door. Just as Jiang Ning was about to step out, Huishan suddenly pulled her and blocked her in front of him and went downstairs first. Jiang Ning, who was forced to be downgraded in the ranking, said, well, the special police have rich experience in fighting against the enemy, and it is the best strategy to lead the charge and attract firepower. But now there is no order, and those who dare to lead the charge are almost extinct. Not to mention that the other side has real weapons in their hands. And it is not known how many for the time being. Faced with life and death, Jiang Ning withdrew his mind and took a back seat. Bang, bang, bang. After walking 10 steps, a deafening sound rang out. The opponent had no martial ethics and plenty of ammunition. He opened fire without saying a word, aiming to kill everyone on the 18th floor. Huishan positioning was particular. Shooting from the 16th floor upwards had angle and perspective deviations. The bullets either hit the railing or shot into the wall, and did not hit Huishan's feet. That's right. He only showed his feet. As the gun went off, Grandma Zhong exclaimed, "Be careful!" Bang! Gunshots rang out simultaneously on the 17th floor. Huishan was indeed an expert. The recoil of the boss's gun was relatively large. Jiang Ning's arm was numb from the shock, but he managed to hit the target. When she went downstairs, she quietly pulled out the Tang sword a few inches. The smooth blade reflected Xing Yanluan, who suddenly raised the sword and stabbed her back. She did not look back. Her right hand holding the gun went around her left armpit and shot. She missed the heart but hit the stomach. Xing Yanluan screamed, holding her stomach and retreating repeatedly. She was hit on the head by Grandma's own cane. Blood continued to pour out, and he staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. At the same time, Huishan quickly rushed to the second door, and the person on the 16th floor just pried open the first door and rushed upstairs with a gun. Suddenly, something as big as a fist was thrown down, and thick fog continued to gush out. "Ah! A grenade!" someone shouted, and everyone turned around and retreated in fear. The smoke was pungent, choking people to suffocate and shed tears, and their vision was blurred for a while. Huishan seized the opportunity to raise his gun and shoot. After firing several shots, accompanied by screams, it soon fell into dead silence again. Jiang Ning standing on the stairs. Is she going down now? It feels like there is no chance to perform. Ah! Several screams suddenly came from downstairs, followed by the sound of fistfighting. Ning! Are you okay? Zheng Weili's anxious voice sounded. No. How about you? Shan Chao panted. All solved. The three of them went out at dawn, and brought a sled with them, thinking that they would go out early and come back early. But they heard gunshots as soon as they got downstairs. So, they threw down the firewood and ran upstairs. Several people died, and the survivors only cared about the people upstairs, looking for opportunities to continue to rush up. Today, it was either you or me. They never thought that they would be ambushed from behind. Zheng Weili was very strong and stabbed without mercy, being attacked from both sides. It was hard to survive if you only cared about the head and not the tail. The smoke bomb thrown by Huishan had a pungent smell. The three of them covered their noses and dug up the corpse. In addition to knives, steel pipes and other murder weapons, they actually touched 3 guns. It was just that the manufacturing was too rough, and it was obvious that it was made in a black workshop. Guns, weapons that can kill people and save lives. Zhang Chao and Lu Yi worked together to dig up the bodies, almost stripping off their underwear. A total of 26 bullets were found, plus 34 bullets in the magazine. In addition, 2 large gold chains, 3 gold rings, 2 packs of cigarettes, watches and lighters were found. Ah! There are finally hardcore weapons on the 18th floor. Let's see which bastard dares to rush upstairs. Don't cut off their heads. We have to be tough. Chao. Let's be strong. Well, with weapons in hand. The world is mine. The two of them were instantly excited, and felt their backs were so strong. From today on, I will kill gods and Buddhas if I meet them. Unfortunately, no one cared about their hot-blooded imagination. Zheng Weili rushed up with her nose covered, and saw Xing Yanluan lying on the ground bleeding. She was surprised and asked, "What happened?" Jiang Ning drew his sword. "They were bribed by the grain collectors to stab us in the back. Don't kill me." Xing Yanluan's face was pale, and he pleaded in fear. "I don't want to do it either. But they caught my son and threatened me. If I don't cooperate, my son will have no chance to come back." Jiang Ning didn't want to argue with him. You know whether it's right or wrong. If you've done it, you have to bear the consequences. It's fine if he's a coward, but he usually wants the 18th floor to protect him. But at the critical moment, he raised a knife to the 18th floor. If Jiang Ning hadn't noticed something was wrong and kept a little more vigilant, he might have died in his hands. 1703 Not only Zheng Yinluan. Zheng Weili kicked the door and shouted angrily, "Listen, everyone inside. If you don't come out, I kill him." The sick Liu stretched out his foot and stepped on Zheng Yinluan's bleeding wound. "Do you really think that the 18th floor is a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering and does not hold grudges? What are you thinking?" Zheng Yinluan screamed and wailed. Zhang Chao, who was weak, thought that he had not stepped on him enough. So he kicked him again. Oh! Can he bully Ning on the 18th floor? Stab him with a black knife. Why not go to heaven? Amid the deafening sound of kicking the door, the door of 1703 was finally opened. The woman's eyes were red, and her face was both panicked and angry. She ran to the corridor, hugged the injured Zheng Yinluan and cried, "Husband, husband, how are you?" Zheng Yinluan was extremely weak. "Wife, it's all my fault that I'm useless and can't save Abeo. Abeo is their son, who was kidnapped by the grain collectors." Zheng Yinluan's wife was extremely angry and scolded Jiang Ning and others. "Do you still have humanity? Why did you kill my husband? Why?" Everyone was shocked by her words. "Your husband took advantage of the situation and stabbed us in the back. Is it our fault that we were not stabbed to death? If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have been captured by them. It's all your fault. Now you want to kill my husband. You are the inhuman executioners. Your son was kidnapped, so your husband can kill me?" Jiang Ning thought it was funny. "Since your husband dared to kill me, why can't I fight back?" Lu Yu was angry. "You don't have the ability to protect him. Why do you blame us? Before installing the stainless steel door, we asked you to think carefully. It would be dangerous to be close to the 18th floor. What did you say at the time? And what did you do later?" Zhang Chao and others were furious. "When we encountered danger, we were the first to die. And you were cowards who couldn't die. Now you even blame us for your son being kidnapped. Why don't you blame yourself for being cowardly and useless? You don't have the courage to fight them. But you are good at stabbing us. Do you think the 18th floor is easy to bully?" Zheng Yinluan's wife was hysterical. "It's you. It's all you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered this bad luck." Chapter 93. Jiang Ning was too lazy to talk nonsense. "Since you are unlucky to be near us, get out of trouble immediately. Why should we move?" Zheng Yinluan's wife stared at her angrily. "You caused my son to be tied up and injured my husband. This matter is not over yet." Jiang Ning was speechless. "What do you want?" Zheng Yinluan grabbed his wife, endured the pain and looked at Jiang Ning and others. "Everyone, I am really sorry. This is not fair of me. I should never have attacked you. But I really have no choice. Abeo is only 8 years old. If I don't do it, Abeo will be killed by them. I deserve what happened today. But the mistakes made by adults have nothing to do with children. Can you help me rescue Abeo?" Jiang Ning didn't know how he had the nerve to say this. If he had defended the building together with the Zhong family at the beginning, and told the 18th floor the real intentions of the other party after his son was kidnapped, Jiang Ning might not have risked his life to save his son. But she knew the fate of those people, and would also tell him indirectly that the kidnapped child could come back safely. But it is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. He hit himself the first time he encountered danger. But he repeatedly let the 18th floor die. And now he let the 18th floor sacrifice his life to save his son. Jiang Ning said bluntly, "You are thinking about shit." She ignored him and walked straight to 1702, kicking the door. "You have to be brave enough to hide in there for the rest of your life." Zheng Weili kicked harder. "Listen, people inside, if you don't come out, I will knock you down." However, 1702 refused to open. "Okay, you can do it," Jiang Ning sneered. "If we come again next time, 18th floor will be the loser." After that, he ignored the others and went upstairs. Zheng Weili and others did the same. Who wants to be a sucker again? Wait until 17th floor is destroyed. Zheng Yinluan's wife wanted to settle accounts with Jiang Ning, but her husband grabbed her hand tightly. "Ollie, listen to me. I'm dying." She hugged Zheng Yinluan and cried loudly. "No, husband. You won't die. It's my fault. I didn't keep an eye on my son. Cold. So cold. The damp cold air keeps drilling into the bones. Pain. So painful. I feel my internal organs are gradually stiffening. Ollie, don't bother the 18th floor after I die." Zheng Yinluan struggled to get up. "Those people will not let the 18th floor go. And the people on the 18th floor will not compromise. You have to live well, and wait for Abeo to come back for me. Hubby, I can't live without you. If the 18th floor wins, Abeo may have a chance to come back. You leave now. Find a place to hide. Don't care about anyone or anything. Zhang Yinluan dragged his bleeding body, took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen and struggled downstairs. I'm going to fight those people now. You can't die. You absolutely can't die. You have to take Abeo to live. The woman was heartbroken. Husband. Zhang Yinluan didn't care, and held on to his last consciousness, stubbornly walking down step by step. Just after walking out of the 7th floor and stepping on the solid ice for a few steps, his stiff body fell to the ground and never got up again. As soon as Jiang Ning opened the door, Kaylai suddenly rushed over, whining at her and scratching her with his claws. Knowing that it was frightened, Jiang Ning squatted down and stroked its head. Good boy. I'm fine. The dog was so anxious that he didn't listen and slapped her shoulder with a claw. Jiang Ning, who was beaten, Wu, Zheng Weili and others were shocked. They didn't expect the boss dog to be so fierce that he even dared to whimper at his master. What to do? Both of them are bosses, and they are all flesh and blood. They will be biased no matter which one they help. So, everyone understood each other and looked away. Seeing nothing, Kola threw himself into Jiang Ning's arms, sobbing. The poop shoveler thought it was a burden and refused to help in the fight. Oh, my Keelai is very powerful, but they have hard weapons in their hands, and they can kill people if they hit them. Jiang Ning kept comforting it. Next time you must join us. Okay? Kola looked up at her. Really not lying to dogs? Really? Jiang Ning picked up its paw and made a pinky promise. Luyu and Zhang Chao were India's. Really? Only Gozi had the courage to beat Jiang Ning, and others would have died countless times. Anyway, they don't have the courage. The psychological shadow of being beaten by her when he was a child has not dissipated until now. Alas, how can the gap between being a human and being a dog be so big? Huishan opened the door, and Daodu also rushed over, pouting in grievance, tears rolling in his eyes. He gently touched his sister's head. Don't cry. Brother is fine. Daodu hugged him tightly. Brother, I can do it too. Why do they tie her to a tree or lock her in the house every time she encounters danger? Wait for the two to calm down, and all the people on the 18th floor will gather at 1803. Zhang Chao and Luyu put the things they found on the table. How do we divide these? Other things are easy to say, but the key is the 3 hardcore weapons, which are really tempting. With this thing in hand, I feel more confident. Jiang Ning is also happy, because everyone on the 18th floor finally has one. Coke is very clever. He has seen the shovel man playing with this thing and knows that it is a powerful guy. He came over without hesitation, picked up a handful, and put it in Jiang Ning's hand. He thought it was not enough, so he picked up another handful and held it in his mouth. As long as he has this thing, the shovel man will not lock it in the house. Wow! 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 Crows cried above everyone's heads, and they were shocked by the dog cool operation and were dumbfounded for a while. Jiang Ning should get a handful. But what's wrong with him? He should open it. Why is he so fierce? Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she snatched the 2 from its mouth and put them back on the table. Who would complain about having too much of this stuff? But the 18th floor was a group, and having it alone was not as good as having it with everyone. So she didn't rush to speak. Seeing that no one spoke, Zheng Weili thought for a while. How about 1 for each family? Zhang Chao and Luyu had no objection, and hoped that Jiang Ning and Huishan would agree, so that they would be more confident in defending the building. Huishan looked at Jiang Ning, thought for a while, and then spoke. I can do without it. Ah? No. That's right. He is a master of guns. How can he look down on shoddy products? This is too damaging to his image. Jiang Ning wanted it, but she already had one in her hand, so she gave it to the 3 people for self-defense. I don't want it either. Zheng Weili was stunned. Aining? Why don't you want it? Jiang Ning pretended to take the gun and look at it. It's quite rough. There won't be any problems. Right? Huishan took it out and disassembled it quickly. Luyu and Zhang Chao were shocked. This hand speed. Wow! Kneel down. He checked the parts. It was made privately. But the materials are okay. As long as you don't shoot continuously, there will be no risk of explosion. How many rounds are considered continuous shooting? No more than 10 rounds. Then they were relieved. There were only 34 bullets in total. Not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Huishan didn't want it. But Zheng Weili insisted on giving it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning knew that Huishan was giving her a way out. So she went along with it. Today's matter can't be resolved. We will be in greater danger in the future. You must have something hard to guard the building. It's very chaotic outside now. I go out more in the next 2 days. And maybe I can get one. You guys make do with it for now, and see if there is a chance to change to a better one in the future. Chapter 94. Since Jiang Ning was determined not to take it, 1803 each took one. And the rest were regarded as common property. And they were all handed over to her for protection. And they would be exchanged for supplies later. What about the 2 families downstairs? Zheng Weili was angry. We go down and pry open their door later. And kick them all out. So that they won't feel as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Zhang Chao was thoughtful. What about the Zhong family? The Zhong family was okay. But those 2 families were really annoying and calculating. We don't care about other people's business. Just guard the 18th floor. Want to get more? There is no such a cheap thing in the world. However, today's incident has taught the 18th floor a lesson. Be careful when you go out in the future and don't let others target you. Zheng Weili said. Life and death are determined by fate. If I am caught by them one day, don't be stupid enough to rescue me. Me too. Zhang Chao's expression was determined. Anyway, if I eat enough, my family will not be hungry. If I die, no one will miss me. Don't step into the trap. It's not worth it for my worthless life. Lu Yu hugged Zheng Weili. Wife, even if I die, I want to die with you. Jiang Ning pushed them. Why set a flag? Do you think you have lived too long? Yes. This is unlucky. We must live to the end of time. Watch the natural disaster end. And the world return to civilization. After Jiang Ning and Huishan left, Zheng Weili suddenly remembered something important. Where is our firewood? Hurriedly walked downstairs. And when she went out, there was no trace of firewood. Zheng Weili put her hands on her hips and roared at the survivors on the floor. Who took my firewood? If you don't want to die, you have half an hour to hand it over. I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for cleaning up every family one by one. These 3 people risked their lives to chop back the firewood. How can we let others take advantage of it? After yelling, he went back upstairs to rest. Lu Yu calculated the time and went downstairs to collect firewood after half an hour. Don't say it. The firewood was really returned obediently. But it was just thrown in the corridor. After running several times, he didn't lose a single piece of firewood. Jiang Ning was deeply moved. The 18th floor was really notorious. Firewood is a small matter. How to deal with these people next? Jiang Ning knew that their nest was at home. So he had to either not take it down or finish them off. This group of people had a society, which seemed to be called the Dragon Slayer Society. Don't ask Jiang Ning why he remembered it so clearly. In his previous life, he saw them being publicly tried, and then all of them ate peanuts. But that was a few months later. And it was still early. In his previous life, they not only collected protection grain, but also bullied decent women and harmed public officials. In short, they did all kinds of evil that are too numerous to list. The survivors complained bitterly. And the police led the security team to investigate. And the result was, later, the government dispatched armed police, special police, and even called in the army, and dispatched countless elites to destroy the Dragon Slayer Society. In addition to those who were annihilated on the spot, there were as many as 300 or 400 people who were publicly sentenced on the spot. The crimes were so numerous that it would take more than half an hour to read them all. In short, it would not be too much to execute them 1,000 times. It took a long time, and Jiang Ning recalled it repeatedly, and a lot of important information came to her mind. In the evening, she deliberately changed into old and ragged clothes, and did not forget to say hello to Zheng Weili. I'm going out for a walk. Zheng Weili was worried. What are you going out for? We can't just sit there and wait for death. I go get some information. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we win this battle. I go with you. 2 people are too conspicuous. I go out and test the wind first. There's really no other way. Okay. Be careful. Wrapping himself tightly, Jiang Ning shrank his head and headed for Lian Mansion. He was wearing tattered clothes and had nothing on him. The pickpockets and robbers on the roadside didn't even raise their eyelids. For such a thing that didn't make any money, why waste your energy? It was almost dark when we arrived at Lian Mansion. Jiang Ning found a place to avoid the wind and took out a telescope to observe from a distance. The gate was guarded by someone, and people entering and leaving needed to check their identities, which seemed to be a round object. And they also had to exchange secret codes. It had been too long, and Jiang Ning couldn't remember everything. He watched them lip-sync and then thought about the pass and secret code. Fortunately, these were mentioned in the public trial. Jiang Ning stared at their mouths and quickly matched the secret code to the seat. Lian Mansion has 4 entrances and exits. The secret code is rotated, but the pass for each exit is different. Under the cover of night, Jiang Ning checked every entrance and exit, watching them carry the extorted materials in. And some came out drunk. All of them were fed by the survivors. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a group of men forcibly dragging a few girls into the community. Once you step into such a place, there is no chance to get out. Jiang Ning felt heavy in his heart and flashed into the space in the darkness. He spent half an hour writing a letter, put on night vision goggles and ice skates, and whizzed through the cold wind. She arrived at the new police station, and it was dark outside. There were not enough people to begin with, and with the arrival of the natural disaster mode, they became the target of criminals. It was dangerous during the day, let alone at night. And now there was no one on duty. There was a security patrol team, but order suddenly fell, and crime was rampant. Even the corpse collection team was hard to find. But the security team was not fully recruited. They were more afraid of losing their lives than going hungry. Later, the military and political forces took strong measures and eliminated many evil elements, and the public security gradually improved. Jiang Ning put the letter into the mailbox, which contained all the information she knew about the Dragon Slayer Society. If they believed it, they would seize the best opportunity to destroy it, which would not only protect many survivors, but also reduce their own casualties. Even if a gang that can make illegal guns is jointly destroyed by the 3 departments in the future, it has paid the price of dozens of lives. Now, their illegal manufacturing should have just started. Jiang Ning is a flesh and blood body. Even if she lives again, she just wants to live longer. This is all she can do. Back at Jinrong community, there was a tall shadow in front of him. Jiang Ning took a few quick steps forward. What, Ishan? The shadow stopped. Aiming? Jiang Ning was a little surprised. Why did you go out? It was stuffy in the room. So I came out to get some fresh air. Huishan asked back. What about you? Jiang Ning nodded. Me too. The two smiled at each other, and no one asked any more questions. They walked upstairs in tacit understanding. The body had been on the 16th floor for a long time during the day, and no one had taken it away even though it was frozen hard. The residents cursed and said that the 18th floor had no sense of public morality. And while complaining, they joined forces to throw the dirty things out of the window. Just turned around. I saw Jiang Ning and Huishan standing quietly at the stairs. Ah! The people on the 16th floor screamed in fear, and explained with a pale face. We didn't scold you. After that, they went back to their rooms as if they had seen a ghost, and closed and locked the door. My God! The people on the 18th floor are like wandering ghosts. So scary. They just said that casually, and they really didn't mean any harm. But don't come to them. Namo Amidba. Chapter 95. Jiang Ning ignored them, and looked at the round stainless steel ornament on the ground. It should have fallen from the body. It happened to be the Pastilian Hoarding. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao thought it was useless, and didn't take it away at all. Jiang Ning squatted down to pick it up. It looked like a backpack ornament. It was probably obtained from a factory, and then distributed to members. Back upstairs, Zheng Weili opened the door immediately after hearing the noise. Seeing the two people coming back together, she was stunned for a moment. Why are you back so late? Did you get any news? Seeing that Huishan didn't say anything, Jiang Ning nodded and said, I just walked out of the community, and saw a team collecting protection grain. So I followed them quietly, and found that they entered Lian Hoarding. After listening to her story, Zheng Weili was shocked. You mean? Their hideout is in the community. Lian Hoarding is very large, with more than 20 residential buildings alone. How many people are there in it? Did this gang develop from residents of the community? Or was it occupied by evil forces outside? If it was occupied, are the original residents still alive? Not only did they collect food for protection, they also went directly into the homes of survivors to rob them under the guise of going out to collect supplies. This is also the reason why the 18th floor was targeted. Zhang Chao and Liu Yu's brains were buzzing. They thought it was a gang of dozens of people at most. But who knew? There were only 5 combat-capable people on the 18th floor. Even if they were cut into slices, it would not be enough to fill their teeth. So, subconsciously looking at Jiang Ning and Huishan. What should we do next? What should we do? The worst-case scenario is to leave it cold. Jiang Ning pretended to be stupid and looked at Huishan next to him, being cared for by everyone. Huishan thought for a while. Don't be impulsive. I go check it out tomorrow. The 18th floor didn't sleep. And the 17th floor was even more frightening. Mother Zhong was scared to death. Mom, when I came back just now, I almost stepped on a corpse on the 16th floor. And the door downstairs was also smashed. What happened? I thought the family was in trouble. But fortunately my mother-in-law was unharmed. It was a close call today. But Grandma Zhong was still frightened. She sighed and said, something big happened. After hearing what her mother-in-law said, Zhong's mother was stunned for a long time. Is Zhang Yinluan crazy? We agreed to face difficulties together. But he became a coward and stabbed her in the back? And the Su family in 1702. I really misjudged them at the beginning. Mom, what should we do now? Zhong's mother was very worried. Her husband and son were both at work, and she and her mother-in-law were the only ones left at home. If the 18th floor really didn't care about their lives, what would happen to their family? These 2 bad apples ruined the whole pot of soup. There's no point in being afraid. You've been busy all day. Go to bed early and think about what to do tomorrow. Mrs. Zhong didn't close her eyes. After making sure her daughter-in-law was asleep, she tiptoed to the kitchen to boil a pot of water. She opened the door and poured it into the crack of 1702. The weather was extremely cold, and the water quickly froze. Mrs. Zhong stood in the corridor and sighed deeply in the dark. It didn't matter whether she died or not, but she couldn't leave the hidden danger to the children. She had lived to this day, and many people younger than her died before her. But the children were still young, especially Zhong Ping, who had just graduated and found a job, and had not yet married and had children. Alas, when will the natural disaster end? After calming down, Grandma Zhong closed the door and went back to her room. She wrapped herself in a quilt and didn't sleep all night. She was half asleep and woke up by the banging noises downstairs. Both people and dogs are used to it, as long as they don't pry open the door on the 18th floor. She covered her head with a quilt and continued to sleep. When she woke up, Jiang Ning heard a sound in the corridor. She opened the door and found Liu Yu listening to the noise downstairs. What's wrong? Liu Yu smiled twice. The Su family in 1702 refused to open the door yesterday, and I don't know what happened today. They suddenly moved. Jiang Ning didn't care. They're probably afraid that the gang will come back for revenge, and they're worried that they get into trouble. It's better to move away, so there won't be another person stabbing you in the back. Liu Yu told her what he heard. I just heard Grandma Zhong greet them, and it seems that the Su family is moving to the shelter. That's right. In response to the unprecedented cold wave in the south, the government replanned the shelter. The houses in the south don't have heating, so they can only use the most primitive heating methods. A large number of survivors gathered in the shelter, and the densely packed people were warm. But it was filled with all kinds of smells, and it was difficult to stretch out even your hands and feet, let alone lie down to sleep, take a hot shower, etc. People will collapse if they don't sleep. But when they wake up after sleeping, they may have nothing left except themselves. The landlords don't have any surplus food, not to mention that there are so many people in the city. So the nature of the refugees is to temporarily provide transitional assistance. And it is stipulated that any survivors who come in have only 1 month of residence rights. After the expiration, they can only go to the public heating area, and the public heating area is only heated during the day. At night, the heating can be turned off, and people can be frozen into icicles. Therefore, many people would rather go out to get relief food and go up the mountain to chop firewood for heating, rather than go to the shelter. At least there are quilts at home, and they can sleep while burning firewood. Liu Yu asked Jiang Ning. Only the Zhong family is left on the 17th floor. What should we do now? We talked it out before the Zhong family moved in. Jiang Ning had no expression. Everywhere is dangerous now. Let's see how the Zhong family protects themselves. Don't put your hopes on us. The 18th floor is a human, not a god. And they don't know how long they can live. While chatting, Huishan opened the door and walked out. Aining, are you going to check it out today? Huishan was not from Fengcheng, and he didn't even know where Lianhaoding was. It just so happened that Jiangning also wanted to check it out. So he nodded and agreed. You have to be low-key when visiting. Jiangning put on old clothes. And Huishan was also low-key. But, he is too tall, with a good body proportion and a pair of long legs. No matter how low-key he is, he will stand out from the crowd. Jiangning was curious. How tall are you? 189. This height is outstanding in the north, let alone in the south. It is really an eye-catching existence in the crowd. Jiangning was a little worried. How about I go by myself? Huishan's mouth twitched slightly. It's okay. I won't hold you back. At this point, Jiangning couldn't say anything. Anyway, he was very skilled and would not be trapped even if he was discovered. So, the two were handed over to 1803 to raise. The devil had been cultivated, and the survivors of Jinrong community had trained their eyes to be sharp. Even if the two were low-key and disguised, they were still recognized. No one dared to approach them. The truth cannot be hidden. And the fight yesterday had already spread. Although they were afraid, they were particularly united this time. And without exception, they all hoped that they could win. Even if this idea was unrealistic. The 18th floor is evil. But as long as you don't provoke them, they won't harvest heads or collect protection food. If you kill those who collect protection food, they can also make some money. After all, there are only a few people on the 18th floor. How much can they eat? Unfortunately, Jiangning has no idea of their thoughts. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. They are just a group of people who like to take shelter under a big tree. If you want to count on them, you better go to bed early. Dreams will make your wishes come true. Chapter 96. Being alert all the way. They took a shortcut to the vicinity of Lian Mansion. Huishan was not in a hurry to approach, but circled it from a distance. Then took Jiangning into an office building and took out a telescope to observe. Not staring at the gate, but looking at the high-rise buildings in the community. There are lookouts for counter-reconnaissance. Jiangning was shocked. No wonder so many people were sacrificed in the previous life, and a heavy price was paid to wipe out the Dragon Slayer Society. It turned out that the leader was not an ordinary evil. When it comes to investigation, Huishan is undoubtedly professional. He found several suspicious lookout points, bypassed them, and continued to observe the entrance. Seeing that he didn't move for a long time, Jiangning asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" Watching them talk. Do you know lip reading? A little bit. Jiangning covered his mouth. Fortunately, he didn't say bad things about him. However, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. All special police were dispatched for special missions without exception. They need to master various skills, not to mention lip reading, and even micro-expression experts. Otherwise, when facing extremely vicious criminals, how can they accurately judge whether to shoot to rescue hostages? At this moment, Jiangning felt cold all over, and the chill rushed straight to his forehead. Did she really have any secrets in front of him? Noticing her stiffness, Huishan put down the telescope. What's wrong? Jiangning's brain was a little frozen. What did they say? You need a pass to enter and exit. And you have to use a code word. What code word? I don't understand this. I need to go back and analyze it. Jiangning believed him. It was obvious that he didn't say anything on purpose. The people who entered were almost facing away from us, and we couldn't see their mouth shapes clearly, but we could guess how many words they said based on the frequency of their mouth opening. It would take time to decipher it. It was evening, and the weather seemed to be getting colder. On the way back, Huishan suddenly said, "The Dragon Slayer Society should have a big event these days." Jiangning looked surprised. What is it? Their boss is going to have a birthday, and many people are preparing gifts. It will probably be a big event. Jiangning could only be thankful that he was not an enemy. This kind of person is really scary. That's right. The Dragon Slayer Society's #1 person's birthday is not only a big event, but also a special one. She didn't witness it, but just listening to the public trial was outrageous. But this was also the best opportunity. The next few days were calm. Jiangning did not come out again. But Huishan would go out from time to time. Late at night, there was a knock on the door of the staircase. Zhong Ping came back and had something to discuss with the 18th floor. After hearing about what happened a few days ago, he was so anxious that he couldn't even sleep. So he took a leave today to come back. He brought back a power storage box and made a frequency converter, which can be installed on a bicycle to generate electricity through mechanical rotation. The power storage box can store 20 degrees of electricity. But Zhong Ping is not here for mobile phone charging or lighting, relying on stainless steel doors alone. The 17th and 18th floors are not safe enough. I want to electrify the 3 doors on the 17th floor. If they dare to smash them, they will be electrocuted. Everyone on the 18th floor, This guy is quite capable, thinking that the stainless steel door is electrified. Anyone who tries to force his way in will be electrocuted to the point of numbness, and even become a roasted mouse. Zhang Chao expressed doubt. Can it really generate electricity? Yes, but it will be more difficult to pedal. Zhong Ping said honestly. My grandma is old, and my mom has to work during the day, so you have to rely on pedaling to generate electricity. He calculated that if everyone on the 18th floor pedals for 1 hour a day, the electricity generated can sustain 24-hour operation. After charging for 5 hours, it can be used for 24 hours. If you are more diligent, you can also charge the mobile phone flashlight. Although there is a solar charger, there is no sunshine in the extreme cold, and even the sky is gray. Sometimes it doesn't work after charging for 2 or 3 days. In extremely cold weather, mobile phones are not only slow to use, but also consume a lot of power. Zhong Ping's suggestion is equivalent to the Zhong family providing equipment, the 18th floor maintaining and operating it, and everyone working together to protect the safety of the 17th and 18th floors. Liu is a little worried. The stainless steel door is powered on. Will it leak electricity and shock us? No. I will install switches on both floors. When the power is on, the indicator light will light up. You can just follow the instructions. It was not easy for Zhong Ping to come back, so he made arrangements immediately after confirming it. Zhang Chao and Liu helped him. It was late at night, and it was finally done. The handrails on both sides of the stairs were cut off. The wires were connected to the 18th floor, and the switches and working indicator lights were also installed. Zhang Chao and Liu quietly threw a small piece of fat meat on the door, and they really smelled the burnt smell. Yes, it can really burn. Out of humanitarianism, they did not forget to post a warning sign next to it. There is electricity. No shooting. No responsibility for electrocution. Back upstairs, Liu was eager to show off his toughness, and was the first to volunteer to pedal a high-power bicycle to generate electricity. 10 minutes was easy. 20 minutes was a bit tiring. 30 minutes was a break. After an hour, he collapsed, panting. Chow, I can't do it anymore. Sure enough, a weak person is a weak person. No matter how he trains, he is still weak. Zhang Chao reminded him in a friendly way. We men can't say no. You can do it. Go ahead. An hour later, Zhang Chao collapsed. I really can't do it. Zhong Ping, this bastard, said that riding a bicycle is very easy. He is such a rip-off. Zheng Weili looked at the two people who were exhausted, and rode for an hour without sweating. What's wrong with you? The two were silent. Is there gender discrimination in bicycles? When it was Jiang Ning's turn to ride, she moved the bicycle back to the house. She estimated the amount of electricity generated by the 3 people riding the bicycle, and directly placed the battery storage box in the space. It took about 20 minutes to charge, but she accidentally charged too much. 2 hours later, the car was delivered. Zhang Chao was shocked when he saw the battery level. Aining, how long have you been pedaling? Jiang Ning pretended to be weak and leaned against the door frame. I accidentally pedaled for 2 hours. Almost stepped on me to death. This is 2 days' work. Don't come to me tomorrow. 2 hours? No. He had to increase it to an hour and a half, and try to get rid of the weak hat as soon as possible. Feeling unhappy, the 2 brothers secretly drank in bed at night. Chow, Weili doesn't sweat. Aining can do it for 2 hours, and Brother Shin can do it for 3 hours without blinking an eye. Why do you think we are always at the bottom? Zhang Chao was upset and took a big gulp of wine. Why do we work so hard, but are always suppressed by others? Is it possible that once we are suppressed, we will be suppressed for the rest of our lives? No. We must stand up. How to be strong. Liu Yu really tried his best. I don't think I am so weak outside. How come I can't even lift my head on the 18th floor? It was okay before. My wife liked him. But now, I feel that she is getting more and more disgusted. Ming. His biceps are erect. The two fell on the bed in despair. Even Coke is better than us. What's the point of living like this? The door was powered. And there was a dog at home. But the 18th floor did not relax at all. Huishan made a battle plan. It is true that the door was powered. But have you ever thought that they climbed up from the sewer pipes of the windows and stairs? Zhang Chao and Liu Yu's scalps tingled. According to you, they can also dig a hole and get up? Huishan was serious. It is possible. Tired. Destroy it. Hurry up. Chapter 97. Complaints are complaints. But you still have to continue after complaining. Huishan listed various ways of attacking. And at the same time gave a perfect response plan. Jiang Ning sighed again. It is really not easy to live well in the end times. In the evening, Grandma Zhong shouted downstairs, saying that the relief food for the day after tomorrow will be temporarily distributed tomorrow. Zheng Weili and others were surprised. Why was it distributed in advance? Jiang Ning subconsciously glanced at Huishan, and he happened to look over. The four eyes met, and then looked away. Weili, I want to go get it tomorrow morning, and take Coke downstairs for a walk in the afternoon. Zheng Weili didn't think much. Okay, then we go after you come back. At night, I couldn't sleep. Jiang Ning was a little emotional, thinking that with space, he could live a better life. But this kind of good also has to pay a price. Hope. Tomorrow's wish will come true. The relief food was distributed at 9 o'clock. And Jiang Ning and Huishan agreed to go out at 7 o'clock on the intercom. I went out early, but Zheng Weili was riding a bicycle in the aisle. Seeing that Daodu didn't come out, she asked casually, Daodu isn't going? Huishan nodded. Daodu hasn't woken up yet. It was still early for the relief food distribution. And the two of them went out so early without Daodu. Cough. Still refused to admit it. Just being stubborn. Of course, Zheng Weili wouldn't expose it. So they just waited. After leaving Jinrong community, the two did not go to the neighborhood committee to line up, but went to Lianhua Court. Today is the birthday of the number one person in the Dragon Slayer Society. According to the information Huishan had found out, a grand birthday party will be held. Just as they reached the intersection, he suddenly paused. Jiang Ning was puzzled. What's wrong? Huishan stretched out his hand and suddenly held her waist. Jiang Ning's head buzzed, and she had the urge to draw her knife and stab him. If she hadn't known him and trusted his character, I'm afraid she would have seen blood. There is surveillance. Don't look around. Huishan held her, slowly moved forward in the extreme cold, lowered his head, and spoke in a low voice. Are we being targeted? Lian Hoarding. Jiang Ning's eyes flashed with surprise. Could it be that the police accepted her letter? I hate people who only finish their sentences halfway. But if Lian Hoarding is really being targeted, there might be someone who can read lips. To avoid suspicion, Jiang Ning decisively shut up, and even overcame her psychological barriers to get closer to Huishan, making the two look more like an intimate couple. Huishan kept hugging her, walked around Lian Hoarding, and finally turned into the alley and left. He took his hand back. Sorry, Lian Hoarding is being targeted. Not sure, but intuitively yes. All four exits are being targeted. The intuition of the special police is much more sensitive than that of ordinary people. Besides, Jiang Ning was also alert along the way. Although he was not as sharp as him, he could vaguely feel the invisible killing in the air. She suddenly thought, the relief food was distributed in advance today. Could it be related to Lian Hoarding? It's possible. Hui looked closely for a few days, and found that in addition to a large number of dragon slayers, there were also many survivors in Lian Hoarding. For example, just now, many people came out to collect relief food. So many survivors either voluntarily sought shelter, or were forced to stay. The reason for distributing relief food in advance should be to lead the survivors out of Lian Mansion, to avoid becoming hostages of evil elements. In any case, Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were wiped out, this area should be stable for a long time. The two returned to the neighborhood committee, and there were already many survivors queuing up in a long queue. Jiang Ning lowered his voice. Today, relief food is distributed. Will the gang of henchmen come out to collect the protection food? Hui nodded. Yes. The Dragon Slayer Society has many henchmen. They are of low status, and are not qualified to attend the boss' birthday party. Only the top leaders of the gang have the honor. As a result, the firepower of Lien Hoarding was greatly reduced. This move was indeed a brilliant one. There were so many people that they had to wait in line for 2 hours before it was their turn. After receiving the relief food, the two returned to Jinrong community. Halfway through the journey, Huishan instantly became alert. He grabbed Jiang Ning's arm, lowered his head, and hurried in another direction. It's her. It's them. In the distance, a woman's sharp voice sounded. I can recognize them even if they turn into ashes. It's a little familiar. As if I've heard it somewhere before. Bang. 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 A row of bullets came. Huishan grabbed Jiang Ning and ran. And a dozen men behind him chased him with guns raised. Bullets passed by. And the two ran into the office building like lightning. Without any hesitation, they ran up the stairs. Jiang Ning came out fully armed and took out a gun from the space by the action of reaching into his pocket. He kept running up and looking for a cover to ambush. Hurry. They are up there. A group of tattooed arms chased after him. Brother Kun has spoken. Bring the head of the 18th floor as a gift to the boss. Huishan took cover from the stairs and fired 2 shots from a high position, hitting the head perfectly. However, the opponent's firepower was too strong, and they just sprayed it. After a battle, Huishan killed 5 people. But Jiang Ning's shooting skills were not as accurate as his, and he only injured 2. While fighting and retreating, Jiang Ning ran into an office with a door that looked very solid. Yes, it was the office of the domineering boss again. After locking the door, the two ran into the domineering boss's lounge and locked the door again. The first gunfight. I forgot to be afraid during the fight. And now my head is full of sweat. Before the Dragon Slayer Society was wiped out, the 18th floor was sniped first. I wonder what happened to Sheng Weili and the others. If the 18th floor was attacked, Kailei and Daodu would probably have a bad ending. For a moment, his forehead was full of sweat. While raising his hand to wipe the sweat, Jiang Ning found that Huishan looked painful, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. You were shot? It's okay. I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. The bullets are limited, and every bullet must hit the target. Although there was no injury to the vital parts, the body was injured by the power generated by the high-speed rotating bullet hitting the steel plate, and it would take some time to recover. Where is the injury? The shoulder, or the hand holding the gun? Jiang Ning's head buzzed. He pushed her just now. Could it be that he was injured at that time? If so, wouldn't it be? Before he could think about it, there was a violent kick on the door outside. Huishan didn't care, but directly broke the glass of the boss's lounge, took out the escape rope, and tied it to the rack. Aining, you go down from here and go back to Jinrong community immediately. What about you? I'm wearing a bulletproof vest and I have bullets, which is enough to deal with him. No, he didn't have enough bullets. Go! At the critical moment, Huishan frowned. I hold him back. You go back to the 18th floor to rescue Daodu and others. How can you deal with so many people alone? They are well prepared. If we all stay, we will definitely die. As he was talking, the people outside had already rushed in and fired at the door lock of the lounge. You go first. I can get away alone. You think she is a burden? Right. Jiang Ning felt bad, but he was better than her. She didn't act pretentiously and handed over a few bullets. Huishan, if you want to come back alive, I won't take care of Daodu for you. You have to take care of your own sister. Don't count on others at any time. Chapter 98. Huishan stared at Jiang Ning. I try my best. However, the other party was determined to harvest the heads of the 2 men. The axe chopped down heavily, and the wooden door of the lounge was suddenly chopped through. Forget it. No one can leave today, no matter how powerful they are. They can't face the enemy's heavy firepower and retreat unscathed. It happened in a flash. Jiang Ning grabbed Huishan's hand and flashed into the space. Several people rushed in, regardless of anything, raised their guns and fired. The lounge was in a mess, and all the glass was broken. The screen flashed, and Huishan was shocked by the scene in front of him. Jiang Ning didn't want to do that, but he was really desperate and couldn't leave him there to be shot into a sieve. Besides, the bullet in his shoulder was most likely shot when he pulled her. Man proposes, God disposes. And the secret is still exposed. The only thing to be thankful for is that even in space, Jiang Ning is still vigilant. The RV is placed in the living room on the second floor, and all the food and supplies are placed in each room, and the rooms are locked. The lobby on the first floor is empty except for the suspended light and shadow timer. At the same time, Jiang Ning put his hands in his pockets, his finger on the trigger. As long as Hui Yishan showed a greedy look, she would send him to have tea with the king of hell without hesitation. After being shocked, Hui Yishan looked at Jiang Ning. Where is this? Jiang Ning touched his nose. Well, how should I put it? This is my space. Space? Hui Yishan frowned, not expecting such a mysterious thing to exist. His eyes fell on the black soil garden. Piles of furniture piled in the corner. Felled trees and bamboo. Sprouting peanuts and corn seedlings. Green vegetables. Mature red grapes. Etc. The pupils trembled again. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Jiang Ning tried. How about some grapes? Hui Yishan retracted his gaze. No. Thank you. I don't know if he is too cunning or really has no desires. His eyes can't capture anything except the calmness after the shock. Jiang Ning thought of the business. How is your injury? Hui Yishan touched his shoulder. There was a bullet hole in his clothes. The bullet was embedded in the steel plate, and his muscles and bones were painful and numb. It's okay. I won't die. Did you get hurt when you pulled me just now? Hui Yishan turned his face away. No. Don't think too much. Jiang Ning didn't catch his eyes, and didn't know whether what he said was true or not. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. And she asked, is the person outside gone? The glass window was broken, and the escape rope was thrown out. Even if they were suspicious, they would definitely leave if they didn't find anyone. Hui Yishan estimated the time. It should have been 5 minutes since he came in. But he still asked cautiously, is the time and the space the same as outside? Same. They should leave. But we can't let our guard down. He has a lot of combat experience. Jiang Ning believes in his judgment, but still stays on his guard and leaves alone. As soon as she came out, Hui Yishan was pushed out by an overwhelming force. Shocked again, but reacted quickly enough. Not only standing still, but also making an attacking posture. Jiang Ning then explained, the space recognizes its master. If I'm not in it, all living things will be kicked out. In addition, the space cannot serve two masters. Once it recognizes its master, it cannot be robbed. If an accident occurs, I can use my consciousness to control it to self-destruct. Listening to her words, Hui Yishan had no reaction, and said lightly, very good. As the name suggests, he is indeed deep enough. Jiang Ning did not dare to take it lightly, and could only continue to observe. The boss's rest room was empty, messy everywhere, and the floor was full of dirty footprints. Jiang Ning looked downstairs, and saw a group of people rushing out of the office building. Hurry. Don't let them run away. Oh no. The flower arms rushed to Jinrong community. The two looked at each other, and followed downstairs. For fear of attracting attention, the two did not run, but took a shortcut to Jinrong community. Hui Yishan said calmly, don't worry. 1803 is not a pushover. They have guns in their hands, and the door on the 17th floor is powered, so it's not easy to get in. Jiang Ning nodded. The 6 doors are still relatively safe. Besides, he has thought of countermeasures for possible attacks in the past few days. As long as Zhang Chao and others don't do anything stupid, it will be impossible to break through all at once. Taking a shortcut is faster, and they ran back to the community soon. Not seeing any big movement in the unit building, Hui Yishan took Jiang Ning to a hidden place to hide. Just as he hid, he saw a group of people rushing in aggressively. They were the ones who had exchanged fire in the office building. Hurry. They are in this building. There are stainless steel doors on the 17th and 18th floors. They also have guns and smoke bombs. A disheveled woman chased him and said impatiently, I tell you everything I know. As long as the people on the 18th floor are dead, you have to return my son to me. Huabai hated the crazy woman nagging and kicked her hard. Get out. The woman fell to the ground and screamed, but she held Huabai's legs tightly and didn't let go. You promised to return my son to me. Fuck. Huabai raised his other foot and chopped it hard on the woman's head. In the extremely cold weather, the 2 ruthless kicks made the woman faint. We chose to bomb the 18th floor today because we wanted to give it to the leader as a gift from Brother Kuan. But we lost several brothers in the office building, and the 2 men escaped. It was because this bitch didn't make her words clear that they underestimated the enemy. With a lot of anger in his heart, Wabai kicked the crazy woman hard to vent his anger, and kicked her more than 10 times before he stopped. Let's go. I must bomb the 18th floor today. With full of anger, the group rushed up fiercely. The crazy woman was so dirty that she could no longer see her original appearance. But Jiang Ning still recognized her voice. Xing Yinluan's wife. Misfortune can be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortune cannot be survived. I remember that in the last life, the 3 departments cooperated and rescued a group of children. They were all kidnapped and threatened, and they were properly placed afterwards. I can understand her desire to save the children, but it is wrong to use other people's lives as bargaining chips. Jiang Ning did not have any sympathy, but did not kill her. In this extremely cold weather, there is no chance of waking up after fainting outdoors. Ah! Accompanied by the sound of slamming the door, a shrill scream came from upstairs. The 2 looked at each other and quietly went upstairs, intending to make dumplings with Zheng Weili. The steps were steady and slow. Just as they reached the 14th floor, screams rang out again, followed by a dark shadow falling from the staircase window. The hard ice surface downstairs was followed by a muffled bang sound. As Hui Yishan expected, they chose to climb over the wall and crawl into the sewer after being blocked by the electric switch. They only cared about climbing the pipes and never thought that Zhang Chao was waiting on the top floor. He was weak and had not yet mastered the superb skill of shooting eyes. But shooting the top of the head was not a problem. 2 people were stunned and 1 fell to death. The leader was furious. Fuck. His uncle. Chapter 99. I came here with my brothers in high spirits, but I didn't expect that more than half of them would be killed, while none of the people on the 18th floor died. Could it be that they really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Brother Kun is still waiting for him to bring back the heads of the people on the 18th floor to celebrate his birthday. You 2 go find some dry wood. I must blow this door open today. The 2 thugs quickly agreed and hurried downstairs. Hui Yishan exchanged glances with Jiang Ning. 3, 2, 1. Jiang Ning said he got it. So, when the 2 thugs rushed down the 14th floor and continued to go down, the 2 suddenly rushed out from the corridor. The tall one was given to Hui Yishan, and the short one was given to Jiang Ning. He had never really used it, but he had not used Hui Yishan neck for practice, and Jiang Ning was very familiar with the human skeleton. The first time he attacked, it was clean and neat. In a flash, 2 necks were crooked. He dragged them into the corridor, searched their weapons and bullets, and even took their passes. There were 5 more people upstairs. Hui Yishan loaded the magazine, suggesting that he would lead the charge, and Jiang Ning would be the backup. Leading the charge means charging, and the backup means protecting the safety of teammates, and only taking action when in danger, so as not to disrupt the rhythm of the charge. Jiang Ning made an okay gesture. So, the 2 of them quietly moved up. The leader was irritated and took out a cigarette from his pocket, and the henchman next to him quickly took out a match to light it. One stood at the stairs, and the other 2 kicked the door on the 16th floor, hoping to use the insulated furniture of the survivor's house to break open the stainless steel door with electricity. The survivor was not stupid, so how could he open the door for them? Perhaps relying on the gun. The henchman stood lazily and relaxed at the stairs. When he found something wrong, he didn't even have the chance to speak, and a flower bloomed on his forehead. The 4 of them rushed back to defend, but compared to Hui Yishan, who had received professional training and performed missions for many years, they were all scum. Before they could even pull the trigger, they were shot by 4 extremely accurate bullets. Jiang Ning, who was covering, when the gun went off, there was movement from upstairs, the sound of footsteps. Fearing that he would accidentally hurt his own people, Jiang Ning hurriedly asked, Weili? Aining? Zheng Weili was surprised. Are you all okay? No. Everyone has been dealt with. Zheng Weili and Liu came down with guns, and saw Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan standing at the stairs, and quickly turned on the switch. What's going on? This place is not suitable for talking. Jiang Ning took out their weapons and bullets, cigarettes, watches and so on. When a few of them went upstairs, she spoke. Today is the birthday of the Dragon Slayer Society leader, and someone wants to take our heads to celebrate his birthday. The danger was over, and Zhang Chao came down from the rooftop. He walked with the wind after killing 1 person. Aining. Did you see my brother wonderful shooting skills? Jiang Ning was in no mood to pay attention to him, as he had something more important to discuss. This time, more than a dozen people were dispatched to shoot directly with guns. But it won't be so simple next time. If these people want to establish their authority, they must use the 18th floor as a warning to others. Jiang Ning looked at Huishan. Today is the birthday party of the leader, and it happened to be the time for the distribution of relief food. Many of the henchmen went out to collect the protection food, so their defense should be the most empty. Huishan looked serious. Today is indeed the best opportunity. Zheng Weili was worried. But we only have 5 people, and they have at least hundreds of people. Fighting head-on would only lead to death. Jiang Ning suggested. You can't fight head-on. You can only outsmart it. Huishan said shockingly. Catch the leader first. If the leader of the Dragon Slayer Society is killed, the people below will fight for power, and no one will care about the 18th floor anymore. The two thought of the same thing, looked at each other, and made a decision. Zheng Weili was fed up with the waves. Okay. Then we leave life and death to fate. Just rush in and do it. They have been out for a long time, and haven't returned. Who knows if there will be another wave? You guys should stay on the 18th floor. Ashen and I will sneak in to see if there is any chance to attack. Zheng Weili was worried. No. It's too dangerous for you to be alone, Huishan said. With more people, it's easier to be exposed. Jiang Ning agreed. 1803 didn't have a bulletproof vest. Zheng Weili's combat ability was not weak, but shooting was not her specialty. Zhang Chao and Li were not in very good health. It would be more troublesome if they were caught. If it was just her and Huishan, even if they couldn't defeat them, they could still hide in the space. There were too many people, and their minds were mixed. The secret had been exposed once, and it would be troublesome if it was exposed again. If she had a choice, she didn't want to point the weapon at them. Zhang Chao knew that he was disliked, so he took out the gun. I won't hold you back, but you have to take this with you. This is what Jiang Ning lacks the most now. He threw all the things he picked up into the space. No need. I just took some from them. You keep it for self-defense. There is no time to lose. Just do it, no matter whether it will succeed or not. This gamble must be taken. Zheng Weili suddenly hugged Jiang Ning. Ning, you must come back safe and sound. Zhang Chao and Liu also hugged over. Ning, not a single hair can be missing. I try my best. Jiang Ning didn't like this tragic feeling, as if he was going to die. However, it was indeed a game of life and death. When going downstairs, Jiang Ning handed 2 guns to Huishan, and did not forget to grab a handful of bullets. It was illegally made, so it was not particularly easy to use, but it was better than nothing. Huishan took it, and returned 2 smoke bombs to her. The shell of the can was homemade at first glance. He really knows everything. Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh that it was not easy to live in the end times. After leaving the apartment building, the two headed towards Lianan Mansion. Who is not afraid of death? Jiang Ning hoped that the morning investigation was correct, and that he would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to get a bargain. However, ideals are full and reality is skinny. Lianan Mansion was calm. She looked at Huishan with a hint of doubt. It shouldn't be like this. This is the most lively time for birthday parties. If you don't go in when the enemy is most relaxed, it will be difficult to find another opportunity. On the way here, Jiang Ning heard some survivors complain that the food delivery truck broke down on the road, causing them to line up early, but still not get the food. The relief food is divided by region, and they happen to be talking about the neighborhood committee where Lian community is located. This trick can delay time, but it will easily arouse suspicion if it is delayed for too long. Could it be that something went wrong? Hui frowned deeply. He was keenly aware that the people who were secretly following him were still there, but he couldn't figure out why they hadn't taken action yet. Jiang Ning asked, "Are we still going in?" "Go in first, and we see what happens when the time comes." So, the two of them walked towards the west gate. Jiang Ning was a little worried. "Your height is too conspicuous. Will you recognize it?" "No. There are people taller than me inside." He observed for a few days, and the most people came in and out of the west gate, and there were many tall people. And the one guarding the gate was a drunkard, who liked to drink a few sips at noon, and was also lazy and slack. Having just experienced a tough scene, the two did not flinch, and walked to the gate with a calm face, showing the round ornaments. In extremely cold weather, everyone wore thick clothes, wrapped in scarves and hats. and only their eyes were exposed, and nothing else could be seen clearly. The gatekeeper nodded and waited for the two to give a secret signal. Chapter 100. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Jiang Ning did not rush to speak. Huishan looked calm. A river of bright moonlight shines on the ditch. Jiang Ning almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he was wrapped in a scarf. After 2 glasses of wine, the gatekeeper didn't want to be complained, so he waved his hand and let the two in. The inn mansion is very big, and it's true that people came in. But which building is the leader? Jiang Ning thought about it, and soon had a target. The elder brother who is keen on holding birthday parties is obviously a person who likes to show off. And he must have found the building king. The building king is definitely the C position, the most luxurious one. Looking up, I quickly found the target. Sure enough, there were many people coming in and out. The women were beautiful, and the men were elegant, and they looked of high status. The two were dressed too low-key, and there were guards in the building, so it was not easy to sneak in. What was even more depressing was that there was also an invitation for the birthday. Huishan observed in the dark and found that the invitation was also a poem, and there should be quite a few people invited. The ancient poems were repeated, probably by group. Jiang Ning laughed. It seemed that the leader liked poetry and songs. After getting the invitation, the next step was to sneak in. Jiang Ning walked to a secluded corner, took off her coat, and put on a fur coat. Seeing that Huishan didn't have any clothes to wear, she used her consciousness to take out the military coat she had stockpiled before, the largest size, hoping that he could wear it. It was okay. It looked tall and straight when worn. Most of the people who attended the birthday party brought their partners, so they had to disguise themselves as a couple to avoid suspicion. Jiang Ning took Huishan's hand and pretended to be a little bird, harmless and fairy female companion. Huishan noticed her stiffness. Relax. I won't take advantage of you. Ah. This was discovered? Actually, it's okay. I'm used to sparring with him. Otherwise it would only be more stiff. In order to show professionalism, Jiang Ning took a deep breath and smiled at him, twisting his waist and walking close to him. The two walked towards the door, and Huishan introduced himself. Group 6. Moonlight in front of the bed. Bingo. Passed the level successfully. The door was opened, and the heat wave hit us. Jiang Ning never thought that the building king actually had heating, and it was a heat wave. This joke almost sent her away. There was a receptionist at the door. The woman was curvy, and the man had 8-pack abs. They were all wearing sexy bikinis. I was surprised to see the couple who had just coming out of the locker room. The woman had big breasts and a beautiful figure. The man was bald and had a well-defined belly. Jiang Ning, who was wearing a mink coat, said, this is a bikini party. No wonder it was quiet outside. It turned out that there was no way to get in. There was no way to hide weapons in a palm-sized piece of cloth. Really? I thank you. What to do now? We've already come in. Running away will kill us even faster. The receptionist handed over the key to the closet and took the two to the dressing room. This way. Please. You can choose your own style. Change your clothes and take the elevator to the 28th floor. Weapons can be placed in the closet, but remember not to carry them with you. Otherwise your life will be in danger. The dressing room was unisex, with rows of bikinis with very little fabric, which made Jiang Ning feel so hot that she couldn't bear to look at them. She flipped through them speechlessly and found that the bikinis were not brand new. Most of the leaders loved bikini parties and held many gatherings, thinking about what others had worn, and not knowing if they were clean. She got goosebumps. I remember when I went shopping in the office building. There was an internet celebrity company selling clothes, and it seemed to sell bikinis. She swept all of them into the space at once. Jiang Ning used her consciousness to search in the space, and unexpectedly found several pieces. She picked a one-piece style that was similar to the one on the shelf outside, which was more conservative. Seeing Huishan standing still, she found another pair of men's swimming trunks. After entering the spacious dressing room and making sure there were no cameras, Jiang Ning handed him the swimming trunks. You wear this one. I go inside to change. The heating was too strong, and I was sweating in a moment. Jiang Ning flashed into the space, took off the thick clothes on her body, and put on the bikini reluctantly. To avoid trouble, she used cosmetics to apply a layer of matte powder on her fair skin. Not only did she have freckles on her face, but she also had pimples on her face. It didn't make people feel disgusted. But there was no intention to chat with her. It took some time to come out. And she was greeted by solid muscles, which almost blinded Jiang Ning dog eyes. Well, the body is thin. And the chest and abdominal muscles look just right. Not particularly exaggerated. Jiang Ning subconsciously looked at his waist. He is indeed the waist king of the generation. A male dog waist. Jiang Ning suddenly appeared. And Wei Yishan almost didn't recognize him. You? Seeing that he was not natural, Jiang Ning quickly retracted his gaze and handed over the cosmetics. You better do it too. Don't let people recognize you and retaliate later. The disguise of the army and the makeup of girls are two different things. Even if it was given to Hui Yishan, he wouldn't be able to do it. Thinking that this was a risky teamwork, Jiang Ning had to do it himself. But he was too tall. Sit down. Hui Yishan sat down obediently, looking away without glancing around. Spots, decadent stubble, and because his short hair was too eye-catching, he took a wig from the space. After completely transforming him into another person, Jiang Ning stopped his crazy hands. The clothes and weapons were put into the space, and Hui Yishan could make a secret signal if he needed it. When they walked out of the dressing room, the male receptionist came forward and pressed the elevator to the 28th floor for the two of them. When he turned around and left, the male receptionist glanced at Jiang Ning's figure, which was quite eye-catching. But it was a pity for his face. Hui Yishan frowned slightly when he noticed his frivolous behavior. It's been a long time since I took the elevator. It feels so good not to have to climb the stairs. The elevator slowly stopped at 28. Ding! When I walked into the elevator, I saw a huge guest room. The noise made my head buzz. There were hundreds of people in the sea. And everywhere were women wearing bikinis. White, yellow, wheat-colored, and top-quality pork belly. Jiang Ning took a breath to resist the physical and visual discomfort. Champagne, fine wine, cigarettes, cigars, barbecue aroma, waiters dressed as cat women, flashing neon lights, top-notch luxury decorations. It almost made Jiang Ning dream back to the end of the world. In the end of the world, people are divided into the poor and the good and the evil. Ordinary survivors are so hungry that they eat guanine soil. But these people are extravagant and live a more carefree life than before the end of the world. The crowd gathered in the center of the guest room, shouting and making noise excitedly. And everyone looked excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Jiang Ning asked for a glass of champagne, and Hui Yishan held a cigarette in his mouth. The two walked over with devilish steps, passing through the layers of people. The smell of blood hit my nose. In the middle was a circular arena with a diameter of about 10 meters. Two men in bikinis were fighting each other, one holding a thorny wooden stick and the other holding a short knife. This is a beast fight for entertainment, and guests can place bets at will. Only one person can survive in the arena, and the reward is 20 kilograms of refined rice or white flour. The two were already covered in wounds, but neither was willing to admit defeat. They continued to fight each other amid the shouts of the guests, just to persist to the end and win 20 kilograms of food. Jiang Ning looked at the excited faces in front of him. These were not human faces, but demons with green faces and fangs. Is it natural disasters that made them become demons? Or is it their nature? And they were just sealed by civilization and laws before. Chapter 101. The fight continued, and the deafening shouts filled the eardrums. Jiang Ning was physically uncomfortable, so she turned away and didn't look. Through the crowd, she looked around. The fat men hugged on both sides. The women who were as wolves as 30, and as tigers as 40. Each of them indulged in wanton joy, regardless of the occasion, without any sense of propriety and shame. Is this what the Dragon Slayer Society calls liberating nature? Unfortunately, the people present were either silent or numb, and it was obvious that this happened frequently. There were not only guests at the banquet, but also waiters. The girls were young and beautiful, and the boys were handsome. Without exception, they all wore swimsuits with number tags hanging on their clothes. Not a bartender, but a special escort for guests. As long as they waved, no matter what service they were given, they had to obey unconditionally. All of them were young faces, but they were tortured into zombies by the end of the world. In order to survive, they swallowed all kinds of emotions and covered themselves with numb expressions. Jiang Ning's hands tightened again and again, and she turned her face away and stopped looking at them. She was lucky to have the golden finger. Otherwise it would still be horrible. Hui Yishan looked around. and his intuition, which he had practiced for many years, told him that someone had sneaked in. But a good cook could not cook without rice. Although everyone at the birthday party was wearing bikinis, there were armed bodyguards watching the banquet hall. Jiang Ning took his hand and walked around. There were 8 bodyguards in the corners of the venue. The C position was holding a charge, and his body was strong and powerful. It seemed that he dared to rush into the crowd at any time. The arena was in full swing, but the leader never came out. In order not to attract attention, the two followed the crowd and hid in a group of green-faced and fanged beasts. The clock was about to strike 12, and the arena finally decided the winner. The winner, who was pierced with more than a dozen holes, left with a rice bag, and the fallen one was put into the trash can. The next match will be even more eye-catching. As the colorful lights turned, 2 girls in cloaks walked into the Colosseum amid the shouts of the guests, igniting the atmosphere. The cloaks were removed, revealing one with shocking scars all over her body and cold and fierce eyes. The other was young and beautiful, with helpless and terrifying eyes, like a white rabbit driven into a hunting ground in a panic. Obviously, one side was experienced in combat, while the other side was ignorant, weak and pitiful. This would be a one-sided slaughter with a huge disparity in strength. Jiang Ning opened his eyes wide and found that the weak girl was actually his classmate. They didn't have much friendship, but she came from a good family and was loved by her parents and elders. She was like a flower raised in a greenhouse. But now she was pushed to the slaughterhouse. Number 1. 20 kilograms of rice. I bet on number 2. 30 kilograms of flour. Number 1. Number 1. 100 kilograms of fragrant rice. Number 1. 20 Korean ginseng. Number 2. I bet on 2 packs of cigarettes. The guests placed bets one after another, and the scene was extremely crazy, even more intense than the horse racing before the end of the world. Jiang Ning stood in the crowd, looking at her classmates in the Colosseum. Her teeth clenched again and again, noticing her abnormality. Wei Yishan patted her gently. Jiang Ning came back to her senses and exhaled deeply. Suddenly, the lights in the venue went out and a pleasant bell rang. Then, songs rang out all around. Happy birthday to you, Jiang Ning, whose scalp was numb. Wei Yishan subconsciously held her hand, and the two of them were very close. As the song rang, a beam of strong light hit the center of the stage. The stage curtain slowly opened, revealing a burly man with a blue dragon tattoo on his chest, wearing a bikini, sitting on the iron throne, surrounded by 12 golden hairpins. Each of them was graceful and charming. Jiang Ning frowned. Ah, is this sick? In his previous life, he was too far away from the target, so Jiang Ning didn't see the face of the leader clearly. But the official has a case report. He was of mixed descent, a gangster who started out selling powder in Maple Leaf Country. Later, he was wanted for bringing powder into the country, and the amount was enough to be shot dozens of times. He hid from place to place to avoid being wanted. He took advantage of the disaster to make a fortune, and used the situation to establish a black and evil force. He burned, killed, and robbed, and even ignored the police. Suddenly, Huzi pinched her arm twice. Jiang Ning received it instantly, took out the weapon from the space, and handed it to him. The Dragon Slayer Society is so confident. They dared to turn off the lights. They are so confident. This is a godsend opportunity. The crotch really can't hide bombs. Who knows that someone can create something out of nothing? It was dark all around, and everyone's eyes were attracted to the center of the stage. Wei Yishan raised his hand to shoot, and only heard a bang, and the showman's head was blooming, accompanied by the screams of the 12 golden hairpins. He did not hesitate to backhand and shot the bodyguard in the C position, and the clumsy charge fell to the ground. Jiang Ning was not idle either. He put on night vision goggles and took out smoke bombs to throw them in several directions. The stimulating smoke quickly dispersed. He covered his mask and quickly put on a bulletproof vest in the dark. Gunshots rang out, and the banquet hall, which was full of laughter and joy just now, was now full of ghosts and wolves running around. The bodyguard was also a ruthless character. He raised his weapon and shot. He didn't care who he killed. The two found a good cover, and Jiang Ning shot at the bodyguard with the night vision goggles. I don't know if he hit it or not, but the person fell down anyway. The dazzling lights were on, and there was pungent smoke everywhere, violent coughing, and gunshots. Wei Yishan heard the gunshots were different. It should be them who shot. He picked up the C-position bodyguard's charge and stuffed it to Jiang Ning. Go! Jiang Ning received it and threw the charge into the space. The two ran out of the hall in the chaos. And she did not forget to throw him a bulletproof vest and a military coat. A pair of swimming trunks couldn't cover it. It was too eye-catching. As they walked and put on, the elevator was crowded, and Huishan pulled Jiang Ning to run the stairs. I don't know how many floors I ran. And there were footsteps rushing up from downstairs, which were particularly neat and orderly. And the speed was very fast. Huishan went down one more floor, flashed into the 19th floor, closed the door of the corridor, turned off the power switch immediately, and then bolted the door with an iron rod. The 19th floor was specially renovated, with only one house, which was the residence of the leader. He looked at Jiang Ning. Can it be pried open? Time was urgent, and Jiang Ning didn't know why he had to stay. But if he suggested prying the door open, there must be something important inside. If he rushed down now, he would probably run into law enforcement officers head-on, and he would not be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Huishan listened to the noise outside, and after confirming that they were rushing up, he nodded to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took out the crowbar and pried the door open with great skill. The strength of men and women was very different. Huishan took the crowbar, and Jiang Ning took the initiative to go to the corridor to keep an eye on the situation. 10 minutes later, the solid door was pried open. The room of the leader was even more luxurious than that of the overlord. It was a mansion of thousands of square meters. The living room was so big that you could walk the dog directly, and the toilet in the bathroom was made of pure gold. Jiang Ning's eyes were straight, no matter if it smelled or not. Her space was a gold-eating beast. So, she didn't care what Huishan was doing. And she took on the toilet. Pry to death. Chapter 102. After much effort, Jiang Ning finally pried the toilet off and put it into the space. The living room was luxurious to the point of being inhumane, with famous paintings, antiques, feng shui jade ornaments, crystal stones, pure gold mask sculptures. As Jiang Ning walked and collected, he suddenly realized that Huishan looked at him with a complicated look. It's a bit ugly to eat. But now is the end of the world. There is no sewing machine to step on, and there is no chance to screw in. Seeing him standing still, Jiang Ning was a little embarrassed. We each have half? No. Huishan declined her kindness. There are several safes in the bedroom. Please take them away. Oh, so he also needs it. That's easy. Jiang Ning walked into the spacious and luxurious bedroom without saying a word. And there were 5 huge safes placed side by side. So, he helped him take them away out of loyalty. He did not let go of the other valuables, which was considered as today's appearance fee. As for the other assets of Lian Hoarding, they were all left to the law enforcement department. Just as the two were about to leave, the door of the corridor was suddenly smashed. Oh no! It should be the law enforcement department who came down to raid the residence of the leader. The other party is a professional. If you fight hard, you will only be killed. You should dodge first. Huishan once again enjoyed the treatment that others did not have. But he was sharp and soon found something wrong. The huge living room only had the 5 safes that had just been put in, as well as the clothes that the two had changed out of, and the picked up charge. The things she had just desperately thrown into the space were gone, especially the golden toilet. Jiang Ning was a little embarrassed and pointed outside. Huishan looked at the black soil garden, and his eyes flashed with shock. Her space would become larger. Jiang Ning was also shocked. This time, the expansion was quite large. It should be 200 square meters, or 1,200 cubic meters. At the same time, she also used her consciousness to detect that there was an extra room on the 2nd floor. But according to Jiang Ning's experience, she always felt that what she had just collected should not be so valuable, and the space would not be so generous. Forget it. It was all swallowed up anyway, and it was up to it to give more or less. Jiang Ning felt sorry for the time wasted. How long do we have to stay here? It's hard to say. At least 5 to 10 hours before we can leave safely. If it was before the end of the world, it would be impossible to transfer within 3 days, and it would take at least half a year to unblock. 5 to 10 hours? Jiang Ning almost screamed like a groundhog. The space is only released for 2 hours a day, except for brushing teeth, washing face and going to the toilet. She is reluctant to come in. Does he know how difficult it is to save 5 to 10 hours? What Jiangning lacks most is the time to live freely in the space. Now wasting so much time is just cutting her flesh. But what can she do? If she goes out now, she will be wrapped in dumplings. Now that we're in, we can't just sit there. Jiangning handed him the crowbar. Do you want to open the safe? Is it safe to open it here? It's safe. No one outside can hear it. So, the two of them worked together to pry it open. And the safe made a harsh sound. After finally prying it open, it turned out to be empty. Hui Yishan frowned slightly, but said nothing. After getting along for a long time, Jiangning knew from his expression that there was definitely something inside. Well, my space is not very martial, but it will domineeringly swallow up anything that is more spiritual, such as gold, silver, jade, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and then convert it into space area for me. She said that the space couldn't be so generous, and it turned out that the good stuff was in the safe. The bunker swallowed up what Hui Yishan wanted. How is she going to compensate? Hui Yishan didn't say anything and continued to pry open the safe. He pried open 4 in a row, and all of them were empty without exception. Jiangning was so embarrassed that he dug his toes into the ground. But fortunately, there was something in the 5th one. A submachine gun, 2 pistols, and many bullet boxes. Jiangning sat down and counted. There were a total of 2,000 bullets. 1,000 were for the pistol, and the other 1,000 were for the submachine gun. Hui adjusted it carefully and handed one of the pistols over. This one has low recoil. Suitable for you. I won't use it. The space has swallowed so many of your things. It doesn't matter. I didn't come here for those things. Jiangning was shocked by his rich father. There was more than 1 pistol, and all the things were divided equally. 1 for each person, and 1,000 bullets each. His generosity made Jiangning a little ashamed, but he didn't let his guard down. Who knows if it was bait? Really give it to me? Yes. I really accepted it? Looking at her with deep eyes, Hui Yishan was a little amused. In your heart, am I so untrustworthy? It's not your problem. Jiangning hurriedly explained. I grew up in an orphanage, suffered a lot of bullying, witnessed countless intrigues, and then gradually developed a suspicious character. Hui Yishan thought for a while. I may not be a good person, but I am not a bad person either. You don't have to be so defensive against me. What can escape his eyes? Jiangning laughed awkwardly. Sometimes, she didn't even trust herself, let alone others. Whether he was trustworthy or not, it would take time to test. Sitting there was awkward, thinking about the passing time. Jiangning looked at the timer frequently. I wonder if they have left. This operation is very large, involving many criminals. It won't end so quickly. Hui Yishan was thoughtful. Do you really want to go out? If she had a choice, she wanted to live in the space for retirement. No. The space adds 2 hours a day, and you will be kicked out when the accumulated time is used up. Hui Yishan was surprised. No wonder she braved the extreme cold to chop wood in the mountains, and exercised in the biting cold every day. Do Zhang Chao and the others know? Jiangning shook his head. No one knows except you. For some reason, Hui Yishan felt a little warm in his heart. She was willing to take the risk to bring him in. He must have a place in her heart. Everyone has secrets. Unless she is willing to tell, Hui Yishan will not ask. It was really uncomfortable to sit there awkwardly. Jiangning thought that he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. If you have nothing to do, can you help me weed my cornfield? Hui was stunned for a moment. Yes, but I have never done it before. It's okay. I teach you. So, Jiangning took him to the cornfield to weed and taught him to distinguish corn seedlings from weeds. He learned it quickly and worked without laziness. Jiangning was happy and glanced at him from time to time while working. Who knew that he looked up and saw that he had mistaken corn seedlings for weeds and pulled them out? He really couldn't tell the difference between the 5 grains. Suppressing the pain, Jiangning euphemistically said, how about you help me chop wood? Last time, in order to save time, the branches of the tree were not cut, and piling them together would take up too much space. Hui Yishan was not good at weeding. Okay. So, Jiangning weeded while he chopped firewood on the other side. This man was very good at working. He really didn't slack off. He made a lot of firewood in just a few hours. It seemed that his palms were blistered, but he didn't complain at all. He even piled the firewood neatly. Jiang Ning was not a stingy person. If you need firewood in the future, just ask me. You don't have to go to the mountain to chop. Take him with you. And she can do it. The strong don't need to chop firewood to keep warm. They can survive the extreme cold with their righteousness. Then Zhang Chao and others will have nothing to say. Hui Yishan nodded. Yes. Jiang Ning picked 2 bunches of red grapes as a reward after working so hard that he was sweating all over. Here you go. Hui Yishan confiscated them. Keep them here with you, and give them to Daodu after the extreme cold. Ah. This? Okay. This guy doesn't seem to be interested in food. For someone like him who has no desires, I don't know what can arouse his impulse. Chapter 103. Before I knew it, I had been in the space for 5 hours. It should be around 6 o'clock in the evening outside. It was extremely cold at 6 o'clock, and it was already completely dark. Hui Yishan put on his clothes and held the swimming trunks awkwardly. Wash them and return them to you. Jiang Ning dug his toes into the ground. You look good in them. I give them to you. The breasts are the breasts. The hips are the hips. The long legs are against the sky. And the waist is a dog. After saying that, he realized what he said. And he didn't even have time to cover his mouth. Really? Hui Yishan's face turned red. Of course. He was a polite person. Thank you. The suit you wore today is also very nice. Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan. Okay. We are all the same. So no one should look down on each other. The bullet was loaded. And Jiang Ning flashed out of the space. The room was dark and silent. And you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Standing in the dark for a while, she turned on the flashlight and adjusted the light to the lowest level to make sure there was no one around. The door of the corridor was opened. And the whole building was quiet. But lights could be vaguely seen in other buildings. Not knowing when the law enforcement department will evacuate. Sitting and waiting is not a solution. The 2 quietly go downstairs. The first floor gate is cordoned off and soldiers are guarding the door. The 2 return to the second floor. Enter the suite. Open the window. Tie the escape rope and go down to the first floor under the cover of night. A lot of people are dispatched today. And they just happen to see the survivors lined up and hold their heads. And they are taken out of the community and arranged to be sent away by a large truck. Some are too emotional to leave. I can only eat 50% full here. Can I eat full according to your arrangement? The elderly woman held the tree tightly and refused to do so. She said emotionally, I didn't break the law. Why are you arresting me? The police officer was so angry that he had high blood pressure. You didn't break the law? Do you know how many people have been killed by the things you made? More than 20,000 bullets. The machine kept running day and night. He couldn't imagine how much harm it would cause to society if it was not shot down in time. I do whatever they tell me to do. The woman was very dissatisfied, and her voice became louder and louder. I am just an employee. I do whatever the boss tells me to do. How can it be illegal? I don't want to do this either. But if you officials don't give me food, how can I feed my children? He said, and burst into tears. In the end, he was ruthlessly taken away. The lights in Lianhaoding were modeled, and the law enforcement officers were on sentry duty. So it was not easy to slip out. The 2 hid here and there, and it was impossible to get out through the main gate. They could only climb over the 2-story podium shops in the community and jump to the road outside. Just when they reached the remote corner of the podium, they heard footsteps. The man was holding a walkie-talkie, and his tone was excited. Notify the Grain Bureau immediately. There is a large amount of grain here. I estimate that there are at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms. This group of people not only collected the protected grain, but also robbed supermarkets and wholesale markets. Ask them to send more vehicles to take it all away as soon as possible. There are also many other supplies. Remember to make a good handover when the time comes. Hundreds of thousands of kilograms of grain? Jiang Ning remembered that the public trial disclosed that it seemed to be about 60,000 kilograms. It is estimated that later on, grain became increasingly difficult to find, and was squandered by the Dragon Slayer Society, or used for shady transactions. After hanging up the intercom, the man was about to leave. But someone else came over. Director Ling, we have interrogated all the backbones of the Dragon Slayer Society and checked their handwriting. But we did not find the person who sent the report letter to us. 2 reports. None of them match? No. Impossible. The reports are written in great detail. One of them even drew out the sentry points and passes. The reporter must be a senior member of the Dragon Slayer Society who has access to confidential information. The man suspected that it was not only the report, but also this person who created the opportunity for them today. This is a bikini party. Who else but the people in the Dragon Slayer Society could bring weapons in under their noses? The shooting skills are impeccable. Any results on the bullet that exploded in the head? The forensic doctor just gave the result, confirming that the bullet is from our internal system, but does not belong to Feng Chung. The man frowned. This doesn't make sense. It's too contradictory. Could it be that this person has been lurking for a long time? But now that even the nest has been taken down, there is no reason for him not to stand up, interrogate him carefully, and pay attention to the survivors who have been rescued. Okay, Director Ling. The man took note and asked at the same time. The city bureau sent someone to ask, how do we plan to deal with these criminals? The man was silent for a long time before he sighed deeply. Since the disaster happened, crimes have increased day by day, and we have sacrificed too much. I suggest a severe crackdown, and we must suppress this evil trend. Anyone who has killed anyone will be executed. And as for those who have not killed anyone, they will be sent to prison and then sent to the West Mountain to dig coal. They will be observed for half a year and released if they are determined to repent. In addition, mobilize the masses to report and bring back all the members of the Dragon Slayer Society who have fled abroad. No one must be left alive to be punished. I didn't expect the nest to be so big. Not to mention no rest tonight. There will be no rest for the next period of time. Holding the intercom, the man arranged the tasks as he walked. Jiang Ning hid in the darkness and heard everything that had just been said clearly. 2 letters of denunciation? She subconsciously thought of Huishan. Who else knew more about the Dragon Slayer Society than her? But Jiang Ning would not be stupid enough to ask. In the end of the natural disaster, everything is possible. Except curiosity. Curiosity kills the cat. Never try to peek into other people's secrets. She had a vague guess about Huishan, but she just kept it in her heart. After everyone left, Huishan climbed up to the podium and pulled Jiang Ning up with a rope. Just as she got up and walked outside, a beam of light suddenly came from a distance. Who? Huishan grabbed Jiang Ning and ran, and heard rapid footsteps from behind. Stop, or I shoot. She climbed the window with agility and landed steadily on the street. Jump down. I catch you. The soldier on the other side of the podium quickly climbed over the wall. Jiang Ning had to jump, hoping that the good neighbor would catch her. She didn't want to be smashed into a pulp. She gritted her teeth and jumped down because of her trust in his strength. I didn't fall to the ground, but Huishan held me firmly with a buffer, and rotated the angle to relieve the external force. I felt a little dizzy, and before I could recover, he grabbed my hand and ran. My good neighbor has long legs, and he runs like a racing car. Jiang Ning was once the sprint champion of the school sports meeting, but he was still dragged by him to fly. It's true. The person is flying in front, and the soul is chasing behind. Chapter 104. After successfully getting rid of the soldier, Huishan gave Jiang Ning a chance to catch his breath. Running in the extreme cold, he felt his lungs were about to explode. Away from Lian Hoarding, the two walked back to Jinrong community in the dark. In the pitch-dark night, danger was everywhere. Encountered several robberies along the way. Jiang Ning was too tired to even talk, and directly showed his sharp long knife. Sorry, I disturbed you. They were all experts, and when the flashlight was turned on, they saw that the 2 men were tall and looked like they were not easy to mess with. So they quickly made way and retreated. Just as they arrived at the gate of the community, a shadow rushed over. Aiming? It was Zheng Weili's voice, and there was an anxious Lu Yu beside her. Brother Shen, why did you come back just now? Seeing that the 2 of them had no missing parts, Lu Yu was relieved. You had no news. So we went to Lian Hoarding to wait. But the army blocked the place and arrested hundreds of people, and more than a dozen cars couldn't pull them in. It was inconvenient to talk outside. Back on the 18th floor, Jiang Ning explained while drinking hot water. We sneaked in, but we encountered the army enforcing the law. We were afraid of being caught by misunderstanding, so we had to find a place to hide. We didn't find a chance to sneak out until the evening. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding, and neither of them wanted to mention the bikini party, which was a black history in their lives. Zhang Chao thought. So, we are lucky this time. We just encountered the joint law enforcement of 3 departments and wiped out the Dragon Slayer Society. Jiang Ning nodded. Yes, we are really lucky. Lu Yu was very excited. Great. This gang is finally eliminated. In this way, the 18th floor is invincible in Genome community. And it is estimated that no one will dare to covet it for a while. Today is a good day. How about we celebrate? The birthday party and the bloody Colosseum came to mind. After working hard in the space for 5 hours and running desperately in the extreme cold, Jiang Ning was really exhausted. Let's do it tomorrow. I'm too tired today. Everything that happened today really made people feel scared. So they went home to sleep. Leaving 1803. Jiang Ning whispered. Give you the things? No hurry. Put it here first. Jiang Ning was stunned. Are you sure? This is a life-saving hot weapon, which cannot be exchanged for any amount of supplies. He must be crazy. It's not safe at home, Hui Yishan said calmly. You keep it for me. Aren't you afraid that she will embezzle it? His sharp eyes, like a hawk, saw through her thoughts. He, who was always serious, suddenly laughed. Will you? Jiang Ning was dazzled by his laughter. No. Well, she didn't want to die yet. That's it. Hui Yishan opened the door casually. Jiang Ning suddenly felt a little unhappy. I want to charge a storage fee. Okay. Jiang Ning opened the door and entered the room. He was dazed for a moment. Hui Yishan was becoming more and more incomprehensible. Kaylee rushed over, complaining, and scratching her with his claws. Ouch. My poor little one is wronged again. The dog was hot-tempered and not easy to mess with. So Jiang Ning quickly apologized and took out the crispy fried fish nuggets to coax him. Kaylee is the best. Not only can he earn food but also help to look after the house. After coaxing the dog master, she took out the heater to heat up and took a comfortable hot bath. During this period, in order to deal with the guards, who collected the protection food, all the staff on the 18th floor were exhausted. Now with hot weapons in hand, even if the sky fell, she would lie down and rot, and have a good winter to keep fat. I thought I could sleep soundly, but Jiang Ning had insomnia. I dreamed of Hui Yishan, the one wearing only a pair of swimming trunks, showing not only his chest and abdominal muscles, but also his long legs. He was going crazy, and he smiled at her. And suddenly a knife stabbed at her. Give it to me. Your space. Jiang Ning was awakened by the nightmare and panted. And the dog leaned his head over. Woo! What happened to the shit shoveler? Hurry up and use your consciousness to check the space to calm down. Not only the space is there, but also his weapons, and 2 bunches of red grapes are still there. After taking a melatonin pill, I finally stopped dreaming. When I woke up at noon, the corridor outside was very lively. Zheng Weili was boxing. Zhang Chao was practicing archery. And Lu Yu was pedaling his bicycle to generate electricity. The 3 of them unanimously decided that the task of generating electricity would be contracted to 1803, whether it was fighting against the grain collectors or forming a team to find supplies. Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan had paid more, so 1803 had to bear more of the responsibility in life. Seeing that they insisted, Jiang Ning had no objection. After all, if a team wants to go far, the strong cannot always wait for the weak. Even if she has no objection, it doesn't mean that others don't have any. 1803 knows what's going on, and it's not easy to get into conflicts with others wherever he goes. After the exercise, the big meal was prepared. It's been a long time since the 18th floor had a dinner party, and everyone was craving for it. It's not easy to cook in the extreme cold. The weather is more than 40 degrees below zero, and the dishes are frozen into ice cubes as soon as they are taken out of the pot. Jiang Ning suggested, let's have hot pot. I still have hot pot ingredients. It was unanimously passed. Hui Yishan gave ribs, and 1803 gave lean meat, vermicelli, and dried mushrooms. Worried that there wouldn't be enough to eat, Jiang Ning said, I give you a big grass carp, since we haven't eaten the fish from the reservoir last time. If you're going to have a feast, make it something sumptuous. Zhang Chao was surprised. Aining, you still have fish? I got tired of eating fish during that time, so I put the rest in the car refrigerator. Okay, everyone, take your positions, and prepare a sumptuous feast. Jiang Ning went back to the room, picked out a 6 or 7 gene grass carp from the space, gutted it, sliced it, and marinated it with cornstarch and soy sauce. He thought the fish intestines were difficult to get, so he gave them to the dog. Unexpectedly, Dahui suddenly came over to fight with Coke. Rabbits eat fish intestines? Jiang Ning was a little confused. who gave Dahui the courage to resist the big dog. However, what shocked Jiang Ning even more was that Xiaobai also came over to help her husband fight the dog. Rebellion? Rebellion? The rabbits rebelled? The horsemen rebelled? And the dog suddenly became angry and pressed the couple to the ground and rubbed them hard. I say, are you too tired of living? How dare you dare to touch the Tai Sui's head and speak? The two rabbits were beaten badly, and they knew what was happening and surrendered again. Jiang Ning drove the two away and picked up Kailei to check its claws. There were bite marks. Jiang Ning was instantly angry. Kailei, if they dare to bite you again in the future, don't be polite. They were raised for meat. But the disaster turned out to be cruel and murderous. It was probably because of their feelings. Otherwise, with the dog's violent temper, he would have bitten them to death. Kailei bared his teeth and gave them another chance to reform. Take out the leather roll and weigh the dog. Although the daily changes are not obvious, if you look at it over a long period of time, the data is still quite amazing. Record its data. Put on rubber gloves to check and weigh the big gray and the little white. Fortunately, the two still know their parents, and they dare not bite Jiang Ning. Otherwise there will be 2 more dishes at the dinner later. Braised and spicy. Pinch open the mouths of the two. Take pictures of the teeth, and compare them with the previous ones. It seems that they are much sharper. 12 cubs died, and only 6 were left. They seem to have recovered and are much more energetic than before. Chapter 105. When the time was almost up, Jiang Ning brought frozen fish fillets and Coke to 1803 for a meal. The dog appetite was getting bigger and bigger. Those who didn't know would think it was a starving dog reincarnated. It had to use the owner's wash basin as a bowl. Everyone on the 18th floor knew that it was a rice bucket, so they added more rice when cooking. Hot pot must be spicy, so to take care of Dowdu and Coke, they specially made a pork rib mushroom soup. The fish hot pot was put at the end to avoid the fishy smell. Zhang Chao opened a bottle of Wuliangya and warmed it with hot water for a long time to prevent his mouth from freezing. Come on! May all the evil elements die, so that we can have meat and wine every day. Jiang Ning burst into laughter. We on the 18th floor are also evil elements in the eyes of outsiders. Okay. Except for our 18th floor. All other evildoers will be eliminated. Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all. The mellow fragrance on the lips and teeth. Good wine is indeed different. Spicy at the beginning but warm in the stomach. Lu Yuguang smelled the hot pot and felt extremely addicted. And was a little worried. The smell is so strong. It won't drift away. Right? Zheng Weili's fists were hard and her words were straightforward. What if it floats out? Whoever has the guts can just charge the 18th floor. Jiang Ning deeply agreed. We are notorious now. If we don't even dare to eat meat, we really live up to the title of devil in vain. Dowdu was led astray. Brother. Sister. I want to eat meat. Eat meat every day. Yes. From today on. The 18th floor is fearless. We will eat meat and drink every day, while eating and chatting. Jiang Ning even took out the tablet to play entertainment programs. After all, riding a bicycle can generate electricity, which is considered a bright road. Zhang Chao was satisfied with eating meat, and he did not forget to make fun of the Sai. It's a pity that there are no vegetables. I want to eat the hydroponic vegetables that Aining made, and the bean sprouts. When he said this, Jiang Ning subconsciously looked at Huishan. This guy knew that there were a lot of vegetables in her black soil garden. Huishan had no expression. This meal is pretty good. Many people want to eat it, but don't have the chance. His eyes were pure, without a trace of greed. It seemed that he really didn't covet her vegetables. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. What happened last night was just a dream. And it should not come true. After finishing one round, the fish hot pot started. Jiang Ning likes to eat fish heads, but Lu Yu was quick to pick up half of the fish head and put it in Zheng Weili's bowl. Wife, you eat it. She was slow, and the colander in her hand collided with other spoons, and they grabbed the last fish head at the same time. It turned out to be Huishan, and she was one step faster. Jiang Ning was annoyed. When she got back, she would cook 10 or 8 fish heads and eat until she vomited. The two were close to each other, and Huishan took the opportunity to put the fish head in her bowl. Ladies first. This. Not only Jiang Ning was stunned, but the others were even more shocked. Didn't they say they were just neighbors and friends? Ning was still confident. However, The three reacted quickly, hiding their emotions as fast as lightning, and didn't dare to show any gossip. Ning was very strong in love face, and Brother Shen was unfathomable. They didn't dare to make fun of him. It was important for a small person to survive. Only Dao raised his head, tilted his head to look at his brother, then tilted his head to look at Jiang Ning, and then said happily, "Sister, eat quickly. The fish is getting cold." Woohoo! Brother is so partial. He used to give her the fish head, but now he gave it to his sister. However, she likes her sister so much, so anyone can eat it. Kaylay narrowed his eyes. Woof! Shit shoveler. It also likes to eat fish heads. Come on. Put it in the bowl. Jiang Ning was embarrassed. She couldn't throw the fish head given by Huishan into the dog bowl. Right? Do they still want to form a team in the future? Thank you. She smiled at him and ate it with gritted teeth. Well, reservoir fish is delicious. I should have gotten more if I had known. Find an opportunity to eat fish head hot pot on the 18th floor. We enjoyed the meal here, but some smell still drifted out. Even if it was just a trace. The survivors' noses were sharper than dogs. They smelled the smell and swallowed their saliva desperately. And they were so angry that they cursed. These unscrupulous beasts on the 18th floor are eating hot pot again. I silently greeted them 18 times in my heart. But no one really dared to attack the 18th floor. These demons even knocked down the guard food collection. And they did it with real knives and guns. It is said that they electrocuted several people. The news has spread. The group that came out to collect the protection grain is called the Dragon Slayer Society. It was wiped out by the military and the government yesterday. At the same time, hundreds of criminals were also arrested. How could it be such a coincidence that the 18th floor just started a fight with them? And the Dragon Slayer Society was wiped out right after. They seriously suspected that there was someone on the 18th floor. And it was not a small background. What kind of background did these people on the 18th floor have? They were not afraid of the Dragon Slayer Society. And they could even get close to the military and the government. I can't afford to offend them. I really can't afford to offend them. But it smells so good that I want to bite my tongue off. After eating hot pot, I rinsed my mouth and went to bed for a nap. I woke up at 3 o'clock and the intercom rang. Aining, do you want to practice? Jiang Ning was surprised. Is your shoulder injury healed? It's okay. Jiang Ning couldn't get over it. Whenever she saw Huishan, she couldn't help but switch to the mosaic picture of him wearing swimming trunks. I really can't accept it. No. I'm a little tired. Let's rest for a few days. Okay. Then send out the coke. People can be lazy. But dogs can't. They have to become stronger. Jiang Ning readily agreed. Right away. I'm sorry. Dog. I love you. But let's block the shit shoveler first. So, in the bad weather of more than 40 degrees below zero, the dog was pushed out by the heartless shit shoveler to undergo strict and high-intensity training. Coke was confused. What about the lifetime? Jiang Ning's body was lying in the warm quilt. But his consciousness was in the space, struggling to turn the soil with a hoe. After planting peanuts and corn, he wanted to try planting 100 square meters of wheat. At first, she didn't expect the space to expand, so she only stocked up on vegetable seeds. If she wanted to plant wheat, she could only use drought-resistant and high-yield wheat from Long High-Tech. Unlike hybrid rice, wheat can be saved by herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to squander it. After all, the more she uses the seeds, the less they are. She would never touch hybrid rice seeds. Even for wheat, she didn't dare to try to plant too much at one time. It wouldn't be too late to expand the planting area after she was sure that she could save the seeds. It took 3 days to turn the soil, dig holes, and sow seeds. In fact, Jiang Ning didn't understand it. But fortunately, she downloaded a lot of information in advance. So she looked it up when she didn't understand. Then she laid down for a few days, tired of reading medical books or video teaching materials. She hooked her finger at the dog. Come on. Come on. Cola ran over excitedly, lying down obediently and letting her pet him. Dahui and Xiaobai would occasionally come over to compete for her favor. These two really changed. Not only their personalities were fierce, but also fierce. And they would fight with the dog brother if they disagreed. Perhaps because Woody was too lonely. The dog brother pressed the two to the ground and rubbed them fiercely to teach them how to be obedient lackeys. But he only taught them a lesson and did not bite off their necks. Even the bones were willing to be shared with the two. Wow! The two really chewed them with their rabbit teeth until they were crunchy. Jiang Ning was shocked. It was really... I'd never seen such a thing in my life. As their bodies grew bigger, their appetites also grew bigger. Fortunately, the space was planted with grass. Otherwise it would be really unaffordable to feed them. Grandma Zhong knocked on the door downstairs. The army that collected the protection grain was completely wiped out. The danger on the 17th and 18th floors was lifted. The younger generations had stable jobs, and the old lady was in good spirits. Xiao Jiang. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock. There will be a public trial in People's Square. The criminals of the Dragon Slayer Society will be sentenced on the spot. Will you go to watch? Chapter 106. Even though he witnessed their end in his previous life, this life has a different meaning. Jiang Ning still wants to participate again. The 18th floor had not been out for a while, and everyone was eager to participate after hearing about the public trial. This is embarrassing, and someone must be left to guard. Grandma Zhong smiled and said, "You go. We will just look after the house." It happened that Zhong Ping and his son were on vacation. They were usually very busy at work, and they finally had 2 days off. So of course they had to rest at home. Besides, the trial was open on the spot, and the most heinous criminals were shot on the spot. The Zhong family was a gentleman who could not stand the bloody scene. The 18th floor was moved. It was true that the Zhong family was a little weak, but now there were 3 electric doors, and not everyone could break in. Moreover, there were no troops stationed in Fengcheng, and the troops to eliminate the Dragon Slaughter Society were transferred from the neighboring Yuecheng. During the investigation of the Dragon Slaughter Society's crimes, the seconded troops were not idle, and they struck hard and eliminated several criminal gangs, and the public security outside was much better. The 18th floor is notorious in Jinrong community. Even if the door is open now to let them in, they don't have the courage to do so. As for the evil forces outside, no one dares to commit crimes during the crackdown period unless they are crazy. So the 18th floor is still very safe. So everyone decided to go to see the big scene tomorrow. Not only the 18th floor was excited, but the other survivors were also excited. They all saw the government's actions and efforts to maintain order. They were desperate and couldn't help but have more hope for the terrible end of the world and wanted to continue to work hard to survive. Live till the end of the world. The public trial started at 10 o'clock. People on the 18th floor got up at 7 o'clock to wash and eat breakfast, intending to send the Dragon Slayer Society off for the last time. Kaylay noticed that the shovel was going out, and the imprisoned dog became a follower, even following Jiang Ning to the toilet. There were a lot of survivors watching the public trial, and Jiang was still worried. What if the dog was accidentally taken away? Zhang Chao was open-minded. Kokili is a member of the 18th floor, and he can't get special treatment. Besides, we are now strong enough to take Kaylay out for a walk. Seeing Wu Yishan walking Daodu, how could he leave the dog alone on the 18th floor? So Jiang Ning agreed. Coke, bring the leash. Tie the leash again? Coke felt wrong, but in order to go out and play, he still endured it and went back to the house to take out the dog leash. After tying the leash, it didn't need Jiang to lead it, and held the leash in its mouth. By the way, it was the first time that all the people on the 18th floor went out. Before leaving, Jiang Ning said hello to the Zhong family and gave the high-quality imitation toy gun returned by Zheng Weili to Zhong Ping. If anyone dared to touch it, this thing could completely scare him. Fengcheng has suffered from evil forces for a long time, especially the surrounding communities. Now that they know that the Dragon Slayer Society and several gangs of evil forces are holding a public trial, the survivors are all out in the streets. Those who are warm enough will go to People's Square to witness their fate. In addition, they are eager to know whether the looted materials can be returned by the relevant departments. I went to the police station whenever I had time these days, but there were not enough people there, and no one gave me a clear answer. So today's public trial cannot be missed to hear how the government will deal with the stolen goods. Those are their life-saving food. There were also many survivors in Jinrong community who went out, who knew that they didn't check the almanac before going out. And as soon as they left the house, they saw the vicious dog leading the way. The 18th floor came out to do evil again. What a big scene. The face of an angel, the heart of a devil, and the steps of not recognizing relatives. How crazy must it be to raise a vicious dog that bared its teeth and turned green when it saw people? It came, walking with a figure-8 steps, and the cruel breath of the vicious dog eating people could be felt from a long distance. Grandma. Dog. Dog. The child was so scared that he hid behind his grandmother. I'm scared. Afraid? Kola twisted his mouth. Good. He was finally afraid. Let's see which bastard dared to eat his meat. It bared its teeth fiercely. Its body was in an attacking posture. It felt like it could pounce on them and tear them into pieces in the next second. The child was so scared that he screamed, and the grandmother ran away with her grandson, not forgetting to cover his mouth. Don't cry. Be careful not to attract it. Now, let alone messing with the people on the 18th floor. They didn't even dare to mess with a dog on the 18th floor. The feeling of walking sideways was simply too wonderful. Zhang Chao and Liu laughed wildly. Jiang Ning frowned, squatted down, and pulled the dog mouth. Who told you to have a crooked mouth? A dog should behave like a dog. Don't imitate the crooked mouth of the war god. It's her fault. She hugged it and watched the video of the crooked mouth of the war god when she had nothing to do. She didn't expect that it would learn the bad instead of the good. Now it has a crooked mouth at every turn. People who don't know it would think that it has a brain. Alas, it's not easy to raise a dog with high IQ. The shit shoveler was angry, and Coke came close to her with airplane ears, fearing that it would do something wrong. Jiang Ning walked the dog with a leash. I haven't been out for a few days. I feel that the air outside is much fresher. There have been fewer robbers in broad daylight for a long time. Even if there are still stalkers in the dark, they don't dare to act easily. Kiki is the most beautiful kid in the district, attracting everyone's attention. Shock, envy, greed. But when they saw who the dog owner was, they didn't dare to attack it. In just a few months, from heaven to hell, the survivors experienced too much, and they realized at a glance that these people were not easy to mess with. They could only swallow their saliva secretly because they didn't know their own limitations. They were the same people but different fates. What they wanted most urgently now was to get back the food for protection. People's Square was not far away, but it was difficult to walk on the ice. So they arrived at the scene at about 10 o'clock. The scene was crowded with people, and there were crowds of people everywhere. It was a cold and damp day, with a temperature of more than 40 degrees below zero. The survivors were all wrapped up like bears, with only their eyelids showing. There were soldiers with instruments outside to maintain stability, and armed police and special police inside. The order at the scene was still good, and no one dared to make a big noise. Even so, Jiang Ning did not forget to remind his companions. Be careful of pickpockets. Keep your pockets and bags tight. As he said that, he hung the bag in front of his body. The dog eyes glanced around, staring at the crowd vigilantly, and his body was close to Jiang Ning. It wanted to protect the shit shoveler. After walking half a circle around the square, I found a place far away but on higher ground, and waited for the public trial to begin. More than a dozen large trucks drove into the square slowly and orderly. The first 5 trucks were filled with prisoners wearing orange-red vests, and their hands tied with ropes. Then came the prisoners wearing orange-yellow vests, and there were also quite a few of them. Jiang Ning looked around and saw that there were more people than in his previous life. He really couldn't underestimate the power of the masses' reports. The orange-red ones will eat peanuts today. The orange-yellow ones will be sent to work as coal miners. The countdown to the opening of the conference. In addition to the military and police leaders, even the bigwigs of the municipal team showed up, showing the importance of eliminating gangs and evil. The leader spoke, describing the sufferings of the people since the natural disaster, and choked up several times when he was moved. No matter what time, the country will never abandon or give up any of the people, and they will do their utmost to preserve human civilization and fire. Then the head of the police station came on stage. Director Ling? The man who took the walkie-talkie that night and decided to investigate the report letter? Chapter 107. Jiang Ning glanced at Huishan quietly, only to see that his eyes were calm and composed, while Daodu looked around curiously in his arms. Noticing her gaze, Huishan immediately looked back. Jiang Ning immediately turned his face away, pretending that he had not looked at her, and that everything was just his illusion. But when he looked over, she still caught a hint of smile from his eyes. Was he happy about the end of the Dragon Slayer Society? Or was he just saying hello to her? Before she could think, the jealous dog got into her arms. Shit shoveler. Hug me quickly. Like Daodu was hugged. Jiang Ning hugged the jealous dog, and it was really warm, like a stove. Next to him, Lu Yu was shivering with cold, and he didn't care about the eyes of others. Wife, I'm cold. The two hugged each other and hugged tightly. Zhang Chao, who could only hug the air next to him. Woo. He doesn't deserve it. He really doesn't deserve it. Ah! The loudspeaker kept coming with sonorous and powerful voices, accusing the crimes of the evil forces word by word. And each one had evidence. Time passed quietly. And before I knew it, it had been an hour. The survivors who were tired of standing kept changing their postures. Sitting or standing. They were not interested in these crimes. And they just wanted to jump to the end to see the rice being eaten. After a thorough investigation by the police, 386 people were finally treated as peanuts. Several representatives spoke on stage, stating how they had embarked on the road of crime, crying bitterly with regret, and then advised the survivors to be kind. If God gave them another chance, they would never make this mistake again. Jiang Ning wanted to laugh when he heard it. If they were really given a chance, they would still do evil without hesitation. In the end, the official report said that 160,000 kilograms of grain were seized. Underground black workshops were destroyed. More than 20,000 bullets. More than 200 firearms. And countless controlled equipment were seized. More than 500 survivors were rescued. More than 50 kidnapped women. More than 20 kidnapped children used to extort or threaten their parents. Etc. The crimes are too numerous to list. The government decided to return 160,000 kilograms of grain to the people and redistribute it to the survivors through the neighborhood committee. There are too many victims involved. And the criminal group is extravagant. It is unrealistic to return the grain to every victim. So it can only be distributed equally. The survivors sighed. But considering the difficulty of obtaining evidence, and that it is good to get some back, most of them are still very grateful. But there are always a few people with strange brain circuits. They dare not speak out against evil forces. But they are aggressive in front of the government. Some people even rush to the stage excitedly. Why? They robbed me of so much food. Why can we only distribute it equally now? You can organize people to investigate clearly. Why let the people suffer? There were police officers at the scene to maintain stability. And they dragged the people back directly. They were making a lot of noise. As if the government was the enemy who killed his father. This is a typical distribution based on noise. As if whoever makes the most noise can get more. Where there are leaders, there will naturally be people who stir up trouble. And many people at the scene followed suit. And the police were almost knocked down. The farce came to an abrupt end until the soldiers raised the black muzzles of their guns. Different environments require different treatment methods. If we really follow the case handling process before the end of the world, we want to count and verify the losses of all victims. I am afraid it will take at least 5 years to complete. Don't think it's an exaggeration. Just ask the online loan platform that went bankrupt and ran away. It has been many years. And the victim's money has not been recovered. If we don't take a one-size-fits-all approach, 160,000 kilograms of food will be held in our hands and cannot be distributed. I don't know how many survivors will starve to death. Facing the troublemakers, Director Ling looked sharp. Comrade, what was robbed from you? Good fellow. You don't know until you report it. And you're shocked when you report it? Not only rice, flour, grain and oil, but also 1982 Lafite, the collector's edition of Matai. If you don't know, you might think it's a crosstalk actor announcing the names of dishes. 1982 Lafite? Director Ling tried to remain calm. Excuse me. What year is it produced? Of course, it's produced in 1982. Most of the survivors watching were just watching the fun. But those who knew immediately burst out laughing. Stupid. If you don't know, don't show off. Who said 1982 Lafite was produced in 1982? Director Ling took a deep breath. How much is a bottle? And what is the volume of a bottle? I bought it for more than 80,000 yuan. And a bottle is 500 milliliters. Director Ling suddenly changed his face. Take this troublemaker down for a thorough interrogation. And never encourage evil trends. Congratulations. You won a pair of silver bracelets. Now, no one dares to make trouble with the hope of getting lucky. Zhang Chao watched through a telescope, grinning. There are still such idiots in the end times. Not only are they dressed in rags, but they are also unprofessional in extorting people. After the farce, the final stage began. The criminals in orange vests were loaded onto trucks and sent to Shishan coal mine. While the orange vests eat peanuts, fragrant peanuts. They are extremely vicious when facing vulnerable groups and treat human life as worthless. If the peanuts are aimed at themselves, who wouldn't be scared? not to mention the ones who peed themselves in fear. Some even fainted on the spot. They also had to accept the punishment of fainting, and were directly tied to wooden stakes. The military and police cleared the way, and the onlookers retreated one after another. A large area of the square was cleared, and the orange vests lined up in a row to accept the final verdict in the extreme cold. Everyone at the scene stood up. Some even stood on tiptoe to watch the excitement, and some who were scared covered their eyes. Dowdu didn't dare to look, and buried his head in his brother's neck. Kayleigh couldn't reach him even when he stood up, and turned into a monster and kept scratching Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning had no choice but to squat down. The dog was skilled, and lay on the back of the shit shovel. It stood up majestically, with its head on Jiang Ning's shoulder, and the feeling of being the best in the world made it want to howl. With the dense sound of firecrackers, the orange-red vests fell down one after another. Coke opened the dog eyes, and there were so many fresh legs. The public trial ended, and the survivors gradually dispersed, and began to worry about their livelihood for the next day. It was a rare trip out. Liu suggested going to the department store to have a look. Maybe he could find useful supplies. The crowd dispersed. The square gradually became empty, and the dog attracted countless eyes. It just stood there, and successfully turned itself into an internet celebrity. What kind of family can raise a dog in the end times? And raise it so majestically, with strength? The 18th floor is not afraid of anyone's intentions, and let the dog be looked at by others. Kayleigh handed the rope to Jiang Ning and wagged his tail excitedly. Come on, shit shoveler. Come and walk it. There were still many people in the square. Jiang Ning's constant vigilance did not let him relax completely. Besides, he was going to the department store later, so he couldn't pay attention to the dog at any time. So he wanted to take a bag and carry it on his back. Nyo nyo. A clear and surprised voice sounded. Kayleigh stiffened instantly, and his head slowly turned around. Chapter 108. A shadow rushed over, so excited that he was incoherent. Nyo nyo. My nyo nyo. Jiang Ning looked up and saw a girl in a gray down jacket and a red scarf running over. She was wearing thick clothes, but judging from her movements and appearance, she should be about the same age as herself. There were 7 or 8 men and 3 or 4 tightly wrapped girls following behind her. Jiang Ning was startled. These people came for Coke. Seeing her rushing over to hug the dog, Zheng Weili next to her pushed her away and shouted, "What are you doing?" The girl was caught off guard and was pushed to the ground by Zheng Weili. Several men immediately surrounded her with weapons in hand, and said angrily, "Why are you hitting people?" Hit people? Zheng Weili was not afraid of him. If you dare to hit the dog, don't blame me for beating you. Stop arguing. The girl got up in a panic and explained to Zheng Weili, "This is my dog." Your dog? Zhang Chao almost laughed out loud. It doesn't have a name engraved on its forehead? How can you prove it? The girl didn't talk to him, but bent down and waved at Kayleigh. Her voice was extremely gentle. Nyo nyo. It's Mom. Coke bared his teeth and retreated to Jiang Ning. Nyo nyo. Why don't you recognize your mom? The girl was sad, and her voice choked up. You were just a little kid, and Mom brought you home to raise you. How can you not want your mom? Get away. Zheng Weili was annoyed. Our dog is called Kayleigh, not Nyo nyo. If you continue to make trouble, don't blame us for being rude. This is not the first time that someone wants to cheat a dog. This is really my dog. I was raising it, and it disappeared. I even posted a missing dog notice. The girl argued. If you don't believe me, look. I called its name, and it responded. Zheng Weili is not blind. Of course she saw Kayleigh's strange reaction. But it is a stray dog. To put it bluntly, it was abandoned by an irresponsible owner, no matter who it belonged to before. Since it has been adopted by Jiang Ning, it belongs to Jiang Ning and is an indispensable companion on the 18th floor. Both sides claimed that the dog was theirs, and soon the situation became tense. When she heard someone snatching the dog, Dowdu rushed over and hugged Kayleigh, and fiercely declared her ownership. Kokil is ours. Jiang Ning did not rush to speak, but secretly observed the group of people in front of her. Seeing Kayleigh's reaction, she knew that the girl in front of her was the dog former shit shoveler. The dog was particularly vengeful, but it did not rush to tear her apart like it did Yang Weitsong, probably because it was still considering the favor of cleaning her shit. In the end, there was still affection. The dog is grateful and sentimental. But is she really obsessed with Coke? If conditions do not allow, she can give it to a friend to raise. Why sell it to a dog meat restaurant? If the dog had not escaped cleverly, it would have become a pot of meat on the table. Heh. Now you have the nerve to want a dog? Jiang Ning's eyes are not blind. She did not miss the greed and urgency in the eyes of the group of people behind her. They want to eat meat, including the girl in front of her, who kept shouting, "Nyo nyo." But how much emotion is there in her eyes? If Kayle goes with her, he will become a steaming hot dog meat hot pot. If you say it's yours, it's yours? Jiang Ning sneered. I said you were a beast. You are a beast worse than pigs and dogs? You? How can you curse me? The girl was immediately angry and said to Jiang Ning angrily, I haven't said you are a dog thief who stole my dog. Seeing the shit shoveler being scolded, Kayle turned around and bared his teeth at the girl. Woof. Nyo nyo. Why are you so mean to your mother? The girl paused, then choked up. Since you got lost, your mother has been looking for you every day for the past year. It's all my fault. I didn't think highly of you. Cole frowned, disgust in his eyes. Sharp fangs raised. Zhang Chao said angrily, taking out a stick to drive it away. See, this is not your dog at all. If you don't get out of here, don't blame us for being rude. The other party relied on their numbers and insisted that the dog was theirs, and they would take it away today no matter what. Both sides pushed and shoved each other. If the military and police hadn't left yet, they would have taken out their weapons long ago. A fight was about to break out, and a police car stopped not far away. What are you doing? The other party felt weak and could not help but take several steps back to distance themselves. Two people got out of the car, one of whom happened to be the middle-aged man Ling Ju, who was speaking on the stage. He walked over with a righteous step. You are all good young people. Why don't you think of ways to survive and make trouble here? When the girl saw the police coming, she was like seeing her father. Uncle Police, you came at the right time. They stole my dog and refused to admit it. Dog? The man's sharp eyes swept over and his sight fell on the dog beside Jiang Ning. And he was immediately amazed. What a beautiful Malinois. Not only is its hair translucent and dense, but its body and skeleton. When he was young, he had come into contact with countless police dogs, especially new police dogs like Malinois, which are not only smart but also obedient, and are the most loyal and reliable partners of police officers. But even if he had seen many, this was the first time he had seen such a tall and majestic Malinois. By the way, is a Malinois this big? It has muscles all over its body, and it weighs at least 70 to 80 kilograms. Just by looking at its standing posture and eyes, you can tell that it has received professional training. And it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a police dog. Director Ling glanced at Jiang Ning and the others, and then his eyes fell on Huishan. The young man was full of energy and spirit, and he must have been a military policeman. He retracted his gaze and looked at the sobbing girl. What happened? The girl recounted the whole story and insisted that Kayle was her lost dog. I have an online shopping record. I spent 1,200 to buy it, but my phone was accidentally lost. Otherwise there would be photos in it. Two boys agreed and said they could testify that the dog was hers. The dog was lost for almost a year, and both of them insisted that it was theirs. Director Ling looked at Jiang Ning. Little girl, do you have any evidence? Jiang Ning did not answer him, but looked at the girl. Are you sure it was lost? Not sold to a dog meat restaurant. I bought it for 1,200 yuan. Only someone with a mental disorder would sell it to a dog meat restaurant. Hearing the words dog meat restaurant, Coke was stimulated and instantly got angry. If Jiang Ning hadn't held him back, he would have pounced on it. The girl was frightened by its ferocity and subconsciously took a few steps back. Director Ling saw it, but didn't say anything. Okay. You said it's yours. Then do you know how many scars it has? The girl responded quickly. I treat it like a baby, and it didn't have any scars when it got lost. She didn't know, but Jiang Ning knew. It had been bitten by stray dogs, and had more than 20 scars on its body. Especially when the flood happened. Its eyebrow bone was scratched and left a scar. When she told her the location of the scar, the girl was choked and couldn't say a word. Chapter 109. But Nyo Nyo was indeed raised by a girl, and was very smart since childhood. Once when he was out for a night run, he was robbed. Nyo Nyo fought with the robber regardless of the danger, and was stabbed and almost died. Later, she dated Yang Wei Song. If he was not allergic to dog hair, and Nyo was very hostile to him, he would have almost been bitten by it once. Yang Wei-sung decisively broke up with him. Either the dog or him. In order to let him vent his anger, she had no choice but to sell it to a dog meat restaurant, and bought him a shirt with the 800 yuan to apologize. Afterwards, she regretted it very much and cried secretly several times. She took Nyo-Nyo's toys and built a grave in the park. But she never expected that Nyo-Nyo was still alive and found a new owner. Although she was sad, the girl was not really stupid and could not tell the truth in front of the police. In short, Nyo-Nyo was hers. Jiang Ning didn't know why she sold coke to the dog meat restaurant. But if this happened once, there would definitely be a second time. Your dog? What do you use to feed it? Her eyes were full of ice. Do you really think I'm blind? What are you and your companions thinking? It's all engraved on your forehead. Do you think I can't see it? It's only because the police are here. Otherwise Jiang Ning would have stabbed her to death with a knife. The girl whose veil was torn off was angry, and her voice suddenly became sharp. That's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Give me back the dog. Stop. Director Ling spoke at the right time. Since you can't provide conclusive evidence to prove that the dog is yours, let the dog choose. It belongs to whoever it wants to be with. Everyone was full of confidence. Coke ate whatever the 18th floor ate. He was never treated specially. He even ate the most. Not to mention the meat. Even the bones were all his. Zhang Chao was embarrassed to chew and swallow it. Jiang Ning had to listen to the police uncle. It was his. And others couldn't take it away. It was useless to keep it if it was not his. Although she was reluctant. A forced melon was not sweet. Besides, she had confidence in herself. In her previous life, Coke even risked his life to save her. She didn't believe that he would behave like a scumbag for his unscrupulous ex-pooper. So, the rope was loosened. Who knew that the girl had no martial ethics? She squatted down and stretched out her hands to Kaylay, calling affectionately, Nyo-Nyo. Come to mommy. Kaylay took 2 steps forward, paused and turned his head, as if making a difficult decision. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Scumbag. Daodu was anxious and kept pulling her brother's sleeve. Brother. I want Kaylay. Hui touched her head deeply. Daodu. Be good. We must respect Kaylay's choice. Nyo-Nyo. The girl was so emotional that she almost cried, seeing Kaylay walking towards her step by step. Her heart finally settled down. As for the group of people behind her, they also couldn't help getting excited, with greed reflected in their eyes. This was not a lively dog, but a pot of steaming dog meat stew. Such a fat dog. Enough for them to eat for several meals. The scumbag dog just walked away step by step. Not only did he not look back, but he even ran in the end. Jiang Ning couldn't bear it anymore and reached into his pocket. The dog can be scumbag, but it saved her life in the previous life. If it wants to go back to the former shit shoveler, it can, but not in the form of dog meat stew. Even if it wants to burn itself, it has to ask her for her consent. Today, no one can take it away. Huishan was quick to press Jiang Ning's hand through her clothes, and hinted her with his eyes not to be impulsive. Seeing Director Ling's eyes sweeping over, Jiang Ning took a deep breath, took out a piece of chewing gum from her pocket, and chewed it slowly. Just as the girl showed a smug smile, the dog jumped up and pounced on her. Ah! The girl was caught off guard and fell heavily on the ice. The dog raised his right hind leg and splattered her face. It splattered on her face, and even though it was warm, it instantly froze, and the girl screamed. Ling Ju was shocked by the dog action. Cola jumped towards Jiang Ning in one step. Jiang Ning reached out and held the dog steadily. He hooked his claws around Jiang Shovel's neck and didn't even look at the girl. Bastard. You've been wanting to lick her for a long time. The girl was licked all over her face and body. Her shocked companions disliked her strong smell and stepped back a few steps. No one came forward to help her. The girl quickly wiped the frozen dog urine on her face. She was angry and ashamed. She wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. She was actually fooled by Nyo-Nyo. The look he gave the dog was full of hatred, and there was no tenderness as a shit shoveler. She was unwilling to give up, and wanted to snatch the dog back. But Director Ling said, "Okay, the dog belongs to this girl. If you continue to make trouble, you will all go to Shishan to dig coal." Although it is understandable to eat dog meat to save lives during natural disasters, dogs are the most loyal companions of humans. And this is not an ordinary dog. As someone who has worked with police dogs before, he cannot turn a blind eye. The people led by the girl were unwilling to give up. But Jiang Ning said coldly, "Whoever dares to take advantage of it again, I will kill him." These words were full of murderous intent. The girl was not convinced and looked at the policeman, hoping that he could do justice. The dog was really hers, and she had the absolute right to dispose of it. But Director Ling was unmoved. "If you don't want to leave, the car that is taking the prisoners to dig coal hasn't gone far yet. I can ask them to turn around. Come on. The police are unfair. But the arm cannot twist the thigh. They just shot more than 300 people. And now it is different from before the end of the world. The law is no longer perfect. How to deal with the prisoners depends on their mouths." Finally, she had to leave in disappointment. The girl turned around and looked at the dog in Jiang Ning's arms. Her eyes were extremely complicated. Once, Nyo's heart and eyes were all about her, and he even risked his life to protect her. But now his eyes were cold and without a trace of warmth. She didn't know why it had come to this day, and it finally became someone else's dog. The moment it pounced on her, the girl felt the killing intent. And in the end, she just peed? Perhaps thinking of the last bit of affection. The girl felt bitter in her heart, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Now that it wasn't a damn natural disaster, why would she want to take advantage of it? Well, she owed it after all. Now it has found a new owner. It's good. It's good. The girl was like a lost soul. She couldn't remember when she started to lose herself. It seemed that it started with abandoning Nyo. There is no harm without comparison. Kayleigh didn't expect to see the former shit shoveler again. And she didn't expect that she would miss her own meat. It decisively hugged the current shit shoveler and didn't let go. Woo woo woo. He was as aggrieved and sad as a fat man weighing 70 or 80 kilograms. Director Ling turned around and wanted to leave. But he came back after a few steps, forcing a smile on his face. "This dog is very smart. Is it a police dog?" Jiang Ning comforted the insecure dog and was unwilling to have too much contact with Director Ling. "No. It's just trained. Are you interested in coming to the police station?" Director Ling has dealt with all kinds of people, and he can tell at a glance that these young people are not ordinary. The public security brigade is not only short of people, but also short of dogs like it. Chapter 110. Facing his invitation, Jiang Ning decisively refused. "No. We are just unarmed people." Director Ling looked past her and fell on Huishan. "What about you? If I guess correctly, you should be from the military and police. Now the country is in trouble, and it is the time when you are needed. Would you consider joining?" Dowdu was frightened and subconsciously hugged his arm. "Brother." Huishan comforted his sister and looked up and said, "I retired due to injury. Both my parents died at home, leaving my young sister to take care of." "Sorry." Director Ling felt a little sorry. "If you change your mind, you can come to the police station to find me at any time. Get in the car and leave. It's still early, and everyone goes to the department store." Along the way, Huishan was solemn and silent, although he was usually taciturn. Jiang Ning could sense that he seemed a little depressed. Could it be that Director Ling's words touched him? Yes, the military and police have a spirit of sacrifice and dedication, and his skills are definitely no problem. Retiring due to injury is just a cover. He must have a deeper secret, and was forced to make the decision to retire. But the responsibility and mission of being a military and police are tormenting him again. People always have to make choices. How can they not let down the Buddha and not let down their lovers? Dowda held his brother's hand, and a smile appeared in his eyes unconsciously. Jiang Ning couldn't help but lower her head, and Kayleigh happened to look up, and her pupils reflected her complete shadow. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were playing tricks in front, and Jing Weili followed behind, giving the two of them some time to relax. There were many people in the department store, and for safety reasons, Jiang Ning put the dog in her backpack and walked into the bustling trading market. This was her first time here, and Zhang Chao and others had been here several times, so they strolled around with ease. Although it was extremely cold, it was obviously much busier than during the floods. People were coming and going everywhere, but most of them were there to watch the fun, and very few were making deals. The goods on the stalls were varied, but the stall owners' needs were very consistent: food, charcoal, or medicine. They came every day, but left empty-handed every day. Jiang Ning couldn't say what he wanted, so he could only walk and look, and then stop at a stall. The stall owner was a veterinarian who opened a pet clinic before the disaster. The stall was full of pet supplies or toys, deworming medicine, hair softener, dog hair cleaner, nail clippers, etc. If it was before the natural disaster, it would definitely be a huge profit. But now no one is interested. Jiang Ning hadn't found a dog before, so naturally she didn't prepare these things. Now she couldn't help but be tempted when she saw them. She picked out dog chew sticks, chew balls, dog leashes, dog hair cleaners, and deworming medicines, making sure they were not expired or unopened. Jiang Ning didn't feel bad about buying for the dog, so she took everything she might need. How much do these cost? There were a lot of things, and there were several bottles of deworming medicine alone. If it was before the Doomsday, it would definitely cost thousands of dollars. But now, not to mention pets, even people can't survive. The boss has not made any sales in more than a month since opening. He was a little excited and held up 3 fingers. Just give 3 caddies of rice. 3 caddies of rice may be a lot for others, but it is not a problem for Jiang Ning. She was not in a hurry to agree, but pretended to be very embarrassed. The boss was afraid that she would not agree, so he lowered the price on his own initiative. 2 caddies. It really can't be less. There are children to support at home. The man was skinny. His eyes were deeply sunken, and he looked dirty. Seeing Zheng Weili and others walking forward, Jiang Ning spoke. 2 caddies of polished rice or 3 caddies of broken rice? Which one do you want? The man was stunned for a moment, then excitedly said, 3 pounds of broken rice. Jiang Ning took out 3 pounds of broken rice from the space and put it in a black plastic bag while taking the bag. The man moved quickly and stuffed it into his thick clothes, fearing that he would be seen and in danger. He gave the things to Jiang Ning, while telling her how to use the insecticide. He packed up the stall and planned to go home. When he got up and left, Jiang Ning found Hui Yishan not far away. Daodu was holding a hairband, and he was holding Daodu's hand, looking in her direction from time to time. Sister, Daodu had a hard time choosing. Which one looks good? The colors her brother chose for her were ugly, and didn't look good on her. Children like bright colors. Red, pink, orange, and blue. Look at what Hui Yishan chose. Black, white, and gray. No wonder Daodu didn't like it. Jiang Ning lowered her head to help Daodu choose. But the vendor was smart. Seeing the man standing behind the woman in a protective manner, he came up with an idea and sneaked up to ask. Girl, do you want a small umbrella? Small umbrella? Jiang Ning was a little confused and didn't react for a while. The vendor took out an umbrella from his pocket mysteriously and waved it in front of Jiang Ning. Genuine. Quality is absolutely guaranteed. Fuck. This is it. How did he know she needed it? The world is not good now. It's hard enough for you two to have a child. If you get pregnant again, it will be life-threatening. Not to mention whether the child can be born. Even your life may be in danger. The vendor tried his best to sell. Girl, buy some to keep at home. You can use it repeatedly. It's guaranteed to be worth the money. Jiang Ning dug her toes into the ground in embarrassment. But she thought that the space had 3,000 umbrellas stored, and she didn't need them anyway. Besides, she was wrapped from head to toe with only her eyes exposed, so there was no shame. So she asked curiously, how much do you sell it for? She seemed to have forgotten that Hui Yishan was standing behind her because her attention was diverted. The vendor held up a finger. 5 caddies of refined rice or refined flour. 5 caddies of rice or flour for a small umbrella. Ah, she's going to get rich. Of course, she didn't plan to sell it now. Everyone who came here was trying to survive, and it was not easy to sell it. When the inventory was used up in the future, she would take it out and trade it with rich people, exchanging it for gold, jade, antiques, etc., or exchanging it for something she didn't have. Seeing her frown, the vendor thought she thought it was too expensive, so he used his eloquence. Sister, I see you don't need to worry about the food, but you can't let your entertainment be delayed. This is brand new and unopened. I need 4.5 kilograms of grain to buy it. I can't sell it at a loss. Right? If you think it's expensive, I have second-hand ones here. It only costs 2 kilograms of grain. The quality is durable. If you don't believe it, you can check it on the spot. By the way, what size do you want? Second-hand? Jiang Ning was instantly struck by lightning, and his stomach churned. The vendor was embarrassed, but didn't realize it. He glanced at Huishan. Brother, what's your code? Ah, Jiang Ning, who was talking nonsense, realized it later and turned his head to look at him subconsciously. I don't know if Huishan has a high level of practice or he just doesn't understand. His deep eyes were calm and said, No need. Thank you. Jiang Ning, who was socially dead, turned around and ran away without saying a word. Hey, don't leave. The price can be negotiated. Don't you want the hairband? Dowdu was confused. Brother, my hairband? There are more beautiful ones behind. What's wrong with sister? Dowdu looked up and asked brother. Are you angry with me? It has nothing to do with you. Huishan thought for a while. She must be shy. It's good that she is not angry with her. Dowdu quickly chased forward. Sister, wait for me. Chapter 111. Huishan held his sister and followed behind slowly. Jiang Ning walked and looked, and calmed down after a while. He saw some traditional Chinese medicine practitioners setting up stalls to make a living, selling injuries and massage. But because there were no medicines, and the clothes were too thick due to the extreme cold, there were very few patients who came to patronize. If there were any, they were only for consultation. The trading market was very large, and there were all kinds of things for sale, among which the most sold were second-hand clothes. Dozens or hundreds of pieces were piled together, including cotton coats, pants, sweaters, etc., which looked very dirty and messy. But there were many people asking about it, but their expressions were hard to describe. You can guess with your toes where the clothes came from. Yes, they came from the dead. This is extremely taboo, but the survivors have no choice. If they don't wear them, they will freeze to death. Staying alive is the most important thing. After walking around for about an hour, no one except Jiang Ning bought anything. But Zhang Chao and Li were in a good mood. The prices of tea, cigarettes and alcohol have increased, especially the drugs for fever, anti-inflammatory and antibiotics. A row of drugs can be exchanged for several kilograms of food. Everyone on the 18th floor has medicine. As long as they stay healthy and don't get sick, they can exchange a lot of food in the future. Those who hoarded the medicine were just like those who speculated on the property, waiting to raise the price to maximize their profits. With medicine in hand, they are not panicked and have more confidence in their future life. Jiang Ning pretended to be dead. Huishan did not mention it, and the embarrassing incident of the small umbrella was revealed. 3 days later, the neighborhood committee issued a message to notify the survivors of the community to collect the stolen protection food. According to the confession of the criminals, the community that suffered more robbery will be allocated more, and the community with less loss will be allocated less. It is impossible to achieve absolute fairness, but we will try our best to ensure fairness for the majority of people. Jinrong community was the hardest hit area, and each person could get 2 kilograms of food. The 18th floor was not robbed, so when the survivors lined up to receive food, Jiang Ning chose to stay at home. The whole community knew that the 18th floor was not robbed, and there were many people waiting in the dark to watch the excitement. As long as the 18th floor dared to come out to claim, they would secretly report it. However, they waited long and hard, but the people on the 18th floor did not come out. Unexpectedly, the devil was quite conscientious and did not snatch food from them. If they can keep their original intention, such devils can come again. At least with the existence of this group of people, the evil forces outside must think twice when they want to attack the community. The Zhong family did not receive any food either. The family did not have much food, but compared to other survivors, the Zhong family lived a much better life. 3 people worked to earn money and could collect 35 kilograms of food a month. If they lived frugally and did not get sick, they could barely survive. However, the news was mixed. The government once again released thousands of job openings, but at the same time reduced the relief food to once every 2 weeks. The survivors were wailing, but there was nothing they could do. Someone in the family worked inside, and the news came faster than outside. Grandma Zhong knocked on the door and said, Xiao Jiang, we are going to recruit a lot of people this time, including those with planting experience. Do you want to go? Grandma Zhong doesn't know anything else, but she's good at farming. Before she got married, she worked in the fields. After she married into the Zhong family, she moved to the city to live. She's too old to do anything, but she can teach these young kids that going out to find a job is the right way. The Dragon Slayer Society was destroyed, and the military and government joined forces to crack down on evil forces. The atmosphere outside has improved a lot. Hundreds of security patrols were recruited at once, and they patrolled all day in 2 shifts. It won't be as chaotic as before. Jiangning doesn't plan to go out. He wants to fatten up with Guzi. Wei Yishan wanted to take care of his sister, so he also declined her kindness. 1803 it was even more impossible. Zhang Chao and Liu Yu decided to hang out with Brother Shen and learn more life-saving skills. Oh, they have to be strong and be real men. Thank you, Grandma Zong. We find you again if we need you. Devils don't need to find a job. What's the difference between following the crowd to earn food and ordinary people? As long as you take off this coat, those thieves with unrepentant hearts will come to provoke, which will be counterproductive. Besides, food is not that easy to earn. You work hard at ordinary times, and when the day of food distribution comes, robbers will line up at the door of the unit. Don't ask. Jiangning worked for her life in her previous life, but she didn't bring back food and was almost stabbed to death. It's not that the criminals are kind, but she knows a little bit of fighting. But at that time she was hungry and cold, and 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, so it's good to be able to save her life. In short, the 18th floor continues to choose to be bad. Back in the room, Jiangning fell into deep thought. To be honest, it was completely beyond her expectation that the Dragon Slayer Society could be solved so quickly. Unexpectedly, the police not only believed the report letter, but also immediately coordinated with the military to strike hard to eliminate the criminal den. She thought the riot would continue for several months, and now putting it down all at once would not only reduce the sacrifice of the military and police, but also save countless survivors. This touched Jiangning vaguely. Of course, having seen the darkness of human nature in the end of the world and ended up with a tragic death, she could not believe and help the survivors. But it is undeniable that the country never gave up rescue until the day she died. It can be said to be selfish. Even if the food rotted in the space, she would not lend a helping hand to an individual. However, she had received help and rescue from the government, and she did not mind lending a helping hand appropriately while ensuring her own safety. After much thought, Jiangning picked up a pen to write a letter. She lived for only 3 years, with typhoons for half a month, floods for 3 months, extreme cold for a year, and then extreme heat, and then earthquakes. And then she died. The extreme cold was okay. As long as you had enough food and water, and wrapped yourself in a blanket, it would be fine. The extreme heat at the beginning was the most painful and unbearable. The southern coast is a sauna day, and people are like being boiled in a pot. The hot and humid heat brings all kinds of diseases, especially in the months when the ice melted and the floods reappeared. The flood stopped surging, and the frozen bodies rotted and fermented, as well as all kinds of living garbage of the survivors. Extreme cold freezes all flavors and germs, but extreme heat is simply hell. The harsh environment breeds bacteria and viruses, making it easy for plagues to occur, and also breeds mosquitoes, plagues and other insect disasters, which further harm the survivors. Thinking of the big southern cockroaches as thick as 2 thumbs running everywhere, Jiangning almost vomited the overnight meal. Not to mention the mutant rats with sharp teeth that can bite glass. It is true that the government spared no effort to rescue the disaster, but they had no idea what would happen next, so they could only run around, but often got half the result with twice the effort. Just after developing cold-resistant potatoes and distributing them to survivors for planting, extreme heat came. Working day and night to study antitoxic mosquito killers. The result was that giant cockroaches were everywhere in the south. How many scientific researchers collapsed at work and never woke up again? Jiangning thought again and wrote about the disaster she had experienced. As for whether the municipal government believed it or not, it was not up to her to decide. If they believed it and made preparations in advance, they might have avoided many detours and allowed more survivors to survive. If they did not believe it, it was also human nature. Chapter 112. Jiangning went downstairs to walk the dog. After defeating several gangs and with the security patrol, the community became much quieter. Strangely enough, the police station welcomed citizens to actively report gangs involved in gangs. Many survivors in the community dislike the 18th floor, but without exception, no one reports it. The atmosphere is harmonious and a bit weird. They don't even want to provoke the 18th floor. They just stay away from it. Not to mention people walking their dogs. even if the dogs are out on their own. The survivors in the community don't dare to make a move. They didn't have sausages. Otherwise, they would have bribed Guzzi and used his special status to get on the 18th floor. There were also those who wanted the Zhang family to act as a matchmaker. But after what happened to the Zhang family and the Su family, Grandma Zhang refused all of them, and would no longer get involved in these dirty things. After the Dragon Slaying Society was destroyed, the Su family moved back from the shelter, and did not dare to live on the 17th floor again, but returned to their own house. When the Su family came to the 17th floor to move things, Grandma Zhang greeted them politely, but did not let the Su family come up, but asked her daughter-in-law to help move down. After walking the dog until dark, Jiang Ning put the coke in her backpack, put on her skates and skated to the police station. She originally wanted to put the letter in the municipal mailbox, but there were too many people and too many things to deal with, so it was easy to be neglected or disbelieved, and she would just throw it away. After thinking it over, Jiang Ning decided to put it in the police station. First, the police station believed the last report letter, and this time, they would see the familiar handwriting, so they would be more likely to believe it. If it is handed over by the police station to the municipal government, it is more likely to be taken seriously. That was all she could do. Taking advantage of the night, Jiang Ning avoided the security patrol and quietly approached the police station, who knew that there was a police officer on duty. It was a good thing that the law enforcement environment improved, but Jiang Ning could not get close. After thinking about it, she let the dog out. The critical moment of raising a dog for 1,000 days, and using it for a moment has come. Go. Air Guzzi. After receiving the order from the shit shoveler, the dog held the letter in his mouth, and easily ran over the 2-meter-high wall without making any sound, jumping into the yard, crawling forward to avoid the light. The dog stood up, and put the letter on the table, when the police officer on duty stood up to turn on the water. Climbing over the wall again, he jumped into the arms of the shit shoveler. Jiang Ning rewarded him with a piece of dried meat. Good dog. The police officer, who was boiling water, turned around and saw a letter on the table. If he was not a staunch atheist, he would have screamed on the spot, especially when he opened the envelope and saw the contents clearly. He was immediately horrified. After reading it, he laughed again, saying that the world was about to be destroyed and everyone would die. Putting on the silver bracelet, he confessed very quickly. There are also mentally ill people who go to the police station and talk nonsense, saying that they have supernatural powers and can communicate with gods. As long as everyone sincerely offers 50 kilograms of oil and grain, the gods will lower Noah's Ark on New Year's Eve and leave a ticket to escape the earth for those who offer. The police station is already short of manpower, and being tortured by messy people and things. It is really going crazy. There are too many letters like tonight. However, this letter tonight is written more carefully, making people feel like they are there. The key is, how did the letter get in? The public security is not good, and unless there are special circumstances, the door of the police station is locked at night. The wall is nearly 3 meters high, and ordinary people can't climb over it, let alone get it into the office without anyone noticing. There are so many strange things in the end of the world. The police officer shook his head and threw the letter on the file rack, drinking hot water to keep warm. He always felt that something was wrong, so he took it out again and looked at it carefully. The handwriting seems a little familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. The police officer thought about it for a long time before he suddenly slapped his head. Isn't this one of the people who wrote the letter to report the Dragon Slayer Society? Director Ling said earlier that this person must be a high-ranking member of the Dragon Slayer Society and must be found. However, after repeated investigations, there was no result. It was thought that the informant had secretly slipped away, but he actually reappeared, and was still a prophet. If the report letter is true, it will be a disaster for mankind. The police officer did not dare to slack off. He put the letter away, and planned to hand it over to Director Ling tomorrow morning to see how the leader would deal with it. The temperature continued to drop. Jiang Ning continued to stay at home, sleeping in his room every day, studying the unfinished homework by himself, and exercising in 1801. Yes, she forgot about the embarrassing things that happened in the past 2 days. Anyway, Huishan was not embarrassed. So why should she be embarrassed? The dog was lively by nature, and could not stay in the room at all. But I didn't expect that the trainer would be lazy, and actually trained Daodu as the successor, and asked her to go out to train the dog every day. The dog was very dissatisfied. Was it the little Dowdo who trained it? Or was it the little Dowdo? No matter. Let's train each other. If we don't fight, we will feel uncomfortable. So, sometimes people train dogs. And sometimes dogs train people. It's really lively. I woke up naturally in the morning. And there was a sudden knock on the door. Aining? Aining! Zhang Chao was extremely anxious. Jiang Ning thought something had happened and ran out of the room with disheveled hair. What happened? Aining? Happy birthday. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu suddenly jumped out and bang at Jiang Ning. The fireworks tube sprayed all over her head and covered her with confetti. The sound was so loud that Jiang Ning almost took out a gun from the space to feed them 2 peanuts. Luckily, she reacted quickly and held back. The fireworks tube was picked up from the mall. The two were bored and didn't want to throw it away, so they just used it to celebrate Jiang Ning's birthday. Birthday? The person was stunned. It took her a while to remember that her birthday was indeed at the end of the year. Orphans don't like to celebrate birthdays, and Jiang Ning never remembers this day. What's so memorable about the days of being abandoned? Therefore, every year Zhang Chao and Lu Yu took the initiative to arrange it, and Jiang Ning passively cooperated. I didn't expect that I could still celebrate my birthday in the end of the world of natural disasters. And it was still Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. Aining? Happy birthday. Zheng Weili came over and handed over a festive greeting card. It was also picked up from the mall. When it was turned on, music sounded. It was childish. But the music made people feel as if they were in another world. As if the natural disaster had not come. Zhang Chao was used to putting his hand on Jiang Ning's shoulder. Today is your birthday. Just tell us what you want to eat. We will treat you. Lu Yu nodded. Yes. As long as we have it. You can order it. In the end times, someone still celebrated his birthday for him. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved. Jiang Ning thought for a while. Forget it. I will treat you. With only the supplies in 1803. Who knows how long they can support 3 gluttons? In order to save food and firewood, they only eat 2 meals a day. One of which is porridge. The rice is put in a thermos and stuffed in the quilt to cover it. Look down on us? Lu Yu pretended to be angry. We don't have much supplies. But it's still no problem to celebrate your birthday. Let's change the rules. Whoever has a birthday will treat you. Jiang Ning's tone was unquestionable. I won't treat you on your birthday in the future. Ah. Can we still play like this? Okay. Today the birthday guy is the biggest. Chapter 113. The gift is small, but the sentiment is great. Jiang Ning wanted them to have a good meal. So he didn't need to find an excuse. I still have frozen fish. How about grilled fish? There are also braised pork and spicy rabbit. Grilled fish? The 3 of them drooled immediately. What a problem. Zhang Chao's face was full of envy. Aining, you are still rich in supplies. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes and said, Isn't that nonsense? When you were drinking and eating meat, Coke and I were eating bran and vegetables. We usually don't want to eat them. Woof. The dog face was full of grievance. It eats bread every day and has become thin. Lu Yu complained. God. We didn't hide the meat from you. They almost grew up wearing the same pants. Who is not the roundworm in each other's stomach? Jiang Ning asked with a smile. Are you sure you didn't drink secretly? The 2 panicked. No. Really not. As a man, what's wrong with drinking a little wine when you are depressed? I can't bear to drink more. Just a few mouthfuls at a time. And chew some meat secretly. Lu Yu has a strong desire to survive. He hugged Zheng Weili and said, Wife, I really didn't. You have to believe my dear husband. Jiang Ning was woken up early in the morning for his birthday, and was speechless after being stuffed with dog food. If you want to show your affection, go back to your room. This is a public place. Consider the feelings of single people. Zhang Chao almost burst into tears. Ning is really good. He has been holding back for a long time. There was a big noise at the door. The door of 1801 opened, and Hui Shen walked out. Lu Yu greeted him warmly. Brother Shen, Ning's birthday is today. Come over for lunch at noon. Hui Shen was slightly surprised, and looked over immediately. Your birthday? Yeah. Jiang Ning nodded. What do you and Dowda like to eat? Today I'm not only treating but also cooking. I can cook anything. Hui Shen is not picky about food. You are a good cook. You can cook anything. The 3 of them immediately started gossiping. It is true that Hui Shen has a kitchen disaster. But it does not prevent him from having high standards and strict requirements. Zhang Chao's crossbow shooting skills are excellent. But he has never said a good word. Aining hasn't cooked yet. But he has already praised her. His double standards are too obvious. There is no way. Who makes like repels like and opposites attract. Jiang Ning was a little embarrassed to be praised by the big guy. It's okay. Just don't pick it up. What to pick? It's good to have something to eat in the end times. After closing the door and returning to the house, Jiang Ning prepared things. He picked a 7 or 8 gene grass carp from the space. The rabbit he took was domestic. And the pork belly was cut into about 4 gene. There are only 2 rooms in 1802. And the space is small and can't be moved. Jiang Ning rarely lets the 2 neighbors in because raising rabbits is smelly. Kill the fish and cut the meat. And prepare the things first. There is no grilled fish material. So take 1/3 of the hot pot base instead. After preparing the ingredients and going out, he happened to run into Huishan and Daodu. He took the things from Jiang Ning's hand and handed over a box of things. Aining, happy birthday. A box of exquisite chocolates. No one refuses gifts on birthdays. Jiang Ning took it. Thank you. Put the things back in the house and turn on the fire at 1803. Zhang Chao and Liu moved the stove to the balcony to grill fish. And Huishan followed into the kitchen. I can make braised pork. I make this meal. You just need to give instructions. Neighbors help each other. Can't wipe out the desire of poor students to improve. Jiang Ning agreed readily. No problem. It was extremely cold. And she just didn't want to cook. Huishan didn't have much talent. But the steps were fine. And with Jiang Ning watching beside him, the braised pork was quickly out of the oven and poured into a casserole and slowly stewed with firewood. Smelling the gurgling aroma, everyone almost swallowed their tongues. The rabbit was fried in a pot. And a small half bowl was reserved for Coke and Daodu before adding the spicy food. The last one was the grilled fish, which was first charred with firewood, put in the pot, poured with hot pot seasoning, and added with mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, bean curd and other side dishes, and served on the table and slowly cooked on the charcoal stove. The 2 didn't help the whole time. Daodu was drawing on the sofa, and Coke was squatting beside him to supervise. When the work was done, Daodu ran over with the painting. Sister, this is my birthday gift for you. I wish you a happy birthday and beautiful every day. Wow. The little cutie is so thoughtful. Jiang Ning took it and saw that something seemed wrong. Daodu, what did you draw? Circles and crosses. A bit magical. Don't expect too much from a 5-year-old child. Daodu came over to explain. This is my brother. This is my sister. This is me. And next to me is Coke. Let's live happily in the house hand in hand. Triangle. Oval. Rectangle. How do these shapes become a person? Liu came over and laughed at the magical painting. Aining, isn't that how we drew when we were kids? Living in an orphanage. Who hasn't longed for family warmth? Who hasn't secretly drawn their parents? It's just that as they get older, they gradually stop having fantasies. Have you? Jiang Ning has no memory. This is not the point. The key is why Daodu drew her and Huishan together. Not only raising 2 of them, but also living in the same house? Children's nature cannot be erased. Jiang Ning complained in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Daodu's painting is great. Sister likes it very much. Daodu jumped up after being praised, smiling like a flower. Zhang Chao was very cunning. Daodu, why did you only draw Brother Shen and Aining? Where are we? Really? Jiang Ning wanted to kill him with chopsticks by bringing up all the issues. Daodu was confused by the question. He thought for a long time while digging his fingers before saying, Brother Zhang Chao, I will draw you later. Daodu is awesome. We are all family. Daodu looked at Zhang Chao, then at his brother, and felt that what he said was right. But it seemed that something was wrong. Huishan greeted. Let's eat. Everyone sat down. And the unfinished Wuliangya was continued. Come on. I wish Aining a happy 20th birthday every year. Me to eat every day. And eternal youth and beauty. Yes. Today is Jiang Ning's 20th birthday. I didn't expect that in the harsh end of the world, there would be so many people to celebrate her birthday with her. We don't have a cake, but we still have to make birthday wishes. So, Jiang Ning closed her eyes and made a wish, hoping that every member of the 18th floor could live safely and healthily until the end of the natural disaster. She raised her glass and drank it all. It's all in this wine. The grilled fish is delicious. The braised pork is very fragrant. And the spicy rabbit is delicious. Everyone ate and talked. Talking about the fights when they were wearing open-crotch pants when they were young. Thinking of being beaten badly by Jiang Ning. Zhang Chao and Liu still have psychological trauma. Jiang Ning gave each of them meat and apologized. I won't beat you in the future. Zheng Weili also recalled her childhood. I grew up strong. Taller than boys. And I was particularly good at eating. I was always laughed at by the villagers. Including my 2 brothers. Who stopped me on the road after school and threw mud at me. Later, she got mad and beat down more than a dozen people at a time. All of them were bruised and swollen. And that feeling was particularly good. Since then, Zheng Weili has been addicted to fighting. She has no rivals in the whole village. Even dogs hide when they see her. Later, she was discovered by the sports school coach and started to practice Sanda. Then, all eyes fell on Huishan. For the 18th floor, Brother Shen's past is a mystery. They are curious but dare not ask. Chapter 114. Huishan thought for a moment. I grew up in the love of my parents. Graduated successfully and started working. Nothing special. TSK. Brother Shen is dishonest. He looks like a boy with a story. Not only did 1803 not believe his brief summary. Even the dog didn't believe it. Woof. He was lying. However, the other person's aura was there. But Jiang Ning didn't speak. 1803 didn't have the courage to ask. Eat quickly. Jiang Ning urged. The food will get cold later. Zhang Chao hurried down the stairs. Yes. Eat quickly. Take a bite of the delicious braised pork. Which is fat but not greasy. And feels that the soul has been sublimated in the end times. Liu took a few sips quickly. And said intoxicatedly, Aining? The new year is coming soon. How are we going to celebrate it? Jiang Ning has no objection. Anyway is fine. Zheng Weili suggested. Why don't we 3 families cook together? So it will be more lively. In fact, Jiang Ning and the other 2 never liked the new year. The new year is a day for family reunion. But they are homeless. But Zheng Weili is different. She has a family. Even if she can't go back now. She wants to celebrate the new year in a foreign land. Speaking of which, Liu was a little sad. His wife said during the summer vacation that she would take him back to meet her parents during the new year. But who knew that the natural disaster would come? He took his wife's feelings into consideration and quickly agreed. The natural disaster is difficult enough. Let's get together and celebrate a lively new year. Maybe it will return to normal next year. 3 years after the end of the world. Liveliness means danger. So Jiang Ning doesn't like liveliness. But he came back and lived on the 18th floor for a long time. During this period, he stayed at home every day. Even if he practiced with Huishan. But in fact, he was taciturn by nature. Apart from professional training instructions, he didn't say much. Zhang Chao and Liu have funny personalities. And they grew up together. So they are more relaxed when facing 1803. I have no objection. Huishan, who is a culinary disaster, has no objection. Daodu is very excited. Great. I can finally spend the new year with my brother. Huishan touched her head. Well, this year my brother doesn't have to work. And he can spend the new year with Daodu. For some reason, when Jiang Ning heard him say this, it seemed that it was not just 1 year, but far away to the end of time. After eating the grilled fish, noodles and sweet potato noodles were added to the soup. Everyone ate until their stomachs were full and sighed with satisfaction. As expected, we still need Aining to come so that we can eat meat and drink wine. Don't worry about it. Jiang Ning knocked on the weak and frail. I only have this little. And I have almost squandered it. We still have frozen meat. But without your cooking skills, I'm afraid it will be wasted. Jiang Ning didn't dare to take credit. The braised pork is made by a Shin. It has nothing to do with me. Aining, you are biased. You teach Brother Shin, but not me. Liu showed off his eloquence for free. Teach me one day. I want to make it for my wife Lily. Jiang Ning felt sick, with goosebumps all over his body. Chao, I sympathize with you. Zhang Chao almost burst into tears. Woo. It's not easy to live. After a full meal, Jiang Ning was covered in fumes. He went home, locked the door, and took a comfortable hot bath in the space. He changed into pajamas, sat on the bed to read, and unpacked the chocolates that Huishan had sent. Well, chocolate with wine filling. silky and delicate taste. Needless to say, expensive. It was time for a nap. Jiang Ning put down the book and packed up the snacks and chocolates. He accidentally found that the chocolate box was actually heart-shaped. Well, it's just a marketing trick. If it wasn't related to love between men and women, how could it be sold at a sky-high price? For luxury goods, packaging is just a gimmick. But it's just a coincidence. The new year is coming. And since we are going to celebrate the new year, we must have a good new year. In order to have a warm new year, all members of 1803 went out to chop firewood. But the trees in Fengshan had been chopped down long ago, and it would take a whole day to go back and forth to the nearest villa complex in the middle of the mountain. Aining, are you going? Jiang Ning chose to play it down. Don't worry about me. Just let me freeze to death. Huishan also played it down. Neither Dowdy nor I feel cold. When Grandma Zhong learned that 1803 was going to chop firewood, she enthusiastically suggested, the firewood is too heavy, and it's not cost-effective to carry it back and forth. You can make charcoal and bring it back. Making charcoal? The 18th floor doesn't know how to do it. Grandma Zhong clapped her thighs and said with a smile, making charcoal is very simple. I will teach you. So, Grandma Zhong passed on the traditional charcoal making method that had been eliminated for decades to 1803. Lu Yu, who didn't know the difference between grains, was confused and couldn't even tell the difference between rivets and nails. But Zhang Chaopao was quick-witted and responded quickly. Thank you, Grandma Zhong. We understand. It's unrealistic to go back and forth every day. 1803 took the sled and tent, and vowed not to come back until he made several hundred kilograms of charcoal. Aining, Brother Shen, the 18th floor is handed over to you. Wait for our triumphant return. Going out to chop wood is dangerous. But you can't survive without charcoal fire. Jiang Ning warned, be careful and don't sleep too deeply at night. Regarding safety, 1803 is still confident. He carries a crossbow and peanuts with him, either of which can kill people. Besides, there is Zhang Weili, an old boxer, who gives Zhang Chao and Lu Yu a full sense of security. However, Zhang Chao wants to kidnap Coke. The dog wants to be wild, but finally refuses the temptation and firmly hugs the shit-shoveling owner's thigh. 1803 left, and the 18th floor was so quiet. Jiang Ning suddenly didn't know how to communicate with Huishan. Well, the new year is coming soon. I want to go out to buy some New Year's goods. Are you looking after the house? Huishan didn't need to buy anything. Besides, the closer it got to the end of the year, the more dangerous it was. After all, pickpockets and robbers also wanted to celebrate the new year. Someone needed to be left guarding the 18th floor. I stay. When he went out, Jiang Ning left the dog to him for training. As a friendly and helpful neighbor, she took the initiative to ask, is there anything you need me to bring? Huishan thought for a moment. Nothing for now. If there's anything suitable, you can help me bring something. How could she know what was suitable for him? Perhaps it was just a casual remark. Jiang Ning didn't take it seriously and went to the department store alone. In fact, none of the department stores have a complete space like hers. But the supplies need to be transported through a clear path. And Jiang Ning has never held a New Year's festival. He is tired of the life of neither human nor ghost in the 3 years of the apocalypse. Now that conditions allow. Of course, we must enjoy the present. Otherwise we don't know when we will die. And the supplies in the space will be wasted. Since we are going to hold a festival, we should hold it in a lively way. She needs to learn from others. As the spring festival approaches, the stalls in the department store are much more lively than last time. Some people are actually selling blessing characters and couplets. It's a pity that the survivors can hardly fill their stomachs. So how can they have extra food to buy couplets? Watching the excitement in front of the stall, recalling the prosperous spring festival, his expression immediately became extremely gloomy. To be honest, the couplets are really well written, and the calligraphy is very profound. I think he had some accomplishments before the end of the world. How much? The embarrassed middle-aged man rubbed his hands to keep warm. 5 spring festival couplets plus a stack of blessing characters. Half a caddy of rice or noodles. The middle-aged man was very anxious because he had not made a single transaction in the stall for several days. Little girl, this is the couplet I wrote by hand. You can tell from the calligraphy that it is definitely worth the price. You won't be cheated or fooled if you buy it. Chapter 115. The man was a member of the Calligraphy Association and claimed to be a cultured person. Before the end of the world, many people came to him to ask for calligraphy. Even if he just posted a few words, the price was never less than 5,000 yuan. Who would have thought that a natural disaster would suddenly come? And he couldn't even get back a grain of rice for what he was good at and proud of before. The family was already stretched to the limit. And if he didn't bring food back, he wouldn't even make it to New Year's Eve. There was a lot of rice and flour in the space, but they were all non-renewable. Although he planted 100 square meters of wheat, who knew whether it could produce wheat ears? Jiang Ning was reluctant to take it out. A pound of potatoes? Renewable ones don't matter. And the second crop of potatoes is about to be harvested. The middle-aged man was startled, then nodded happily. The price of half a caddy of rice and flour actually left room for bargaining. Yesterday, a customer wanted to buy it, and he took the initiative to reduce it to 2 taels of rice. But the other party didn't want it in the end. Jiang Ning took out 4 black-skinned potatoes from his bag, which looked more than a caddy, and handed them to the man under the cover of the unfolded Spring Festival couplets. These were specially taken out and frozen 2 days ago. I dare not show off fresh ones unless I am tired of living. The man pinched the potato skin with his fingernails and saw that the meat inside was very fresh. He quickly stuffed it into his pocket. Here, making money is one thing, and bringing food back is another. Picking up the couplet, Jiang Ning continued to stroll. Coincidentally, he ran into the pet clinic owner from last time. Deworming medicine can be used for 3 or 4 years, but Jiang Ning still thinks it is too little. After all, the dog will accompany her in her old age. The shelf life is okay. Jiang Ning wants all of them, but not any toys. Kaylai has become smarter and thinks the toys are too childish. He would rather press the rabbit to the ground and rub it to play. However, he asked for a school bag and some very handsome pet clothes. It was quite a lot of stuff, exchanged for 3 pounds of frozen potatoes. As he was walking, he was suddenly bumped by someone. Jiang Ning quickly turned around and grabbed the man's hand, put the sharp dagger on his waist, and said coldly, "Are you tired of living?" The bag-cutting gang, holding a sharp blade in his hand. He thought that girls were easy to attack. Even if they were discovered, they could just scare them a few times. But who knew that they would run into a tough guy? The man struggled to escape. For this habitual offender, Jiang Ning was not polite and punched him on the temple. The temple was weak, so a punch would not kill him, but it was enough to make him drink a pot. The man fell down with a thud and was unconscious. Jiang Ning did not even look back and continued to walk around. Others turned a blind eye. Their expressions were extremely numb. They did not even know where their own survival was. So how could they care about the life and death of others? The security patrol team rushed over and pinched his rinzhong to save him when they saw that he was still breathing. They unexpectedly found that he was carrying various blades, daggers, kitchen knives, etc. Needless to say, he was another criminal, and was handed over to the police to be sent to Shishan to dig coal. After walking around for a while, and just about to go home, a tightly wrapped man came over and said, "Miss, do you want meat?" Jiang Ning thought the voice was familiar and looked at him for a long time. Sharp-nosed monkey? Sharp-nosed monkey was surprised. "Miss, do you know me?" "Yes." He has a sharp-nosed monkey face. Nicknamed Sharp-nosed Monkey. Jiang Ning pulled down his scarf and mask. "It's me." "You?" Sharp-nosed Monkey almost screamed. Blood kept rushing to his forehead, and he was so excited that he almost took out a knife. 500,000. 500,000. When the deal was made, the boss praised and rewarded him in person. Who knew that the floods did not disappear, and the extreme cold came? Civilization disappeared. The glory of the past turned into shit, and the boss scolded him in public as a grandson. 500,000 pieces of waste paper. I don't know when I will wipe my ass. However, they are an honest organization, and they have to admit the wins and losses of the business. Suppressing the surging emotions, the sharp-nosed monkey put on a professional smile. "Miss, do you want meat?" "What kind of meat?" "We have pork and beef." Jiang Ning collected 68 pigs, and he will never have to worry about pork in his life. But he only has 200 kilograms of beef. Beef is heavy and shrinks a lot. 200 jeans is not much. You can only cut a few tails each time to satisfy your hunger. It's not easy to be stingy. So, Jiang Ning was tempted. "How much do you have?" "How much do you want?" "I want as much as you have." The sharp-mouthed monkey immediately became alert. "Miss, Can you eat so much? You won't compete with your peers for business. These people have sold fish to them. You care how much I eat. Just tell me whether to sell or not. If you don't do business, you are stupid. The sharp-mouthed monkey took her to a secluded corner and said the ugly words in advance. Miss, we don't accept banknotes now. Jiang Ning understood. He had a psychological trauma. Isn't that nonsense? The country won't accept it. The sharp-nosed monkey, whose lungs were pierced, took a deep breath and said calmly, the cow was just slaughtered. Very fresh. But what do you want to exchange it for? What do you want? Gold? Silver? Jade? Rice? Flour? Oil? Grain? Anything valuable is fine. The sharp-nosed monkey was thinking about the fish from last time. Do you have fish? 5 caddies of fish for 1 caddy of beef. Jiang Ning and Guzi both love to eat fish. Although the space has a lot of fish, they have lost a lot of weight by gutting it. What if they accidentally lived to 99 years old? They were all meat. So it was not cost-effective for her to exchange 5 caddies for 1 caddy. As for the other things in the space, everything she had stockpiled was useful. And those bought for free would have a higher exchange value in the future. There was no shortage of green vegetables, but they were too conspicuous. After thinking about it, she could only pick those that she would not need now or in the future, but were extremely valuable to others. Jiang Ning quickly came up with an idea and whispered, Do you want an umbrella? Umbrella? No. Why would he need an umbrella? No. This umbrella is not that umbrella. The sharp-nosed monkey quickly reacted, his eyes full of surprise. Yes. 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 Jiang Ning pondered. How to exchange? Almost 3,000. It's a waste of space. It's better to exchange for something practical. 20 for a pound of beef. Jiang Ning was speechless and turned away without saying a word. Miss, we can talk. The sharp-nosed monkey quickly grabbed her. 15 for a pound of beef. Let go. 10. Let go. The sharp-nosed monkey was about to cry. 8. It really can't be any less. Jiang Ning counted. 1. The monkey almost vomited blood. You are kidding. The market is 5 caddies of grain for 1. And they are fake and inferior. And there are even second-hand ones. And the price is still rising. The one I have is imported. Ordinary people can't afford it. But your target is the rich. Rich people eat meat and drink wine every day. They will not lack meat no matter what they need. And ordinary survivors can't take out grain to exchange for meat. So your trading targets are rich people. You can at least double your money if you trade it. And you can only exchange it for more if you hoard it later. The sharp-nosed monkey was furious. He had dealt with many difficult people, but he had never seen anyone as calculating as her. Transactions are risky. We must make money. But you are overcharging us. If you think it's unfair, forget it. There is no forced buying or selling in business. Jiang Ning planned to leave. Wait. The sharp-nosed monkey gritted his teeth. How much do you have? How much beef do you have? I can exchange for that. Chapter 116. Knowing that she was not an ordinary person, the sharp-nosed monkey said carefully, It was just slaughtered this morning. I can give you 200 kilograms, including bones and skin. The boss took a lot of supplies and exchanged them through special channels. We just opened today and didn't sell a single kilogram. Just like she said, rich people don't lack meat, but poor people can't afford it at all. So it's not easy to find customers. Even if someone wants it, it's half a kilogram or a kilogram. How long will it take to sell it? Even the skin and bones are not picked. 200 kilograms seems a lot, but the bones are very heavy, and the pure meat is estimated to be no more than 120 kilograms. But the chance is hard to come by. And the further you go, the less meat there is. Jiang Ning is cunning. He wants beef legs and above. And he will guarantee 200 kilograms. You wait here. I have to ask the boss. To avoid the boss beating him again. The sharp-mouthed monkey left in a hurry. And about 20 minutes later, he came back with another person, wrapped up with only his eyes. The boss agreed, but he wanted to check Jiang Ning goods. Jiang Ning pretended to take out his pocket and took out an umbrella from the space. A very small size. Wang Ming Warrior is probably a part-time seller. And he has all kinds of sizes. But, of course, successful sales are to sell the hard-to-sell products first. The other party was very professional and did not open the package, but checked the printing and seal of the package. It's real. 200 kilograms of beef for 200 umbrellas. But who would carry so many goods? Even if the sharp-nosed monkey was willing. Jiang Ning couldn't carry 200 kilograms. For safety reasons, both parties requested multiple transactions, 50 kilograms at a time. Agreement was made that each party would go back to pick up the goods and trade across the north gate of the department store. Jiang Ning looked around and did not find that he was being followed. He waited until the time was almost right before arriving at the agreed trading location. Not long after arriving, the sharp-nosed monkey came over with a black bag. Jiang Ning carefully checked it. The frozen meat was dark red. Not only fresh but also without any odor. He weighed it and took out a spring scale from his bag. The sharp-nosed monkey and the other person looked at each other. This woman was really difficult to deal with. Fortunately, she didn't cheat on the weight. After inspecting the beef, Jiang Ning took out a relative umbrella. The inspector frowned. "Why are they all extra small?" Jiang Ning asked back. "Is there a problem?" The sharp-nosed monkey tried to smooth things over. "Brother, as long as it's genuine, there's no problem. You don't know those rich people. Although they can make a lot of money, they are actually short-sighted and fast." Jiang Ning, is this something she can listen to? The transaction went smoothly. Jiang Ning put the beef into a large backpack and walked to a deserted place to store it in the space. For transactions in 2 hours. One step closer to beef freedom. The sharp-nosed monkey was extremely sure that she was a fellow traveler. And when he left, he felt a sense of sympathy for her. "Miss, don't forget to look for me when you have something good in the future." "You too." They were old acquaintances. So Jiang Ning took the opportunity to ask, "Do you have fresh vegetables?" "There are frozen ones, but they are very expensive. And the price is about the same as meat." Jiang Ning probed. "What do you have?" "Potatoes, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, and radishes." Sharp-nosed monkeys don't sell these. If you want the goods, you can only find the same trade. There is really nothing to chew on if they have been passed around for a few times. After asking about the market, Jiang Ning went home. When she was about to reach the community, she took out 3 bags of frozen potatoes, radishes, tomatoes, and sweet potatoes, weighing about 5 kilograms, from the space, and also froze them, and did not forget to cut 2 kilograms of beef. When the 3 families can put together some things, compared with other survivors, it will be a good year. When I got to the 17th floor, I happened to meet Grandma Zhong. Thinking about the couplets and the word fu, I gave her one, which made the old lady very happy. Back on the 18th floor, Dowdu and Kaylay were walking around each other. They were having so much fun. Dowdu secretly stuffed biscuits into the dog's mouth. Seeing the owner coming back, the dog decisively abandoned his playmates and rushed towards Jiang Ning enthusiastically. She didn't rush home, but knocked on the door of 1801. She took out the frozen potatoes and handed them to Huishan, saying, "For you. This guy is smart. It's impossible to hide it from him. But this is Jiang Ning attitude, and he should be smart enough to get it." Taking the black-skinned frozen potatoes, Huishan asked her to come in. "Do you want food or something else?" "No need. You and Dowdy usually feed Kaylay. This is my little token of appreciation." The greedy dog is stubborn. You can't tame it without snacks. It still dares to ask for food after getting familiar with it. The other person gave it to him without telling him. But Jiang Ning couldn't pretend she didn't know. After all, she didn't feed Dowdy privately. By the way, she told him about the New Year's supplies she had stockpiled. Forget about the personal share. But the New Year's supplies must be shared. Huishan insisted on giving it. "We went to the barracks with the people who collected the protection grain a few times, and collected gold chains, watches, cigarettes and the like, which can be used for trading. And then we can tell Zhang Chao and the others about it." Seeing that she calculated so clearly, Huishan said nothing more. On the contrary, Jiang Ning, who was acting, was a little embarrassed. He touched his nose and said, "Do you want firewood?" "No." "Yes. 1801 is clean and tidy. Unlike 1803, which was blackened by firewood everywhere. It is obvious that it is not short of charcoal." Jiang Ning did not force it, and planned to go back to the house to rest. "Aining, are you coming today?" Pairing. Jiang Ning thought about it. "Will it bother you?" In fact, after years of orphan life and 3 years of dark apocalypse, her personality is not good. She is defensive, selfish, and even indifferent. Even she herself can't like it, let alone others. Even if there is space. She didn't tell Zhang Chao and others. Doesn't he think she is selfish? However, having seen the darkness of human nature, even if she is now bathed in the sun, the fear in her heart will not fade away. So, Jiang Ning didn't plan to change. She hoped that Hui Yishan would understand that there was no need to force herself to cater to others, so as to avoid dissatisfaction in the future. If you don't come, I will also practice. On the contrary, sparring can increase flexibility and adaptability. With 1803 not here, Jiang Ning simply stopped pretending. I don't have much food, and I won't share the vegetables with you. Meaning, don't think about me. Hui Yishan was amused by her. Do you think I covet your things? I know you don't. But I'm suspicious by nature. Don't worry. I won't take your things. Hui Yishan smiled. Besides, I have something left with you. If you really want to covet your food and vegetables, you can take them for yourself. That's fine. A submachine gun and a pistol. And 500 peanuts. How could he be so confident that she wouldn't take them for herself? Well, he has already said that anyone with bad intentions can swallow up his property. Jiang Ning went out for several days. The living environment in the future will only get worse. Zhang Chao and his friends are not here. She can take this opportunity to buy more useful things for her. Jiang Ning was spotted just after she arrived at the department store, and before she even entered the door. The sharp-mouthed monkey pulled her to a corner. Miss, do you still have the stuff from yesterday? That's 200 umbrellas. Could he be the second Wang Ming? Jiang Ning was alert. How many do you want? The sharp-mouthed monkey showed his cards and stopped pretending. I can give you a whole cow. And there are 1,200 kilograms. Chapter 117. This business is really profitable. The boss praised him again yesterday and brought the goods into the circle of upper-class rich people. TSK. The second generation who used to be arrogant saw the joy of umbrellas and directly doubled the profit without bargaining. Ha! I didn't expect that the extravagant second generation would worry about umbrellas one day. It's so cool. A whole cow? Jiang Ning was instantly moved, but remained calm. Okay, but it has to be traded in batches. No problem. After several days, the whole cow was finally traded. Just as he was about to leave, the sharp-nosed monkey said something shocking again. Miss, we still have mutton. Do you want it? Jiang Ning couldn't help it. How much? A total of 150 kilograms. After 2 large orders, only more than 1,000 large umbrellas were left. She didn't plan to sell them again. They would appreciate faster in 2 years. After taking the mutton, Jiang Ning reminded him, I don't want anyone to know about our transaction. The sharp-nosed monkey understood immediately. Miss, don't worry. We are professionals. We only care about the authenticity of the goods and never ask about other people's private orders. In fact, he also smuggled. Otherwise, how could he support his wife and children? He would have died long ago. There was less mutton, but there were enough pork, beef, and fish, together with the meat that had been hoarded and collected before. It was basically enough for her and the dog to live until the end of their lives. Thanks to nature for the gift again. Hui Yishan went out, and Jiang Ning took care of the two at home. With Dao around, he didn't dare to turn on the electric heater, but used charcoal for heating. He made mashed potatoes mixed with minced meat, and the two were very happy to eat. Zheng Weili and the other two stayed in the villa halfway up the mountain for 5 days, and used all their strength to drag back hundreds of kilograms of charcoal. They were all black from head to toe. If you didn't know them, you would think they came out of a coal mine. They looked very haggard. Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan helped carry the charcoal. The aggressive Kailei bit the mouth of the sack and kept pulling it upstairs. Survival was really not easy. Many people came to the villa complex in the middle of the mountain to chop wood. The 3 of them took turns to guard the territory day and night. But they were still targeted. If they hadn't been strong enough and wearing a bulletproof vest made of colored steel plates, they would have been tricked. Finally, they took out their guns and successfully repelled the malicious people. The 3 of them fell on the sofa, too tired to even talk. Jiang Ning lit the stove to keep them warm and made a large portion of noodles with mincemeat sauce. The 3 of them felt a little more energetic after eating. They boiled water on the charcoal stove, washed themselves from head to toe, and got into bed to sleep. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that they finally recovered. Jiang Ning and Hu Yishan did not work, but they had made contributions to the family. So Zheng Weili gave them 50 kilograms of charcoal each. Neither of them wanted to take advantage of this, so they refused to take it. The Zheng family did not want it either, but Zheng Weili forced it in. Grandma, if you hadn't told us how to make charcoal, we wouldn't have been able to get the charcoal back. It was hard to refuse such a generous offer, so Grandma Zheng had to accept it. Jiang Ning took out the New Year's supplies that he had exchanged. These were exchanged for gold necklaces, rings and watches, and a pack of cigarettes. These days, although gold and jade are accepted by some people, they are not as valuable as they used to be. And it is really surprising to be able to exchange so many things. Zhang Chao was shocked. In this kind of weather, there are still potatoes and tomatoes. And the beef is also fresh. It's amazing. Look at you. You are surprised by something you haven't seen before. Jiang Ning's eyes flew over, strangling his idea in the cradle. We ordinary people can't do anything. So what can those rich and powerful people do? They asked for 996 blessings before the end of the world. And they still have ways to suck blood after the end of the world. That's right. Zhang Chao agreed deeply. With such a big natural disaster, those people may have received the news long ago. Even if they didn't, they were the key targets of protection. And they planned everything as early as the beginning of the natural disaster. This is true. There are really plans for the end of the world. They exchanged money and food for power, and established a rescue base at the beginning of the natural disaster. Survivors had to hand in supplies if they wanted to enter. It was okay at the beginning, but soon it became chaotic, with all kinds of intrigues for power. There were also fights between bases, playing the game of big fish eating small fish. And the survivors were the ultimate victims. At first, Jiang Ning also wanted to go in, but she couldn't afford the entrance fee. Later, it became more and more difficult. The entrance fee was not charged, but people were recruited to play the game of eating fish. Jiang Ning didn't want to give away her life, so she had to continue wandering outside. So, she really didn't like private bases. Compared with private bases, official bases are relatively much better, and the best are military bases. If the living environment continues to be bad, the military base will be the last retreat. But not everyone is qualified to enter. Let's walk and see. The military base is still a long way from opening. On New Year's Eve, the 18th floor posted couplets, not only in front of every door, but also at the entrance of the stairs to the 18th floor. The Zheng family father and son were on holiday, and they also posted the couplets said by Jiang Ning, and greeted each other. After a quick lunch, just as they were about to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner, Grandma Zheng brought Zheng Ping up to pay New Year's greetings. Zheng Ping was holding something in his hand, saying that he was thanking the 18th floor for taking care of Grandma Zheng and Zheng mother during this period. This is a welfare issue by the unit. You can plant it in a flower pot. Welfare that can be planted? Everyone was curious and opened it to see that it was actually a potato the size of an egg. It was not frozen, and the skin looked particularly thick. Zheng Ping explained. This is a cold-resistant potato that the Academy of Agricultural Sciences has just developed. It will not be frozen if it is mixed with medicine and planted in a pot. The freshly baked experimental product was planted in the greenhouse, but it is not sure whether it will be successful when distributed to the survivors. So it has not been announced to the public, but only as a welfare for various internal units. The quantity is limited. Only 1 kilogram per person. 3 people from the Zheng family are in this system. So they sent a pound to the 18th floor. It is extremely cold, and there is no sunlight. If you want potatoes to grow well, you have to supplement the light, which means that the 18th floor has to work harder to generate electricity by pedaling a bicycle. Can it really be grown? Zhang Chao and others were very excited. Does this mean there is another way to survive? Zheng Ning nodded. It can be grown, but whether it is grown well and how much you can harvest depends entirely on the planting conditions. If there is no condition to supplement the light, the crops will definitely be poor. The crops are harvested every 3 months. They are not only cold resistant but also highly productive. If they are planted well, 1 crop of seedlings can produce 4 or 5 kilograms of potatoes. As he spoke, Zheng Ping did not forget to tell the 18th floor the planting method. First, mix the antifreeze into the soil. Cut the potato buds and soak them in the potion for 3 hours. While everyone was delighted, Jiang Ning suddenly asked, the potatoes can only be harvested in 3 months. If the extreme cold ends halfway through planting, what should we do if other disasters come at that time? This happened in his previous life. Jiang received the second batch of cold-resistant potatoes, but the extreme heat came before they were mature. The potato seedlings could not withstand the high temperature and died. Zhong Ping thought for a moment. What you said is indeed possible. The weather station has been destroyed. No one knows what the climate will be like in the future. However, based on the extreme weather we have encountered recently, meteorological experts predict that it will be a global disaster. This kind of disaster is unprecedented and is related to the wanton destruction of the environment by humans over the past 100 years. No one can know what will happen next, but it is estimated that the disaster will not end in a short time. Zheng Weili was shocked. If it cannot be ended in a short time, how long will it take? Chapter 118. Facing everyone's doubts. Zhong Ping didn't know. His expression was heavy and confused. Maybe 10 years, 20 years, or maybe 50 or 60 years. No one knows the exact day. I was originally very happy during the new year, but when I heard Zhong Ping say this, I felt like my heart was hit hard. Jiang asked, is the extreme cold we are experiencing now facing the whole world? Different geography, different longitudes and latitudes. Disasters cannot be the same. But according to scientific researchers, due to unstable weather, various disasters will only intensify. That is, droughts will become more droughts. Floods will become more floods. And some areas may even turn deserts into oceans. Desert turns into ocean? Everyone was horrified. A layer of stone stirs up 1,000 layers of waves. Seeing the low mood on the 18th floor, Zhong Ping hurriedly said, but we don't have to be pessimistic. We must believe in the power of the country. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences has taken action. In addition to developing cold-resistant crops, they are also studying heat and drought resistance day and night. Jiang was surprised. Fengcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences? This didn't happen in the previous life. Researchers were running after natural disasters, and many people died suddenly from exhaustion. Could it be that the letter she sent out was really taken seriously? Fengcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences is too busy to handle it. So it is a joint research and development of coastal cities. Zhong Ping is busy with work all day long, and he is not very clear about the details. But he is more informed than ordinary people. Fengcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences is developing high temperature and drought resistance. Pengcheng specializes in flood crops. Fengcheng is committed to reducing soil acidity. All cities are not resting, sharing technological achievements, working together to fight natural disasters, hoping to survive safely. Jiang was touched. These did not happen in the previous life. Maybe there was, but the research was not successful. Or maybe it was successful, but she, like an ant, could not touch it. Anyway, we have the cold-resistant experimental seeds in hand, and we will know after trying to plant them. Grandma Zhong comforted the young people. Our country is very strong, and you are still young. As long as you work hard and don't give up, the prosperity will come back. The old lady's open-mindedness comforted the anxious Zheng Weili and others. Thank you for your good wishes, Grandma. We will be fine, no matter what happens tomorrow. Let's have a happy New Year's Eve dinner today. Grandma Zhong smiled and stood up. Grandma here wishes you young people happiness, full meals, and meat every meal. I wish you good health and a long life. After seeing off Grandma Zhong, everyone put aside the New Year's Eve dinner and discussed how to grow cold-resistant potatoes. It is unrealistic for the three families to grow separately and provide supplementary lighting separately. How about you grow them? Aiming? We have no experience, so we are responsible for generating electricity. You have the planting pots and soil, and you can provide supplementary lighting for the plants at night. If there is a harvest, you get the lion's share? Jiang weighed the potatoes. Although they are not big, they have many buds, and one can be cut into 5 or 6 pieces. I have planting pots and soil, but the balcony can't accommodate them. And there are dogs and rabbits at home. They will eat them one day. You plant them and put them on my balcony, Huishan said. You come and check them when the time comes. And if there are any problems, they can be discovered in time. It was decided happily. 1803 prepared the New Year's Eve dinner, and Jiang and Huishan planted potatoes. After returning home, Jiang took out the space planting pot and harvested the second crop of potatoes. Then he went to 1801 and put the planting pot on the balcony. The balcony window of 1801 was also pasted with a one-way peep film, which was not clear from the outside. But it would still be discovered if the lights were turned on. Hui thought deeply. You can add light during the day, or install blackout curtains. Okay. Anyway, this little thing won't bother him. The two of them poured out all the soil in the planting pots, sprinkled antifreeze on it, and stirred it evenly with a shovel. It's amazing to say that the soil is not only not frozen, but also a little fluffy. Jiang Ning took out a knife and taught Hui to cut deep into the buds. The potato skin is very thick, hard and difficult to cut. There is a lot of starch inside, but the thick veins can be seen with the naked eye. It's okay to fill your stomach, but the taste is definitely not good. Jiang Ning was naughty. Try it. Hui Yishan really cut a piece and put it in his mouth to taste it, then frowned. You are really honest. You really try it when I ask you to. Jiang Ning burst out laughing. How does it taste? It's very hard, rough and stringy, and the taste is very astringent. Hui Yishan glanced at her. It's not as delicious as the ones you grow. Ah. This. I suddenly feel a little embarrassed. What's going on? Who knows that Hui Yishan took the knife from her hand and lowered his head to cut the potato cubes. Jiang Ning mixed the medicine next to him and put the cut potato cubes into the basin to soak. It takes 3 hours to soak. The two did not go to 1803 to help, thinking that they would have to cook later. They simply practiced in the living room. Yes, it was rolling. Even on New Year's Eve. The time was almost up. Jiang Ning taught Hui Yishan how to plant potatoes. He, who was always taciturn, suddenly asked, Aining, you seem to know everything? Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment, and smiled bitterly. Children without parents holding umbrellas can only run desperately to avoid being rained on. They have to run faster than normal people to survive. Hui Yishan wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. Sorry. Nothing. Jiang Ning laughed at herself. I was sad sometimes when I was young, but now I am glad that I can live freely and unencumbered by anyone. You are not alone, and there are people who care about you. Well, as friends, Zhang Chao and his friends are really good and can tolerate my bad temper. Hui Yishan was puzzled. Bad temper? Jiang Ning asked back. Don't you think I have a bad personality? Why do you think so? Hui Yishan's eyes fell on her, with a barely perceptible smile in his eyes. I think you are very good. There were no outsiders around. Jiang Ning asked tentatively. Don't you think that I am selfish for not sharing firewood and vegetables with Lu Yu and the others? This is an opportunity that belongs to you alone. It's up to you whether you are willing to share it. Hui thought deeply. People are like tigers. If the situation continues to get worse, let alone friends and classmates, even cannibalism is not surprising. How can you guarantee that people's hearts will not change? Your space can be used for planting, and sharing it with Lu Yu and the others may be nothing. But if they want to enter the space to take shelter and rest when encountering bad weather, and you want to save it for later use, what should you do then? It's hard to please everyone, and conflicts will accumulate over time. Hui Yishan didn't think Jiang Ning did anything wrong. Very good. Very good? What does that mean? Jiang Ning couldn't see through him, and was thinking about how to respond. Don't worry. I won't reveal your secret. Hui Yishan suddenly looked up at her. Everyone has secrets. If I tell you my secret, will you not be as wary of me as you are now? Jiang Ning looked silly. Chapter 119. Just say that nothing can be hidden from his eyes. Jiang Ning, digging his toes into the ground, pretended to be stupid. Did you misunderstand? I was not on guard against you. As long as she is not embarrassed. It is others who are embarrassed. Do you want to know? What? My secret? No. Jiang Ning does not want to know. She still wants to live, and does not want to be sliced or killed. Hui Yishan continued to plant potatoes. Aining, I believe in time. Ah? What does he mean by this? Jiang Ning felt something was wrong, and said embarrassedly, Sorry. This is my personality. I am suspicious by nature, and it is difficult for me to open my heart to others. Although she had a chance to be reborn, her post-traumatic stress disorder had not disappeared. She was trying to control it, and it was much better than at the beginning. Hui Yishan said the same thing. You are fine. I would be like this if I were in your place. Ah. This? Don't you think he is inconsistent? Forget it. Just pretend to be dead. After planting potatoes, the two of them will go to 1803 to cook. They agreed that the three families would cook together until the 8th day of the first lunar month, and they would take care of lunch and dinner. They were all gluttons. Jiangning New Year's goods were not enough, so the three families had to collect some more. She offered 5 jin of frozen potatoes and 1 fish. And thinking that Guzi was a big eater on the 18th floor, she offered a few more jins of grain and noodles. Huishan offered 1 bag of frozen pears, 10 salted eggs, and 2 jin of pork belly. 1803 offered charcoal fire, gas, rice, flour, oil, seasonings, melon seeds, peanuts, and white wine for heating. The most important thing throughout the year is the New Year's Eve dinner. Huishan was the chef, and Jiangning was the advisor and guider. The kitchen soon smelled delicious food. Luyu was taking a walk on the balcony, and could smell the aroma of other people's food. Well, the taste is far inferior to the one on the 18th floor, but in the extreme cold disaster, it is already very good to celebrate the new year. The relevant departments are particularly helpful. In order to let the people have a good new year, each person is given an extra pound of relief food. Although the survivors did not get much, the base of the masses in Fengcheng is not small, and the total amount of food distributed is still amazing. Lean meat and potato shreds, beef and tomatoes, braised fish, pork leg bone stewed with white radish, lao gan ma, and a full pot of rice. There are no firecrackers during the new year, but there must be rituals. Liu took out the fireworks tube and opened the door. It exploded with a bang. Confetti fell everywhere, marking the beginning of the New Year's Eve dinner ceremony. There were 2 people there to help with the atmosphere, so the New Year's Eve dinner was quite lively. There weren't many people, but it was the first time that Jiangning had such a lively new year. Although he didn't know where he would go in the future, he felt a little warm in his heart. I hope that he will be able to do the same next year. Zhang Chao raised his glass. Brother Shen, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Lu Yu laughed. That's right. You don't even care who trained the best. What is training? Jiangning frowned. These 2 guys might be itching for trouble. Huishan was very stable, his expression calm and composed. Yes, it was Aining who taught me well. Jiangning looked at Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, smiling with a knife in her eyes. Come, eat. Well, every time she showed this signature smile, the 2 of them would definitely get beaten. And her heart trembled for a moment. Come, come, come. Eat quickly. It will get cold later. The room was heated enough, and everyone ate hot. After eating, Zhang Chao took on the task of washing the dishes. Lu Yu and Zheng Weili boiled water for tea and put peanuts, melon seeds, and candies on the table. Jiangning felt lonely and asked Guzi to bring the tablet over. Before the disaster, he downloaded a lot of movies, TV series, and variety shows from major video websites to kill time. Who knew that he was busy every day, either going out to find supplies or reading and farming, and didn't have much time to watch TV series. He opened the tablet and found that he had downloaded the Spring Festival Gala program when he searched. So he opened it accordingly. Familiar music and unchanging blessings instantly brought back memories to before the disaster. Everyone was a little sad, but young people tended to be optimistic, and reality could not be changed. Compared with ordinary survivors, life on the 18th floor was obviously much better. Jiangning sat on the sofa, slowly eating melon seeds. The cook pushed the little dog away, and the dog head lay on the poop shoveler's legs, looking at her with black eyes. Jiangning had no choice but to stuff the melon seeds into its mouth. The dog looked at her with eyes and said, "Who are you looking down on? Give me a big one." So Jiangning peeled peanuts for the dog. She didn't peel too much, so as not to spoil the dog. She would give it extra food when she got home. Really, I was afraid that 1803 would go broke, so I consciously controlled its food intake at dinner. The Spring Festival Gala lasted 4 hours, and it was already late at night when I finished watching it. I went home to take a shower, put on a comfortable and soft thermostatic clothing, and lay in bed. Just as I was about to go to bed, the intercom rang. "Are you asleep?" "No. I was just about to go to bed. We just came out of 1803 together." Could it be that he had encountered something? The intercom paused. "Aining, Happy New Year." Jiangning looked at the watch and found that it was just past 12 o'clock in the morning. "Well, Happy New Year. I wish you and Dao all the best in the new year. You too. Be happy with Kaylay." Woof. The dog that dragged the doghouse and suddenly became fierce and barked at the intercom. Go to sleep. What are you talking about? Jiang Ning came back to her senses. Coke urged me to go to sleep. Good night. After the shit shoveler hung up the intercom, the dog took the intercom out of the room and threw it into the living room. Go to sleep. Don't stay up late. Jiang Ning burst into laughter. Who is the master? It is addicted to controlling the rabbit. And it even dares to control her. She is still being controlled by the dog? Turn off the lights and go to sleep. Breakfast on the first day of the new year is equally important. But it is freezing cold. Who wants to get up early when they can stay in bed? I stayed in bed until about 10 o'clock. And I got up and felt cold again. I went to the balcony and measured the temperature. -50 degrees. The cold air poured into my lungs. And Jiang Ning was so scared that he quickly put on a constant temperature mask. I went into the space to wash up, apply skin care products, and then come out. At noon, Huishan was still in charge of the cooking. And Jiang Ning was beside him giving instructions. I really don't have talent. But I am diligent and studious. After working for a long time and gaining experience, my cooking skills are much better than 1803. Dowda put on new clothes and a new hat, and happily ran into the kitchen. Brother, the food you cooked smells so good. Jiang Ning smiled insincerely. It was not easy to wear this leaky cotton jacket, and finally stopped disliking her brother cooking skills. And now she admires him instead. Huishan did not forget to teach his sister how to be a person. Dowdu, brother cooking is delicious. Who do you think should be thanked? Dowda hugged Jiang Ning without hesitation. Thanks, sister. It was you who taught me how to cook. As he said that, he took out red candy from his pocket and stood on tiptoe to stuff it into her mouth. Sister, you eat it. Leah's candy, a symbol of good luck, and an indispensable candy during the new year. Jiang Ning had eaten it when he was a child, and he would be happy for a long time if he could get a candy at that time. Thank you, Dowdu. Not only Jiang Ning, but Coke also got a share, and he was given an extra candy, which was secretly stuffed into his handsome suit. After lunch, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were bored and suggested playing landlord. Lu Yu and Zheng Weili huddled together, and Dowda pulled his brother to sit next to Jiang Ning. The naughty dog kept peeking at the cards of the other two groups, and then came back to groan with the shit shoveler. It can't talk. Otherwise Jiang Ning would have to give up his seat to the dog master, Zhang Chao, who was pierced by thousands of arrows. Woo. It's okay at other times. But even on the first day of the new year, what did he do wrong to accept such a critical hit? Chapter 120. Absent-minded. Lost miserably. It was the melon seeds that were gambled. Otherwise Zhang Chao would have lost everything with his condition. In the afternoon, the Zhong family came to visit and brought the local specialty, fried dough balls. The 18th floor brought back some melon seeds and peanuts, which was neither extravagant nor let the Zhong family suffer. In the evening, I ate, watched a play, and walked the dog downstairs. The first day of the new year passed like this, with no exercise. On the second day of the new year, the food quality dropped sharply, with loud gone ma fried potatoes and noodles with mincemeat sauce. It was really boring. So 1803 started to exercise. Dowdu and Kailei trained each other. Jiang Ning and Huishan practiced against each other. It was freezing outside, and the 18th floor was only the size of a palm. And they soon got bored day after day. The 8th day of the first lunar month, the beginning of the new year, 1803 was wearing thick clothes and was going to go out for a breath of fresh air. He was almost going crazy. Aining, are you going out? After 3 years in the apocalypse, Jiang Ning had gotten used to it. It's too cold. Not long after the three left, the intercom rustled. The cold-resistant potatoes have sprouted. It was so boring that even the sprouting of potatoes could arouse Jiang Ning interest. I'd be there right away. Coming to the balcony of 1801, the potatoes in the planting pots broke through the soil, with a little green on the tips. After counting, 70% to 80% of them have already broken through the soil. It is estimated that they will all sprout in a few days, and the survival rate is still good. This is related to the planting soil, which is relatively fluffy and fertile. On the contrary, the Zhong family's soil is not as good as before. The soil was dug from outside, which is hard, sticky, and lacks fertility. Even with Grandma Zhong, a farmer, the seedlings are still weak. Fill in the light now? Jiang Ning shook her head. Wait a few days. Wait until the leaves grow out. Zheng Weili and others came back in the evening. hesitant to speak as if they had something to say. No one said it. Jiang Ning pretended not to know. Threw a piece of pork bone and stewed all the radishes. Today is the last meal of the big pot. Tomorrow everyone will eat their own. She can finally eat the food stored in the space. She is almost dying of greed. After dinner, Zheng Weili finally spoke. Aining, I want to apply for a security patrol. Today, new recruitment information was released. Not only adding various positions, but the municipal government even set up a purchasing department, such as purchasing firewood or charcoal. It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. Distributing relief food is not a long-term solution. The municipal government is trying to guide the masses to be self-reliant. There are farmers, coal miners, woodcutters, and various technical workers. Zhong Ping's words still have an impact on 1803. The natural disaster will not end in a short time, and no one knows what will happen in the future. During the new year, the three of them thought a lot and decided to face reality. If the stockpiled materials are carefully calculated, there will be no problem in supporting them for 2 years. But what about after 2 years? If the environment continues to be bad, it will be even harder to get supplies. It is impossible to go out and look for supplies after the food is gone. Besides, 3 grown men are stuck in the house every day, and they are sick. They can't do hard labor, and they don't know how to do technical work. After thinking about it, the security patrol team is the most suitable. It's a bit dangerous. There are only 8 kilograms of food per month. But it's good to have food and accommodation. 2 days of rest every month. And the food can be saved. However, you have to work day and night shifts. Even if you don't say it, 1803 knows that people are no match for each other. Jiang Ning and Huishan can support themselves even if they stay at home and don't work. But 1803 can't do that. They need to find a way out in advance. Security patrol is dangerous, but everyone has to find a way to make a living. Jiang Ning can't expose the space to support them, and she doesn't have the ability to support them. You can go to work, but you have to pay attention to safety. She doesn't work, and she will never work in this life. Zheng Weili breathed a sigh of relief. Fill out the form tomorrow to see if you can apply for the job. If you can apply for the job, it will depend on you and Brother Shen to guard the 18th floor. 1803 didn't contribute, and we will make up for it with food. Jiang Ning didn't say yes or no, and waited until the dust settled. The next day, the three of them went out early to fill in the interview. After 6 months of training, and training hard, Lin Daiyu has become a muscular man. Security patrol is dangerous and requires good skills and quick reactions. The competitiveness of the position is much lower than other jobs. Although Lu Yu is at the bottom of the 18th floor, he is a hot commodity when he arrives at the security brigade. The police officer who interviewed him and the security captain were very satisfied. When can you start work? Anytime. The three of them passed the interview successfully. But unfortunately, they were not assigned to the area where Jinrong community is located. And it is far away and needs accommodation. They will go to work the day after tomorrow. And since it is far away, they have to leave early tomorrow. Jiang Ning helped the three of them pack. Are you assigned to the same group? The same area. We will be divided into groups after reporting. Bring crossbows, knives, color steel-plated bulletproof vests, and hot weapons. It is not easy for ordinary people to get hot weapons. Zheng Weili and the other two just took them just in case. And they were reluctant to take them out unless it was a matter of life and death. Jiang Ning agreed with this and reminded the three people. Although it is allowed to bring equipment now, guns are still not allowed. Remember to hide them. Once discovered, they will be confiscated. The three people discussed and decided to bring 2 bullets each, and give the rest to Jiang Ning for safekeeping. If anyone dares to rush to the 18th floor, you don't have to be polite. After that, he took out a few boxes of uncommon medicines and said, if you can exchange them for food, you can bring some for us. Jiang Ning did not refuse. Okay, I help you keep an eye on it. The next day, before dawn, the three of them quietly left in the dark. They were afraid that people would see the reduction in the number of people on the 18th floor and have inappropriate thoughts. After they left, the corridors were no longer filled with ping-pong sounds, and the 18th floor was terribly quiet. Not only was Jiang Ning not used to it, but even Coke was humming and humming. And from time to time, he went to the door to listen to the noise outside. Only Jiang Ning and Huishan were left with fighting ability, and the work on the 18th floor needed to be rearranged. The switch consumed electricity every day, and Jiang Ning didn't want to ride a bicycle, so he contracted the electricity. The power storage box is placed in the space for charging. It not only powers the door, but also powers Huishan's solar lamp to supplement the light for the potatoes. In order not to attract attention, Huishan installed blackout curtains on the balcony to supplement the light in broad daylight. The potatoes are good, and they continue to sprout and grow leaves in the extreme cold of more than 50 degrees below zero. Sister, my brother has given me the task of taking care of the potatoes. Daodu is very concerned and said happily, I carry them into the house every night so that they won't freeze. Those were eyes that were eager for praise, and Jiang Ning was generous. Well, our Daodu is awesome. With Zheng Weili and the other two away, Jiang Ning had a good life, eating and drinking as usual, without having to be on guard against someone knocking on the door suddenly, and always checking the house to make sure there were no things that shouldn't be there. Daodu may have been reminded by Huishan, and no longer ran over to look for the dog or rabbit like before. If there was anything, Huishan would greet him on the intercom. For example, the dumplings were finished. Huishan took the initiative to greet him. Do you want to make dumplings? Jiang Ning thought about it. Sure. The environment will only get worse in the future, so it's a good idea to stock up more when you have time. Chapter 121. So, the two spent 5 days making dumplings. For those who made dumplings in 1801, each contributed half of the ingredients. In order to prevent the dough and stuffing from freezing, the charcoal fire burned very vigorously. 1801 made the charcoal fire. Daodu also helped, and Jiang Ning contributed several kilograms of leeks, cabbage and celery. Huishan chopped the stuffing, cut the greens without telling Daodu, chopped them up and put them in the meat stuffing, and then mixed them with some soy sauce. Daodu was only 6 years old, a little smart but not knowing everything, and he was fooled. Each family was given 2,000 dumplings, which would last for a long time. Jiang Ning's portion was kept in a refrigerator, while Huishan was frozen on the balcony for an hour. When he got it back, it was harder than a rock. They didn't need to be put in the refrigerator, but were directly stored in a box. When you want to eat, you can take it out and make it. Jiang Ning wanted to make some meat buns to store, but it was difficult for flour to ferment in this weather, so he gave up the idea. He repeated his life every day: reading, playing with dogs, weeding, hoeing the land, exercising, and living a monotonous and replicable life. After a long time of contact, Jiang Ning found that Huishan was not only good at martial arts, but also a boy who loved to read and study. He was actually reading a book about auto repair, and he was reading it with great interest. Jiang Ning drove well, but knew almost nothing about auto repair, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are you reading this book?" In fact, she felt sorry for his chariot. Even if it was not washed away, it was soaked in water for several months, and then it was exposed to extremely cold weather. The material performance deteriorated rapidly, almost equivalent to scrapping. It was a pity. When the flood receded, all the vehicles were scrapped. It would be difficult to get another car. Just look around and kill time. Jiang Ning didn't believe it. People with military and police backgrounds would never be casual. The days passed slowly, but also quickly. She didn't gain any weight, but her abs finally showed up. It was worth her daily practice with Huishan. In the past 6 months, her physical fitness has improved visibly. She can turn the soil and weed with her mind without feeling tired or sick. In 1 month, the potato seedlings grew very lush and green. Daodu was craving for green vegetables. "Sister, can I eat the seedlings?" "No." Jiang Ning took the opportunity to educate the two. Potato sprouts contain solanine. Eating too much will cause dizziness and vomiting, and in severe cases, death. Daodu was curious. "What is solanine?" "It's poison. It can kill people." Jiang Ning thought about explaining it to her, but she didn't understand. So he reminded her, "Remember, you can't eat it. Daodu, don't die. Stay with your brother, sister and Coke." After scaring the two, Jiang Ning left contentedly, thinking that Zheng Weili and the other two had been working for a month, and there was no news during this period, and he didn't know how they were doing. It should be a holiday soon. I was half asleep in the morning, and there were knocks on the door. Kaylay looked fierce, and kept scratching the door. Jiang Ning opened the inner door, and the fierce dog suddenly wagged its tail. As soon as the outer door was opened, it quickly went out, Lu Yu's voice came. Kaylay, did you miss us? The three of them returned as promised, carrying bedding and clothes for change. I haven't seen them for a month, and I feel that they have changed a lot. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao laughed and joked, but they showed a vicissitude and maturity that they had never seen before, and they were rough. The temperature had dropped to -60. My face was wrapped tightly, and my eyes were full of fatigue and bloodshot. I worked until 12 o'clock in the evening. I was afraid of being robbed after receiving the food, so I slept in the dormitory for 3 hours. I set out for home after the peak robbery time on the food distribution day. It was far away, and it took me 7 hours to get home. You go back first. I just boiled hot water. I will bring you a pot later. After closing the door, brushing teeth and washing face, Jiang Ning took out the hot water kettle and brought it to 1803, seeing that they were too tired to lift their feet. He also boiled a pot of noodles. After finishing a full pot of steaming noodles, Zhang Chao's stiff body finally warmed up. He couldn't help but sigh. Aining cooking is still good. We eat very poorly in the canteen, without even a bit of meat. How is your work? Zhang Chao stretched out his bandaged hand. I almost lost my life. 8 kilograms of food. It's really not easy to earn. Zhang Chao was fine. After all, he had been in society and knew that life was hard and difficult, so he was mentally prepared for this job. But Lu Yu was different. He had lived for 20 years, and this was the first time he worked hard to earn food. If I hadn't been lucky enough to be assigned to the same group as Zhang Chao, I would have almost collapsed. All three of them were on night shift, but Zheng Weili was assigned to another group, so the two of them had to bite the bullet and stick together to survive. It was okay during the day. The crime was not so rampant, and they were cautious when they attacked. At night, it was dark, and people would suddenly jump out from nowhere, snatching bags, food, money, and clothes. On the third day of work, the two of them chased a robber, and Lu Yu was caught off guard and stabbed. If he hadn't worn a color steel plate protective suit in advance, his arm might have been disabled. Danger is everywhere, especially on the days when each unit distributes food. It is really terrifying. Some careless people, relying on their tall and strong bodies, are not afraid of being scared, and they leave carelessly with food. They are robbed by motorcycle gangs just a few steps out of the unit, and they are dragged on the ice for dozens of meters. The ice is slippery. If it is on the concrete road, people will be dragged to death. My food? My food? The tall and strong man cried like a child, and his tears froze immediately. Being a security patrol is really risking your life. Of course, there are also unexpected incomes from working, as long as it is not too excessive. The higher-ups will turn a blind eye. After all, the danger is there. Zhang Chao opened the quilt, revealing cigarettes, matches, gold chains, canned food, and several kilograms of food. Lu Yu and Zheng Weili also had them. And with the food distributed, this month's harvest was quite good. All the unexpected wealth belongs to the criminals. When committing crimes and encountering security patrols, if they cannot fight, they will run away. If they cannot run away, they will throw things and tempt the patrol team to pick them up, so as to have a chance to escape. Some of them are searched after being captured. If there were victims at the scene, they would be returned to the victims. As for the ownerless ones, they would be divided up tacitly. The three people were new and inexperienced, so they handed in their things honestly. Later, they were enlightened by their seniors and finally understood. At first, they couldn't get over it, but later they found that everyone around them was doing the same thing, so they gradually became interested. There was no other way. This business was too dangerous, and no one would risk their lives for it without some benefits. Survival is like this. Cats have their own ways. Dogs have their own ways. There is nothing to criticize. Jiang Ning asked Zhang Chao, "What's wrong with your hand? Dodge quickly, or your tendons will be cut." My physical fitness has improved rapidly in the past 6 months, and I often get hit hard and react quickly. I couldn't dodge it before. Luckily, I brought medicine with me to stop the bleeding and bandage it in time. Otherwise, the few kilograms of food I earned would not be enough to pay for the medical expenses. Jiang Ning checked him, and the wound was not infected, and it had begun to scab. It's so dangerous. Do you still want to continue working? Chapter 122. Lu Yu, who earns his own food, is extremely tough. Yes, it will be our turn to work the day shift next time. and it is not far from the community. We will see the specific situation after work. Thinking of Lu Yu being hacked, Zheng Weili was extremely worried. If the situation is bad, we will resign. We still have to earn money now. The three of them calculated that including the food issued by the unit, the total amount was nearly 50 kilograms. And there were also canned food and frozen potatoes. The rest of the things were all given to Jiang Ning for safekeeping. And they would be exchanged for food if there was a chance. Zhang Chao put away the cigarettes. He could use them to socialize at work, get close to his colleagues, or curry favor with his superiors. He might be able to get an easier job. Jiang Ning took his things and left without disturbing them. After sleeping until the afternoon, the quiet corridor welcomed the long-lost bustle. For some reason, Jiang Ning actually had the illusion that the years were peaceful. The weather was getting colder and colder. If it weren't for the constant temperature clothes to save his life, Jiang Ning suspected that he would choke if he breathed in the cold air outside. Zheng Weili knocked on the door, holding 2 kilograms of rice in her hand, saying that it was the fee for Jiang Ning to look after the house. Jiang Ning refused. If you're not here, I don't need to live here anymore. The 18th floor has a bad reputation. No one has come to cause trouble during this period. As long as there is no conflict, I won't accept your protection food. She refused, and Hui Yishan refused as well. Finally, Zheng Weili said, come over for dinner today. We treat you. This is possible. Habits are terrible. Since all the staff of 1803 went to work, the 18th floor has been terribly quiet. Ahem. Jiang Ning is lonely. Although Hui Yishan is a living person, he has always been taciturn. He occasionally talks to her. But the feeling is different from Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. She doesn't know what to say. It's awkward anyway. She was awkward. And so was Hui Yishan. They could barely say 2 words during practice every day. And everything felt awkward. It was probably the after effect of the mosaic screen and her previous reckless questions. In short, Jiang Ning was very happy with the return of 1803. She brought a frozen fish. But Zheng Weili said she didn't want anything. You don't need to contribute. Just show up. And you can cook if you can. Really. I'm tired of eating from the same big pot. Jiang Ning had no objection, because she wasn't the one cooking anyway, and she had already trained a successor. Hui Yishan cooked a meal. Braised pork belly with pickles, and fried lean meat with dehydrated dried cabbage. The pickles and dehydrated dried cabbage were all bought by Jiang Ning from the market. I got several kilograms. If you think they are delicious, you can share some. It's called buying, but it's actually from space. Dried mustard greens are stuffed into plastic bottles and pressed tightly. Then the lid is screwed on and covered for 3 months. And the pickles taste great. There is no freeze-drying technology for cabbage. It is directly dried, and it is also good to fry it with more oil after soaking in water. Although it can't be compared with green vegetables, it is already a luxury to eat it in this extremely cold weather. Zheng Weili was surprised. Yes, we take whatever you give us. Who knows the pain of not eating green vegetables when going to the toilet? Zhang Chao was surprised. Aining, how much can you give us? Jiang Ning thought about it. 3 or 4 pounds. Sure. He nodded with satisfaction. If there are more in the future, help us collect them. She kept all the unused things. And if they were not enough, she could exchange them for food or dog food. Jiang Ning knew what was going on, and then asked Hui Yishan, do you want it? Hui Yishan looked at her and said after a while, sure. After dinner, Jiang Ning brought 5 jin of pickles and dried cabbage, and 3 jin of frozen potatoes to 1803, and accepted a gold chain, 2 packs of cigarettes, and a box of insulin from them. Actually, these have almost no effect on the space. But there must be a source for giving things, so that they can eat with peace of mind and keep their secrets. The 3 of them were very happy and felt that it was a good deal. Aining, you are really good at exchanging things. Jiang Ning was both humble and proud. That's because we have good things in our hands, and they just need them. Otherwise it would not be easy. Yes, if I hadn't found the medicine and a lot of good things, I might have died a long time ago. Blame me. When it comes to this, Zheng Weili regrets it so much that her intestines turned green. If I had known it was the end of the world, I would have swept everything I saw. But in the end, it was all taken away by others. Lu Yu immediately comforted. Don't be sad. My wife. No one expected it to be the end of the world. Compared with most people, we are already doing pretty well. Jiang Ning felt a little guilty and immediately changed the subject. What do you think? I should be a middleman? Otherwise, there is no reason to exchange things for them. As long as you have a unique vision and find a good source of goods, you can still make a lot of money as a middleman. But the risk is too high. Not to mention that many people are doing it illegally. Even the relevant departments are vigorously cracking down on it. Speculation and driving up the market. Once caught, those with serious circumstances will be shot, and others will be sent to mine coal. Zhang Chao disagreed. Let's not do it. Just exchange enough for us to eat and use. Liu was also worried. We have planted potatoes, so we will have food by then. If it doesn't work, we can exchange medicine and wine. The three of them are working now, and they have no contribution to the 18th floor, so they don't plan to share the cold-resistant potatoes. It's just an excuse. Jiang Ning won't be so idle as to look for shit in the toilet. Okay, I listen to you, she agreed readily. If you need anything else, I change it for you if I can find it. Clothes and beddings are enough. And the 18th floor can't say what they need specifically. You can do whatever you want. Make more vegetables or something. It would be even better if there is meat. After delivering 1803, Jiang Ning delivered 1801. Pickles, dried cabbage, and frozen potatoes. Each 2 kilograms. Huishan thanked him and took it. What do you want to exchange? Jiang Ning didn't think of what he wanted. Just give it to me. Go home. Get into bed and read. Not long after, Kayla came back with a box of things in his mouth. Huishan actually exchanged chocolate for her. And it was the same brand as last time. A heart-shaped chocolate with a sky-high price. I'd better eat it. It just happens to taste very good. It was a brand she couldn't afford before the natural disaster. But now it has depreciated. 1803 only had 2 days off. The night before leaving, Jiang Ning went over to help clean up, prepare first aid kits for them, and teach them emergency methods for dealing with external injuries. Dowda brought the painting over. Brother Zhang Chao. I've finished the painting. 1803A family. Drawn on the same piece of paper. Zhang Chao looked at the painting and teased her. Why are there only 3 people? Dowda was confused by the question. But, there are 3 people. Where is Sister Aining? Sister is at my house. Zhang Chao made a prank. No. Sister Aining is our family. Your previous drawing was wrong. No. Dowda was a little anxious. Sister often plays with me. She is from our family. Chapter 123. Seeing Dowda was so anxious that she seemed to be about to cry. Zhang Chao was afraid that he would be beaten to death by Brother Shen. So he immediately stopped teasing her. Okay. Sister Aining is yours. Jiang Ning threw a pillow at him. You are so mean. You even want to provoke children. Zhang Chao hugged the pillow and grinned. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Dowda scratched her head and seemed to have found a solution. Brother Zhang Chao. I will add it. Not only Jiang Ning was drawn, but also her and her brother. Coke and the rabbits. And the big house. There is sunshine, trees, and green grass outside. After playing in 1803 for a while, Dowda was reluctant to leave and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Jiang Ning waved to her. Dowda, do you have something to say to your brothers and sisters? Dowda hesitated. Yes. What is it? My brother is going to have a birthday, and I want to make him happy like my sister's birthday. But she didn't know how to do it. And Zhang Chao and his brothers wouldn't be there. Brother Shen's birthday? Zhang Chao and Liu took it seriously. Today on the 18th floor, they were able to use crossbows to drive away the robbers when they went out on patrol. All thanks to Brother Shen's instruction. But the 3 of them had to go to work, so they couldn't ask for leave to celebrate for him. So each of them gave a can of food and asked Jiang Ning to pass it on Brother Shen's birthday. Oh! And there is also a birthday card. Remember to send 1803 blessings. Jiang Ning, who was clearly arranged, 1803 still went in the dark, leaving at 5 in the morning, and could arrive at the station to gather at 8. Jiang Ning was thinking, how should she celebrate Huishan's birthday on behalf of the 18th floor? She was a little embarrassed. Cola, it's the trainer's birthday. What gift are you going to give? The dog tilted his left face, then his right face, and ran out. First he dug the balcony, then dug another room, and came back with a bowl of food. Half a bowl of bones. Almost sent Jiang Ning away. This dog is a bit fierce. And he is not afraid of the trainer's deliberate targeting. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And it was Huishan's birthday. Jiang Ning thought about it. Took the intercom and took the initiative to send blessings. Shun. I heard from Dowdu that today is your birthday. I wish you a happy birthday. Thank you. Huishan paused. Would you like to eat together? Yes, sure. No gift can compare to a meal. And he has everything he needs. Jiang Ning came up with an idea. What do you and Dowdu like to eat? Today. The birthday boy is the most important. I will cook. I can cook anything. What do you like to eat? Haha. I can cook anything too. It was cold. Jiang Ning didn't want to cook. How about this? I make it and bring it over. Sure. I come over to help. No. 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 I can do it myself. Hang up the intercom. Went into the space to brush teeth. Wash face. Change clothes. Read some medical books. And at about noon, took a portion of beef brisket and radish stew from the space. And did not forget to pour it into the casserole and boil it on the gas stove. Guzi likes it. So she added enough. And it was gurgling with steam. The casserole was hot. So the intercom notified Huishan to open the door. Who knew that as soon as she opened the door of her house, he was already waiting outside. And took the hot casserole from her. Be careful. I do it. Entering 1801. The fragrance hit her in the face. Huishan also cooked dishes. Steamed spare ribs with taro. Crystal minced pork with vermicelli. And fried pork belly with dried lettuce. Although the beef brisket was a large portion, Jiang Ning didn't expect him to make it so rich. And always felt that he was being stingy. Who cares? Since he's here, he might as well eat and pretend to die. However, the dog was even more shameless than her. And really brought half a basin of bones to Huishan. The trainer looked a little bit rich. And touched its head and said, I appreciate your kindness. You can keep it for yourself. The dog was really rude. And quickly took the stored food away and hid it. Close the door and eat. 3 people and a dog. The atmosphere is not as lively as Jiang Ning's birthday. Jiang Ning can't do what Zhang Chao and Liu did. So he handed over the 3 people's gifts and greeting cards. I won't sing the song. You make a wish. He didn't forget to open the greeting card. And the song of happy birthday sounded. Dowdu was so excited that he clapped his hands and said, Brother, make a wish. I don't know if it was Jiang Ning illusion. But I always felt that when he silently made a wish in his heart, he not only looked at Dowdu, but also looked at her. Eat. Start. The beef brisket with radish must be added with garlic and chili to be enjoyable. And Huishan is like a treasure chest. He really has it. I ate 2 bowls in a row, accompanied by the aroma of chili. Eating hot and spicy. And I was sweating at the end. I couldn't finish the 4 dishes. And there were a lot of ribs and pork belly fried with dried lettuce. Huishan said, the overnight food is not good. Help to consume it at night. Ah. This is okay. After dinner, I sat on the sofa with a tablet and watched TV. Dowdu hugged Coke and giggled. Huishan suddenly came over. And Jiang Ning was scared to almost defend himself. Help me get some red grapes for Dowdu. Afraid that she would take all of them. He added, half a bunch is enough. It's too cold, and eating too much is not good for your health. He only had 2 bunches. And he wanted to take half a bunch? Even more stingy than her. While the 2 of them were not paying attention. Jiang Ning took out the largest bunch of red grapes under the pillow. It's mine. It's worth tonight's meal. Huishan did not refuse. Took it to the kitchen. Washed it with warm water. And then cut it one by one, and put it in the fruit plate. Back to the sofa. He peeled a grape for Dowdu. Dowdu was extremely surprised. Thank you, brother. She peeled the second grape and handed it to Jiang Ning. Try it. At that time, Jiang Ning was shocked and a little scared. She didn't have hands. She couldn't peel it. Just when she was about to refuse, Gui came over and swallowed the peeled grape in Huishan's hand. Thank you. After eating, she didn't leave. So she squatted in front of him. Come on. Continue peeling. Huishan looked calm. But a little chapped inside. Coke. Come here. Jiang Ning twisted its airplane ears and gave it a lesson. Dogs can't eat grapes. They will get sick if they eat them. The dog was greedy and kept swallowing saliva. Jiang Shovel ignored its greedy look and reminded the little bean. Dowdu. Coke can't eat chocolate and grapes. Remember not to feed it. Otherwise it will get sick. Okay. Sister. The dog who was forbidden to eat. Woof woof. It felt like the whole dog was not well. Spit out the grape skin. But leave the grape seeds. When the natural disaster is over, or it is suitable for planting. The seeds are very valuable. So, she put the seeds on a paper towel. What a coincidence. Huishan also thought so. And their hands almost bumped into each other. Even if there is a charcoal stove in the living room. It still takes courage to eat red grapes in extremely cold weather. It is really cold. Doubt it was very cold. But it was really delicious. While eating, she asked curiously, Brother, where did the fruit come from? Huishan's tone was gentle, but simple and rough. Eat it if it's given to you. Don't ask so many questions. If you ask again, you won't be able to eat it in the future. Huishan stroked her head. Daodu, brother will try his best to give you the best. But you can't tell others what to eat and use. Otherwise not only will brother be in danger, but those good things will also be gone in the future. Being scolded by his brother. The little bean was wronged. Brother. I didn't say it. Jiang Ning can testify that the little cotton jacket has kept her mouth shut compared to the beginning. Not to her. And even more to the cunning Zhang Chao. Chapter 124. It is already amazing that a 6-year-old child can do this. Huishan education is successful. However, this occasion does not seem to be suitable for outsiders. Jiang Ning touched his stomach. No. I am too full and want to sleep. I have to go back and lie down. See you tonight? Take the dog and escape quickly. Daoda hugged her brother's arm tightly. Brother. I was wrong. Huishan comforted her. You are right. But it is different now. There are many people hungry outside. If they know that we have good things, they will come up with knives to rob us. Then not only will the good things be robbed, but my brother or sister will also die. What will you do if you are left alone? Daoda was terrified and shivered in her brother's arms. Brother. Don't die. I miss Mom and Dad. Don't be afraid. Even if Mom and Dad are not here, I will protect you. You will learn from the pain. Huishan comforted her in a low voice and taught her with his own actions. Brother. I won't even say Coke in the future. The temperature continued to drop. Besides getting into bed, they practiced sparring. Jiang Ning didn't need to worry about the potatoes they planted. Huishan took good care of them. Even if the secret of the space was exposed. Considering that Huishan didn't know what she had, he still had to pretend. She would go out every week or so. Is there anything I can bring? No. Thank you. Every time, she would knock on the door with a bulging bag on her back and bring the dog home. This time, just as she was about to go out, Huishan suddenly said, Together. Ah. This. She is pretending. The 18th floor must be empty. How about we separate it? No. The Zhong family is on vacation today. Just tell them. Daoda ran out. Sister. We are going shopping. Okay. They have all the equipment. It's just the dog. 3 members are missing on the 18th floor. So we dare not let it walk sideways. Huishan lowered his head and asked. Do you want to stay at home or put it in the backpack? Kaylai tilted the dog head and turned around to take out the big backpack. Jiang Ning. Who didn't want to carry the dog, I can't carry a dog weighing 70 or 80 kilograms while shopping. Huishan put the dog in the backpack and left a gap on purpose. Let's go. Daoda held Jiang Ning's hand. Sister. Let's go. So, after saying hello to the Zhong family, he took the 2 out of the apartment building. I haven't been out for a long time. And the public security during the day is okay. As the municipal government continues to release new job requirements, many people who have no talent for robbery, or whose skills are not as good as others, finally choose to give up shortcuts and follow the call, and exchange rewards for their diligent hands. In addition, as a large number of survivors have found jobs one after another, the robbers have been waiting on the road, starving and freezing, and sometimes they have not found a target for business for several days. Therefore, when Jiang Ning and Huishan appeared, they were immediately stared at by several groups of people with fiery eyes. Jiang Ning no longer had the initial impulse to deal with this kind of scum. Not to mention that with the improvement of public security, there are also security teams patrolling. And you can't just kill the criminals you meet. If you get caught, you have to take responsibility. There were no patrol teams around. So Jiang Ning decisively took out his gun. A high-imitation plastic one. Without saying a word, the first group of people were scared to death and ran away with their heads in their hands. The second group didn't know what was going on, but seeing the people in front of them running away with their heads in their hands, they didn't dare to rush forward and turned around and retreated. Dowdu admired. "Sister, you are so awesome." No. Her brother is even more powerful. As soon as they arrived at the department store, the tightly wrapped monkey ran over. "Sister, do you still have the goods from last time? More than 1,000 umbrellas have been made?" Jiang Ning was embarrassed and refused firmly. "No more." "Sister, you are my only sister," the monkey said anxiously. "Think of a way to give me some more." "Really no more," Jiang Ning said in a deep voice, really afraid that he would pop out the umbrella in the next second. The monkey was disappointed, but soon cheered up. "Sister, what do you want?" "I have everything here." Jiang Ning asked about rice, flour and oil, but they were too expensive to buy. So he asked the person next to him, "What do you want?" Huishan thought for a moment and said to the sharp-nosed monkey, "Do you have planting troughs and fertilizers?" The sharp-nosed monkey was surprised. "Brother, what do you want these for?" Huishan's eyes were heavy. "Do you have them?" Under his strong aura, the sharp-nosed monkey swallowed subconsciously. "Yes, but the planting troughs are plastic, which will break easily in this weather. No chewing. No money. We want a batch." "What's the price?" In fact, Jiang Ning's space still has more than a dozen large planting pots. But Huishan probably wants to plant potatoes in large quantities. The potatoes are growing well. After the harvest, they will probably be planted in large quantities. Before the extreme heat comes, you can stock up a lot of them, either for yourself or for other supplies. The sharp-nosed monkey counted. There are about 30 by 80, and 200 kilograms of compound fertilizer. What do you want to exchange? Hamao medicinal wine. For kidney tonic. Wow. She is the only sister, and her efforts are extraordinary. This thing is good. Rich people like it the most. The sharp-nosed monkey lion opened his mouth. You want a lot of things. You need 5 bottles of medicinal wine. Jiang Ning is not a sucker. 1 bottle. Sister, no one does business like you. This is to help you clear the inventory. If we don't want it, who are you going to sell it to? The sharp-nosed monkey was angry. Couldn't he take advantage of it? After beating him with a stick, Jiang Ning gave him a candy. Don't worry. I will come to you to exchange for good things in the future. Okay. You are my only sister. The sharp-nosed monkey agreed and remember, if you have something good, you must come to me. After agreeing on the time and place for the transaction, Huishan carried the dog on his back, and Jiang Ning pulled Dowdu into the trading street. If you don't go there, you won't know that someone is secretly selling cold-resistant potatoes and potions. It takes 5 kilograms of rice to exchange for 1. But unfortunately not many people believe it. Even if they believe it, how many people can afford 5 kilograms of rice? Some people have cotton shoes with 1,000-layer soles. The uppers are woven with wool, and the inside is wrapped with cotton. Jiang Ning picked it up and looked at it. It felt quite warm, and the wool was new, and there was no peculiar smell. The soles were waterproof and not stiff. The shoes were good, but it was a pity that the survivors could not even fill their stomachs. So how could they be willing to exchange precious food for them? Even if they needed it, they would buy secondhand. As for where the secondhand goods came from, as long as they were cheap enough, don't think too much about other things. A pair of shoes costs half a caddy of rice, and you can bargain with 1 caddy of frozen potatoes. Jiang Ning picked out 3 pairs, and Dowda followed suit. Brother, I want this one. Huishan squatted down to choose for her, and asked for 2 pairs of the same size. Men are not careful when taking care of children. Jiang Ning suggested, this kind of shoes is durable. A pair will not break after several years of wearing. Dowda grows fast. I suggest you buy a larger size. Huishan didn't understand. Please help Dowda pick 2 pairs. For the sake of his dog, Jiang Ning really picked 2 pairs. And after Dowda tried them on, he bought a pair 2 sizes larger, and the other pair was about 10 years old. Sister, brother also wants one. As he said that, he took out a pair of red ones for Huishan. Jiang Ning almost laughed out loud. What size? After getting the size, he picked out 2 pairs of gray ones. Huishan didn't try them on, but took them. He didn't want to show off his wealth. So Jiang Ning paid for his share by taking out the things from the big backpack. A total of 7 kilograms of frozen potatoes. After looking around but didn't find what he liked, he saw that the time was almost up. So he went to the agreed place to find the sharp-nosed monkey. Chapter 125. 30 planting pots. Plastic is not resistant to low temperatures and is easily frozen brittle, but it is quite thick. It should not be a problem if you handle it with care. For bags of compound fertilizer, 50 kilograms each. After confirming that there is no problem, Jiangning took out the Hongmao medicinal wine from the bag. Sharp-mouthed monkey was originally heartbroken that she didn't make any money. Unexpectedly, she took out a high-end model. The packaging alone was worth it. After getting the goods, the sharp-mouthed monkey left. In order to facilitate her to receive the goods, Huishan did not participate in the whole process and waited outside with Daodu. After making sure that no one was around, he put the things into the space. As soon as he walked to the door, he found Huishan talking to the sharp-nosed monkey not far away, as if he wanted to trade something. Jiangning waited for the sharp-nosed monkey to leave before he came out. Back to the community, Jiangning didn't rush upstairs. He took Coke out of the bag and let it walk around for a few laps. This guy is really thick-skinned and sensible. He stayed in the backpack without saying a word. Jiangning walked the dog, and Huishan walked the baby. The two stood in a sheltered place, quietly watching the two chasing each other in the cold wind. Jiangning paid for the exchanged materials. Huishan asked, "What do you want today?" The exchanged materials were split in half, but he was the one who took care of the potatoes. Jiangning didn't want to take advantage of them, so he also included the cotton shoes. "Do you have chocolate? It's delicious, and I feel a little bit drunk." "Yes." Back to the 18th floor. The planting pots and fertilizers were temporarily stored in the space, and the cotton shoes were given to Huishan. Huishan took out 2 boxes of chocolate. Jiangning was kind and only took 1 box. After closing the door, Daodu looked up. "Brother, I want to eat chocolate. It smells like alcohol. Children can't eat it. You can eat milk candy." 2 days later, Huishan said Daodu to 1802. "I have to go out for something. You help me take care of Daodu." Jiangning readily agreed to cooperate in raising the baby. Just when he was about to cook instant noodles at noon, Huishan came back with a bulging backpack. Daodu swallowed his saliva while smelling the instant noodles. Looking at him aggressively, "Brother, I want to eat." Guzi ate a lot of his food. Jiangning reciprocated. "How about you eat some too?" Huishan didn't refuse. "Okay." Added 2 packs of instant noodles. Threw in ham sausage. And 1 fried egg per person. House 1802 is not big, and even seems a little cramped because of Huishan's arrival. But with a dog and a child, there is an inexplicable harmony. After a month of day shift, 1803 returned safely. This time with a lot of energy, unlike the last time when he was covered in dust. However, as the weather continued to drop, the 3 of them were more or less frostbitten. But they all had frostbite ointment, so the situation was not too bad. In addition to wages and food, he also brought back a lot of good things, including a piece of gold weighing about half a pound. He gave it to Jiangning for safekeeping, and had the chance to exchange it for some practical things. The workplace is different from school. In just 2 months, Zheng Weili and Lu Yu have changed completely. Especially Lu Yu, who is used to relying on women. He feels that he has become more confident and his manliness has begun to emerge. Of course, he treats Zheng Weili well, talking about his wife every 3 sentences, and even brings her foot washing water. Zhang Chao is envious, and Jiangning can't bear to watch. After 2 months, I have become much older, but my survival experience and life-saving skills have increased. Aining, you won't believe it if I tell you. I feel like I have opened my 3rd eye. Lu Yu was very proud, sitting on the sofa hugging a pillow and chatting. No matter who it is, as long as I look at him a few more times in the crowd, I can judge whether he is a good person or a bad person, an ordinary robber or a vicious criminal from his eyes, body movements, and walking posture. Isn't this as it should be? Jiangning scratched his ears. You are security patrolman. The police station should send someone to give you professional training. Lu Yu was speechless, and after a while, he managed to say, Aining, are we still friends? Let's get this straight first. He has had a bad stomach since he was a child. The doctor said he should eat easily digestible food. Now he finally cured his stomach disease. His back is strong enough. She hit him like this? Jiang Ning reflected deeply on himself. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Zheng Weili laughed. Aining? Don't be surprised. He has been quite nervous recently. Okay. It's good that nothing happened. And it won't delay 1803 from playing or resting. With food in hand, there is no need to panic. In the past 2 months, we have encountered many dangers, but we have survived them all without any danger. And we have also made a lot of money. 1803 is much more confident and invites 2 neighbors to dinner. There is meat, canned food, some wine, and enough rice. Today is unknown, and it is necessary to stock up the supplies earned with life. But we must also enjoy the present, as the experience of fighting with criminals increases. The 3 people unanimously decide to continue working to earn food. Huishan did not eat 1803 food for nothing, and taught several close-range fighting and life-saving techniques with fierce criminals. In fact, the police station also taught, but the tactics were not comparable to those of the special police. Different positions, different tactics. The police station taught capture techniques, and adopted an educating attitude towards criminals, while Huishan taught counterattacks and sure kills in times of crisis. The 3 of them studied hard and practiced repeatedly. I forgot to mention that there is also good news. Zheng Weili was appreciated by the captain of the security brigade because of her good skills, and was promoted to the captain of the detachment. And her salary and food increased from 8 jin to 12 jin. This made Zhang Chao and Liu jealous, and they secretly decided to be tough and not be outdone by women. They also wanted to be a captain. The 2 not only practiced in the corridor, but also discussed in bed at night how to be like Brother Shen and take the enemy's head with one move. So late at night, the 2 of them wrestled their necks. Ouch. Be gentle. Ah. Be gentle too. Zheng Weili kicked the door outside. What are you doing? Liu Yu was so scared that he immediately climbed out of the bed and hurriedly found a coat to put on. Old wife, we are practicing the tactics taught by Brother Shen. Afraid that his wife wouldn't believe him, he returned to his room and asked her to check. Not long after, he heard the noise next door. Zhang Chao, who had plugged his ears tightly, said, Wu. Yes. He shouldn't exist. Then Huishan went out twice more to move things around the house. One time, he brought back a pair of rabbit fur gloves. Jiang Ning had thermostatic gloves, and he subconsciously refused. No. Just give them to Daodu. I bought them for Daodu. She can't wear them, since he bought them. If she didn't want them, he would probably have to give them away. Jiang Ning had no choice but to accept it. What do you want? Huishan thought for a moment. Your instant noodles are delicious. Jiang Ning wanted to give him the old-style pickled cabbage flavor and 2 ham sausages. Daodu swallowed his saliva beside him. Okay. Sister's instant noodles are the best. Jiang Ning felt embarrassed to give it to him, and his mouth twitched. Okay. I cook instant noodles today. He threw away the pickled cabbage buns and added black fungus and kelp, ham sausage and fried eggs. Jiang Ning couldn't help it for a moment, and specially took out a plate of red oil pickled bamboo shoots from the space and added a lot to his bowl. He was about to ask them if they wanted to add. Huishan and Daodu covered their noses together. Back off. Back off. Back off. Guzi kept opening his mouth, wanting to vomit but unable to. Looking at Jiang Ning with eyes full of disgust. Shit shoveler. You eat shit. Chapter 126. Jiang Ning, who was devoted but was hit hard in an instant. Daodu looked flustered. Sister. My stomach hurts. No. I don't want to eat. Huishan, who was always calm, couldn't hold it in. I find some medicine for Daodu. So, the brother and sister slipped away. It was okay for outsiders. But when Jiang Ning's eyes fell on Guzi's head, Guzi shook his head and backed away. Shit shoveler. Don't. Jiang Ning was angry. You have to eat it even if you don't want to. Do you really think you are a human being? It is said that dogs can never stop eating shit. What kind of expression did it have? Not only did it want to eat it, it also had to eat Huishan and Daodu's share. Didn't it always like to take her wash basin? The whole pot was given to this rice bucket. Eat. Waste is shameful. Only Jiang Ning's bowl had sour bamboo shoots in it. And the dog was more considerate. But he couldn't stand the smell. So he dragged the basin to the balcony and started eating. 8 rabbits came to join in the fun and competed with the dog for instant noodles. Rabbits are prone to illness and wilt when they drink too much water. But it is probably because of the mutation that they not only drink water, but also soup. And even often compete with the dog for food. Look! There are instant noodles. Especially Xiaobai. It is pregnant again. And its appetite has become particularly big. The injured Jiang Ning didn't bother to care about them. And ate the whole plate of sour bamboo shoots with instant noodles. Not only does she eat sour bamboo shoots, but she also eats snail noodles at night. And she is proud of being suffocated to death by others. That being said, she didn't forget to open the window for fresh air, brush her teeth, and rinse her mouth after eating. And even changed her clothes. I thought Huishan was suffocated and ran away. But who knew that he turned on the intercom in the afternoon? Do you want to practice today? Practice? Why not practice? He is not afraid of being suffocated by sour bamboo shoots. What is she embarrassed about? With careful care, the cold-resistant potatoes finally came to harvest. The branches and leaves are not dense, but the fruits are abundant. And the pot is full of potatoes the size of eggs. Jiang Ning pulled out a seedling. And there were more than 20 potatoes. He picked them and put them on the spring scale. And there were 3.2 gene. The harvest of other seedlings was also good. From most of them to more than 2 gene to more than 4 gene. 3 people and a dog were busy all the time. And they harvested 136 gene of potatoes. Which was really surprising. No cooking was done at noon that day. And a pot of potatoes was steamed directly. The skin is thick. The meat is hard, and the tendons are thick. It took almost 40 minutes to steam before the skin bursts. Serve it out, and eat it while it's hot. As for the taste, it's quite powdery, but astringent, and difficult to swallow. There are a lot of tendon residues in your mouth. It's really not delicious. But Jiang Ning came back from the end of the world and even ate guanine soil. For the extremely hungry survivors, potatoes are definitely a food that makes people feel happy. She didn't waste it, and ate 3 in a row. The dog has a big appetite. Although he has been pampered by the shit shoveler during this period, the hungry wandering life is engraved in his bones. He is not picky about potatoes and chews and swallows them with the skin and tendons. Dowda couldn't help it and spit out the potato in her mouth. Brother, it's so disgusting. Although Huishan dotes on his sister, he is very strict about food. Dowdu, many people outside can't even eat potato skins. Do you still want to starve? His words seemed gentle, but they were not allowed to be questioned, which seemed to trigger Dowdu's bad memories. She instantly wilted and lowered her head, picking her fingers nervously and uncomfortably. Brother, I was wrong. Don't waste food. Huishan gave her an ideological education lesson. The potatoes you can't swallow are life-saving food for others. Dowdu had never seen her brother so serious, and shrank twice in fear. Tears kept rolling in her eyes, but she dared not let them fall. Eat potatoes these 2 days. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. Brother, I eat. Dowdu took the potato and dropped it on the table. Huishan picked it up, peeled it, and handed it to her. Little Doubting lowered his head and ate slowly. Thank you, brother. After all, he is only a 6-year-old child. And the environment in the end times is too cruel. It is not easy to raise him well. Jiang Ning sighed. Fortunately, her dog is sensible and not picky about food, which is much easier than raising a child. Noticing that the little bean was sad, Kaylay stepped forward and offered his airplane ears, rubbing his head against it to comfort him. She tried hard to eat the potato, and continued to eat one, wiped her mouth and promised, Brother, I will never waste food in the future. Huishan comforted her with a few words, and Dowdu became happy again, and took the dog into the room to draw. Jiang Ning discussed with him about replanting. The soil can be dug from the space, which is fertile and fluffy. But the antifreeze is gone. The antifreeze was developed by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. The two had no way to get it, so they could only see if the Zhong family had any solution. In addition, the beans and medicine were given by the Zhong family, and Jiang Ning planned to return 10 kilograms of potatoes as compensation. As for the remaining potatoes, now that both of them have enough food, they can all be used for planting. If they take good care of it, they can harvest at least more than 1,000 kilograms next time. I want to keep 10 kilograms and give it to Dowdu every now and then. If it was before the natural disaster, it would not matter if the child was properly pampered. But now it is the end of the natural disaster. Huishan is worried that providing her with good food and drink, and not knowing the suffering outside, will harm his sister instead. Jiang Ning had no objection. "I leave 10 kilograms for Kiki too." Although there were only 100 kilograms of potatoes left. There were too many sprouts. And it was a problem where to put them after planting. Hui thought deeply. Zhang Chao and the others are not here. So we can put them in the corridor, on the stairs, or on the rooftop if that doesn't work. Jiang Ning had no objection, and took 10 kilograms of potatoes to go to the Zhong family. "Aining, I want to talk to you." "Talk?" Jiang Ning was puzzled. There was a height difference between the two, and he stood in front of her, as tall as a pine tree, with deep and gentle eyes, which made Jiang Ning feel inexplicably oppressed. Being too close, she subconsciously took 2 steps back. "How long are you going to be on guard against me?" "Ah?" Jiang Ning was shocked and reacted quickly. "Did you misunderstand something?" Huishan asked back. "What do you think?" "Yes. He is a special police officer. His eyes can penetrate people's hearts. He knows lip reading, and is an expert in micro-expressions." But Jiang Ning had no choice. She sometimes even doubted herself. Not to mention that he had discovered her secret. In the past few months, Jiang Ning had not relaxed at all, and her nerves were very tense. She knew she had post-traumatic stress disorder, and was trying to adjust her mentality. But sometimes she couldn't control herself at all. Huishan said something shocking. "If I tell you my secret, will you let down your guard?" Jiang Ning was shocked. No. She didn't want to know. Curiosity killed the cat. Unexpectedly, Huishan suddenly held her hand, and took her to the master bedroom without saying a word. Jiang Ning was about to struggle, but he opened the bedroom door. Shit! The whole room was full of supplies, stacked up to the roof. The master bedroom has a bathroom and a cloakroom. According to the layout, it is about 50 square meters, or 150 cubic meters, and it is full of survival supplies. Rice, flour, oil, grain, medicine, gasoline, gas tanks, and neatly stacked large cartons and things wrapped in bags. It's not clear, but it's definitely good stuff. No wonder he ventured out during the typhoon. He really risked his life to stock up on supplies. Huishan pulled her into the master bedroom and closed the door. In an instant, it was pitch dark. Aining, do you believe in rebirth? Chapter 127. Jiang Ning had expected this, but still chose to play dumb, and asked in surprise, "What did you say?" "I died once, but I didn't expect to be reborn again." No. This is not what she can listen to. It's dangerous. The house belongs to my grandmother. She left a few years ago, and the estate was inherited by my mother. I didn't expect her and my father to have a car accident and leave young Dowdu behind. The special nature of his work determined that Huishan could not go home, so he had to foster Dowdu at his uncle's house. After waiting for a long time for vacation, he bought a ticket to go back to his hometown to visit Dowdu. But he encountered a super typhoon, and the high-speed train stopped in Fengcheng for safety. No one expected that this typhoon was the prelude to natural disasters. After confirming that he could not go home, he did not hesitate to participate in the rescue and disaster relief in Fengcheng, saving people during the typhoon, transferring supplies during the flood, and eliminating evil forces in the extreme cold. In more than 70 degrees below zero, he returned home after going through untold hardships. There was no sister, only a skeleton that was not thrown away in time, which was cut very cleanly. Despite the heart-wrenching pain, he still believed that not all survivors were demons. As a military policeman, he suppressed his pain and chose to stand with the country. He persisted for 10 years. He couldn't remember how much food he gave away and how many people he saved. At first, they were grateful, but later they complained that the food was not enough and the living conditions were not good. How did he die? After working in the flood for 12 hours. He was exhausted and saved a large group of people, but was scratched by iron in the water. After landing, they surrounded him, showing concern and greetings. Later, he had a high fever and was unconscious, and their eyes began to change, from expecting him to get better, to hoping that he would die soon. Some of them were so anxious that they kept rubbing the knives in their pockets. Jiang Ning's head was buzzing, thinking that his end was miserable enough. But he didn't expect that he would. No wonder he was so ruthless. Aining, I have already got the opportunity to make up for my regrets, and I will no longer covet other people's opportunities. Huishan's voice was heavy. I told you this, and showed you the supplies just to make you let down your guard. But she had to admit that she was relieved to see that he had more than 100 cubic meters of supplies. He had lived for 10 years, and had seen all kinds of natural disasters. If he had the opportunity to reshuffle the cards, he would be more prepared than her. Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Tell me, aren't you afraid that I will secretly put it into the space and run away?" Huishan asked back. "Will you do this? I'm not a good person. But as long as others don't have any ideas about me, I won't covet the supplies that of someone else." Both sides revealed their true colors. And it was even. Jiang Ning stretched out her hand to open the door. But he suddenly held her hand. Ning, can you give me a chance?" Jiang Ning was a little confused. And her mind was in a mess. "I like you." And it was a little hard to control. Jiang Ning was a little embarrassed. "Didn't we agree to be friends and neighbors?" "Yes. But I still want to fight for it." Huishan had his own reasons. "Besides, I think you are not uninterested in me. But you are afraid that your space will be coveted." "No." Which Ivis saw her feelings towards him. Jiang Ning was very rational. "Compared to being lovers, I think it's more appropriate to be neighbors and teammates." I didn't expect him to insist so much. "I'm afraid these two identities are not suitable. If you really don't care at all, would you take me into the space at the critical moment of life and death? You are my teammate. And you saved me when the typhoon came. Shouldn't I save you? If it was an outsider who discovered your secret, would you still show mercy?" His question once again left Jiang Ning speechless. Whether she brought him into the space or didn't kill him afterwards, the most important thing was her trust in his character. But the most difficult thing in the world is the human heart. She saved him, but was wary of him. In fact, the two are not contradictory. But it is undeniable that if it were a passerby, he would have already killed him. Only when there is entanglement will one be wary and feel that his hands and feet are bound. Ning, you don't have to rush to reject me. Go back and think about it carefully. If you really don't feel anything in your heart, it's not too late to reject me. Huishan insisted on his own way. "Don't worry. As long as you think it through, I won't bother you." "Okay." He said so much. If she is tougher, she will really be merciless. Jiang Ning was confused and even forgot to bring the potatoes, and went home in a daze. Going home and getting into bed, he tossed and turned a little irritated. Does she like Huishan a little? Why is he so sure? Jiang Ning thought about it, and always felt uncomfortable. As a friend, he and Zhang Chao and Li were obviously different. They feel like good partners, the kind that can be trusted. But when he thought about dealing with the Dragon Slayer Society, he not only pulled her behind him twice, but also chose to let her escape first when they chased him to a high-rise building. In such a dangerous situation, he also blocked a brick for her. Although she was able to dodge in time, the order of the end of the world was lost. And who would be willing to take a brick for others for no reason? Alas, he is good-looking and has unquestionable ability. He is indeed a high-quality boyfriend. It is hard not to be moved. If I hadn't experienced the end of the world, the more I think about it, the more confused I feel. It seems really tangled. If you don't want to know, he actually paid a lot. If you really refuse, you will see each other every day. And you can dig a castle with your toes. Ask yourself, Jiang Ning just wants to survive in the end times. And love is really not that important. But how can he give up? I didn't sleep well. And I was half asleep. And the intercom rustled. Huishan acted as if nothing had happened. Do you want to come over for dinner? Jiang Ning suddenly had an idea. I eat a lot. And I am a big eater of Coke. It's okay. I need more time to think about it. Are you sure you want to give me food? Hui smiled deeply. Sure. Hanging up the intercom, Jiang Ning got up and cleaned up. Coke, let's go to the next door to get a free meal. Free meal? Coke's dog eyes gleamed. And he dragged out the biggest wash basin of the shit shoveler. Let's go. Don't mention it. He was really sincere. Braised meat with dried beans, and stir-fried potato shreds with lao gan ma. As a kitchen disaster, he successfully graduated and no longer needed her on-site guidance. The taste of his food was still good. No one mentioned what happened yesterday. They ate and drank as usual. Douda talked to Jiang Ning from time to time. And the atmosphere was not awkward. She didn't need to wash the dishes after eating. Little Doubting took on all the work of wiping the table and washing the dishes. Kaylay supervised by the sink and directed Little Doubting to wash the dishes. Jiang Ning carried potatoes down to the 17th floor. It was the turn of the Zhong family father and son to rest. The Zhong family was also harvesting potatoes. The soil was brought back from outside. It was not fertile and grew worse than the soil on the 18th floor. But half more beans were planted. And the harvest was also more than 100 kilograms. Which made Grandma Zhong very happy. God still gives people a way to live. Chapter 128. Grandma Zhong was a thrifty person. She would ask about the growth of potatoes on the 18th floor from time to time. And then greet her son and grandson. And find a way to get antifreeze in advance. Ants move. And after 3 months, they accumulated a full bucket. When Jiang Ning asked, Grandma Zhong agreed, poured 5 kilograms of antifreeze, and refused to accept her potatoes no matter what. Potatoes are used to grow beans, and she doesn't like to owe favors to others. Seeing that the Zhong family was so happy, she secretly stuffed a piece of frozen pork belly into the bag. Not much. About 1 pound. Meat is a luxury. Enough to resist the freezing agent. Pushing and shoving. Almost pushed out the hatred. Jiang Ning is not good at emotional communication. Holding the antifreeze and running away. Grandma Zhong shook her head. This child is really stubborn. Nailing it down and nailing it down. And she has to be so clear. She picked up the potatoes on the 18th floor and looked at them. I was worried that she wouldn't be able to plant it before. But I didn't expect that she planted it better than us. She lives well. Really relying on her ability. After getting the antifreeze, it took 2 days to plant all the potatoes. The planting pots they found were not enough. So Weishan nailed the wooden boards together and made a few wooden troughs. Together, the two of them planted 100 kilograms of potatoes. Not only was the balcony full, but the aisles and stairs were all full. He was really not lazy at work. And he took on all the physical work, while Jiang Ning did the easy work. There were not enough fill-in lights, so they could only fill in the lights in batches and time periods. Huishan was also doing it, and he never asked Jiang Ning for anything. What do you want to eat? Whatever. I can do it. She didn't order any dishes for free. She ate more of what she liked and moved her chopsticks less for what she didn't like. Since that day, Jiang Ning stopped cooking and took Gozi to eat next door every day. She couldn't even imagine that this eating lasted for 3 months. Really, she didn't give him a grain of rice or a vegetable. But she kept account of how much he ate, just to see when he couldn't hold it back and showed an impatient look. Then, she would pay him back with interest. Who knew that he was so deep? And it was Jiang Ning who couldn't afford to play. She had never seen such a patient man. He cooked every meal and never let her wash the bowl. And he didn't complain that Gozi ate too much. Jiang Ning almost broke down. She felt so miserable. So she secretly looked for Lu Yu. It was useless to ask Zhang Chao about this matter, because he had never been successful in love. Yes. Why don't you want it? No one was more experienced in love than Lu Yu. After learning the whole story, he was immediately anxious. Aining? Are you stupid? What? He actually scolded her. A free laborer who can fight, earn money, work, and help you relieve your loneliness. This was the first time that Lu Yu felt so disappointed with her. You have been smart all your life. Why are you so confused about this matter? If Brother Shen liked men, I would have slept with him long ago. Not you. Jiang Ning was shocked and seriously doubted his sexual orientation. Aining, we grew up together. Now it's different from before. As long as we work hard, we can have food to eat. Now it's too difficult to have enough food. Don't think that we can bring back a lot of good things every month. In fact, we have to pay with our lives. We don't even know if we can survive tomorrow. Love or not is not that important. Survival is the key. Someone is your partner and stands in front of you when you encounter danger. You don't have to be wary of him like an outsider when facing him. This is happiness. This was the first time Jiang Ning heard Lu Yu say so much. And it was from the bottom of his heart. He looked like a girl, and was prettier than a woman. Everyone in the orphanage knew that he was a gigolo. But he never got angry. And there was a smile on his face. Jiang Ning was a little curious and whispered, Do you really love Zhenweili? Lu Yu lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and then said, I just felt safe before. But now I really can't leave you. You have the ability. And Zhang Chao is smart. But I have nothing. And my health is so bad. What can I do if I don't take shortcuts? Who doesn't feel frustrated? What can you do? Cry in front of them? Tears are the cheapest. In fact, he is very grateful for this natural disaster. His health is getting better and better, and he can make money to support his woman. The feeling of standing up straight. It's overwhelming. Ning, you will get tired if you hold on for a long time. You need a companion to face the wind and rain. Don't shut yourself off or even lose the ability to love just because you were hurt by Yang Wei-sung. I think you didn't make a mistake this time. Yang Wei-sung is not even worthy of carrying Brother Shin's shoes. I can't compare to you and Zhang Chao in other aspects. But I'm pretty good at judging people. I'm sure it's right this time. Just give yourself a chance. Besides, who says being together means forever? There's no forever in the end times. If you get tired of it, or it's not suitable for you, just separate. Why bother so much? He patted her shoulder and went back to the house casually, showing his loyalty to Zheng Weili. Dear wife, I miss you. Thinking about what he said, Jiang Ning felt a little bit distressed, but also a little more relieved. He still eats and steals when he's lazy. But somehow, during the evening sparring, Hui Yishan, who was always open-minded, suddenly became aggressive and suppressed Jiang Ning everywhere. Jiang Ning fought and retreated, looking extremely embarrassed. She was forced to use her ultimate move in a hurry. The sneak attack failed, and he grabbed her hand and slammed her against the wall. You still come? Jiang Ning woke up instantly and wanted to dig a hole in the ground to crawl into. Just as she opened her mouth, Hui Yishan suddenly lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. Jiang Ning was shocked and her face flushed instantly. What are you doing? If you use this trick again, I kiss you. If he didn't dodge, she would be so cruel that she would have no children or grandchildren. Jiang Ning was embarrassed and turned away and said, Sorry, I was impulsive. She wanted to push him away, but she didn't. Hui Yi stared at her. Ning, are you really not going to give me an answer? Let me go first. He let go and handed her a towel and hot water. Jiang Ning wiped the sweat off her face, sat on the sofa and drank water, and thought again and again before speaking. Do you really want to be with me? This is the first time I like a girl. I don't want to give up easily. Jiang Ning thought for a while. I eat a lot, and Coke eats even more. You have a lot of supplies, but it won't last for a few years with the two of us. Besides, Coke once saved my life. I can't give it up just to save food. Thinking of his past life, Jiang Ning took a deep breath. If it weren't for it, I would have died a long time ago. In my heart, it is an indispensable family member. Not something that can be abandoned at will. If you want to be with me, it means that Coke and I will eat your food in the future, which is unfair to you. I don't want you to regret your choice when you run out of food one day. Cola is to you what Dowdu is to me. I will treat you equally. I have already considered what you are worried about. Hui Yishan looked at her. You don't have to worry about food. I will find a way to earn it after the extreme cold. And I will not let you and Keela starve a day. The other person put his attitude and position there. Jiang Ning had no choice at all. And at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. Since you insist, we can give it a try. But if it is really not suitable, we can't force each other. Okay? Okay. From this moment on, the two looked into each other's eyes, and Hui Yishan held her hand. Although they had just confirmed their relationship, they had known each other for almost a year, had been in sparring every day, and had been considering it for 3 months. They had even faced a life and death test, thinking that there was nothing to be shy about. Jiang Ning did not brush his hand away. Bang! The food bowl fell to the ground, and the dog looked at the scene in front of him with a face full of shock. He rushed over like a whirlwind, and used his claws to pry open. Chapter 129. If Hui Yishan hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been scratched by the dog. Kaylee rushed over, pushed him away with his strong body, and pounced on Jiang Ning, not forgetting to show his teeth at him fiercely. Woof! Get out of the way. Don't touch the poop shoveler. It overreacted and frightened Jiang Ning. If it weren't for the friendship of training, she seriously suspected that it would bite Hui Yishan's hand. Although the dog is fierce, it never takes the initiative to provoke others as long as they don't provoke it. This is the first time that it has exposed its ferocity to its own people. When she first started sparring with Hui Yishan, she thought he was bullying her and tried to take sides. But she didn't show her teeth. Cola! Jiang Ning's face darkened. Not only jealous, but also overbearing. The dog stuck to her airplane ears, whining in grievance, and used her paws to push Hui Yishan away. And her resistance was very obvious. Baring teeth, and daring to bar them. Huishan wanted to reach out to comfort it, but was fiercely rejected. The dog was in a bad mood. So Jiangning hurriedly took it home. Cola, what's wrong with you? Jiangning was a little worried that the mutation would make it irritable and cruel. But it wagged its tail and had airplane ears. And it was no longer as violent as before. Did you want to bite the trainer just now? Pull its ears. Well, you can't mention it, or it will show its teeth. The dog irreconcilable posture seemed to have been seen somewhere. But Jiangning couldn't remember it for a moment. Kaylay was a member of the 18th floor. And since it was witnessed by it couldn't be concealed. So she admitted openly. Coke, your trainer and I are dating. Here it comes. Again, baring its teeth. Jiangning stroked the dog head to comfort it. Don't worry. No matter whether he and I can succeed, you are important in my heart. Kaylay was angry and turned his head away to ignore her. Someone once said so confidently to cheat the dog. And then, it went to the dog meat restaurant. Since it is so important, why should there be others? Hate the incompetent shit shoveler. But the dog wants to grab something. Wherever Jiangning goes, it follows closely, with sorrow and resentment in its eyes, as well as deep anxiety. The rabbit ran over, but was driven away by it with its teeth bared. What a grumpy old man. In the evening, the intercom just rang, and Jiangning was about to take it. But Coke snatched it away and started chewing it hard. After finally getting it back, the shell was bitten to pieces. But fortunately it did not affect the call. Aining, come and eat. No, I do it myself today. There was a pause. Because of Coke? Jiangning was embarrassed. I don't know why. It's a little emotional. Due to work, Huishan often deals with the police dog base. There are not only professional instructors, but also police dog psychological counselors. He probably knows what the problem is. How about I talk to Coke? Jiangning didn't dare to say. I'm afraid you will fight. Cola was abandoned by his previous owner and sold to a dog meat restaurant. This incident must have had a great psychological impact on him. Under normal circumstances, even if the breeding conditions do not allow it, the most you can do is give the pet away. It is almost impossible to sell it to a dog meat restaurant unless something very bad has happened. You comfort it first. And if it doesn't work, I will talk to it. Huishan words reminded Jiangning. She looked down at the dog biting her pants, as if it was facing a great enemy, and immediately understood. I know. After hanging up the intercom, she squatted down and hugged the dog. Cola, did she sell you to the dog meat restaurant for a man? The dog stiffened instantly, and its body trembled twice. That man? Is that Yang Wei Song? Yang Wei Song seemed to be allergic to dog hair. In mild cases, he would sneeze constantly, and in severe cases, he would have a rash all over his body. The dog was grateful. Jiangning fed it for a period of time in her previous life, and it dared to risk its life to protect her. Therefore, if there were no special circumstances, it would not have peed on its former shit shoveler. Yang Wei Song was even worse off. Bitten every time he met him. Given his Aquaman physique, it was common for him to hook up with Kayleigh's former shit shoveler. Sunny, handsome, nice speaking, and with mental PA, it was easy for girls to fall in love, take out their wallets and kidneys, and even not let go of their dogs. As expected, just his name made the dog show its fierceness, almost baring its teeth. Jiangning gently comforted it. Coke, you protected me with your life in the last life. No matter who I meet in this life, you are the most important in my heart, and I will never abandon you because of anyone. The dog stared at her deeply, as if crying, scratching his face with his paws. Finally, he turned his face away stubbornly and refused to communicate. For a day and a night, he didn't eat or drink water. Jiangning didn't expect it to be so serious. He actually went on a hunger strike to protest, which made her anxious for a while. Huishan knocked on the door. I talked to him. Jiangning had mixed feelings, but she still made room for him and stood in the aisle waiting. As soon as Huishan came in, Kayleigh stood up and bared his teeth in a defensive posture. After closing the door, he ordered in a deep voice, Stand at attention. Muscle memory. The dog stood at attention instantly, holding his head high and getting into the state. When it realized something was wrong, the trainer had already walked up to it. Huishan sat on the ground, facing the dog. Cola, I know you are loyal and want to protect her for life. But this does not prevent me from liking her. Bared his teeth. Bared his teeth to death. He reached out to touch it. But the dog opened his hand. And his muscles were tense. Cola, I am not here to separate you, but to join you. The dog pupils trembled. No need. I know you're very capable. But it's so dangerous outside. Are you sure you can protect her? How about we fight? Huishan suddenly suggested. If I win, I protect her with you. Okay. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Come and fight if you don't agree. So, both sides prepared themselves and took up their positions in an instant. Huishan stood up, pulled up its front paws with both hands, and each took their positions and prepared to go. 3, 2, 1. He moved quickly and kicked the dog's hind legs. The dog lost his balance and fell to the ground, instantly doubting his life. It's not a human, but he's a real dog. He turned over, jumped, and wanted to tear him apart with his hands. Stand at attention. The trainer gave another order. The damn leg was fixed again. You are a good dog. If you lose, you lose. You can't cheat. The dog who lost to the point of being completely defeated. Woof woof woof. He was going crazy and wanted to explode. Let's make a deal. If I treat her badly in the future, you can teach me a lesson. Okay. Chapter 130. Only by defeating the opponent can we sit down and have a good talk. Huishan gave Kayley some advice. You don't have to rush to deny me, let alone deny yourself. You are very important in her heart. Even if I am with her, it will not affect your position in her heart at all. Also, Aining and I have an agreement that if I treat you badly one day, she will definitely ignore me. You can't even beat me. So how can you protect her for a lifetime? Why not give me a chance and let us protect her together? Besides, I will treat you the same as Dowdu. So you don't have to worry that she will abandon you if she finds a man. That's impossible. Dog. Woo. Don't believe it? We can make a pinky promise. He then picked up its paw and made a pinky promise. The dog was forced to make a pinky promise. Woof. Eat well and exercise well. Huishan stroked its head. If you starve to death, I will have to take care of her alone. And then you will have no chance. The dog pupils trembled. And it took 3 steps back. Huishan left, giving it space to think alone. He walked to Jiangning. Cola is very smart, but a little jealous. He has been hurt and lacks a sense of security. Take your time. He will figure it out. What if he just doesn't agree? Huishan didn't want to embarrass her. There will always be a solution. After staying in the corridor for more than 10 minutes, Jiangning opened the door and entered the house. The dog came up to him, with an inextricable sadness in his eyes. What are you doing? Jiangning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The dog meat restaurant has closed down. And am I that kind of person? Pour dog food for it. And add chicken legs. The dog ate the food with big mouthfuls, looking up at her from time to time, as if afraid that she would run away. Don't run away. I take you everywhere. In the evening, the intercom rang. Aining, bring Kayley over for dinner. Jiangning covered the intercom and discussed with the dog. There's food next door. Shall we go? The dog hesitated and finally picked up the food bowl. Jiangning smiled. I'd be there soon. There was cured duck to eat, and 2 duck legs. One for Dowdu, and the other for Kayley. Both picked by Huishan. While eating and chatting, Huishan said, Tomorrow the neighborhood committee will distribute cold-resistant potatoes. There are not enough. So we need to draw lots. Are we going? No. Jiangning lacks luck. He has been buying lottery tickets for 10 years without winning. Besides, the second batch of potatoes will be harvested soon, and the cold-resistant agent will be enough for the next planting. When the next batch is harvested, the extreme cold will almost be over. After dinner, he sat on the sofa and opened the tablet to watch the show. The dog insisted on squeezing in and separated Jiangning and Huishan. He couldn't move. As long as he touched Jiangning slightly, its claws would reach out. Jiangning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she hugged the jealous dog to watch TV. When they were about to leave, Huishan called her. He pushed open the door of the master bedroom. Aining, you can take these away. Jiangning was surprised and puzzled. I hope I can make you feel at ease. Jiangning was stunned, and spoke for a long time. I can't take your things. I know. Huishan understood. But I hope to give you a sense of security. You paid for this with your life. I can't take it. I'm not giving it to you, but keeping it with you. He said it tactfully, but Jiang Ning understood. If I take it, you will be gone. Ning, I believe you. Huishan looked deep. Besides, it is not easy to preserve supplies in extreme cold. Some things will go bad if frozen for a long time. Are you sure? Yes. Am I really taking it? Okay. That being said, Jiang Ning couldn't take all of it, but she was indeed curious about his supplies, especially those wrapped with thermal insulation film. Her eyes fell on a few things in the corner. What are those? The engine, compressor, and some parts removed from the car. Jiang Ning was surprised. Is your car still there? In the parking lot. All the easily damaged parts that could be removed were removed. Thinking of his chariot, Jiang Ning almost drooled. But it was a pity that there was no space in the space at that time. Otherwise, he would have to store a few more cars. It's almost -70. The car will not break down if it is frozen in the parking lot. I made special treatments in advance. I hope it won't break down. Jiang Ning put the car parts into the space. Put them on the balcony to restore to normal temperature. And then put them in the room. Only 2/3 of rice, flour, oil, grain, seasoning and snacks were collected. After all, she could not guarantee that she would not encounter danger. And eggs should not be put in one basket. The same is true for medicines. All those that are not often used are collected. And 1/3 of those that are often used are kept. Jiang Ning discovered that he not only hoarded a lot of gasoline, but also had solar generators and power storage boxes that could hold 50 degrees of electricity. No wonder it could charge the fishing device. Take it away. Take it all away. Seeing the shit shoveler performing magic tricks, Kaylai showed Huishan a crooked smile of a war god. Humph. These are all for the owner. Huishan was amused by it. So, can you put down your hostility towards me? The dog turned his head away. Absolutely impossible. There were all kinds of things. When Jiang Ning saw the acid-resistant protective clothing, he couldn't help asking, is there acid rain? Yes. Not only acid rain, but also thick fog, polar day, polar night, ancient glacial viruses, plate collisions, etc. Jiang Ning was panicked. She didn't expect that the level would become more and more difficult. And her preparation was far from enough. It doesn't matter. We can find a way to collect it. Huishan woke up late. The retirement process takes time. Most of the supplies in the room were prepared online in advance. He ventured out on the typhoon day and stocked up a lot. But who knows how long the natural disaster will last. These are far from enough. Jiang Ning counted his gas cylinders. Did you take those from the gate of the community? Huishan smiled. You are so smart. There are so many things. And the room on the second floor of the space is crammed. It feels like we still need to find a way to expand it. There are too many things missing. The second batch of potatoes was a good harvest. And the 3 people and the dog did not slack off. The dog kept digging the soil, biting one and putting it into the basket. There were more than 1,000 pounds. And my waist and legs were sore from harvesting, which was enough to eat for a long time. In addition, the corn, peanuts and wheat in the space had matured one after another and had to be harvested immediately. Jiang Ning liked to eat fresh corn, so he picked the corn and threw it into the space. And the peanuts and wheat had to be threshed, so he had to take them out to save time. The weather was too cold, and they froze quickly after being taken out. There were not many plants, only 100 square meters for each. But it still took Jiang Ning a day, and his mental consciousness was so exhausted that he lay in bed and could not move. Huishan brought the meal over. Is there anything I can help with? Jiang Ning worried. What if Dao finds out? He taught her well, but she was only 6 years old after all. So who could guarantee that she wouldn't let it slip? Huishan thought for a moment. You don't have to tell Dao. If she can't stop being curious one day, I tell her that the space is mine. Jiang Ning thought it was okay. After all, compared to him, she was just an outsider. There's a difference between your own home and someone else's. So, while Dao was taking a nap, Jiang Ning unloaded all the peanuts and wheat in the living room of 1801. After waking up from her nap, Dao opened the door and kept rubbing her eyes. Chapter 131. She already understood something at the age of 6. And she remembered her brother's words. So she didn't ask anything in the end. Seeing her brother picking peanuts, she quickly moved a folding stool over. Brother, I help you pick them. It's cold, Wear more leather gloves. The dog was not to be outdone and bit with his teeth. Jiang Ning was embarrassed to sit there, but Hui Yishan didn't let him. You take a rest. Don't get too tired. He didn't understand how she did it, but it was definitely not easy to do these things. The black soil garden has good fertility. 100 square meters of peanuts weigh about 160 kilograms. Jiang Ning sprinkled salt and 5 spice powder on them and mixed them. He cooked them in several pots and simmered them until they were tasty. He kept 2 kilograms to eat while they were hot, and put the rest in the space for storage. He would take them out when he wanted to eat them. He also cooked half of the corn and used it as a snack or breakfast. Wheat is indeed quite high-yielding, but there is no thresher, so he could only use the most primitive method of rubbing it by hand. Fortunately, the sheer resistance of wheat grains and ear cobs is weak, so it is not difficult to rub them. Hui Yishan is not lazy at work, and he finished it in one day. And then Jiang Ning put it in the space to air dry. After working hard for several days, it was really hard to hold on. There was still a second round of farming to come, and Jiang Ning was justified in being lazy. Seeing that Dowdu never asked questions and became more and more calm, it seemed that she had accepted the inexplicable extra things. Jiang Ning carried her on his back and took out several large bundles of green vegetables. Chicken feather vegetables, buckwheat, Chinese cabbage, lettuce, etc. Looking at the extra green vegetables in the kitchen, Dowdu's eyes flashed with surprise. But she still didn't ask anything, and obediently helped her brother pick and wash the vegetables. After finishing the work, Jiang Ning praised her. Dowdu is really good. Go find Coke and Tutu to play. She looked at her brother with eager eyes, and left happily after getting his approval. The two closed the doors and windows, fried more than a dozen pots of vegetables, and put them into the pot. And Jiang Ning put them all into the space. With the green vegetables, Dowdu's appetite increased a lot, and she showed a satisfied smile. Brother, it's delicious. After Jiang Ning took the dog away, Hui Yishan called her to sit on the sofa. Dowdu, do you like Sister Aining? Yes. Without hesitation. She and Kaylai will live with us in the future. Okay. Dowdu was happy. Really? I like my sister. And Coke and Rabbit. Hui Yishan looked at her. We should share our food with my sister. Do you agree? I agree. Hui Yishan was relieved by her answer. Are the vegetables, corn and peanuts, delicious these days? Delicious. Do you want to eat them again in the future? Yes. Do you want to know where they came from? Dowdu was stunned. Looked up at her brother. Nodded first, then shook his head violently. No. She didn't ask, because her brother would be unhappy if she asked. My parents gave it to me. Dowdu was stunned, and the corners of her eyes slowly turned red. Brother, I miss my parents. Hui Yishan touched her head. Don't be afraid. Although my parents are gone, I will take care of you. They are watching us in heaven. And they also gave us compensation. The vegetables, corn and peanuts you eat are all given by them. They asked me to take good care of you. And there will be good things in the future. We only need to know about this. And we can't let outsiders know, including brother Zhang Chao and others. Otherwise my brother and sister will die. Understand? Dowdu was both happy and scared, and wanted to sew her mouth shut. Brother, I won't tell you. Even though she was only 6 years old, she was much more sensible than before the disaster. And seeing that people outside were living in misery, she cherished the good life now. As long as she kept the secret, her brother would not be in danger, and she would not go hungry. Unconsciously, the thinking was deeply rooted. Hui Yishan took his sister to plant the third crop of potatoes, and Jiang Ning used his consciousness to cultivate in space. She calculated the supplies, and the food she had stored was enough for Coke to eat until death, while Hui Yishan's stockpile was only enough for 3 people and a dog to eat for about 5 years. This is just a conventional calculation. No one knows if there will be any unexpected events in the future. For example, if Coke's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, and affected by the extreme cold weather, he needs to eat more food to keep his body temperature constant. What if humans mutate and become big eaters one day? According to this calculation, food may be a bit of a stretch. Not to mention, if you want to live well in the apocalypse of natural disasters, there are too many things you lack. She needs to trade for supplies. Non-renewable supplies must not be touched. So you have to grow more food. So they planted potatoes, which not only had a short growth cycle, but also a high yield. Only 100 kilograms of cold-resistant potatoes were planted for the third crop, and the rest were all stored in this space. When the survivors' potatoes were almost mature, they could be sold to the market for supplies. The dog food was still dry, and the protest continued. Whenever Jiang Ning and Hui Shen sat next to each other, it would forcefully squeeze in between them to separate them. As a shit shoveler, she could feel its strong uneasiness. Whether it was being sold to a dog meat restaurant or a displaced life, it was a painful memory that the dog didn't want to face. It was dreaming, howling and wailing in the dream, and its body was twitching constantly. After waking up, the whole dog was not well. Don't see Hui Shen. He was not in a good mood when they met. Hui Shen was not fierce to it, but just kept strengthening the training. Come on. You may beat me one day. The exhausted dog was instantly like chicken blood. Get up. It can still practice. Seeing it complete the goal, the trainer rewarded it with dried meat. Good dog. Hey, why do you want to wag your tail? No. You can't be tempted by the enemy. The dried meat is poisonous. Coke spit out, refusing his feeding. The sparring was too tiring, and there was a charcoal fire and heater in the living room. So the tired Jiang Ning fell asleep unconsciously. Hui Shen came back, went into the room and took a blanket to cover her. Jiang Ning, swoosh, opened her eyes. Her eyes were cold and defensive, and she held a dagger in her hand. If she hadn't reacted, the dagger would have stabbed her. Hui Shen took her dagger and put it on the table. Are you having a nightmare? Jiang Ning wiped the sweat off her face. Yeah. A nightmare consumed all of Jiang Ning energy, and she looked at Hui Shen with a strange look. Hui Shen frowned slightly. Did I make you uneasy? It can't be said that. But he is indeed a factor. Jiang Ning is used to loneliness. She grew up without anyone to accompany her for more than 10 years. She walked alone for 3 years in the end of the world. Now there is suddenly a man by her side, and he treats her well in every way. This makes her who has never been cared for unable to adapt for a while. But how to say it? There are benefits. There is someone to help with work, someone to take care of the housework, someone to accompany you when you are lonely, and you can discuss things when you encounter problems. More or less. It is still a little tempting. After all, humans are emotional animals. They can live alone, but their spirits are barren and desolate. Otherwise, why would there be anxiety and panic? No, I'm just not used to it. Give me some time. Jiang Ning tried to open the door of her heart that had been sealed for a long time, wanting to let the sun shine into her desolate and dark heart. Hui Shen held her hand. Okay. They have been together for a while, but Jiang Ning is still not used to this kind of intimacy. She subconsciously wants to pull her hand out, but he doesn't let go. Just as she was about to speak, he suddenly let go. Jiang Ning looked up and found Kailei squatting opposite her, staring at Hui Shen with a deep gaze, gnashing his teeth with a crooked mouth. If you don't let go, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 132. As a trainer, it is easy to deal with the dog, but Hui Shen is willing to tolerate it. Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing, and stood up to call the dog home. Cola, let's go. When he reached the door, the dog still turned back to intimidate the trainer. Hui Shen, who was repeatedly threatened by the dog, 1803 shift change. The three carried the bedding home, and the 18th floor became lively again. Jiang Ning sent 30 kilograms of cold-resistant potatoes over. The three people with ample funds did not take it for nothing. Zheng Weili stuffed 10 kilograms of dog food back. Aining, shall we eat meat tomorrow? Jiang Ning didn't dare to say that he ate meat every meal. There were some combinations of meat and vegetables, but this couldn't be said. Okay. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine, as long as it's oily and watery. Zhang Chao brought back a few frozen sausages and planned to let Brother Shen cook. Hui Shen said shockingly, Tomorrow, Aining, and I will treat you to a meal. Zheng Weili was stunned, but Li Yu reacted quickly and smiled very meanly. Okay. I've been looking forward to this meal for a long time. After saying that, a meaningful look swirled around the two of them. Jiang Ning frowned, feeling that he was not pure. Just invite him. We have been together anyway. It is better than admitting it after they caught us. As for the future, who knows what will happen? Just take it one step at a time. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Yu found an excuse to stay. 1803 sent Hui Shen away and closed the door. How far have you come? Jiang Ning was speechless, thinking that everyone was as casual as him. Zheng Weili kicked him. Wife. Lu Maomi hugged his wife tightly. Zheng Weili thought he was being annoying. Aining, your vision is 100 times better than mine. As a friend, she sincerely wishes Jiang Ning the best of luck. This time, she has not made a mistake. She has found a treasure. They are now a powerful alliance. Wife, you despise me. Yes, I made a mistake at the beginning. It started again. Jiang Ning ran faster than a dog. There was no place to hide. Zhang Chao said Wu. So, what unforgivable mistake did he make? The next day, a dinner was held. Spare ribs were stewed with potatoes to resist the cold. Pig's feet were stewed with frozen peanuts. And Chinese sausage was fried with dried cabbage. The relationship between the two was exposed. And 1803 finally didn't have to pretend anymore. Lu Yu raised his glass. Come on. I wish Aining a smooth love life. And Brother Shen will get his beautiful wife soon. Zhang Chao drank 2 more glasses. And the alcohol was rising in his heart. Brother Shen, you have a good eye. Aining is the best at making money, fighting, and living in our orphanage. Don't look at her cold face. But she is kind. You have to treat her well. If you let her down one day, Lu Yu and I will never let you go. Huishan nodded. Aining is very good. And I am lucky to meet her. Jiang Ning secretly pushed him. Don't show off. People say that showing off affection will lead to death sooner. Huishan smiled, and picked up a piece of pig's trotter, and put it in her bowl. A black dog face came over immediately. Huishan was very good at dealing with people, and picked up 2 pieces for it. After watching it for more than a month. Seeing that he was the same as always, and the shit shoveler did not dislike it. The dog gradually let down his guard, and stopped staring at the trainer. Instead, he changed to spot checks and surveillance at irregular intervals. Occasionally, he would play with Xiao Doubting, and take her to see its rabbits and pony mates. The temperature finally stopped at 0-72 degrees, and did not drop again for a week. When the potatoes were about to be harvested, Jiang Ning went outside to sell them. Huishan wanted to accompany her, but she refused. It was too cold outside, and their eyebrows were frozen. Some people fell down while walking and never got up again. Jiang Ning was wearing a constant temperature suit and polar cold-proof clothes, and she felt shivering. She did not forget to stick warm baby all over her body, put on a windproof goggles, and wrapped herself in several layers of scarves. The risk of selling in bulk was too great, so she went directly to the sharp-nosed monkey. She was really dedicated, and she did not forget to speculate even in -72 degrees. Sister, you are awesome. You can even get so many cold-resistant potatoes. No way. I have someone above me. 1,000 kilograms of potatoes. Exchanged for 6 sets of oil-proof, waterproof, acid-resistant, and alkali-resistant protective clothing. The kind that is fully enclosed and equipped with oxygen cylinders. And 6 pairs of acid-resistant and alkali-resistant rain boots. Huishan has them. But only 2 sets. So he should prepare more just in case. Sister, we don't have any goods, but we can ask for you. The weather was too cold, so Jiang Ning went into the department store to wait. Unable to bear the cold, he took the opportunity to go to the toilet and hid in the space to keep warm. Space and time cannot be wasted. So we set out our tools to wash rice and cook, and made several dishes to store. About 3 hours later, Jiang Ning went to the agreed place to wait, and the sharp-nosed monkey arrived as promised. Panting, sister, I found it. The things are well protected and not frozen. But the other party is only willing to give 3 sets of protective clothing and 6 pairs of rain boots. I don't think it's cost-effective. How about changing to something else? No. Even if there are only 3 sets. It is very cost-effective. This is the advantage of collecting supplies at different times. If acid rain really comes one day, it will not be a problem that can be solved by 1,000 kilograms of potatoes. But it will be related to human lives. Besides, she wanted the highest level of protection. You can change it. The sharp-nosed monkey was surprised. When had she ever suffered a loss in business? Why was he so confused this time? Forget it. He can make a profit from it anyway. Go back to pick up the goods and meet at a remote office building. Jiang Ning arrived early and made sure there was no surveillance around before entering the office building. Standing high and seeing far. More than an hour later, she saw the sharp-nosed monkey coming with a large sack on his back. And then she took the potatoes out of the space. 1,000 kilograms. Several large bags. The protective suit was brand new, wrapped in layers of white insulation film, and looked of very good quality. The same was true for the rain boots, which made Jiang Ning very satisfied. After inspecting the goods, Jiang Ning left with the things on his back. Sister, do you have any more goods? Yes. Jiang Ning thought for a while. I want a gas mask and an oxygen cylinder. No problem. I keep an eye out for you. Back in Jinrong community, Huishan was walking Dowdu and Coke downstairs. Seeing the poop shoveler, the dog instantly started the four-wheel drive, rushed over like a small steel cannon, and turned into a monster and flew to Jiang Ning. Huishan came over. Are you cold? It was so cold that even with the constant temperature clothing protecting the body, one could not help shivering. I really don't know how those survivors survived. Huishan took out a hot water bottle from his military coat. There's a charcoal fire burning upstairs. Holding the hot water bottle, Jiang Ning walked upstairs with her neck shrunk. Have you been waiting for a long time? No. I just came down. It would be strange if he believed him. Dowda had been running around chasing the dog for who knows how many laps, and was panting constantly. Dowda was very energetic. Sister, I'm not cold. Yes. Huishan trained her to be good at boxing, crossbow shooting, holding a knife or a gun. She looks like a Lolita, a versatile little cute girl. Opening the door of 1801, the heating rushed towards her. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little happy. Huishan poured her a cup of hot water, which made her feel much better. After a break, Jiang Ning walked into the master bedroom and took out protective clothing and rain boots. Huishan carefully checked and took acidic and alkaline liquids for testing. No problem. Having dealt with the sharp-nosed monkeys a lot, they can really stand the test. Jiang Ning looked at him with a new look. They have made an appointment for the next batch of potatoes. I asked for a gas mask and oxygen cylinder. Huishan had no objection. These materials will be difficult to collect in the future. Now is the best time to replace them. Is Coke obedient today? Not bad. He doesn't have as much opinion of me as before. It's rare that Guzi has changed his mind. It seems that he still has some skills. What about you? Huishan closed the door, and the master bedroom was pitch dark in an instant. Jiang Ning perked up. What are you doing? Chapter 133. In the darkness, Huishan hugged her gently. How do you feel about me? Jiang Ning's head was buzzing, and her body was a little stiff. But she didn't push him away. After a while, she said, not bad. Ning, this is the first time I like someone, and the first time I treat someone well. If there is anything I don't do well, just tell me. Don't keep it in your heart. Jiang Ning thought about it, and said with some entanglement, I used to be stupid. I blindly pursued Yang Wei-tsung for a while, and even gave him a gift. Do you mind? Huishan hugged him tighter. Do you like him? Jiang Ning was stunned, and thought for a long time before answering. I liked him very much at that time. Just like being bewitched. But now I think about it carefully. It's not love. It may be more appropriate to say that I am chasing the light. People are like this. The more they lack something, the more they want to grab it. It's true that Ping grew up, but his personality has many flaws. He is paranoid and negative. Yang Wei-tsung is like a beam of sunshine, shining into Jiang Ning's imprisoned heart. When you see the light in the dark, you will subconsciously chase the light, but you don't know that it is not light at all, but a mirage that confuses people's minds. Yang Wei-tsung and Huishan give people completely different feelings. Jiang Ning can feel Huishan's calm and steady aura. Standing next to him, she feels safe and doesn't seem to have to worry about too many things. Huishan knows that she still has some reservations, so he doesn't do anything too intimate as a couple. He kisses her on the forehead, then opens the door. The light shines in, shining on her delicate and bright features, like a red crabapple blossoming in the snow. After returning home, Jiang Ning changes her clothes and gets into bed. With her hand gently resting on the forehead, he kissed. My heart skipped a beat. The potatoes haven't been harvested yet, and Grandma Zhong came to the door with something. Xiao Jiang. This is the growth catalyst that Zhong Ping brought back. It is said that mixing it in the soil can accelerate the growth of cold-resistant potatoes, and it can be harvested in about 2 months. Zhong Ping brought back a bucket. He didn't need so much for his family, so Grandma Zhong generously poured out half a bucket. The neighborhood committee will distribute it in a few days, but you will definitely not plant enough. Growth catalyst? This didn't happen in her previous life. When she was halfway through planting potatoes, extreme heat suddenly came. The seedlings quickly withered and died in the hot weather. The potatoes she pulled out were only the size of a fingernail. Not even enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. Who would have thought that there would be a catalyst this time? It seems that the higher-ups really believe that extreme heat will come, and they asked the researchers to find a way to study and let the people harvest a batch of potatoes before the extreme heat comes. Otherwise, I don't know how many people will starve to death in the future. Jiangning thought that he would rest after harvesting this batch, but he didn't expect that he could plant another batch. Who would complain about having too much food? But even with a catalyst, time is still not enough. Jiangning dug a pot of potatoes, which has already yielded a lot of fruits. The black soil is fertile, and Huishan provides enough light, so it matures quite quickly. But if it is raised for a while longer, there should be more starch. Huishan said, starch is not important, as long as you can eat enough. So, while pulling and planting, he mixed the antifreeze agent with the growth catalyst and planted the last batch of cold-resistant potatoes. When the time comes, add more light and harvest before the extreme heat arrives. The second batch of potatoes is more than 1,500 kilograms. Jiangning only took out 1,000 kilograms for replacement, and put the rest in the space for emergency use. Cold-resistant potatoes are in great demand, and they were exchanged for 20 high-level gas masks and 10 backpack oxygen bottles. She and Huishan both have diving suits, which can be used if they encounter underwater escape or operation. The potatoes with growth enhancers grew very fast. Jiangning did not forget to apply some compound fertilizer to supplement their fertility in the hope that they would grow faster. The same goes for lighting, extending the lighting time as much as possible. When the potatoes were 1 month old, Huishan suddenly said one day, "Aining, the temperature has risen. So fast? According to the time, it should be another month. What is it? -69 degrees. The extreme cold has been maintained at -72 degrees for a long time, and there has been no change for several months. Now it has suddenly risen by 3 degrees. Does it mean that the extreme cold is about to end?" In Jiangning's previous life, she didn't have a thermometer. She was still freezing cold even when she was wrapped in clothes and quilts. She had frostbite and psoriasis. It was unclear whether the temperature had risen, but she remembered clearly that it seemed to warm up for a few days, and then the ice melted overnight, and the temperature soared. Huishan participated in the rescue and remembered that the temperature rose slowly, but the survivors who were not warm enough didn't notice it, and it rose suddenly later. So the two of them recorded the temperature every day, and it was indeed rising. In preparation for the upcoming extreme heat, Jiangning started to make ice. When I bought the induction cooker, I got several soup pots, buckets, wash basins, etc. I washed them and put them in the space, filled them with water, and then took them out and put them in the living room, at more than 60 degrees below zero. The water quickly turned into hard ice cubes. There were not enough tools at home, so I took out the 1801 ones and used them. The big ice cubes were used to cool down, and the small ice cubes were edible. I hadn't enjoyed the taste of iced milk tea and ice cola for a long time, and I almost drooled. Huishan helped make ice. You are just like Daodu. Greedy. We girls are greedy. Isn't the purpose of life to satisfy our mouths? After talking for a few months, the relationship between the two became more and more harmonious, and Jiangning's personality was recovering. Besides, Coke is greedier than us. The most special thing is that you are not interested in anything. Who said that? When it comes to this, Jiangning can't help but be curious. What are you interested in? She doesn't force herself to eat, wear or use anything, and seems to be indifferent to everything. Huishan looked at her, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You? Jiangning was stunned at first, then blushed unconsciously, and finally picked up a small ice cube and threw it at him. You wish. After making ice for half a month, they had enough for several years, and the temperature had risen to more than 50 degrees below zero. Jiangning did not relax her vigilance and reviewed the materials needed for the extreme heat again. Water purification tablets, electric fans, air conditioning fans, mosquito nets, mosquito coils, insecticides, disinfectants. Huishan had almost everything she had, and it should be able to meet the needs. But the two of them still discussed that the missing ones must be supplemented before the extreme cold ends. Huishan said, You can replace some stainless steel mesh and nail the gaps in the balcony to prevent cockroaches, snakes and rats from climbing up. It needs to be fixed with several more layers. The red-eyed rats have sharp teeth. Thinking of the insect disaster, Jiang Ning got goosebumps. The picture was too beautiful to imagine. After eliminating the needs of the two, she thought again and again and said, "We don't need it. But Lu Yu and the others do." Hui thought deeply. Lu Yu and the others left something with you. If you can change it for them. If you can't change it, we have extra. We can move some to them. With his words, Jiang Ning felt a little relieved. They moved to the 18th floor for more than a year, and they still get along very happily. Besides, the relationship is there. On the premise of ensuring herself, she can't watch them struggle. Counting what they lacked, Jiang Ning started to prepare. Chapter 134. Just as the Zhong family father and son were taking a break, Jiang Ning entrusted the two cats to their care. He reminded them, "Grandma Zhong, the temperature has been rising recently. It has risen by more than 10 degrees. Have you noticed?" Grandma Zhong nodded repeatedly. "I was just about to tell you that the weather station detected that the extreme cold may end soon." Jiang Ning pretended to ask, "Did they say what the weather will be like next?" "It's hard to say. But if the weather warms up, the ice will definitely melt. Don't let typhoons and floods come again. We can't stand it." Jiang Ning was trying to cover up the truth. "Why do I feel like the snow has gotten smaller these past 2 days? Old people are afraid of the cold." So Grandma Zhong didn't go out for a few days. But Jiang Ning's words reminded her. The temperature will rise, and the snow may stop at any time, and it will be difficult to get water then. Xiao Jiang, we should be prepared for any eventuality. So we should stock up some water in advance. That's what Grandma said. We stock up when we come back. After the two left, Grandma Zhong reminded her daughter-in-law. See if you can replace the water tank or water jar when you come back. Who knows what will happen later. So we have to make plans in advance. It was true that food was in short supply, but the Zhong family had harvested 3 crops of potatoes, so they lived much better than ordinary people. She made the final decision. If it doesn't work, exchange potatoes. At the same time, Grandma Zhong reminded the father and son. Don't just remember to bury your head in work. The temperature is changing now. Pay attention to inquire about the news. If you know it a day or 2 earlier than others, your family may have a chance to survive. Zhong Ping agreed. The meteorological researchers predicted that it might be a hot summer, but it has not been finalized yet, so it has not been announced to the public. High temperature. Grandma Zhong was terrified. Uncertain things must not be announced from above, otherwise the lower level will be in chaos. But it is not without trace. The Agricultural Science Institute is working day and night to research high-temperature resistant crops, which shows that they have predictions. Grandma Zhong knows how much supplies there are at home. She stared at her daughter-in-law and said, "The temperature keeps rising. You can't do your job anymore. Ask around these few days to see if you can bring back some things to cool down the heat, especially sterilization and disinfection. Once the ice melts, the corpses and household garbage in the water will ferment faster under the high temperature, and there is a high possibility of plague." Grandma Zhong was horrified when she thought about it. Life is getting harder and harder. She has to work hard to live. What if she closes her eyes one day? What will happen to these 3 pieces of wood? The things she wants are quite diverse. Jiang Ning made a list for the sharp-mouthed monkey. "Do you have these things?" "Sister, I will go through fire and water to get you what you want." The sharp-mouthed monkey smiled when he saw people, but when he saw the list above, he was dumbfounded and said, "Sister, why do you want these? They are useless." Jiang Ning looked at him, smiling but not saying anything. "Oh, my old habit came back again. I want to chat with anyone I know well. However, second-hand fans, second-hand UPS car refrigerators, saltpeter, stainless steel mesh, mosquito coils, insecticides, water towers? What the hell is this? Sister, we have everything you want, and we can even give you brand new electrical appliances." "No, I just want second-hand ones." "Okay." The monkey responded quickly. "Although the things are not valuable, they are scattered and hard to find. We have to spend time looking for them. It's not cheap to exchange them." Jiang Ning nodded. "Exchange for potatoes." Sharp-nosed monkey held up 2 fingers. "At least this amount? 2 Jean?" Sharp-nosed monkey almost vomited blood. No less than 200 Jin. Vampires don't treat her like this. Jiang Ning teased him. 100 Jin? Really losing his temper. Sharp-nosed monkey said in frustration. Okay. You are the elder sister. You have the final say. It takes time to receive the goods. And they agreed to trade in 3 days. It was still early, so the two went to the trading street of the department store to see if they could find what they needed in the future. Even though the temperature was rising, it was still 50 degrees below zero, and the few passers-by on the road were walking hurriedly. Huishan wore thick gloves and walked forward holding Jiang Ning's hand. Still not used to being too close, she subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back, but he held it tightly, so Jiang Ning didn't struggle anymore. When they arrived at the trading street, they walked around carefully and accidentally found a small thresher half a person's height, which could thresh wheat, mung beans, soybeans, corn and more than 10 other crops. Jiang Ning liked it at first sight and didn't want to rub wheat with her bare hands anymore. Huishan checked the thresher, and the belt was well wrapped and not frozen. Each machine takes 20 kilograms of rice or flour, and there are 2 in total. The small machine was only a few thousand yuan before the end of the world, and it is even less valuable now. Jiang Ning doesn't lack this little food, but if she gives it without thinking, she will definitely be targeted by the black people soon. Without electricity, ordinary people can't use it. Jiang Ning posed as a middleman, shaking her head, without a strong desire to buy. The stall owner saw that she was about to leave, and suddenly became anxious. How much do you say? The thresher was brought when I was looking for supplies. It was useless. Setting up the stall was just a matter of luck. Finally, someone came to ask for the price. I couldn't let this fish get away. The second-hand dealer bargained hard for the purchase, and used various gestures and jargons with the stall owner. In the end, the deal was made at 10 kilograms of potatoes per machine. The thresher is not heavy, and can be carried by hand, avoiding the flow of people to a remote corner, making sure that there was no one around, and then using Huishan height to block the view. Jiang Ning put the machine into the space. She came back to continue shopping, and stopped in front of a calligraphy copybook stall. An old acquaintance, the one who sells Spring Festival couplets during the Chinese New Year. His calligraphy skills are excellent, but the survivors can't even fill their stomachs. So how can they appreciate these? The price is ridiculously low. Only 1 or 2 meters for one piece. But still no one is interested. Jiang Ning took a few glances, and was about to leave. But the stall owner called her. Little girl, I see that you are also a calligraphy enthusiast. Don't you want to buy a few pieces? You write well, but it's not worth much. The man looked complicated and forced a smile. I have something good here. Do you want to see it? Collectibles? The man lowered his voice. Ming Dynasty calligraphy. Jiang Ning immediately perked up. She had no interest in this, but the space liked it. The man picked up the bag, opened the heavy cloth wrapped around it, took out the yellow calligraphy, and carefully spread it out. Jiang Ning had no artistic talent, and couldn't tell what the calligraphy was about. But judging from the paper and the handwriting, it was indeed an old product. But don't doubt the ability to forge before the end of the world. She asked the person next to her. What do you think? Huishan really looked at it carefully, and after a while he answered. I think it's okay. My grandfather loved calligraphy, and he had a lot of collections in his early years. He also made many friends with collectors, and they would get together from time to time to exchange ideas. At that time, he was still young, and he was influenced by his surroundings. He didn't dare to say that he was proficient, but he knew more than ordinary people. Jiang Ning considered and asked the man, how much food? Girl, I spent 5 million to buy this calligraphy a few years ago. He took out the appraisal book. His tone was both excited and heartbroken. It's definitely worth the money. Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing. Chapter 135. Seeing that Jiang Ning was unmoved, the man showed a look of cutting me, and gritted his teeth and said, 10 jin of rice or noodles. You can take it away. He didn't want to sell it, but his family was already struggling to make ends meet. And if he dragged it on, someone would die. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't say anything, the man couldn't help but get anxious. 8 jin. It really can't be less. 5 million real money is not a lie. I take care of them more than my own children. I only have potatoes. The man was startled, and then said, potatoes are fine, but 20 jin is required. His family was unlucky. They didn't get the cold-resistant beans in the first batch of the lottery, They got the second batch, but it would take more than a month to harvest. Jiangning nodded and took out potatoes from the big backpack. The man handed her the painting and taught her how to preserve it. It was not difficult to see his deep love for calligraphy. The painting looked like it was put into the bag, but it was actually thrown into the space. Just after leaving for 2 steps, the man spoke again. Little girl, I have a lot of collections at home. Do you want more? Jiangning didn't rush to answer, but used her consciousness to explore the space. As expected, he swallowed it. There is an extra toilet on the 2nd floor. 20 kilograms of potatoes are really worth it. Jiangning was ecstatic. But on the surface, he was as calm as an old dog. Okay, but it must be real. Fearing that it was unsafe, the man did not bring it all at once. But the collection of calligraphy and paintings amounted to more than 20 pieces. All from the Tang, Song, Ming and Qing dynasties, with a total value of more than 20 million yuan. And there was also a top-grade inkstone from the Ming dynasty. This was his lifelong collection. Many people came here to buy it, and the price increased several times, but he was unwilling to give it up. But now, he can't even exchange 1 gene of rice. Antiques in prosperous times, gold in troubled times, and food in the end times. He looked for middlemen, and he could exchange some supplies at first, but soon even they would not accept them. Finally, he met someone who was willing to exchange food. So he had to take the opportunity to reluctantly give it up, and even showed some uneasiness in his eyes. If you want, I can give you a discount. Jiangning thought for a while. How to exchange? The man thought again and again. 100 gene of rice or noodles, plus 100 gene of potatoes? She and Huishan had a lot of rice and noodles. Who knew how long they could live? If they accidentally lived to be 100 years old, it would probably not be enough. I can only give you potatoes. Jiangning was unwilling to exchange for non-renewable materials, although he could exchange other materials for rice and flour. After being tortured by extreme cold and heat, how good could the food be even if it was well preserved? The man gritted his teeth and gave in. 300 kilograms. In batches. It would be too ostentatious to take it all at once. And he was afraid that he would not have the chance to take it home. And he was also afraid that the other party would have evil intentions. Jiangning was more than happy to do so. Okay. On the way home, Huishan asked, can the calligraphy make your space bigger? The hand was halfway pulled. Jiangning did not hide gold, silver, jade, or other spiritual old objects. After the calligraphy was swallowed by the space, there was an extra toilet. Why don't you ask the sharp-mouthed monkeys to exchange for a batch of calligraphy and paintings or gold and jade? Jiangning was full of enthusiasm. No hurry. I have already thought of a way to exchange things. She would not easily trade non-renewable materials unless she had to. The next day, the two were still fostered at Grandma Zhong's house. Jiangning and Huishan went to the agreed place and traded with the man on time. The man came with his wife and took out 7 calligraphy works in exchange for 100 kilograms of potatoes. The last trip was paintings and inkstones, all of which were collections of calligraphy masters from past dynasties. The man's heart was bleeding. He was reluctant to part with the painting of winter plums, feeling that his soul had been lost. Jiangning threw it into his bag and took it out after a while. Since you regard this painting as your life, you have a destiny with it, so I give it to you. The man was dumbfounded. But food? No need to return it. Jiangning turned around and left. In fact, he didn't know that the painting was a fake and the space didn't eat it at all. But judging from his expression, he must have made a mistake and didn't intend to deceive. 300 kilograms of potatoes gave the space 2 more rooms, which was already a good deal. Giving the fake back as a gift would give him a spiritual sustenance. Wait. The man caught up. I have a friend who is a porcelain collector. He also wants to exchange for food. Is that okay? So, the two of them ran around outside for another 3 days. These 3 days are worth it. The 3rd floor of the space villa has been built. The 3rd floor has been built, which means that the entire space is 3 meters higher, and the volume has directly doubled by 1/3. Jiangning hugged Huishan excitedly. Do you think I am too lucky? This is the first time she took the initiative, and Huishan took the opportunity to hug her back. You planned it well. Jiangning looked up at him. Thank you for staying with me these days. Huishan asked back. Shouldn't it be? Jiangning smiled and didn't fall into his cunning trap. Although the space they got was quite large, it was actually full of dangers. The people who were cheating on the blacks were also ruthless, and their eyes were human scanners. The two appeared in the trading street repeatedly, and were soon targeted, and they were planned to be slaughtered as fat pigs, and they secretly followed and scouted with weapons. However, they were good at reconnaissance, and Hoarding was even better at counter-reconnaissance. The gap in strength was like the Somali Trench. It can be said that they were human scanners, and Hoarding was big data screening. They thought they were powerful, but they didn't know that they had been targeted for a long time. After delivering the goods, the two suddenly separated. Hoarding carried a big bag, while Jiangning had nothing in his hands. They walked in opposite directions and faster and faster. Boss, which one should we chase? We finally caught a big fish, and now it's right in front of us. How can we just run away? We must bite it to death. Separate and chase. You two go after the woman, and you three follow me. Pull out your weapons and act separately. Rushing to chase. Hurry. The woman has entered the office building. Although she is wrapped up thickly, you can tell from her walking posture that she has a good figure and looks. Catch her and lock her up for the brothers to have fun for a few days. The two hurried into the office building and ran upstairs excitedly. Shinpi, I gave you the first one last time. This time I have to go first. Bullshit. You gave her the first one last time because you thought she was ugly. Today this girl is pretty. Whoever catches her first gets it. Perhaps because they thought the woman was weak and could be bullied. They had already been driven into a corner, so they had no scruples at all. In order to get the first bite of the soup, they chased each other and ran faster and faster. Puff. The corridor made a sharp turn, and Shinpi didn't break at all, and hit a sharp object, and his body was directly pierced through. The one behind almost hit him, but fortunately he braked in time because his lower body was stable enough. He saw the sharp blood-stained blade piercing through Shinpi's back, and his pupils dilated instantly. A figure slowly stood up next to the wall and kicked Shinpi away. As the body fell, a cold face smiled. She was beautiful, but she looked like a snake. She held the long knife in her hand, with a sinister smile, as if she was possessed by the Black Widow. Obviously, she left empty-handed. No, she was not a woman, but a ghost crawling out of hell. The man's face changed instantly, and he ran downstairs without saying a word. Help! Chapter 136. Jiangning kicked him with a flying kick, and the man rolled down the stairs and fell heavily to the ground. Unable to get up, she walked down the stairs step by step with an expressionless face, stepping on his neck for a long time without letting go. Walked out of the office building and came to the agreed place. Hoarding was already waiting. Is it solved? Jiangning nodded. It's cleaned up. How about you? Yeah. There's nothing left. Everything that should be changed has been changed. If nothing unexpected happens, he should not go out again before the extreme heat arrives. On the day Zhang Chao and his friends came back from vacation, the temperature had risen to more than 40 degrees below zero. Seeing several water towers piled up in the corridor, the three were shocked. Aining, we don't seem to be short of water towers. They dragged 7 water towers back to the rooftop. But after just a few days of use, extreme cold suddenly came and froze the water pipes. Now Jiangning has brought back a lot of them, not only blocking the corridor, but also placing several on the stairs. Could it be that he is collecting junk? Lu Yu and Zheng Weili were a little slow, but Zhang Chao reacted. Aining, we need to stock up water? Yes. It's not easy to do these things. I'm waiting for you to come back and install them. God still gave them a way to survive. The temperature rose by nearly 30 degrees. If the survivors didn't react, their lives would be in the hands of fate. Jiangning took action early. Some people outside had already started talking about the end of the extreme cold. Some people were just looking forward to it, and those who had information channels were secretly preparing for it. Grandma Zhong came up the day before yesterday and said that there was a 70% to 80% chance of extremely hot weather in the future, and reminded them to prepare quickly, in order to get through. She and Hoarding dragged the water tower up the stairs yesterday and almost broke their legs. This time, they were not stingy and gave the Zhong family 2 water towers as a reward. Grandma Zhong was excited. Xiao Jiang, you guys have a way. We asked people to find it but couldn't find it. She insisted on exchanging food, but Jiangning confiscated it. If there are experimental seeds that are resistant to drought and high temperature one day, Just give us a copy. Not only Grandma Zhong, but other survivors in the community also regarded the 18th floor as a weather vane. They learned their lesson this time. When they saw the 18th floor dragging the water tower back, they went to get the water tower without saying a word. The 18th floor can be so successful. There must be someone above. Maybe got some secret information. Just follow it. Suddenly, the water tower became very popular. The sharp-mouthed monkey was constantly asked by customers for the water tower. He is now seriously doubting his life. Sister used 100 kilograms of potatoes to exchange so many supplies from him. There are several water towers alone. It's crazy. He was just complacent about getting rid of the garbage. But now someone actually exchanged 20 kilograms of potatoes for a water tower. What to do? It's true that the boss agreed to this matter. But he is always fickle. I will definitely be beaten to death by him. Sister has screwed him again. Sneeze. Jiang Ning sneezed several times in a row and rubbed her nose fiercely. Wei Yishan handed her hot water. Do you have a cold? No. Jiang Ning eyelids kept twitching. I feel like someone is cursing me. Wei Yishan laughed and rubbed her hair. Don't think too much. Jiang Ning stood up. I'm going to 1803. He didn't follow. And prepared food for the 3 people and the dog. At 1803, Jiang Ning didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The temperature has been rising during this period. And it's rising faster and faster. The Zhong family is in the system. And there is news from the Meteorological Bureau that the extreme heat may be coming soon. I have been running around outside these days. And I have stocked up some things before others. If you need them, just come and pick them up. The 3 of them were confused. Extreme heat? It's a continuous scorching heat. Heat stroke is still a mild case. The most feared is heat stroke. Heat stroke is no joke. It's like frying an egg. The skin is burning. The consciousness is impaired. The heat in the body cannot be dissipated. And the protein enzymes in the body change. Once you are infected, it almost means death. Zhang Chao's scalp tingled. Is the news confirmed? It hasn't been officially announced yet. But there are rumors outside. Jiang Ning handed over the temperature table that recorded the temperature every day. I don't think this is a rumor. It's best to prepare in advance. The 3 of them looked at the rising data on the paper and felt their scalps tingling. As a friend, Jiang Ning sincerely suggested, if the temperature rises rapidly one day, the ice will melt quickly, and Fengcheng will be submerged in water again. There are so many corpses and smelly garbage in the water. And if it is really hot, there is a high probability of a plague. I suggest you quit your job and make plans after you get through this wave of disaster. You have to spend it as well as earn it. The 3 looked at each other. And Lu Yu was lucky. It's not that exaggerated. Right? Before the holiday, the captain had just talked to him and said that in view of his outstanding performance, he would be promoted to a team leader from the next shift. And his salary and food would increase accordingly. In his 20 years of life, Lu Yu had never been so affirmed and praised by others except for his appearance. This was an honor and medal he had never had before. On the day when the extreme cold came, the temperature dropped by more than 40 degrees overnight. Do you think it is possible that the temperature would rise by more than 40 degrees overnight during the extreme heat? Lu Yu was speechless. Jiang Ning saw that the 3 of them cherished their current jobs and did not want to resign. There was no reason to force a cow to drink water. She did everything she could. This is just my suggestion. You can consider it yourself. After chatting for a few words, they stood up and left. Back at 1801, the food was ready. Dao had placed the bowls and served the dishes on the table. Sister, eat. The 3 of them and the dog were eating. Seeing her expression slightly agitated, Wei Yishan asked, they don't believe in gyre. And don't want to resign? They definitely don't want to resign. Zhang Chao gave gifts to the leader a few months ago and became a team leader. Lu Yu also became a senior official with his ability. Zheng Weili is the captain's capable and beloved general, and has been promoted to the leader of the district. During this period of work, the 3 of them made a lot of money. The food alone is enough to last for 2 years. Not to mention a lot of other supplies. The future is even more predictable. Who would be willing to give up their job? You have done everything you can. And their situation is different from ours. No ordinary person would give up their job easily. So there is no need to force it. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Yeah. Let's eat. Having said that, he still didn't sleep well. People are not plants and trees, so they can't be heartless. After rebirth, she just wants to take care of herself and Kayley. But Zhang Chao and Lu Yu are her only friends. And Zheng Weili has saved her. They have been fighting side by side for more than a year. How can she say she can be calm when she gives up? Whether it's plague or heat stroke. It's no joke. Just as she was about to get up, there was a knock on the door. Lu Yu was in the hallway, knocking not only on her door, but also on the door of 1801. Hey, he just made a bet with Zhang Chao, saying that the two of them came out of 1801 and 1802. But the result was pure. He lost to Zhang Chao. Facing his impure eyes, Jiang Ning was speechless. Did something dirty get into your eyes? Chapter 137. Lu Yu didn't hear the hidden meaning of Jiang Ning. No. I drank a few sips with Zhang Chao last night, and didn't sleep much all night. What's the matter so early in the morning? Lu Yu's smile was uglier than crying. Aining, we planned to resign. Although they were reluctant, life was the most important. It is undeniable that Aining was amazing. Whether it was a typhoon, flood or extreme cold, she was more prepared than them. And she would take care of them from time to time. Not to mention Brother Shen. He remained calm even when the sky was falling. The Zhong family is in the system, and they are more informed than ordinary people. Listen to others' advice, and have enough food. Those who have been here before have to continue to follow. If they live frugally, the food they have will be enough for about 4 years. They decided to follow the main force. However, resignation takes time, so they have to race against time. All members of 1803 went out and moved the horizontal round water tower to the roof with Huishan, together with the ones moved back before. There are a total of 14 water towers, each of which can store 2 tons of water. 2 of them are for the Zhong family, which means that the 18th floor can store 24 tons of water. Even if we save 24 tons of water, it will only last for 3 or 4 months at most. What will we do then? Jiang Ning comforted. If it is really extremely hot, even if the city's drainage system is damaged and collapsed, 2 or 3 months will be enough to evaporate the floodwater. The municipal government will find a way by then. Aining is right, Zhang Chao analyzed. Before we had running water, we drank well water. Zheng Weili worried. But if the temperature is too high, the water cannot be stored for a long time. What should we do if it deteriorates? I have replaced the water purification tablets, and I can just throw them into the water tower. Ning, you are so awesome. Jiang Ning shirked responsibility. Actually, I don't understand it either. It was Shen who said it. Lu Yu flattered him. Brother Shen is awesome. A survival expert. Huishan, who was forced to take the blame. Not bad. Just happened to know a little bit. Just as they had set up the water tower, Grandma Zhong came up to shovel snow. Knowing that she had stocked up 2 large water tanks, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu cared for the old lady and helped her shovel snow and carry it downstairs. The rest of the Zhong family was not at home, and they were afraid that the old lady would fall down while running up and down. So they let Grandma Zhong shovel the snow on the rooftop first, and filled up the Zhong family's water tank. As a result, there will not be much clean snow and ice left. Zheng Weili was a little worried. What if it stops snowing or the temperature suddenly rises, and we don't have enough water? Jiang Ning was open-minded. It shouldn't happen. Besides, our previous 7 water towers were full, so it's absolutely okay to save some water. You guys should quit your jobs as soon as possible. We will come up to collect snow in the next few days, and make sure that all the remaining water towers are full. She didn't plan to use the snow water in the first place. Wouldn't it be nice to fill it up with water from the space after 1803 left? Alright. We all have more survival experience than 1803. Just follow us. At noon, Lu Yu was cooking porridge in the kitchen, and Zhang Chao in the living room suddenly shouted, scaring Lu Yu to rush out with a spatula. What's wrong? Quick! The weather station has released the news. A rustling sound came from the radio, and the meteorological staff released the latest news. According to the current temperature changes, it is expected to rise rapidly in half a month, and there may be extreme high temperature climate in the future. Residents are requested to make appropriate protective preparations. Aining and Shen are amazing. Their predictions are so accurate that they are more reliable than the experts from the Meteorological Bureau. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief, but they couldn't help but feel heavy in their hearts. The extreme cold hasn't passed yet, and the extreme heat is coming again. When will it end? Even the Meteorological Bureau predicts extreme heat, so resignation is a foregone conclusion. At night, the two of them secretly drank in bed. The extreme cold is hard to endure, but we are basically used to it. It would be great if we could keep it up. For Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, this is not just a job, but the best proof of getting rid of their sickness and weakness, and the testimony of their rise as men. After finally climbing up, just when I was about to show my strength, it withered before it could fully bloom. Feeling depressed, I took 2 gulps of white wine and choked and coughed violently. We will be strong again. Real man. This little setback is nothing. Drank a lot and slept a lot. The night before 1803 left, Jiang Ning came to remind him. The weather is abnormal, although the Meteorological Bureau predicts that it will be about half a month. No one knows when the extreme heat will come. Do you want to take a rubber boat? In case the ice suddenly melts into water one day, you have to jump into the water and swim all the way back. Thinking of the dirt in the water, the 3 people's faces changed, and they immediately found the rubber boat. Fortunately, I listened to Jiang Ning's words and wrapped the rubber boat with warm things. And it didn't harden. Just 2 days after 1803 left, the temperature suddenly soared to -10 degrees. It was chaotic outside again. It was not easy to end the extreme cold, and I thought I could live a normal life. But who knew I would face extremely hot weather again? Air conditioners, electric fans, and the like had already been frozen in the temperature of -70 degrees. In extreme cold, at least you can melt snow to get water. But what about extreme heat? Those who have extra food are in a hurry to change things. Those who have run out of ammunition and food lie down and destroy it. They can't play anymore and are really tired. After lying down for a long time, I still don't want to die. So I get up again. After Zheng Weili and the other 2 left, Jiang Ning went to the rooftop in the dark and put the water tower into the space and started to fill it with water. The old water tower was also put in and filled with fresh water. Having fallen asleep, Jiang Ning began to kick off the quilt. Cotton quilt. Air conditioning quilt. Down quilt. When he woke up, he was left with only a quilt. And the bright light came through the gap in the curtains, hurting his eyes. Bright. Blindingly bright. Jiang Ning opened the curtains, and the white light was dazzling. The sun, which had disappeared for more than a year, finally came out. The gloomy weather was gone, and the curtains were opened, and everything was bright. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Jiang Ning always felt that this was not normal sunlight. The indoor temperature is 20 degrees, and the outdoor temperature is 39 degrees. Yesterday, it was still below 10 degrees. But today it has soared to 39 degrees, which is really crazy. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony and looked downstairs. The ice surface was very reflective. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a few idiots in short sleeves rushing out of the apartment building, staggering and reveling on the slippery ice surface. The sun is out, and God has finally opened his eyes. In the extreme cold, I wore thick clothes and covered myself tightly. But now I put on short sleeves. My face is pale. My body is thin. And my big head feels like it will fall off at any time. Jiang Ning frowned and picked up the telescope to look at the survivors on the ice. These people must be tired of living. The Meteorological Bureau also reminded through the radio yesterday that extreme heat will accelerate the melting of ice cubes, and residents should not walk on the ice unless necessary. The neighborhood committee is also responsible and posted notices in various communities a few days ago. They dare to do it. It's not like this to release pressure. The temperature rises very quickly, and the strong heat can be clearly felt when standing on the balcony. Just as I was about to put down the telescope, I saw the ice suddenly break into pieces, and the survivors who were running and reveling had no time to escape and fell into the ice hole unexpectedly. Help! Help! Chapter 138. The flood stopped surging. The ice was quickly melted by the sun. The surface was smooth, and there was no foothold. And the people who fell into the water could not climb out at all. 2 people reacted quickly and ran towards the apartment building. But unfortunately their running speed was far slower than the speed of the ice cracking. They slipped and fell on the ice, and then fell into the icy water. After more than a year of natural disasters, their bodies had reached their limits. They were already very weak. The icy water poured into their mouths and noses, and they sank and floated, and could never climb out again. The intercom rustled, bringing Jiang Ning back to consciousness. Aining, the extreme heat has come earlier. Jiang Ning couldn't remember the exact date, but it should have come earlier. And the ice was broken very quickly. She felt uneasy. Do you feel that the sunlight is very dazzling? Wei Yishan knocked on the door outside. Yes. And the temperature rises too fast. Opening the door, the two looked at each other. Many people died of heat in their previous lives. This time, the temperature has soared sharply. And the consequences will only be more serious. Thinking of the steamer sauna she had experienced, Jiang Ning felt her scalp tingling. If there is a choice, it is better to live in extreme cold weather. At least you can get into bed. Seeing her serious expression, Wei Yishan comforted her. We have prepared everything we need in advance. And we will get through it. Yes, we will get through it. She used to be alone and had to go through the lack of water and food. Now she not only has space and a dog, but also a boyfriend. And a few friends. The conditions are much better than last time. After breakfast, the two discussed harvesting potatoes. Even with growth promoters, the extreme heat came early, and the potatoes are not yet ripe. After digging a pot, the potatoes were smaller than the last batch, and the taste was more astringent and difficult to swallow. If we pick them now, not only will the yield be severely reduced, but the immature potatoes will be more difficult to preserve. Wei Yishan asked, do you want to pick them? The potatoes on the balcony were exposed to the sun, and as the temperature rose, the leaves had wilted. Jiang Ning thought for a while. Don't collect them yet. I put them in the black soil garden in the space, and see if they will grow again. So, dozens of pots of potatoes were collected in the space, and neatly placed in the garden. Brother, I'm hot. Since waking up, Daodu has changed clothes 3 times. And she still feels hot even when she puts on a skirt. The ice has just melted, and the water is still very cold. But the 18th floor is the top floor, and the cement roof has been exposed to the sun and turned white and gray. Although the temperature is 39 degrees, the surface temperature has reached 72 degrees. Sitting in the living room, you can feel the heat seeping down from the ceiling. This is the biggest disadvantage of living on the top floor. It can be hot to death in summer without air conditioning. Not to mention extremely hot. Not only Daodu was hot, but even Ko couldn't stand it. The dog, who is always lively and active, squatted quietly at this moment, sticking out his long tongue to cool down. Jiang Ning walked into the master bedroom of 1801, took out the battery box and the air conditioning fan, and did not forget to add ice cubes inside. He wanted to turn on the air conditioning, but the noise of the outdoor unit was too loud. There were already many water towers on the 18th floor. If the air conditioning was turned on, it would undoubtedly tell all the survivors that there was no shortage of water and electricity on the 18th floor. So come and grab them. Don't worry. Wait and see. As soon as the air conditioning fan was turned on, it was immediately occupied by 2 people. The cold air blew out from it, and Daodu was extremely excited. Wow! It's so cool. Jiang Ning was wearing a constant temperature suit from Puxin, and didn't feel particularly hot. 25 degrees. Giving you eternal love. However, I was a little worried at this time. I want to go out for a while. Zhang Chao and his friends have been away for several days, but they haven't come back yet. Could something have happened? Wei Yishan asked. Do you want to pick up Zhang Chao and his friends? Jiang Ning nodded. There are fewer people going out now, so it's safer. Wait a little longer. Many areas have not broken the ice yet, and it's more dangerous for the speedboat to be cut halfway. Wei Yishan explained to her. Perhaps they are also waiting for the ice to break before coming back. It will be more troublesome if they miss it. What he said makes sense. Jiang Ning plans to wait a little longer. After dinner, she went back to take a nap and took out a large ice cube to cool down. The air conditioner and the fan blew, and the hot air gradually cooled down. When she woke up at around 4 in the afternoon, the sun was still very scorching, and there was no sign of weakness. It seemed to make up for the more than 1 year lost, and it kept burning the steel and concrete standing on the water. Jiang Ning went to the balcony to measure the temperature. The hot air flow hit her face. 43 degrees. Looking around, the water surface was glittering, and the ice had long since disappeared. Wearing a sunproof coat over the thermostatic suit, and a hat and mask, Jiang Ning sent the dog to 1801. Wei Yishan was worried. You stay at home. I picked them up. Jiang Ning insisted. No, I can do it myself. If 1803 was not her friend, would he go out? She appreciated the kindness. But she didn't want to develop the habit of relying on him for everything, and eventually turn herself into a giant baby. In addition, she wouldn't get heat stroke wearing a thermostatic suit. Seeing her insistence, Huishan did not force her. Be careful when you go out. Carrying the heavy speedboat, Jiang Ning went downstairs to the 7th floor. The 7th floor was obviously much cooler, but the indescribable smell choked his nose. On the water, there were all kinds of garbage bags floating up and down, which was bad for the stomach. Jiang Ning put on 2 layers of masks, put the inflated speedboat into the water, and drove it skillfully. The roaring engine attracted the attention of the survivors in the unit building. It was the 18th floor again. Their rubber boats were hardened and exploded directly when inflated. Why was the speedboat on the 18th floor intact? Envy, jealousy and hatred. But everyone knows that the 18th floor is a tough guy. At most, they greeted them in their hearts. But no one dared to attack them. The heat was very strong. But water absorbs heat well. But it smells bad. Jiang Ning thought it was not bad. There were almost no speedboats or rubber boats along the way. First, they were frozen due to improper storage. And second, most of the survivors hid in their beds at home to fight the extreme cold. Who knew that it would be switched to extreme heat mode overnight? And they would not go out easily if there was nothing to do. However, there were still people trapped by the flood. And they desperately shouted and waved to Jiang Ning, hoping to be rescued. He ignored them and flew past them, avoiding the garbage and corpses in the water. Jiang Ning set off at lightning speed towards his destination. And it took him half an hour to reach the security patrol station where Zhang Chao and his team were. Unexpectedly, there were many people crowded at the door, and they waved when they saw the assault boat coming. Jiang Ning steadied himself and stopped 30 meters away. There were dozens of people crowded at the door, including security patrolmen and survivors who happened to be nearby, asking for help. Little girl, we are trapped. Can you give us a ride? They were trapped by the flood, and the municipal government would arrange rescuers. But it was unknown how long they would have to wait. Jiang Ning wanted to be kind enough to send them back, but it was unknown whether the people and the speedboat could return home safely. Seeing that she was unmoved, many people felt uncomfortable. What's wrong with this person? What's wrong with giving us a ride? It won't cost you a piece of meat. Some people were more polite. Beauty, I give you half a caddy of food. How about you send me home? I give you 1 caddy. I give you 2 caddies. Beauty, send me home. You don't have a boyfriend yet. Right? My brother is very handsome. Let me introduce you to him. Jiang Ning was annoyed by all the noise, and took out a crossbow from her bag and shot. Wow! She has a weapon. So fierce. No wonder she is so cold. It turns out she has 2 brushes. Chapter 139. Zheng Weili and the others were either trapped at the station or on patrol. Jiang Ning sat on the speedboat and waited, aiming the crossbow at them. She didn't speak. Her eyes were cold and scary, like a sharp knife that would fly over at any time. Everyone was unhappy, but subconsciously felt that this woman was not easy to mess with. No one dared to force her anymore, but they all muttered. Soon, the news that a fierce woman driving a speedboat came to the station spread like wildfire. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a voice rang out in the crowd. Aiming! Zheng Weili and the other 2 came out with clothes and bedding on their backs and crossbows in their hands. Seeing that they were the friends of the security patrol, they started to complain again, asking Zheng Weili and the others to give them a ride, saying that they had elderly people to take care of at home and their children were crying from hunger. In short, they were using all kinds of moral kidnapping. And if you didn't give them a ride, you were not a human being. Public is public and private is private. Zheng Weili decisively refused. I'm sorry. The speedboat is not mine. I can't make the decision. We are colleagues. We should look at the face of the Buddha instead of the monk. I didn't expect you to be so cold-blooded and ruthless. If the natural disaster had just come, Zheng Weili might have felt bad. But she had seen too many dark things in the past year, and she was lucky to be able to protect herself. And she really had no intention of helping others. Besides, the speedboat belonged to Jiang Ning, and it was a great favor for him to come and pick her up. So how could she take the initiative to take others with her? Moreover, the aggressive aunt relied on her connections above her, and she was jealous and squeezed her at ordinary times. But she secretly reported her for being the team leader by her own ability. Now she resigned, and she dared to glare at her. Fuck you. In the past, She had to bend over backwards for a little money. Now, even the emperor can't control her. Thinking of the grievances she had suffered at work, Zheng Weili punched the old lady with an iron fist, not only knocking her away, but also breaking several teeth. Lu Yu kicked her twice. Bullying my wife? I'm tired of living. So what if there are people above me? But I'm just a small official. I'm quitting today. The couple's double fight shocked everyone in an instant, and they retreated in fear. Oh my god. They are security patrolmen. Why do they beat people? Jiang Ning seized the opportunity and drove the speedboat over. The three of them quickly loaded their things onto the boat while guarding against their sneak attacks. Each of them held a crossbow and shot. No one dared to step forward. They could only watch them leave, glaring and jumping in anger. Just as they were about to leave, a man suddenly rushed over. Jiang Ning did not hesitate and directly pulled the switch. The arrow flew past his ear. Ah! The man cried out in pain and quickly covered his ear with his hand. It was bleeding. Everyone was frightened and retreated one after another, fearing that they would be implicated. When the man came to his senses, there was no sign of the speedboat, so he could only curse in helplessness and fury, driving the speedboat back to Jinrong community. Throwing the luggage on the shore, Jiang Ning asked puzzledly, "Where is your rubber boat?" "Don't mention it. I get angry when I mention it. It was still there when I woke up this morning." Halfway through the patrol, the dark clouds suddenly parted to see the sun and the moon. Considering the abnormal weather, they did not dare to stay any longer and hurried back to the station. However, after leaving for only 2 hours, the cabinet door was pried open, and the rubber boat locked in the cabinet was stolen. Not only was the rubber boat missing, but Zhang Chao also lost his bed quilt and 2 pairs of underwear. The ice was slippery, and they couldn't leave without falling. The three of them were forced to stay and look for the thief, but they had no clue. Jiang Ning comforted. "It's lost. It's lost. As long as the person is fine." Lu Yu was depressed. "They said they would let us go the day before yesterday, but they didn't find anyone. Recently, the survivors are looking for extreme heat supplies everywhere, and the public security has suddenly deteriorated. No matter how much they persuaded, they had to stay for 2 more days. I thought 2 days was just 2 days, and I had been through so long, but I didn't expect to run into extreme heat by chance. It was so hot that I was sweating profusely while climbing the stairs. When I climbed to the 17th floor, I happened to see Zhong's mother opening the door and came out. I then realized that she had also resigned. The corpse collection team not only collects corpses, but also cleans up domestic garbage. The flood reappeared and everything stopped again. Everyone felt sad that they would have to live with the stench of garbage in the future." Hearing the sound, the dog wagged its tail and went downstairs to greet the owner, whining non-stop. When he got home, Jiang Ning threw the speedboat into the space, rinsed it with clean water and dried it, and then washed himself from head to toe. In the evening, just after finishing dinner in 1801, there was a knock on the door. Without waiting for Huaishan to speak, Dao jumped up, turned off the air conditioner, opened the door, and hid quickly. Jiang Ning was shocked at the time. Huaishan education was good. Dao is now very cunning. Hiding things is not enough. And he did not forget to open the window to let the heat outside in. Dao blinked. "Shh. Sister. We can't let brother Zhang Chao and the others know that there is an air conditioner." Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Yeah," Xiao Doubting also told the dog. "Cola. You can't tell either. 1803 came here to seek survival experience, bringing a bag of 5 kilograms of dog food, saying it was to offset the fuel consumption of the speedboat." Jiang Ning didn't want it, but Zheng Weili insisted on giving it to him, and in the end the dog bit the bag and dragged it to his side. The three of them worked in the security patrol team. Jiang Ning and Huaishan had been guarding the 18th floor. It was a shame that they didn't participate in the extremely hot material exchange. "What's the big deal? I need to use it myself, and I prepare some for you. It's all barter. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, I pass it on to others without losing money. We have to have everything, and we're afraid that we won't have everything. The top floor is too hot, and several people discuss how to deal with the escalating natural disaster. The summer in the southern coastal area is not easy to get through. Not everyone can stand the hot and humid sauna days, let alone the unknown extreme heat." Jiang Ning suggested. "Now that we are all here, why don't we turn off the power switch? The extra power can be used for fans or car refrigerators. 1803 agreed. After nearly a year of experience, they all have great confidence in their own abilities. Whoever dares to rush up will not be able to do anything. What about taking a shower? When it gets hot, you sweat even when you breathe. So taking a shower is urgent. Jiang Ning shattered their fantasy. Forget about taking a shower. Just get some water and wipe it every day. 12 water towers are divided according to the number of people, and each person is allocated 4 tons of water. Once it is used up, it is gone. The municipal government should find a way to filter the water, but there is no way to supply it to so many people in the city. Even if it can be supplied, where does the water come from? You can figure it out with your toes. Just ask if you dare to use it or drink it. Jiang Ning doesn't have the courage. If you can't take a shower, you will stink all over. But there is nothing you can do about it. You can only try to adapt. As for the garbage problem, you should deal with it the same way as before. It's better not to flush the sewer when you go to the toilet at home. In the extreme cold of -70 degrees, the water pipes would have burst long ago. If the feces and urine were flushed into other people's homes, it would be strange if they didn't come up with a knife and fight to the death. Besides, the water would rush down and make a loud noise. By then, everyone would know that there is a water source on the 18th floor. Just follow the crowd. What others do, the 18th floor will do. As for other supplies, Jiang Ning took out the list. There are mosquito nets, insecticides, water purification tablets. Chapter 140. Jiang Ning would not be stingy with anything she could give. If she could not give, she could only say sorry. I have a stock of second-hand fans, and I can give you one. I also took a car refrigerator, but I found it was broken when I brought it back. You can use it if you can fix it. If you can't fix it, I will give you the one I use. Li was confident about this. I try. As for the power generation problem, it is also recommended to do it per person. And Dowdu is young for the time being. But it is not recommended to ride a bicycle for a long time, especially under conditions of excessively high temperatures. Ning, can green vegetables be grown? Zheng Weili had been thinking about it for a year. Don't mention it. Zhang Chao and Li were also greedy. Jiang Ning had no objection. The temperature is so high. I wonder if it can be hydroponically grown. I try it. 1803 after confirming the materials they needed, Jiang Ning deducted the items they put in her hands. Brothers should settle accounts clearly to avoid conflicts in the future. Based on the market outside, they quietly offered some discounts. Zheng Weili and others had no objection, and once again sighed that it was right to follow her pace. And they didn't know how much trouble they saved. Just as they were about to leave, Huishan called them and handed them a walkie-talkie. It will be more convenient to contact you in the future. Liu understood immediately and said cheerfully, Thank you, Brother Shen. We won't bother you anymore. After dark, the temperature dropped quickly. I slept soundly with the fan on. At around 7 in the morning, the dazzling sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains. After a day and a night, the water had returned to normal temperature, and the heat was rising. Huishan came over and helped Jiang Ning nail the corners of the balcony with stainless steel mesh to prevent pests from crawling in along the wall. The weather warmed up, and Dowda picked up the course she had neglected. Afraid that she would forget, Jiang Ning gave her a test paper. Unexpectedly, she not only scored full marks, but also answered the questions very quickly. Sister, I have learned all these. As she said that, she turned back to the textbook. Brother taught me. Oh, it seems that he can teach. The exchange is simply, is he lazy? Or did he have his eyes on her from the beginning? Dowdu whispered in Jiang Ning's ear, Sister, I like you teaching me. You are very pleasant to hear. Jiang Ning found that the chapters that Huishan skipped were all about 5 behaviors and 4 beauties, devotion, I am for everyone, and other ideological education courses. These were not a problem before the end of the world. But now there is no law and order. If these are instilled into Dowdu, it will overwhelm her existing consciousness. Which one is right? I have to admit that he really cares about it. Jiang Ning re-prepared lessons and continued to teach her knowledge. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and domestic garbage was thrown into the water continuously. The residents on the lower floors soon tasted the bad consequences. It stinks. It really stinks. They were forced to move to the upper floors. Of course, there are also many unethical people who flush feces. urine and domestic wastewater into the sewer. Once, twice, 3 times. As expected, the survivors of the lower floors rushed upstairs and punched hard with angry fists. Damn. You really think you are possessed by the 18th floor? So awesome. I dare not beat you. I let you rush. I let you rush again. How many times have I caught you? You immoral dogs. Not only did they beat people, they also kicked over several large barrels of water they had stored. Is it a big deal to have water? Can you ignore the people downstairs? Ah. My water. My water. Seeing the clean water flowing away, the conflict broke out completely. They smashed whatever they caught, and both sides fought until their heads were broken and bloody. One denied it, and the other refused to let it go. In the impulse, they chopped with kitchen knives. The residents of the lower floors were completely crazy. They kicked the doors of each household with knives and shouted, "Who the hell rushes down again? I will chop you up and make snacks for wine." He rushed all the way to the 16th floor and saw the solid doors on the 17th floor. He woke up suddenly and sat down on the stairs crying like a collapsed and helpless child. However, no one paid attention. The heat rose too fast. Before the sun was at its strongest, the temperature had already reached 43 degrees, and the indoor temperature on the top floor had reached 39 degrees. The wind from the fan was hot. The dog was completely exhausted, lying on the ground with its tongue sticking out. In order to resist the extreme cold, the dog grew very thick hair to keep warm. Now it seamlessly transitioned to the extreme heat, and it could only rely on its tongue to dissipate heat. It was very wilted. Jiangning dragged it to the toilet with a ruthless heart and shaved all the hair on its body. Not to mention that he cried because of his ugliness. Even the rabbits were scared and hid quickly. He found the constant temperature clothes and put them on the dog decisively. At first, the dog refused, but, hey, it's cold. Hu Han-sen is back again. The glass was hot from the sun, emitting a dazzling light. The oppressive heat wave hit him, and it felt like the air was distorted. Liu was howling outside. He went to the rooftop to get water, and the plastic slippers melted. They were sticky on the cement floor, and if he hadn't run fast, the slippers would have melted into ice cream. Wow, this sun is poisonous. It was only a moment, and he felt his face and arms burning in his short-sleeved shirt. He looked down and found his arms were red. Zhang Chao was so heartless that he didn't comfort him and even took a thermometer to measure it. Wow, the surface temperature is 80 degrees. This is a disaster on the top floor. Even if you stay in the room and just breathe, you will sweat constantly. When Jiangning opened the door, he saw 2 idiots holding umbrellas and going upstairs, betting as they walked. Trust me, I can definitely make popcorn. They are really. Zheng Weili doesn't care. But when we arrived at 1803, we found that Zheng Weili was willing but unable to do anything. She had her period, and her sanitary napkins had been used up long ago. She had been relying on plant ash and paper towels to get through the past few months. It was okay in the extreme cold, but now it was extremely hot, and it was painful to lie down, let alone relatives coming. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Jiangning went back to her own home and took 10 packs of sanitary napkins from the space, both for day and night use, and didn't forget to find a few small underwear. She had already stocked up a lot, and she stocked up a lot more at the mall. Anyway, the dog didn't need it, so it was more than enough for one person. When giving it to Zheng Weili, he did not forget to use teasing as a shield. Why didn't you say it before? Luckily, I found someone to exchange a lot in the extreme cold. It's not that Zheng Weili didn't want to say it, but this thing is too precious. She couldn't find it even when she was working in the patrol team. Who knew Jiangning had such a wide network of connections? Thank you. It's charged. What's there to thank? Jiangning took out the deduction book. I will give it to you at the cost price of the exchange. 2 gold rings. 3 packages of freeze-dried. So cheap? Zheng Weili was surprised. Is there a chance to exchange more? That will have to wait until the water recedes. I find a chance to ask then. As the two chatted, Zhang Chao and Liu Yu, sweating profusely, came down from the rooftop. Come on. Come on. Eat popcorn. Chapter 141. It was real popcorn, still smelling hot and fragrant. If it was coated with sugar liquid, what was the difference from the one sold in the cinema? Unlike the 2 idiots, Jiangning and Zheng Weili could not laugh, especially after hearing the radio broadcast. The municipal government reminded residents not to go out these days. And when encountering epidemic prevention personnel, low-rise residents should remember to close the doors and windows. While promoting hygiene and civilization, they also reminded people to pay attention to the prevention of the four pests, as well as the treatment methods for heat stroke. It has only been a few days, and the temperature has reached more than 40 degrees. How can people live? If it was just hot, it would be fine. But humidity and heat coexist. The whole city is soaked in water, and the scorching sun is boiling the water. The buildings are like steamers, and the survivors are the bread and steamed buns in the steamer, or chicken feet and shrimp dumplings, which will be steamed sooner or later. When the weather is hot, people's hearts become impetuous, and they feel like they have taken gunpowder, wanting to get angry or fight. Compared with extreme cold, extreme heat makes people more desperate. In extreme cold, you can add clothes, but in extreme heat, you can't take them off even if you want to. I heard that there was an old man in the community who survived the extreme cold and died of heat stroke yesterday. Jiangning picked up some popcorn and gave Daodu and Coke to eat. Daodu was also hot, but he felt particularly comfortable with the air conditioning fan and the iced milk tea. He shared it with Guzi while eating. At around 2 p.m., Jiangning began to sweat. Wow! This is the benefit of living on the top floor. The indoor temperature reaches 45 degrees. 25 degrees eternal love. It is invalid. Jiangning suspected that 45 degrees should be the upper limit of the constant temperature clothing, and it will be invalid if it exceeds this temperature. However, wearing it is still effective. With the help of the thermostatic suit, the temperature she felt should be around 30 degrees, which is about 15 degrees different from the actual temperature. In other words, if the temperature continues to rise, it will get hotter even if she is wearing a thermostatic suit. The same is true for extreme cold, and she was almost frozen into an ice stick. The temperature on the top floor is at least 5 or 6 degrees higher than the bottom floor. Even she can't stand it, let alone the other members on the 18th floor. Don't underestimate the difference of 5 or 6 degrees. If it reaches the critical point of the human body, even 1 degree difference can take a person's life. Jiangning thought about it and flashed into the space. She brought out 2 pieces of cloth, one for constant temperature and one for ordinary. The ordinary cloth can be used to make curtains and hung on the balcony to block the sun and heat, and the rest is used for practice. After all, constant temperature cloth is limited and non-renewable. Jiangning took out a portable multifunctional electric mini sewing machine and fiddled with it according to the manual. She was very picky, and the size of the shirts or pants she cut was only the size of a palm. After making 7 or 8 pieces, she finally realized the trick and became proficient. Jiangning decided to make a set of constant temperature clothing for everyone. There really was no more. The sizes were made larger. All long coats and long pants. The same style as sun protection clothing. And with a hood. Huishan came to help her install the curtains, and saw that she was busy and happy. How did you make the clothes? Jiangning didn't even raise her head. Secret. Huishan asked her to come and help when she needed help to install the curtains on the balcony. The sun was about to set, and the sound of the motor was heard in the quiet community. The speedboat drove into the community, and it was staff wearing defense uniforms. They not only retrieved corpses and garbage, but also sprayed epidemic prevention powder and insecticides. By the way, the smell is really bad, so close the doors and windows quickly. However, the staff are really hardworking, wearing airtight protective clothing in such a hot day and doing high-risk work. These things have never happened in my previous life, and now they appear so timely. I think they have made sufficient preparations in advance. It can be seen that the municipal government is not unwilling to do it. But natural disasters are unpredictable, and the relevant departments are like headless flies. No matter how hard they try, it is futile, and they can only run after natural disasters. What they do will save countless lives. When it was dark, Zhong's mother went to the rooftop to get water and gave Jiangning half a handful of wilted and yellowed sweet potato seedlings. This is a heat-resistant sweet potato developed by the Yuecheng Agricultural Science Institute. There are not enough sweet potatoes to share, so we can only grow seedlings. With so many cities waiting, Bocheng didn't get much, so it was given priority to institutional units for seedlings and trial planting. It will probably be widely distributed after a while. She quit her job and had no benefits. This was what Zhong Ping and his son got, and it was up to Grandma Zhong to divide half of it on the 18th floor. fearing the young people would waste their points. Grandma Zhong also specifically reminded them, don't pour out the water for washing your face and vegetables. When you rinse your mouth, you can face the sweet potato seedlings. Don't waste clean water. Jiang Ning thanked her. Why haven't I seen Grandma Zhong these 2 days? Mother Zhong looked worried. It's too hot. She can't stand it. She's resting at home and doesn't dare to go out. Since the natural disaster, the Zhong family has been able to withstand the test. Jiang Ning went to the 17th floor. Grandma Zhong didn't have any serious health problems, but she had signs of heat stroke. She gave her 2 bottles of Wuxiang Jingqi water and 1 ounce of honeysuckle, both for cooling down. Medicine is so precious. Grandma Zhong didn't take other people's things for nothing. She told her daughter-in-law to exchange them. Jiang Ning said no. It's as good as the sweet potato seedlings. After saying that, he left quickly. After 2 days of hard work, 5 sets of clothes were finally made. The fabric was silver gray. Huishan was tall and long, so he consumed the most fabric. The second was Zheng Weili, who was not only strong but also tall. Dao was doing homework, and Jiang Ning waved her to come over and try. Children grow fast, so it's impossible to make 1 set a year. So the only way is to increase the size. So, the trouser legs drag directly on the ground. Pull the trousers up, and then roll them up. At first, Dao didn't feel anything when she put it on. But after a while, she was surprised and said, Sister, it's so cool. Compared to the humid and hot weather, it was indeed much cooler. Under her brother education, Dao would not easily express her curiosity. She didn't have 100,000 questions, but she still couldn't help showing off to Guzi. Cola, my sister made me new clothes. Guzi grinned. The poop scooper had already made it for him. And there were 2 sets. Children are easy to fool, but adults still need to explain. Huishan clothes were just right, and they fit him well, like casual clothes, and he felt a little more lazy. This guy was in a good mood, and took advantage of the dog inattention to hug her. Ning, thank you. Apart from his parents, Jiang Ning was the first person to care about him so much, whether in the past life or this life. He didn't ask anything, but since they were together, she still had to explain. I found it when I went to the office building last time, and I thought it was a gimmick. Who would have thought it could really keep the temperature constant? Wearing constant temperature clothes and turning on the fan to cool down, you can still get through it. The highest record of extreme heat in the previous life was 59 degrees. It is unknown whether there will be any changes this time. The intercom rustled, even with the fan to save his life. 1803 was still wailing. Aining, Brother Shen, the top floor is too hot. How about we move downstairs? It is impossible to move. The uninhabited house has been turned over many times. The doors and windows have been broken, and the balcony is not sealed. How to prevent cockroaches, rats and the like? I am afraid that I will be bitten to death by rats before I die of heat. Besides, the 18th floor has a rich family background. Wouldn't it be exposed if we move? Chapter 142. Jiang Ning was too lazy to analyze the key points, and took the intercom and said, Wait, I have something for you. She took the clothes to 1803, and she did not hide her kindness. I made it for you. Try it quickly. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were dumbfounded. They were so hot that they didn't even want to wear shorts. So how could they have the courage to wear long clothes and long pants? However, they still had to give face to Aining. Touched, the old friends almost cried. Although Aining was mean and harsh, she actually cared about them very much. I didn't expect that she would make clothes for them. It was really rare. After all, who makes clothes these days? The 2 risked getting heat stroke and put on long coats and long pants. Hot. 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 Hey. It seems a little cool. Cool. Keep cool. Lu Yu's eyes almost popped out, and he said excitedly, Old wife. Try it quickly. Zhang Chao was shocked. Aining, what kind of high-tech is this? After trying on the clothes, the 3 of them were speechless for a long time, and it felt like the temperature had dropped by more than 10 degrees. It felt like turning on the air conditioner, and it was still in cooling mode, and goosebumps appeared one after another. Jiang Ning pretended to be mysterious. Do you know what I exchanged for the fabric? What? The 3 were curious. Jiang Ning gestured. 2 more. God. Why would she exchange a gun? This is a life-saving thing. Preparing his emotions, Jiang Ning put on a complex emotion. It was minus 70 degrees Celsius at that time, and people were almost frozen stiff. My brain was slow, and I was fooled by someone who said that the constant temperature of 25 degrees would ensure that it would be like spring all year round. I changed it in a daze, and went home to make a set of clothes. But I was still frozen to death. I regretted it so much. I wanted to return it afterwards, but it turned out to be nothing. I was packing winter clothes the day before yesterday, and I found it and tried it on. I didn't expect it to be really constant temperature. She said it was such passion that I almost believed it myself. Alas, it's really not easy to find a reason to give something away. She guessed the constant temperature range. Plus or minus 45 degrees is constant. You can feel it when the time comes. The three of them didn't think much about it, but were full of excitement. This is a life-saving artifact. The only pain was that it was too expensive, and it took 2 hot weapons to get it back. The three exchanged glances, and Liu Yu took out his gun, aiming. This one is for you. Who are you looking down on? Jiang Ning was rich and powerful. When we dealt with Brother Kuen's men, Huishan and I took all their guns. There were 4 guns in total, but there were only a few bullets. At that time, I thought the empty shells were useless, so I hurried to Lianhaoning and threw them at home. Later, I forgot about it. The extra 2 guns are considered public property. I just changed the constant temperature fabric, so you don't need to provide supplies. However, there is not much fabric to replace, and it just happened to be all used up. You should wear it sparingly, otherwise it will be gone if it is worn out. Liu Yu smiled brightly. Don't worry. We will definitely treat it as a treasure, and will not wear it unless necessary. This is not only a cooling artifact, but also makes people's tempers better when the temperature drops. Jiang Ning left, and Liu Yu hugged his wife and sighed. Lily, do you think that we can meet Jiang Ning because of the good deeds we accumulated in our previous life? Zheng Weili does not believe in reincarnation, but knows that the relationship between the three of them is indeed good. Maybe. Don't look at Aining's competitive nature. She is actually the most insecure one among the three of us. She is like this. When she is nice to people, she is sincere. When she is not nice to people, she is very sharp. When it comes to this, Zheng Weili expressed her long-standing doubts. Aining is smart and capable. How could she be bewitched by Yang Weitsong before? When it comes to love, Liu Yu has the most say. Wife, I was bewitched when I saw you for the first time. Get lost. Is that what you mean by bewitched? Clearly. Do you really think Zheng Weili is stupid? Liu Yu didn't fall in love at first sight. He was just shocked by her toughness. And why did she like Liu Yu? That's because Zheng Weili was stunned for a moment, and vaguely understood what Liu Yu said. Jiang Ning didn't love Yang Weitsong, but he had what she lacked, and she wanted it very much. The more you lack something, the more you want it. Many times, you will even lose your mind and want to grab it at all costs. Zheng Weili said with emotion. Brother Shen is very good. I hope he can be sincere to Aining. During dinner, Dao kept scratching her arm. Jiang Ning asked, What's wrong? Itchy. Lifting her sleeve, she saw a big bump on her arm, which was not only red and swollen, but also broken. It was obviously a mosquito bite. The stagnant water smelled bad, and bacteria were breeding everywhere, and mosquitoes mutated. There were already many mosquitoes on the lower floors close to the water source. Once a person was bitten, a big bump would swell up, and the more he scratched, the more it itched. Soon, the 4 pests would completely break out, causing many people to be infected with dengue fever. It is true that the relevant departments are disinfecting everywhere, but there is too much garbage in the water, and it is continuously produced every day, so it is impossible to completely prevent and control it. However, prevention is still necessary. For example, it is necessary to retrieve corpses, which can prevent the occurrence of epidemics. Mosquito nets alone are not enough. The mutated mosquitoes dare to come out in broad daylight, not to mention late at night. Jiang Ning applied medicine to her, but the low-toxic mosquito coil liquid was not effective, so she decisively lit the mosquito coil. At the same time, she did not forget to communicate with 1803 through the intercom. Mosquito nets, mosquito coils, long clothes and long pants. As for face-to-face chats, it is better to save them if possible. She took a shower every day, but she did not dare to use shampoo and shower gel anymore, for fear of being discovered by Zhang Chao and others. In addition, I kept 2 pieces of clothes that I sweated in during the sparring with Huishan, so that I could wear them outside to fumigate people when necessary. I believe this is also the reason why Huishan gave 1803 an intercom. If there is something, the intercom will tell him not to knock on the door all the time. Floral water, mosquito coils, and insecticide spray in every corner. Everyone is responsible for preventing dengue fever. The high temperature continued every day, and the residual heat of the exposed wall had not faded away. But the sun had risen the next day. The 18th floor prepared in advance, and life was barely passable. Lu Yu fixed the broken car refrigerator and froze some cold tea to keep her alive. After finishing, she said in the intercom, "The refrigerator is in the aisle. Take it if you need it." Jiang Ning was not idle either. She took out the things she found in the office building, such as milk tea powder, coffee, ice cream powder, and various tea drinks. These things are not strong in taste. While watching the teaching video, she taught Huishan to make them. Pearl milk tea, soy milk, ice cream, mung bean paste, red bean paste, kingbuling. After she did it once, Huishan could learn it. And then she taught her sister to do it, while she sat on the sofa and became a hands-off boss. Who said he has no talent? Jiang Ning ate ice cream. Did you do it on purpose before? Huishan looked calm. I really can't do it. You taught me well. The brother and sister were busy running around, even taking care of 3 meals a day. Jiang Ning felt a little sorry. Am I too lazy? Chapter 143. Facing Jiang Ning words, Huishan felt a little guilty. No. He didn't like desserts. He drank coffee. Actually, I'm really sorry that I couldn't help you. He was talking about space planting, which was hard work. But because he had to save time, he couldn't go in to help. So she had to work alone. Huishan didn't know how to do it specifically, but he knew it wasn't an easy job. So, he took care of the housework. And she hardly had to do it. His work is visible to the naked eye, but hers is invisible. Aining, if you need anything, remember to find me. Yes. It feels good to have someone who can see your tiredness and care about you at any time, but also pays attention to the degree. At least after a few months of getting along, Jiang Ning does not feel uncomfortable, and the feeling is no longer as cold as before. Back to 1802. Draw the thick curtains, turn on the lights and read. I took out the spicy strips and ate them while reading the medical book. As the night came, the temperature dropped below 45 degrees, and the eternal 25 degrees arrived as promised. Life was so comfortable. Just as Jiang Ning was about to eat the spicy strips, her eyes suddenly widened. A big cockroach. It was the size of a thumb, and it was not yet an adult, crawling slowly on the floor. Strange thing. She had blocked all the sewers, and fixed the balcony seams with gauze. Where did it come from? Jiang Ning instinctively picked up the slippers and was about to throw it, but Dahui suddenly jumped out. Crunchy. That's right. It ate the big cockroach. The big cockroach carries many germs. Did Dahui have a conflict with his wife and wanted to commit suicide? Or was it ignorance that made him fearless? It was too late to stop it, and the pest was chewed and swallowed by the sharp rabbit teeth. At the same time, Dahui looked around, as if looking for food, and jumped to the kitchen. Jiang Ning shone the flashlight over, and sure enough, it was crunching again. This time it was an adult cockroach, 2 thumbs wide. Realizing the danger, it spread its wings and flew, but was caught by Dahui in one leap. Jiang Ning thought of their previous lives, when they crawled densely on the ground, flew around and collided with each other, which made people shudder. The extreme heat has just begun, and the big cockroaches are growing too fast. Thinking about what they eat to grow up, Jiang Ning's stomach can't help but churn. Don't touch it. There are bacteria everywhere. Not only Dahui is looking for it, but its hot-tempered wife Xiaobai also comes to join in the fun. The couple ran around the house and caught a total of 5 or 6 big cockroaches to fill their teeth. They seemed to be still not satisfied. Jiang Ning was worried that they were poisoned to death. So the first thing he did when he woke up in the morning was to visit them, who knew that not only did they not have diarrhea, but they were also full of energy and took their cubs to dig for food everywhere. Huishan called her to have breakfast on time, but Daodu screamed in fear. Ah! Cockroaches. Brother, there are cockroaches. Hearing the little Doubting's cry, Guzi jumped up and opened the door with his claws and ran over. Jiang Ning followed him out. But as soon as he walked out of the house, there was a puff sound under his feet. He lifted his slippers and saw a big cockroach dead. Jiang Ning looked up at the corridor and the steps. Just by the naked eye, there were no less than 7 or 8 cockroaches. This was the 18th floor. And those residents on the lower floors, the hair stood on end. There were also big cockroaches in 1801. Did they come in when they were young? Or were there already eggs in the house? No one knew. Huishan loved to clean up. So the house was clean and tidy. So there were not many cockroaches. Jiang Ning forgot to close the door when she came out. And the rabbits ran out and followed her into 1801. Scrambling to eat. This surprised even Huishan. They didn't stop eating. And jumped around in the corridor and stairs. Jiang Ning didn't bother to take care of them. And put cockroach medicine on both sides. But it didn't seem to work on them. That's right. For this kind of mutated big cockroaches, the poison in the medicine does not pose any harm to them at all. Ugh! It stinks. Dowda held the bowl he washed last night in his hand. There was a big cockroach feces in it. He smelled it and almost vomited. Cockroaches like dark corners and are more active at night. Their destructive power is even more amazing. They bite clothes and destroy food. Huishan cleaned the room thoroughly, folded and put away the winter clothes, and asked Jiang Ning to put the food and other supplies into the space. Don't say it. Big cockroaches really know how to hide. Just as the things were put into the space, several big cockroaches were kicked out by the space. Never expected that the space could be used in this way. Jiang Ning was quick-witted and slapped several slippers at them, sending them to hell. Don't doubt the combat effectiveness of the southern slippers. It is a magic weapon for beating cockroaches. This skill has been practiced since childhood. It is fast, fierce and accurate, and its power is on par with the Buddha palm. The room was thoroughly disinfected inside and outside. And then some daily supplies were taken out. After cleaning 1801, Huishan rolled up his sleeves and went to 1802 to clean up. She wasn't as good at cleaning as Huishan. And there were dogs and rabbits at home. Even if they cleaned every day, for someone who loved cleanliness and had a keen sense of smell, there would still be some smell. Jiang Ning felt embarrassed. How about I do it myself? It's okay. It's a special situation now. It can't be compared with before the natural disaster. Huishan would not use his principles to demand others. Besides, he was not used to the smell coming from downstairs after smelling it for a long time. Not only him. Daodu also came to help. Close the door and do a thorough cleaning. Just as we finished here, there was a loud noise next door. Help! Where do all these cockroaches come from? Climbing up along the sewer. The two went to help and almost thought they had walked to the wrong floor and entered the wrong door. I actually saw a bald head. No. 2. 3. Zhang Chao and Liu had round heads. And Zheng Weili. She was not bald, but had long black hair shaved into a very short haircut. Probably only about 2 or 3 millimeters longer than the scalp. 1803 The balcony was not enclosed. It was enclosed with colored steel plates because of the typhoon and flood. Considering that it is hot and stuffy now, and the poor lighting makes it dark and gloomy, we had to dig it out for ventilation. Actually, we found cockroaches 2 days ago, but we thought about cooking. And who doesn't have a few cockroaches at home? As a result, they were everywhere overnight. In their lives, they have never seen so many cockroaches. And they are so huge. It's okay to have goosebumps. But the key is that they are particularly ferocious. Flapping their wings in the air, Lu Yu's face was hit several times. And she felt bitten. The visual impact was too strong. Jiang Ning really didn't have the courage to participate in the battle, and decisively sent the rabbit army to attack. Raise rabbits for 1,000 days. Use them for a moment. Go! Well, before she finished speaking, the rabbits had already rushed in, really not giving her any face. After a long time of effort, the big cockroaches were almost eliminated. Lu Yu, who was sweating all over from beating cockroaches, sat on the sofa and panted. Jiang Ning found that his face was a little red and swollen, and asked vigilantly, "Are you bitten?" Chapter 144. Jiang Ning words scared Lu Yu, and he subconsciously touched his face. Being attacked by a big cockroach was disgusting enough, but he didn't expect to be bitten by them. His face won't be ruined. Right? This is the face my wife loves the most. Jiang Ning suggested. Use iodine to disinfect, and take some anti-inflammatory drugs. While disinfecting, Liu said aggrievedly, Wife, if I get disfigured, you won't abandon me, right? Zheng Weili was speechless. No. Everyone who was fed dog food, The whole house was crawling with big cockroaches. But the two of them were still showing affection. I wonder if they were shameless or desperate. After treating the wound and continuing to fight, 1803, who was still frightened, sealed the balcony again. The stainless steel wire mesh was not much, and it was difficult to give it away. Jiang Ning simply didn't give it to him, and suggested, you'd better seal the sewers and put cockroach medicine and insecticide on the balcony. The balcony cannot be completely closed once the air is not circulated. The top floor will be like an iron box roasted by a raging fire, and it will be strange if people are not cooked. A living person cannot be suffocated to death by urine. And there are still colored steel plates left in 1803, so countless small holes are drilled on it. It not only prevents big cockroaches from crawling in, but also allows for ventilation. The environment is difficult, so we can only have fun in the midst of hardship. And don't forget to have a bottle of cold beer to celebrate after the work. With the two treasures to create an atmosphere, it is difficult for Jiang Ning to be bitter and resentful. So, several people gathered again. Come on. Come on. Today is a big cockroach. And tomorrow, we don't know what will happen. Let's drink and have fun today. And talk about it first. Jiang Ning went home and brought over a large basin of iced pearl milk tea. After drinking the ice-cold milk tea, I felt my soul come alive, and all the pores in my body were screaming and opening. Liu drank 2 large bowls in a row. Ain't cooking is still good. Ours is not good. The pearls are hard and woody, and the milk tea is full of powder. It's your fault that you don't know how to store it. The ingredients are all frozen. Zhang Chao also praised it endlessly, thinking that there are still ingredients at home. How did you make it? Jiang Ning shifted the blame. Your brother Shen made it. So, the two fans praised Hu Yishan wildly. But who knew that he was also a master of football? No. It was Aining who taught him well. Ah. Damn. This show of affection. They are pretending again. Liu winked at Jiang Ning. TSK. I didn't want Brother Shen before. Look at how he has trained me now. You know, Brother Shen used to hold a gun. But now, he goes into the kitchen with a spatula and is willing to wash his hands and cook soup for her. Oh! It turns out that Aining is the master of playing with love. However, bending down for the woman he likes. It feels that Brother Shen is not only not embarrassed, but more manly. As they chatted, the topic came to the meritorious bunny army, and Liu's mind was opened. What do you think? Can big cockroaches be eaten? Jiang Ning warned. Big cockroaches reproduce and mutate so quickly, and they crawled out of the garbage dump. They are full of viruses and bacteria. If you don't want to die, you'd better not. Before he finished speaking, a shrill wail came from downstairs. The balcony was sealed, and everyone could only open the window of the room and look down with a telescope. They saw a man desperately paddling a rubber boat, and a skinny woman sat on the boat, holding a dying big-headed baby in her arms. The child was pale and vomited continuously. The woman was crying and arguing with the man. Everyone was horrified by what she heard. Driven by hunger, the child who caught the big cockroach instinctively stuffed it into his mouth. I don't know how much he ate. When his parents found him, he was already vomiting and having diarrhea, convulsing and fainting. The two were at a loss, and could only send the child to the hospital. But the hospital had run out of medicine. Even if they sent him there, how sure would he be able to get treatment? But there was no other way. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, parents would not give up. Liu was just joking just now, but he didn't expect the tragedy to happen right in front of him. Moreover, there might be more than one person eating the big cockroach. The originally pleasant atmosphere could not help but feel a little heavy. Jiang Ning changed the subject. Why did you all shave your hair? I have no choice. I sweat all day long, and my hair is oily and sticky. Washing my hair wastes a lot of water. I kept sweating, so I could only keep replenishing water to stay alive. I might as well shave my hair to save water resources. After all, the extreme heat is more serious than expected. If I didn't have the constant temperature clothes, I would have died long ago. This is no joke. Every day, people get heat stroke and dengue fever. They are either sent to the hospital in time, or, every evening, Epidemic prevention personnel will collect them at the gate of the community on time. Forget it. Live one day at a time. Don't think too much. After coming out of 1803, Huishan naturally followed into 1802 and closed the door. Kaylay and Dowdu were playing next door. A rare time alone. Sitting on the sofa. Quietly watching variety shows and comedy shows to adjust the mood. Jiang Ning was a little tired from the continuous cleaning. And felt drowsy. Somehow, he leaned on Huishan's shoulder and squinted. Huishan hugged her. And the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Compared with the beginning, she was much more relaxed. Not only her, but also him. Huishan thought that moving into the 18th floor would bring him the same darkness as in his previous life. He was not afraid. And he was prepared for it. But he didn't expect to meet Jiang Ning and her friends. From the beginning, he guessed that her experience was similar to his, due to his special profession. Even if he had to do it again, Huishan would still be more rational and restrained. But Jiang Ning was just an ordinary person who had experienced the cruel and brutal apocalypse. Even though he was covered with defensive thorns, he still had good intentions in his heart. Especially when she was with 1803. She could still trust them and make plans for them without leaving any trace. He was confused at first, then attracted, and then healed. Yes, Jiang Ning was healing him. She might still have secrets, but they didn't affect him much. Before the end of the world, this relationship was hurtful to the couple. But the end of the world is cruel. People's hearts will change with the environment. And many kind-hearted people will eventually become demons with butcher knives. Jiang Ning's vigilance is not only against him, but also her friends. And she never relaxes her vigilance against strangers. This actually made Huishan feel relieved. When he woke up, it was almost dark. Jiang Ning found that he was sleeping on Huishan. And he was hugging him. He felt embarrassed for a moment. Huishan also fell asleep later. But he was a light sleeper and alert. He opened his eyes and said lazily, "Awake?" "Yeah." Jiang Ning sat up quickly. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Anything is fine." He is not picky about food. Cooking in extreme heat is a disaster. Jiang Ning took out pork ribs and corn soup. Stir-fried beef with green peppers, green vegetables, and white rice from the space. Call the two back and have dinner in a harmonious atmosphere. The rabbits also came back, each with a full stomach and full of energy, rarely competing with the dog for food. Jiang Ning checked them one by one, and found nothing unusual, so she was completely relieved. The house was cleaned. But who knew that the next day, she found the rabbits were crunching again. She wondered, where did the big cockroach come from? Chapter 145. Jiang Ning was furious and called the rabbits to line up beside her. She put the things into the space. Sure enough, 3 big cockroaches were kicked out of the space and were killed by the rabbit wolf in an instant. If we do the same thing in 1801, we will not believe that we can't kill them all. There are more in 1803, and the rabbits can only find them by themselves. The 17th floor was also busy. I heard that the big cockroaches bit the grain bags and Grandma Zhong almost fell down when she killed them. Jiang Ning thought about it and sent 2 rabbits down. Don't send too many to avoid showing off your wealth. Since they don't need to be fed, they might as well stay on the 17th floor. Seeing the rabbits' various crunchy movements, Grandma Zhong's eyes almost popped out. She has lived for more than 60 years and has seen all kinds of scenes. This, she has really never seen it. Grandma Zhong was deeply moved by the assistants from the 18th floor. Who said they were demons? They are a million times better than those evil wolves in human skin. Domestic garbage is constantly coming in, and the harm caused by big cockroaches is worrying. Turning on the radio, there are calls from relevant departments all day long, paying attention to the hygiene of the living environment, creating civilization together, and not littering. There are vacant rooms on each floor of each community. Residents are advised to use covered containers to store excrement, and staff will be arranged to collect it after the flood. The ultimate consequence of littering is not only to fumigate yourself, but also to breed more pests. Some survivors listened, while others continued to do as they pleased. The big cockroaches are still rampant, but the 18th floor is clean and hygienic. And with the guardian rabbit, they gradually disappeared. The same is true for the 17th floor, but Grandma Zhong's balcony is not sealed. Although there are still big cockroaches, the number is not large, and the other floors are still rampant. Jiang Ning seriously doubted whether these guys had intelligence. They thought the 17th and 18th floors were not easy to deal with. So they gradually stopped coming up? Definitely, Lu Yu said confidently. Even rabbits have mutated. So it is not surprising that cockroaches have become intelligent. Zhang Chao agreed that under the absolute power, the cockroaches were scared. Jiang Ning used his elbow to gently nudge Huishan. What do you think? Huishan was not sure. Anything is possible. In the middle of the night, when I was half asleep, there was a sudden bang in the living room. Jiang Ning was woken up and said in dissatisfaction, Coke? It's late at night. And you still want to let me sleep? Coke gave a warning with bared teeth and ran around wildly. Jiang Ning woke up, turned over, got up and turned on the light. In the living room, the dog pounced on the sofa, bit something fiercely, and threw it to the ground cruelly, rubbing it nonstop. When the flashlight was shown over, it turned out to be a fat rat. Red eyes. This rat must have never seen a dog before, and it dared to fight with Coke. Coke was furious and made it bleed in an instant. The dog caught the mouse, but it didn't bite it to death, but kept it to torture it slowly. Little guy, run, run. After running, it bit back and pressed it to the ground and rubbed it repeatedly. Seeing the bloodstains on the ground, Jiang Ning said, it was too cruel. The rabbit heard the noise and ran out to join in the fun. As soon as it rushed over, it was almost bitten to death by the red-eyed mouse. Seeing the henchman being bullied, Coke bared his teeth and bit the red-eyed mouse to death. Who can bully its henchman? The rabbit is very fierce now, and has no taboos about eating. Jiang Ning quickly picked up the dead mouse, put it in a bag, opened the escape window, and threw it out. Coke was running all over the room, humming and cursing something. It was fine if the big cockroach appeared out of nowhere. But where did the red-eyed rat come from? Jiang Ning checked with a flashlight and found that the stainless steel screen on the balcony was bitten to pieces, and a piece of the glass corner next to it was also bitten off. And then it came in through the hole. He took out rat poison and sprinkled it around the hole. Just as he was about to leave, he found a faint odor and a wet spot next to it. Hey, the dog actually peed. Just as he was about to scold the dog for being unhygienic, Jiang Ning changed his mind and didn't say anything. Kiki has always been hygienic and never urinates randomly. Although dogs are nosy when catching mice, they can indeed catch mice, and their urination to mark their territory should be a deterrent warning. In order to verify her idea, she looked around and found urine marks on the small balcony in the kitchen, the toilet, and the room where the rabbit lived. Fortunately, there were no urine marks in her room, which was guarded by the dog himself. Thinking of the ferocity of the red-eyed rat, Jiang Ning picked up the intercom to contact Huishan. The red-eyed rat is coming. After the two confirmed their relationship, they never turned off the intercom again, and would talk for a few minutes before going to bed every day. There is no shortage of batteries. Keep the intercom turned on, and you can contact them at any time if there is anything. Hui was sleeping lightly and soon responded. Did they bite you? No. Kiki found out. Jiang Ning was a little worried. They seemed to have become very ferocious. They dared to fight after being bitten half to death by Kiki. Hui got up to check. The doors, windows, and balcony were intact. The intercom of 1803 was turned off. Jiang Ning had to knock on the door. These three people were always carefree and slept soundly. What if they were bitten by mice in their sleep? This is no joke. In the previous life, many survivors were bitten by red-eyed rats. As many people died, the Black Death broke out. If the survivors were not trapped at home, and the sudden natural disaster caused a sharp decline in the human population, the Black Death might have spread. I have to admit that since Coke joined the 18th floor, it is always the first to detect and warn of any disturbance. Over time, everyone's defense has been reduced, and the dog has contributed greatly to the 18th floor's ability to live so comfortably. As soon as the door of 1803 was opened, Kaylay suddenly jumped in. In the dark, there was a thud, and the bottles and cans on the table fell down. Lu Yu was so scared that he almost hugged his wife. He turned on the light and bit another red-eyed rat to death. Zhang Chao was shocked. Where did such a big rat come from? And its eyes are still red? No one gave him an answer. Even cockroaches are as thick as 2 fingers, let alone red-eyed rats. Kaylay was very proud and patrolled everywhere to urinate. The pupils of the 3 people were shaking, and they subconsciously looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning touched his nose and explained awkwardly, red-eyed mice are afraid of dogs. Kayleigh is marking the territory to protect you. Dogs peeing to mark the territory? I've heard of it. It's okay if it stinks. And it's better than being harmed by red-eyed mice. It's not shameful to smell the dog urine. Not only is it not shameful, they also praise the dog. Kayleigh, you are great. Pee more. The dog grinned. And he was praised for peeing and defecating anywhere? Who else? After leaving 1803, Kayleigh didn't rush home, but stood at the door of the stairs. Jiang Ning thought, do you want to go to Grandma Zhong's house? The two had stayed at the Zhong family, and had eaten the Zhong family's food. The dog probably wanted to repay him. The dog was still the kind dog, and the fierceness was just its outer coat to protect itself. So, Jiang Ning opened the triple door and knocked on the Zhong family's door. Chapter 146. There were only 2 women at home, and the Zhong family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were particularly vigilant and careful. Who is it? Hearing the voice of Zhong mother, Jiang Ning said, it's me. From the 18th floor. Zhong mother opened the door, surprised and nervous. Aining, is there something wrong? Before she could speak, the dog rushed in, followed by a hissing sound. Afraid of misunderstanding, Jiang Ning hurriedly explained, a few red-eyed rats entered the 18th floor. They are particularly ferocious, not afraid of people, and biting things everywhere. Grandma Zhong came out of the room. Are there really rats? Looking at the expressions of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, it seems that they have known that there will be a rat infestation, so they are not particularly shocked. But their eyes are full of anxiety and worry. The dog and rat fought on the balcony. Crackling. The balcony was full of flower pots and planting troughs, in which sweet potato seedlings were planted, and the sweet potato seedlings were bitten off by the red-eyed rats. The dog rushed in and did a magical operation, biting a total of 3 rats to death, and 2 escaped with the naked eye, and there were fresh rat droppings scattered on the ground. Not only were there rats on the balcony, but they also came into the living room, biting through the sofa to reveal the grain bags hidden inside. The bag was bitten, and the food inside spilled out. The Zhong family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law didn't expect the rat to be so ferocious, and they were terrified for a while. If the food was stolen, the Zhong family would have no chance of survival. Grandma Zhong was still frightened. Xiao Jiang, thank you so much for tonight. It's okay. Seeing the dog staking its territory again, Jiang Ning explained awkwardly. The rat doesn't seem to be afraid of people, but it is still afraid of dogs. It's good that it's afraid of dogs. Grandma Zhong had seen a lot in her life, so how could she not understand the dog dedication? She praised it in front of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning did what he could and left with the dog. After closing the door, Zhong mother was worried and uneasy. Mom, the big cockroaches are scary enough, and now there are red-eyed rats that are not afraid of people. How can we live like this? Grandma Zhong sighed. How can we live like this? Every day is earned. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were no longer sleepy. They found all the hidden food and locked it in the iron cabinet. Using a flashlight to clean the balcony, they replanted the sweet potato seedlings that were bitten by the rats and brought them into the room for protection. Mom, what should we do with the dead rat? The 3 rats were all big, and each weighed about 1 pound. Mother Zhong had mixed emotions, fearful but also a little excited, because this was meat. But when she thought about what they ate to grow up, her stomach suddenly turned upside down. Grandma Zhong thought about it and said helplessly, kill them first. Dry the meat and keep it. And make sure it's okay before eating. If there is a choice, who would want to eat rat meat? Isn't this a dead end? It's true that the family has stored some food, but who knows what will happen in the future. So we still have to plan ahead. Mother Zhong listened to her mother-in-law and endured the discomfort to work. With Guzi around, Jiang Ning slept soundly until dawn. After breakfast, he sat on the sofa and read a book with the air conditioner on. After an unknown amount of time, there was a sudden noise next door, followed by Lu Yu's anxious voice asking for help on the intercom. Aining, fire support. Hurry up and get Kayleigh over. Another red-eyed rat is coming in. The door was not locked. Guzi opened the 2 doors skillfully, started the 4-wheel drive, and ran to the next door. The damned red-eyed rats crawled into the room, crawling around in all kinds of ways, fighting with humans, dogs, rats and humans chasing each other. Vases shattered, lamps smashed. The 3 people and the dog fought for 2 hours and finally killed several damned rats. throwing their bodies on the rooftop to vent their hatred. Tired of reading, Jiangning got up and walked around and stretched. Through the glass door, she actually saw 3 rats gathered at the stainless steel mesh that was bitten last night, gnawing on the glass openly. And the rat poison next to it had been eaten up long ago. This devil is so rampant that he dares to come out in broad daylight and provokes her crazily. Do you really think that her deterrent power is not as strong as that of a dog? Open the door. They are not timid at all, and continue to gnaw the screen and glass with sharp teeth. And their red eyes are shining with strange light. Jiangning is angry, and the consequences are serious. She took out boiling water from the space and poured it on them. The mouse squeaked and fell from the high-rise balcony into the water. The 18th floor is still good, but the noise downstairs is not small. And all kinds of noises are ringing non-stop. How should I put it? It's a mixture of joy and sorrow. The worry is that rats are ferocious and rampant, and are not afraid of people. But the joy is that as long as they are killed, there will be meat to eat. As for what rats eat to grow up, they are almost starving to death. Who would care about this? So the survivors not only killed rats at home, but also opened the door to look for them in empty houses or corridors. Some of them were so good that they even made simple mouse traps. Of course, there were also people who were woken up by rats in the middle of the night and borrowed rubber boats everywhere to go to the hospital. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Coke kept running back and forth between the 2 floors, peeing everywhere to mark his territory. I have to admit that the smell of its urine does have a deterrent effect, but it evaporates too quickly in the hot weather. Seeing that his balcony was splattered, the dog decisively filled it up. Then, exhausted, it fell to the ground and stuck out its tongue. Shit shoveler. Come and get a bottle of pulse. It has paid too much for this family. If it doesn't add some water, it really can't pee. Jiangning took out an extra-large wash basin and filled it up. Huishan was not idle either. He opened the triple door on the 17th floor and let Daodu out, accompanying her throughout the whole process, letting her sister play freely. At dinner, Daodu was extremely happy. Sister, I killed several mice today. Jiangning was surprised. How did you kill them? Using a crossbow. With Coke there. There were not many mice on the 17th and 18th floors, and Daodu had no chance to practice at all. So her brother took her downstairs. In 2 hours, 12 mice were killed. Jiangning knew that she was good at archery, but she didn't expect it to be so good. It really deserves to be taught by Huishan. Where are the mice? Daodu looked at her brother and spoke only after getting his permission. There are a lot of people fighting downstairs. They want the rat I shot. My brother said I can't give it to them, because if I do, they will get used to it. They are so dirty and thin. All of them are bald, and they smell bad. Daodu is afraid, but she also cherishes her current life more. Sister, I didn't give it to them. I threw the rat away. Whoever picks it up quickly, or who gets sick after eating it has nothing to do with her. Jiangning praised her. Daodu is awesome. Daodu was very happy to be recognized. He not only took on the task of washing dishes, but also rushed to mop the floor. For several days in a row, red-eyed rats came to cause trouble, and they were even more unscrupulous at night. Grandma Zhong was very smart. She came up with a mineral water bottle to ask for dog urine. It is especially effective to sprinkle it in places where rats are infested. 1803 was shocked. Zhang Chao brought a few basins over. Cola, please help me. Cola was shocked and stepped back. It really couldn't squeeze out. The municipal government released the latest news. After testing, the meat of red-eyed rats does not have toxins, but they carry many germs and are prone to dengue fever or other diseases. It is not recommended to eat them privately. The food factory will recycle fresh dead rats from now on. Residents can send them to the neighborhood committee for registration and exchange. 10 kilograms of rats can be returned with a can of rat meat, or other items can be exchanged according to points. The news caused a sensation. Rats can be eaten. So hurry up and catch more, and save them to avoid being snatched away by others. It is impossible to hand them over to the neighborhood committee. They are not enough to fill their teeth. Zhang Chao was interested for a while. Aining, do we want to participate? Jiangning picked up the intercom. You are free. I am not interested in this project. I heard that many people in the community were bitten, so she still kept alive to save her life. At night, the door on the 18th floor was knocked. Chapter 147. Zhong Ping brought back a machine. A mousetrap. It took him several months of hard work to develop the task assigned by the superiors. The principle is similar to that of an ultrasonic fish trap. The sound waves emitted by the machine will stimulate the mouse's brain, causing their sympathetic nerves to become excited, and they will enter hallucinations and become sluggish, unable to wake up within 2 hours. Jiang Ning thought. Just like cats are attracted to catnip? Yes. Zhong Ping's inspiration came from catnip. The family was infested with rats, and many survivors outside were bitten by rats. Although the hospital and the epidemic prevention department were prepared, it was not easy to resume drug production. Only the most conservative treatment could be adopted. So the situation was not optimistic. Zhong Ping meant that the 2 floors should continue to cooperate and try to eliminate the rats. Jiang Ning had no objection, although there was a dog in charge. The dog would also get tired. Not only did he lose weight in the past 2 days, he was so tired that he snored when he slept. And in his dreams, he was fighting 300 rounds with the red-eyed rat. Extremely hot weather is undoubtedly a disaster for dogs that can only dissipate heat through their tongues. Drinking too much water can also cause water poisoning. Neither of them is what she wants to see. So, everyone tested the mousetrap on the spot, opening the corridor window on the 17th floor and the doors and windows of the other 2 households. The plugged-in mousetrap made a slight buzzing sound. About 10 minutes later, the huge-eyed mouse climbed up along the sewer. It was seen circling around the mousetrap, making a squeaking sound in its mouth. Its movements gradually became slow, and its red eyes were full of intoxication. It was like taking drugs. A few minutes later, the mouse fell crookedly. More and more mice climbed up one after another, and there were more than a dozen in less than half an hour. Zhang Chao and others were dumbfounded. This is technology. The cooperation was reached. The 18th floor was responsible for catching and killing mice around the clock, and the Zhong family provided mousetraps. The 2 families took turns to send the killed mice to the neighborhood committee for registration, and the exchanged canned food was split in half. The 18th floor was not interested in canned food, but was worried about the harm of mice, so they agreed to improve their living environment. So, the mousetrap was carried to the 18th floor, and the doors and windows of the corridor were opened. One person took turns for 1 day, divided into day and night shifts, according to the house number. Huishan was the first one, and he came out every 2 hours to kill the hallucinogenic red-eyed mice and throw them into the sack. By the next morning, a total of 106 mice were killed. More than 100 kilograms. Not everyone can lift it. When it was Jiang Ning's turn, she didn't need to go out at all, and the dog took care of the work. There were relatively fewer mice during the day, and more than 70 were caught and killed. Huishan carried the speedboat downstairs, while Jiang Ning carried a sack of rats, wearing a thermostatic suit as a base, medical-grade protective clothing on the outside, and a mask tightly covering his face. He drove the speedboat to the neighborhood committee to hand in the rats. There was still a lot of floating garbage in the water, but after vigorous publicity and rectification by relevant departments, the environment was much better than in the previous life, and there was no news of the epidemic for the time being. You know, the epidemic had already broken out at this time in the previous life. Many people came to the neighborhood committee to hand in rats, but others only brought a few, and a dozen was already very serious. Upon learning that they were from Unit 1 of Jinrong Community, the staff was extremely shocked. Are your rats rampant? This morning, a family from your building came over and handed in more than 100 kilograms. Jiang Ning nodded. Yes, there are rats everywhere in our area, and we can't even step foot. Canned food is exchanged once every 2 weeks, and the 2 of them left after handing over the goods. At this time, the sun had already set, and the heat had dissipated a little, and the survivors began to move around. After the extreme cold, the number of rubber boats and speedboats has dropped sharply, and they will avoid people if they see them, so as to avoid being robbed on the water. Even if we went out in the evening, the temperature had reached 50 degrees. Although we had constant temperature clothing as a base layer, the body temperature was still not low. Not to mention that the protective clothing was not breathable. When they returned to the 18th floor, their clothes were wet. Jiang Ning went into the space to take a shower, and then took the dog to 1801 for dinner. The 2 dogs were stuffy in the house for a day, and even with the air conditioner, they were still wilted, with their heads drooping and no appetite. Jiang Ning was the same, and whispered to Huishan, "Eat cold noodles?" The goods were stocked by Jiang Ning, and he had no objection. Okay. She took out a dozen cucumbers from the space, and taught Huishan how to smash them. If you make a lot, you have to use a large basin to mix them after smashing them, leaving enough for 3 people, and put the rest in the space for storage. The sour and spicy taste is refreshing, and it immediately whets your appetite. The dog can't eat spicy food, so I mixed some goat milk with a piece of chicken breast. For several days in a row, more than 100 kilograms of mice were collected on the 18th floor every day. People downstairs couldn't help but mutter, "Strange. Why are there fewer mice?" The operating range of the mousetrap is 30 meters in diameter, and the mice affected by the sound waves run to the upper floors. Rats can swim. They move around. If there are fewer rats in Unit 1, other places will make up for them. So, other floors are also confused. Red-eyed rats are indeed ferocious. But as long as you take precautions and don't get bitten, you will have a chance to catch them and fill your stomach. When they were confused, the municipal government issued an announcement that researchers had successfully developed a mousetrap, and staff would come to the door to kill rats soon. So, a funny scene appeared. Many survivors blocked the entrance of the community and prevented the staff from entering to work. They don't care whether others live or die. But if all the rats are caught, how will they live? Even the neighborhood committee's visit to do ideological work is useless. Blocking the door is useless. The large mousetrap brought by the staff can work up to 100 meters in diameter. They pretended to leave, but actually turned a corner and started working outside the community. So, a shocking scene appeared. Many drunk rats appeared in the water, swimming in the water. The staff directly scooped them up with a net and threw them into the iron cage. However, they were still discovered by the survivors. Some of the brave ones even paddled over in speedboats and stretched out their hands to ask the staff for them, saying in an extremely excited tone, "If you catch them all, how can we survive?" The staff dared not give them, because many people died from eating rat meat, and it must be sterilized by a special process of high temperature. Of course, they also understood the difficulties of the survivors, and tried to be gentle to avoid conflicts. If it really didn't work, they would retreat first. After more than half a month of continuous rat-catching activities, the number of red-eyed rats in various districts of Fengcheng has dropped sharply. Even with the mousetrap, only about 10 to 20 can be caught in a day. At the same time, the neighborhood committee distributed special cockroach medicine. Jiangning brought back a few when he sent the mice away. It was indeed very effective. The big cockroaches were finally eliminated. The 18th floor celebrated. The only ones who were unhappy were the rabbits. They had to eat grass again. The extreme heat continued. Fengcheng was steaming in the pot every day. The tortured survivors were half-cooked and spent every day wailing. The extreme heat, lack of water, lack of food, hunger. For them, the only good news is that filtered water has come out. No one cared where the water came from, and they didn't dare to think about it. What they worried about was how to get the water back. They hadn't taken a shower for a month, and they were sweating and oily all over. They didn't even dare to look in the mirror. Some people were smart and followed the trend to stock up water in advance, so they could still get by. Life is full of hardships, and people's wailing is endless. That day, Jiangning and Huishan went to send the rat away. Just as they reached the corner of the 5th floor, they saw a snake coming out of the water and swimming along the stairs. Chapter 148. 9 out of 10 women are afraid of snakes. They are slippery and disgusting, especially the snakes that have mutated after the natural disaster. Not only are they larger, but their colors are also particularly scary. Jiangning stepped back subconsciously and was about to take out a weapon to deal with the snake. Unexpectedly, Huishan was quick and pulled her behind him to protect her. He used a military shovel quickly and accurately, and the snake was directly beheaded, and blood gushed out immediately. Jiangning didn't remember the exact day when the snake disaster broke out. She remembered that it was probably when the flood retreated to the 6th floor. Now the flood has receded to the 5th floor, and a snake has appeared. But before, they came out in groups, which made people shudder. Therefore, Jiangning specially prepared a lot of Realgar powder, but it was useless. This is related to the city's active prevention and control of the 4 pests. With the improvement of the environment, the 4 pests have been reduced. This time, the group of snakes may not have much chance. As soon as the snake was killed, someone jumped out from the corner, anxiously pleading, "Can you give me the snake?" It was a skinny man with a dirty face and dirty clothes. The color of his clothes was so dirty that the sour smell on his body had already drifted over before he got close. Seeing that the two did not speak, he begged, "Please, I haven't eaten for several days." Huishan did not give it, and picked up the snake with a military shovel and threw it outside. There was garbage on the water, and the snake fell on it with a thud. The two rowed away in the speedboat. Jiangning looked back and saw the man jumped into the dirty water and swam to the garbage to pick up the snake. It was right not to give it. Huishan just took doubted downstairs to kill rats once, and someone was waiting downstairs on time the next day to pick it up. It is estimated that if they do it again, they will dare to ask for supplies from the 18th floor. Don't be fooled by their disheveled appearance. Their eyes are more sinister than before. The reason why they are so humble is that the 18th floor has an absolute advantage. If the 18th floor loses power one day, they will definitely be the first to rush up with knives. So, you cannot hurt others, but don't be too kind. The lessons of the previous life are enough. After delivering the goods to the neighborhood committee, the canned food from the food factory arrived. The canned food is similar to Ganju brand, but there is no label. The appearance is plain and unpretentious, and each box is about 230 grams. After coming here more often, the staff knew that the 17th and 18th floors of Unit 1 of Jinrong Community were a group, so they distributed the things together. More than 1,500 kilograms of rats. A total of 150 cans of canned food. The big backpack was stuffed full, attracting countless envious red eyes. When leaving the neighborhood committee, there were several more greedy tails behind them. The two exchanged glances, flew in the water in the speedboat, splashed the tails with dirty water, and made them jump and curse. According to the agreement, the Zhong family received 75 cans of canned food. Grandma Zhong was very smart and insisted on giving some to the 18th floor. "You have done a lot of work, so you deserve more. We agreed beforehand, so we divide it as we want." In addition, Jiangning suggested stopping catching mice. First, there are fewer and fewer mice, and it's not worth the time and fuel. Second, there is no impenetrable wall. This time, someone has already targeted us, and there is a high possibility that the delivery will be robbed. The number of red-eyed mice is decreasing rapidly. After the mouse-catching sound wave is interrupted, it is unlikely that they will go to the 17th and 18th floors again. Grandma Zhong agreed and put away the mousetrap. The remaining cans, except for 2, were divided equally among people who took turns to work, so each person got 15 boxes. After closing the door, Jiangning asked curiously, "Have you ever eaten canned rat meat?" "Yes." Huishan put his share away for her. "It tastes average. Not much. There is no need to eat canned rat meat now, and it won't be too late to eat it when supplies are scarce in the future." When he came back, he saw a snake swimming into an empty room on the 6th floor. Jiangning felt a little uncomfortable and quickly took out Realgar powder and sprinkled it around the house. As expected, snakes emerged one after another in the next few days. Unfortunately, they had no chance to get to the top floor. There were survivors waiting with weapons on every floor. There were fewer and fewer red-eyed rats, and they could not miss the opportunity to catch snakes. There were even several groups of people fighting, some trying to intercept, some trying to rob, and some trying to fight for territory. Every day was spent in excitement. Jiangning opened the window and could faintly smell meat. Living on the top floor, living a miserable life, watching the water level slowly drop. Jiangning calculated the time and started to give 1803 green vegetables. In order to avoid being exposed, she deliberately picked varieties suitable for hydroponics from the space, and deliberately pinched off the stems to make sure they were correct before sending them out. Ding 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 ding. I have good news for you. The hydroponics green vegetables can be picked. Fortunately, there was an intercom. Otherwise the poor acting skills would definitely be exposed. Jiangning refused to meet the bald man. "I put it at the door. You can just come and get it." Liu rushed out at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and almost cried when he saw the green vegetables. The green vegetables are so friendly and lovely. They are like annoying little goblins that have taken his soul away. "Let's make vegetables." Liu was so excited that he called the police on the intercom. "Aining, Brother Shen, shall we make hot pot? We are out of hot pot ingredients." Jiangning refused to meet him. "It's almost as hot as salted fish. You still want to eat hot pot? Aren't you afraid of smoking yourself? Who doesn't want to eat hot pot?" But she takes a shower every day and has to wear sweaty clothes when she goes out. When they get together, will they smell the smell of hot pot or the smell of stinky salted fish? Huishan followed and refused. Daodu echoed. No. It's too hot. 1803. A glass-hearted person, At night, when they went to 1801 for dinner, Jiang Ning was almost scared. She saw two bald heads. To be more precise, they were two crew cuts. Daodu shaved his long hair, which made his face look a little rounder and a little like a boy. As for Huishan hair, Jiang Ning couldn't help but touch it. It was a little prickly. It is undeniable that he is handsome and stylish. Even though the shirt was loose, the chest and abdominal muscles were still faintly outlined. Jiang Ning looked at it for a few times before looking away. How about I shave my hair too? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Now everyone outside is bald. And she doesn't want to stand out from the crowd. Huishan didn't force it. If you like long hair, you can keep it. He and Daodu both have short hair, so the water saved can be used for her to wash her hair, and it won't make people suspicious. Sister, it feels so good. Daodu smiled foolishly and wiped her head with a wet towel. Just wipe it once. Jiang Ning didn't care about the length of the hair, and being unique would easily be too conspicuous. I do it too. Huishan was slightly surprised. You look good with long hair. It's a pity to shave it. It doesn't matter. Wait until the extreme heat is over. So, Huishan took out the electric hair clipper and shaved Jiang Ning black hair. Chapter 149. Before shaving, Huishan took out his mobile phone to take a few photos of Jiang Ning. As the hair clipper buzzed, more and more hair fell on the ground. Daodu ran over and blinked at Jiang Ning with a buzz cut. Sister, you look like a little brother. Jiang Ning took the mirror. Actually, her head shape is not bad. And the buzz cut is not ugly. And it even looks more heroic than before. That's right. The environment in the end times is bad. And the smile gradually disappears, unconsciously exuding an atmosphere of keeping strangers away. With a buzz cut, Jiang Ning looked cold and ready to fight if she didn't smile. The next day, she went out to the rooftop to get some water. And she happened to run into Zhang Chao and Lu Yu collecting popcorn. The two were shocked. Oh my god! When did the female bandit sneak into the 18th floor? Jiang Ning decided to satisfy them and turned the bucket over. Robbery. The two gave her half a bowl of popcorn. You know what? Aiming hairstyle is pretty good. Cool. And refreshing. Are you trying to flatter me? As the sun sets, a bald man with a buzz cut is joking around on the rooftop. Zhang Chao went downstairs and brought up 3 bottles of cold beer. The 3 of them sat on the rooftop and drank from the bottles. As they drank, Jiang Ning found that Zhang Chao drank very quickly. Lu Yu was a little better, but he also looked unhappy. They almost grew up wearing the same pants. It would be strange if we didn't see that they were worried. Jiang Ning said. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhang Chao smiled. Compared to other people, we are living a life of gods. What can go wrong? If you don't want to say it, you just don't want to say it. Jiang Ning knew what was going on and didn't ask any more questions. There aren't many drought-resistant sweet potato seedlings in a pound. Jiang Ning planted them in the black soil garden and took good care of them for more than a month. Finally, long vines grew out, and they could be cut into 2 sections after being picked. After cutting the sweet potato seedlings, he was about to find a garbage bag to put them in. But Huishan came over. After getting to know him for a long time, he realized that he was a bad guy. He often let Dao to trick the dog away. And then he came to be alone. Look! Kaylay is eating popcorn next door. Seeing her use a bag to cover the seedlings, Huishan was a little surprised. Aren't you afraid that the seedlings will be damaged? There is no way. Jiang Ning doesn't want to do it. But the black soil garden has good fertility, and the sweet potato seedlings are growing well. It would be strange if it didn't arouse suspicion if it was given to 1803. Put it in a bag and cover it for 2 days. Let the leaves turn yellow. And then dry it in the sun. After finishing the work at hand, Jiang Ning sat on the sofa and tuned the radio. The extreme cold has passed. The water level is gradually decreasing. And the municipal management is gradually recovering. Many news are released through the radio station. You can't go wrong by paying attention to it in time. Daily political reports bring shocking news that the base has been established. The municipal government announced that the provincial base officially accepted survivors. One official base and one military base were built in 5 phases to accommodate 300,000 people. The first phase has been completed. 2 years after the natural disaster, the base was finally completed. The official base is in Jiaqing, located in the northeast of the province. It is a typical mountain city with relatively backward industry and green agriculture. It is about 500 kilometers away from Fengcheng. The military base is in Huicheng, located in the north of the province. It is a semi-industrial city with the most abundant water resources in the province, Dongjiang River and Wanshan Lake, and is more than 300 kilometers away from Fengcheng. The two bases are more than 200 kilometers apart, which is not particularly far by car. In her previous life, Jiang Ning did not have a radio, so she only heard about the base later. So what if she knew? She did not even have the qualifications to enter the official base. Each person needs to pay 20 kilograms of food, while the military base requires 50 kilograms of food. Jiang Ning did not understand. Why is the difference so big? The bottom survivors could not even take out 20 kilograms of food, let alone 50 kilograms. Hui Yishan explained. The official base is sponsored by the provincial government, jointly established and managed by the municipal governments, and the military sends troops to maintain basic order. The military base is arranged by the state, and the military has full authority to build and manage it. There is a fundamental difference between the two. He paused and told the cruel truth. The military base, also known as the Spark base, is the last hope of mankind when it comes to a crisis. 50 kilograms of food is just a basic requirement. They will also conduct multiple screenings, and not everyone can enter. Jiang Ning vaguely understood that 50 kilograms of food is just a stepping stone, no matter the lower class or the upper class. It is not difficult for capable people to get 50 kilograms of food. In other words, the military base accepts people with ability. Not only must you have ability, but you must also have a clean background. People who are involved in gangs or have criminal records have no chance at all. After the survivors enter, they will be subject to military management. Those who do not obey the management or make trouble will be expelled from the base after committing 3 cumulative mistakes. And those who commit crimes will be shot directly. Jiang Ning was shocked, but it made sense after thinking about it. Although it is a bit harsh, special treatment is given in special times. The military's mission is to help the survivors survive and continue to reproduce human civilization. A large base of 300,000 people will definitely be in big trouble in the future if it is not managed with an iron fist. As natural disasters continue, the living environment outside will become increasingly harsh. Jiang Ning thought for a while. Do you want to enter the base? Hui Yishan had already considered it. The original intention of establishing the base is good, but people's hearts are complicated. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. The official base not only accepts children of political families, but also countless upper-class wealthy people. As the number of people increases, big problems will soon be exposed. All kinds of power struggles, and the law of the jungle can only restrain unarmed people. The military base is strictly managed. The survivors who enter will be assigned work, as long as they are willing to work hard. Eating 60% to 70% full is not a problem. But the military has absolute control. People who enter the base in the early stage will be assigned to participate in the later construction, or produce and store food, etc., all of which are hard labor. He himself doesn't care, but he doesn't want Jiang Ning and doubted to suffer with him. Although you can hide at home and use the space to eat and drink, don't underestimate the detection ability of the military base. You can hide it for 1 or 2 years, but you can never hide it for 5 or 10 years. Once Jiang Ning's space is exposed, who can guarantee her safety and freedom? Maybe she won't be killed, but will she be taken for research, or forced to arrange things against her will? 10 years of sacrifice in the previous life was enough. Hui Yishan only wanted to protect the people he cared about this time. We will stay in Fengcheng with Daodu and Kailei. If the environment is too bad to survive one day, it will not be too late to go to the base for refuge. The natural disasters in different places are different. Fengcheng has experienced cruel things, but at least he has lived in the city for 10 years. Now he can start over again and plan well in advance so that he won't live too badly. Now, it's time to deploy, Hui Yishan asked. Aining, can you collect supplies underwater into the space? Jiang Ning was puzzled. What do you want to collect? Chapter 150. Jiang Ning tried secretly, but it didn't work when he was fishing out the gas tank. As for now, there is no problem collecting things in the bucket. Whether you can collect things underwater should be related to the water depth, pressure and mental strength. So, it's really hard to say. The earthquake caused serious damage, and the city became a ruin. The base will also be affected. Reconstruction or development of technology requires a lot of building materials and metals. We have to prepare in advance. Many factories were submerged in the flood. As the extreme heat continues, they will gradually emerge from the water. He needs to collect in advance, especially special metal materials, which can be basically taken out by the military in the later stage, so as to avoid competing with other survivors for resources and let Jiangning and Daodu live a good life. I'm not sure if I can collect it, but I can try it. It's right to get ahead of others. Jiangning wants to find more building materials to donate to the municipal government, so that he can get a quota for buying a house in the new urban area after the reconstruction after the earthquake, so that his life can be guaranteed. Don't think about building a house and living alone in the suburbs or deep mountains, because that will only make you die faster. The population of the earthquake dropped sharply. The living environment became worse, and the scope of the municipal security patrols could be reduced. The areas that could not be radiated would become a paradise for demons. The two of them shared the same goal, and smiled knowingly. It was rare for the two of them to be away. Huishan gently hugged Jiangning, and just as he was about to kiss her, the intercom suddenly rustled. Jiangning held back her laughter and pushed him. Lu Yu was very excited on the other end. Brother Shen, the country has announced the base. When are we going? Knowing that Lu Yu and the others were going to the base, Huishan glanced at Jiangning, and seeing that she was not particularly surprised, he said, sorry, Aiming and I have no plans to enter the base. The other end was silent for a long time. Then, there was a knock on the door. All the members of 1803 came over. They didn't understand why Jiangning and Huishan didn't want to enter the base. They were afraid that they would be late and there would be no place. After all, two fists can't beat four hands. The living environment is getting more and more difficult now. No matter how powerful the 18th floor is, it is not an iron wall. If a large number of people die outside one day, it would be strange if they don't turn into demons and rush to the 18th floor. Even if the base is not as good as imagined, it is still much better than outside. At least you don't have to worry every day. Brother Shen. Why? They couldn't understand why the two didn't want to choose the base. This matter can't be explained in one or two sentences. Huishan asked 1803 to come in. He sat with Jiangning and said with a serious expression, I was a special police before I retired. I am more familiar with the military and police system than you. He analyzed the difference between the military base and the official base in detail with the three people. The natural disaster came suddenly, and the base is still under construction. There is no shortage of work at this time, but they also lack survival supplies. It is still difficult to get enough to eat. Doing heavy physical work should be able to eat 60% to 70% full. Aiming took Coke, and I took Daodu. Especially since Daodu was still growing. It was unrealistic for two people to work hard to feed four mouths. It was a bit dangerous to stay in the city. But the city had complete industrial infrastructure. It was easier to recruit talents from all walks of life. And it was faster to restore and rebuild. So Aiming and I planned to stay. After listening to Huishan analysis, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu's eyes lit up. But then, they seemed to think of something and couldn't help but dim a little. Jiangning suddenly realized that it was no wonder that these two guys were depressed these days. It turned out that they were planning to leave. If I remember correctly, Zheng Weili's hometown is Huicheng. Although she is optimistic by nature, she is not a talkative person. It has been more than a year since the natural disaster, and she has never said that she misses home. But who would not miss home if they have a home? The water level is dropping day by day, and she should have made plans to go home and told Lu Yu about it. Lu Yu is an orphan, without a home and no worries. He will definitely choose to go with Zheng Weili. As for Zhang Chao, to be realistic, if he fights alone, how far he can go is a question. So, he had to make a choice. But whether he left or stayed, he seemed to be a light bulb. Jiangning hoped that he would stay, but as an orphan, he was more sensitive. And she and Huishan were relatively cold-tempered, so he would be more comfortable with Lu Yu and Zheng Weili. But after all, he grew up in Fengcheng. If it was before the natural disaster, it would not matter to go to another city. But now it means unknown risks and confusion about the future. Besides, he went there as a light bulb. So among the three people, He was the most entangled. In fact, it's not just him. If there is a choice, Liu Yu is also unwilling to leave. So the two of them especially hope to continue to form a team to enter the base. Zheng Weili also hopes that the two of them will advance and retreat together. After all, she is very satisfied with the current situation. When she returns to Huicheng to find her family, she will also find a way to enter the base. But she also knows that Jiang Ning and Huishan are both capable, and the two have more choices. So, in the end, a vote is still required. The answer is unchanged. 1803 chooses the base, and Jiang Ning and Huishan stay. When the water level disappears, it will be the day to say goodbye on the 18th floor. However, Liu Yu still had no idea about the future. Brother Shen, do you think it's better to go to the official base or the military base? It's true that they have food, but not a lot. Going to the military base requires 50 kilograms of food per person, which is like cutting off one's thigh meat. It's up to you to choose. The official base is freer, and the military base will be safer. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Huishan couldn't give any advice, but as a friend, he still reminded, when the water recedes, you'd better find a car and leave. It's not realistic to walk to the base. As soon as the news came out, many survivors with supplies would take all their belongings to the base. If you don't go out, no one knows who has supplies. You can't get anything by robbing people on the road. But it's different if you catch people who are moving. The survivors are fast, but there are more robbers. They will set up a dragnet on the road to the base and wait to harvest the survivors' supplies. Not to mention, even Zheng Weili forgot about this. After being reminded by Huishan, the faces of the three people immediately became heavy. Zhang Chao was worried. After the flood and extreme cold, the car was soaked in water and frozen for a year. Can there be a good car? Huishan couldn't guarantee it, but he tried to remind them as much as possible for Jiang Ning's sake. But he couldn't interfere with their decision. We take it one step at a time, Jiang Ning said. It's even more unrealistic to go to the base in a rubber boat now. There are garbage and corpses everywhere, and it's easy to get infected with diseases. If you encounter robbers, they will shoot your rubber boats to pieces, and you won't have a way to escape. In her previous life, she had encountered people who fled with their belongings and came back in disgrace. She was robbed just after leaving Fengcheng, and this was because the robbers had not lost their conscience and only wanted supplies and not lives. If you meet a black-hearted person, you won't even have a chance to survive. 1803 felt heavy-hearted and got up to leave. Chapter 151. Jiang Ning called Zheng Weili. The drought-resistant sweet potatoes have been grown. Are you still going to plant them? The sweet potato growth cycle takes 4 to 5 months, and the water level will recede in 1 or 2 months at most. So it's useless to plant them. Nothing can stop Zheng Weili from going home. Aining, you can plant them. After everyone left, Jiang Ning discussed. How about planting them in this space? Planting them outside requires constant care, and you have to worry about them being killed by the sun and watering them every day. It's really troublesome to move them back and forth. Hui thought deeply. Half of each? The soil in the space is good. If the soil is different from the outside, it will cause unnecessary trouble if it is traded. We can plant half of each species for comparison. Jiang Ning has no objection. So, the two of them divided the work and cooperated. Huishan planted the outside and Jiang Ning planted the inside of the space. After dinner in the evening, Huishan said Daodu and Kei lay away from the next door. He discussed with Jiang Ning. The water level has dropped to the 4th floor. Soon there will be survivors going out to find supplies. Shall we go out tomorrow? 1803 didn't have diving suits, so it was useless to call them. Besides, they had already decided to leave, and it was impossible for them to go out to find unnecessary supplies. Jiang Ning had no objection, and took out the paper map and the offline map on his phone. Floods soften the foundations of houses. Extreme cold makes the materials of houses brittle, and extreme heat makes houses expand. After the ice melted, some houses with shallow foundations or old and dilapidated houses collapsed. Not to mention that a major earthquake would devastate the entire city. The most important thing to rebuild homes is steel. Fengcheng does not produce steel, but it has a world of steel. It integrates processing, procurement, and trade in one-stop services. It is the largest professional steel market in China, radiating the entire coastal city. After the discussion, the two went to bed early, and at the same time, They did not forget to say hello to 1803, saying that they were going out for a walk. Dodo was taken care of by Coke, and the two could only stay at home and play for a day. Not to mention Dodo. Even Coke learned to press the intercom, and just shouted into the intercom when there was something. It was very hot, and the sun rose very early, and it was already slightly bright before 5 o'clock. In order not to attract attention, the two got up at 3 in the morning and walked downstairs quietly. The steel world is in the suburbs, more than 40 kilometers away. The two put on constant temperature protective clothing, paddled the speedboat out of the community, and started the motor to the suburbs. The water surface in the suburbs was full of garbage, and there were unknown dangers under the water. The two did not dare to drive too fast, and it took 2 hours to arrive. There were no residential buildings or commercial houses nearby. As the water level dropped, the upper half of the sign of Steel World was vaguely revealed on the water surface, which looked dilapidated in the hazy morning light. The huge rusty iron frame was hung with trolleys. No longer the magnificent glory before the natural disaster. It was almost dawn at that time, and the vision was not particularly clear. With the cover of the huge billboard, Jiang Ning took out the diving suit and oxygen cylinder from the space. The diving suit is fully enclosed, and it seems a bit heavy to carry an oxygen tank. Fortunately, I usually have physical exercise. Otherwise it would be a bit too much. After entering the water, Jiang Ning put the speedboat into the space, turning on the searchlight on the forehead. The two dived underwater. The steel world is huge, covering an area of 5,000 to 6,000 acres. And the types of steel are even richer. Wear resistant, drop resistant, weather resistant, bendable, H-shaped steel, channel steel, angle steel, I-beam steel, composite steel, and hundreds of other varieties. The shops are all hundreds of square meters, and the big ones are even thousands of square meters, with an annual processing capacity of up to 20 million tons. There were too many steel materials, and it was dizzying. It was impossible to go all in, so we could only stock up on steel pipes and steel bars needed for building. After finding a steel bar store, Jiang Ning swam up carefully, holding the top steel bar in his hand, and tried to collect it into the space. Steel bars are very heavy, and a roll of round steel bars can weigh about 1 or 2 tons. Jiang Ning was still worried that he couldn't collect them, but he didn't expect that he could easily succeed. Hui Yishan was guarding beside her. In addition to paying attention to her safety, he also had to be wary of dangers around him. He swept the round steel bars from several stores and piled them neatly in the black soil garden, one pile after another. The pressure under the water was strong, and Jiang Ning didn't feel it at first. But the goods he collected were large and heavy. After half an hour, he began to feel tired and his energy was rapidly exhausted. For safety reasons, he had to enter the space to rest. Hui Yishan handed her a quick energy replenishing Licks bar and chocolate, and helped her relax her hands and feet. Take a break. Knowing the time limit of space, he did not sit idle for a moment. Seeing that the living room was empty, he moved a bed from the garden. Well, he was good at choosing. And he moved a 2-meter bed. From the brand, it was a luxury bed worth 6 figures. He was more discerning about mattresses than about girlfriends. And he also bought a 6-figure latex mattress. Hui Yishan spread the bedding and said to Jiang Ning intimately, "Go up and sleep for a while." He was reluctant to rest, so he went to the field to help with the work. Seeing that the watermelons she planted were ripe, he picked a dozen and put them back. After eating, drinking and resting, the two of them dived into the water again to continue collecting things. Steel sections, steel pipes, and thin tendons used for binding. This collection took several hours. The sun was dazzling on the water surface, and light kept shining into the water. Supplies had to be stored, but rest was also needed. At noon, the two of them ate braised fish, boiled beef, green vegetables, and freshly picked watermelons. In a corner of the garden, countless steel materials were piled up. The exact number was unknown, but it was estimated to be 800 or 900 tons. According to the 420 square meter floor area, one floor requires about 12 tons of steel bars. The goods collected by the two can build several buildings. Hui Yishan said, "It should be enough." Jiang Ning stopped his crazy hands and lay on the luxurious big bed, hugging the pillow and taking a nap. Hui Yishan was like an old buffalo. He not only harvested the watermelons, but also weeded the crops. If he did more, Jiang Ning could rest more. If Jiang Ning hadn't woken up from his nap and planned to leave, he could have worked for another 3 days and 3 nights. There were other supplies to collect, so the two of them didn't miss the countless steel and swam upwards in their diving suits. Suddenly, a shadow approached quickly. Huishan was the first to notice it, and pulled Jiang Ning to the side to avoid it quickly. The water was turbid, and it was not very clear. Judging from the shadow, it was quite big. Oh my god! It can't be a shark? Jiang Ning was immediately alarmed, and was considering whether to take a weapon, or go into space to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the shadow did not attack the two of them, but swam leisurely. When he got a little closer, he found that it was a white shadow. Baiji, endangered protected animals occasionally mistakenly come in from the mouth of Yuecheng, swim along the river to Fengcheng, and then the Animal Protection Association takes great effort to guide it to turn around and escort it all the way back to the river mouth. This time, there are no staff to escort them. The water level keeps dropping. If they don't return in time, they will be stranded and become a meal sooner or later. Jiang Ning is not interested in tortured meat, but still hopes that the cute guys can survive. If they are alive, there will be more hope for humans. Right? After watching the white dolphin leave, the two swam behind a large billboard. They found that there was no one around and went ashore. The afternoon sun was the hottest. As soon as they came out of the water, they immediately went back into the high-temperature steamer. They were wet, hot, and sticky all over. However, while changing clothes, they kept sweating. The two quickly changed into constant temperature clothes, then put on protective clothing, and did not forget to add ice water bags to cool down, and drove the speedboat to the next destination. Chapter 152. Only an hour away. The sun was like a murderer holding a weapon, chasing and hacking at the two men. In the 50-degree high temperature, even with the constant temperature clothing protecting the body, sweat kept coming out of the body, and the damp heat could not be dissipated, and the two men were like drowned rats. Fortunately, Huishan had a good sense of direction, and the roof of the 4-story factory was also exposed. The factory building was relatively high, and the factory name logo on the roof was exposed in the sun, reflecting the metallic light. The two climbed to the roof and opened the door on the top floor with pliers and crowbars. The water receded more than 1 meter, revealing the mottled and peeling ceiling, as well as the finished products and raw materials piled up on the floor. It can be seen that the factory organized to rescue the company's property and organized employees to transfer the valuable goods to the 4th floor, but still failed to defeat the world-destroying flood. Huishan goal is not the finished product, but the raw materials, rare metals, lithium, beryllium, titanium, tungsten, etc., commonly known as industrial condiments. Just add a little to the conventional materials. You can achieve unexpected effects, such as ultra-high temperature resistance, friction, hardness, etc. These will be scarce in the future, and the base will send scavengers out to look for various metals. As long as they pass the clear road, they can guarantee the lives of the two for a long time. After the rare metals are extracted, they exist in powder form and are sealed in cylindrical tanks like oil barrels. The two swam over and saw that the top layer was marked with beryllium. After confirming that they were the target of hoarding, they decisively put them into the space. Rare metals are ridiculously expensive, but this company is rich and powerful. Jiang Ning received dozens of sealed large iron barrels, which was really worth the trip. After a rough count, there are more than a dozen rare metals. If we really want to enter the base one day, this is the capital for hiding. For other finished products, the space balance is not much, and it is urgently needed to recharge. The land is vast and rich, and there is more than enough to collect. If you eat meat yourself, you have to leave some soup for others. When they came out of the factory, it was already sunset and dusk. The heat dropped a little, and the two drove the assault boat away. When they returned to the community, it was just getting dark. Lu Yu and others were boiled all day, and took Daodu and Guzi to the rooftop for a walk. When they saw the two people coming back, they hurried downstairs. Before he even got close, he pinched his nose and stepped back. Wow, where have you been? He was covered in sweat, and even the old pickled cabbage was not so tasty. But Guzi didn't mind, and flew over to pester Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning closed the door and immediately went into the space to take a shower, scrubbing from head to toe. After resting to recover her strength, she took out chestnut chicken soup, steamed pork with rice flour, stir-fried water spinach with garlic, and a large bowl of white rice, and asked Huishan and Daodu to come over for dinner. Daodu smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes, and could tell whose cooking it was. Sister's cooking is really delicious. The dog held his head high and looked very proud. His owner cooked much better than his trainer. After they had eaten and drunk enough, Jiang Ning secretly stuffed a piece of watermelon into the two dogs and said, "Eat in the room. Don't let anyone see you." The two dogs were well behaved and closed the door happily. On the way back today, we met a team of professional salvage workers who had made a lot of gains. The speedboat and rubber boat were full of supplies, covered with dirt and yellow mud. Judging from the shape, they were clothes and fabrics, most of which went to the garment factory. So, we have to continue tomorrow to get ahead of others. Jiang Ning asked. Where are we going? Hui thought deeply. We have steel bars. We should be able to get a house quota by donating them after the earthquake. We will also need to renovate the house. How about finding some tiles? Jiang Ning's base has cement, lime powder, paint, etc. There are a few boxes of tiles, but not many. Sure, if there are any extra tiles, we can still donate them. There is a building materials street in the city, but the tiles in the store are just samples. Customers get them from the factory. It is estimated that even if the whole street is pried open, you won't get much. And the shapes and colors are different. It is faster to go to the factory to find them. The two flipped through the map and quickly locked onto the largest porcelain factory in Fengcheng. Huishan asked, Is there a high-end auto repair shop here? Jiang Ning was stunned. Yes. There are many local tycoons in Fengcheng. The first generation is low-key and pragmatic, and the second generation is flamboyant. They wear slippers and drive luxury cars worth tens of millions. There is an upper-class car modification club, which seems to be opened by the second generation of a real estate company, specializing in modifying luxury cars. The year Jiang Ning graduated from high school, she worked as a summer intern for 2 months, pouring tea, water and coffee there. The salary was okay, but she was looking for materials to be a brothel owner and go undercover to secretly photograph luxury cars. After 3 consecutive episodes, the number of clicks was particularly high. I can only say that the world of the rich is beyond your imagination. Jiang Ning guessed. You want to find auto parts? Huishan nodded. My car is still soaking in the underground parking lot. Some parts may be broken. Find some spare parts in advance. This natural disaster soaked all the cars in water, and there were almost no intact ones. Jiang Ning has space. He will repair a few spare cars, and the ones he doesn't need can be traded for some items to increase the space. Jiang Ning had not expected this. If there were spare parts, he could not only modify the car, but also find a reason to give it to Lu Yu, Zhang Chao and the others. They had already decided to go to the base, although it was only more than 300 kilometers away. The road was too dangerous. Before the end of the world, it would only take 2 or 3 hours to drive. If they wanted to meet, they could drive there anytime. But now it is the end of the world. Separation means that they will never see each other again in this life. It is really a matter of life and death. These two are her only friends, who grew up with her in the orphanage. If possible, even if there is no chance to meet again in the future, I hope they can live well. The ceramic factory is far away, and I still got up before dawn the next day. Daodu was still asleep, and Jiang Ning asked Guzi to look after the house and take care of the baby. Guzi took the task and sent her out with a shake of his head and tail. The ceramic factory is very large, with 6 floors of offices alone. The areas exposed to the water are in a mess, and I don't know how many times they have been searched. The survivors should be here for survival supplies. After all, porcelain is too heavy, and few people will take it away without special reasons. Jiang Ning wanted to go to the exhibition room and then go to the warehouse to look for a purpose, which might be more efficient. On the first and second floors of the exhibition room, the two changed into diving suits and walked down the stairs. A well-known national brand. The exhibition room alone is more than 3,000 square meters, with various tiles on the first floor and bathroom brands on the second floor. Take out the window breaker, shatter the glass, and swim into the bathroom brand area. TSK, TSK, TSK. The exhibits are dazzling, and the sense of technology is full, but the price makes people's hearts stop. Since you are here, you can't just grab 1 or 2 things. After all, it will not only be used for the future new house decoration, But there are more than a dozen rooms on 3 floors. Wash basin, toilet, various bathrooms. What's more surprising is that there is a toilet with mobile degradation function, which is a really humanized design. Although she doesn't need it, Huishan and Dao need it. With a big wave of his hand, he put it into the space. After collecting the samples he liked, he broke the first floor window in the same way. This is not an exhibition hall, but a ceramic museum with all kinds of patterns, materials, sizes, shapes, and even gold-rimmed ones. Jiang Ning is a layman, so he collected all the tiles with gold rims, as well as dozens of samples he liked. The porcelain factory was very large, and the two searched in the water for a long time before they successfully found the rolling door of the warehouse. The rolling door was heavy, and it was not easy to pry it open. But fortunately, there was a window on the wall, which was easily broken with a window breaker. When Jiang Ning saw the piles of goods, he almost broke his defense. The sign that distinguished the cartons and the warehouse had been soaked in water for more than a year, and the handwriting had long been soaked. Now the goods in the cartons knew her, but she was like a blind man. Chapter 153. It was impossible to pick the ones I liked, so I could only pick the ones of regular size. I took whatever I touched. Huishan opened the cartons, determined whether the items were usable, and checked the approximate quantity, and then asked Jiang Ning to come and collect them. The underwater pressure was high, and when Jiang Ning was tired, he went into the space to rest. Anyway, I collected as much as I could. If there was no room left, I could just pick up the discarded items and throw them out. By noon, I had collected several hundred cubic meters of goods, in addition to what I used and donated. The next 3 generations could not use them all. Of course, if there are offspring. But who knows? It doesn't matter if there are no offspring. It can be used as a dowry for Daodu, and a betrothal gift for Guzi. At noon, Huishan said to retreat, and Jiang Ning went into the space to eat and sleep. There is no other way. The mental energy is too much, and she needs to eat well, drink well, and sleep well to provide for her body. Huishan still did not rest, and worked hard in the garden, harvesting vegetables, weeding, moving furniture and decorating the living room. After waking up from a nap, the two swam back to the office and went ashore, and then rushed to the second-generation car modification club. The car modification club is very close to the city. As expected of the second generation of real estate developers, it is simply inhumane. It covers an area of more than 3,000 square meters. The decoration is both magnificent and cyberpunk, and even the glass is explosion-proof. I hit it with a sharp hammer for a long time, but it didn't move at all. Finally, I swam to the 4th floor and broke the blinds of the toilet to get in. Jiang Ning didn't know much about auto repair. In order to save time, the two of them split up. Huishan went to collect available parts, and she went to raid the second generation's nest. That's right. The second generation is a heavy enthusiast of car modification. He is not interested in going home to inherit a $1 trillion fortune. Most of his time is spent in the club with his friends. Modified luxury cars, champagne, beauties, party. Jiang Ning came to the second generation room of more than 1,000 square meters with ease, and pried the door with experience. It has to be admitted that the local tycoons in the south have a special liking for slippers. And there are hundreds of pairs of slippers in the entry shoe cabinet. There are men's and women's styles, among which there are several pairs of Hermes diamond-studded shoes. The shoes cost more than 200,000 yuan a pair, and they were soaked and rotten. Jiang Ning did not despise them, and threw the diamond-studded slippers into the space. After a while, she used consciousness to explore. Oh! She knew that the space would take away the diamonds. And it was true. Throw out the rotten slippers, and continue searching the mansion. Forget about paintings and calligraphy, as they have already been soaked and rotten. There are jade ornaments, vases, and other things on the antique shelf. I can't tell whether they are real or fake. I just throw them into the space, and let it identify them by itself. There are 2 safes in the study. Throw them into the space first. There are many planned items on the bedside table in the bedroom. The packaging is sealed. I don't know if they are broken inside. Put them away first. If they are not broken, sell them to the sharp-nosed monkey. There is a jewelry box. When I opened it, I found a pink diamond bracelet. Jiang Ning looked down at the logo of the jewelry box. This brand must be worth 8 figures. TSK. I can't understand the hobbies of the rich. He wears slippers himself, and gives his girlfriend an 8-figure pink diamond. It must be true love. She also wants to wear it. But unfortunately the space won't give her a chance. Don't go in. If you go in, you will swallow it. You can pick it out in your mouth. Unless it is fake. Jiangning threw it into the space. And it was gone in the blink of an eye. She searched the house and found a lot of good things. But they were all soaked. After collecting them, she checked the space with her consciousness. The black soil garden has increased by about 300 square meters. Or about 2,700 cubic meters. I sincerely thank the second generation for their gift. Jiangning went down to the first floor and saw that Huishan had already collected what he wanted. Most of the tires were frozen. But Huishan still found more than 20 good ones. This is thanks to the hobbies of the second generation of enthusiasts. They have money but nowhere to spend it. So they want to give their cars the best care. All kinds of puncture-proof, explosion-proof, wear-resistant, high and low temperature resistant. Knowing that the winter in Fengcheng is warm enough to wear short sleeves, they still require extreme low temperature resistant tires. Just to be thorough. Look, the quality is really good. And it has withstood the test of the low temperature of -72 degrees. Huishan found a lot of spare parts and repair tools. But it was a pity to leave the engine soaked in water, as well as other important modules. More than a dozen top supercars. And cars converted into combat vehicles. In addition, there are more than a dozen oil drums, which add up to 500 to 600 liters of gasoline. After collecting the things, Jiangning was about to leave. But Huishan pointed to the distance. The searchlight shone over, and it seemed to be a giant container. And there were two of them. Jiangning swam over and found that it was indeed a container, with a waterproof seal on the door. It was so well protected that no water should have entered. Containers of this size were either newly transferred from overseas or used to protect the club's valuable vehicles. Jiangning was very curious and spent a lot of energy to put the two containers into the space. Dizzy and wanting to vomit, she followed into the space to rest. Huishan handed her a bottle of energy drink. And when she recovered, she looked at the garden and was surprised to find that the space had become larger again. I have to admit that she is really talented in this area. After catching their breath, the two of them took a lot of effort to open the sealed container. And inside were three of the world top off-road luxury cars. The Paramount Marauder, known as the Land Monster, is the most unstoppable vehicle in the world. Many top hardcore off-road vehicles are weak in front of it. In addition to its extraordinary ability on land, its wading depth can reach half the height of the vehicle body. Truly achieving. If there is no road, you can also make a road. The car is equipped with an ultra-modern climate control system, which keeps the car cool or warm whether it is in high temperature of up to 60 degrees or as cold as -50 degrees. Value: 12 million. Carmen King. An authentic domestic car. A car manufacturing company of Northeast Laotai. Worth 26.8 million. The authentic light of domestic production. The ultimate luxury and entertainment inside. Up to 8 tons of bulletproof version. Enjoys the reputation of armored vehicles in the automotive industry. Kaibai War Shield. An old brand of Mauzi. Is said to be handmade by 39 senior technical engineers for 3,000 hours. It is a bulletproof SUV when it leaves the factory, which is far better than most off-road vehicles in the world. And worth 29.8 million. In front of these three wild lions, Hummer and the like are simply weak. Jiangning's heart was captured instantly. And her heart was pounding. Mine. All mine. Chapter 154. Huishan was amused by Jiangning. Well, they are all yours. I didn't expect that she had such a cute and straightforward side. Just like a child seeing candy. Jiangning walked into the container and found that the off-road vehicles were all brand new. And the protective film on the outside of the vehicle was still there. It should have just arrived and had not been modified yet. It was originally a top-level off-road vehicle. And the factory configuration was almost perfect. Modification would be a waste of resources. It was just a gimmick of the second generation. The roar of the engine could be heard even in half of the city. Now, just right. Huishan carefully checked. From the appearance, the vehicle was intact. In addition to the good performance of the car itself, the sealed container is the biggest reason why they can survive floods and extreme cold. Really? Thank God for the gift. The container is like a blind box. The first one is a king bomb. Jiangning is looking forward to the next one. The two opened it again. There was no luxury car. No gold and silver treasures. A large box full of auto parts. The unboxing action was a bit big. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have been hit by the falling tire and died on the spot. The tires were well packaged, and according to the manual, they were the famous Michelin. Yes, it was the brand that was once installed on the American lunar rover. Yes, their tires have been on the moon. The world luxury cars only love this brand. And the retail price of one tire is as high as tens of thousands of yuan. The container not only contains tires, but also engines, oil seals, belts, interiors, seats, exterior parts, clutches, brake parts, shock absorbers, and other large parts. Hui followed suit and smiled at Jiang Ning. This box is mine. Jiang Ning was ecstatic. Yeah, he reminded, having the car alone is not enough. We have to find the key. So, the two swam back to the club and searched in the maintenance and renovation department and the customer service department. They were all luxury cars. It was impossible to hang the keys on the wall casually. And there were no keys in the cabinet. So the safe in the service department was put into the space. After prying it open, there were indeed more than a dozen car keys inside. But none of them matched. Jiang Ning was puzzled. Where was the car key? Could it be that the second generation wore it as a necklace around his neck? Suspicious. His eyes accidentally fell on the other two safes in the living room. This was found in the second generation study. So, he decisively pried it open. The key was indeed inside. It was still brand new and unopened, in a sealed box. In addition to the car keys, there were also many account books. The safe was waterproof, but it was soaked in water for too long, so it was still damp inside, and the handwriting in the account books spread, and the contents were almost invisible. Jiang Ning took out the car keys, blew them with a hair dryer for a while, and pressed them towards the SUV. It rang. All three cars are fine. All of them belong to her. After staying in the space for too long, time flew by, and Jiang Ning felt very distressed. It was not easy for her to save some time, which was much more difficult than saving money. She waved to Huishan. Hurry up. Hurry up. Go. Go. It was another day when she came home late. She fell on the sofa exhausted after taking a shower. Huishan sat over and let her lean on his shoulder. She was exhausted, but the feeling of buying for 0 yuan was so strong that Jiang Ning felt addicted. Are you going out tomorrow? Let's go to the gas station tomorrow. There are 3 more off-road vehicles, all of which are big fuel-consuming vehicles. We have to act early, otherwise we won't even have soup to drink. Jiang Ning is full of energy. Okay, let's go to the gas station tomorrow. Set a goal, set the alarm clock, and sleep happily. However, ideals are full, and reality is very skinny. The two sneaked into the gas station soaked in water in the dark. And there was no oil. Not a drop. It was cleaned very cleanly, professionally, and thoroughly. Neither of them is the kind of person who gives up easily. So they found 2 more gas stations, which were also empty. Huishan analyzed. It should be the professionals sent by the municipal government who took it away. When the water level drops, the municipal government will lead the social recovery. They have a plan to make arrangements in advance to keep important materials in their hands. Since the municipal government has taken action, it is estimated that there are no fish that have slipped through the net. Jiang Ning was a little disappointed. Do you go home now or collect other things? Huishan thought for a while. Let's go to the highway service station. The oil in the city has been drained, but the highway service station is far away from the city, so it may not have been drained yet. The highway service station was far away. The two of them were just getting up from the dawn, and then sizzling under the scorching sun. They felt that they could eat it with a little cumin. After running 100 kilometers, they found 2 service stations, but they were all empty. I didn't expect that even the highway service would fall. It would probably be fruitless to run again. Besides, the temperature was 50 degrees. Even with the constant temperature clothing to protect the body, the two of them couldn't bear it. The sweat was almost like the water. After drinking 2 bottles of Wuxiang Jingqi water, the two of them planned to give up the mission. Life is important. Besides, the two of them have more than 1 ton of gasoline in their hands. They just need to save it in the future. The speedboat turned around and whizzed past the water. Jiang Ning suddenly patted Huishan on the shoulder. Stop! The speedboat stopped and she pointed in the direction not far from the entrance of the service station. What is that? Huishan looked over and saw that from the traces exposed on the water, it looked like a large tank truck. This kind of vehicle is either used to transport oil or to carry high-risk chemical liquids. He drove the speedboat closer and circled around the tank truck. As the water level dropped, the tank was only slightly exposed to the water surface, and it was difficult to judge what was inside. Huishan put on his diving suit and jumped into the water to explore. A few minutes later, he emerged from the water. Aning, it's a tanker. Jiangning was surprised. He didn't expect it to be a tanker. If the guess was right, the tanker should have entered the service station. But because the typhoon arrived early, many large trucks on the road entered the service station to avoid danger, causing the service station to be crowded, and many cars could only wait in line outside. However, it is hard to say whether the tanker truck is delivering oil to the service station or passing by empty to avoid danger. Whether it is empty or not, you will know after opening it. Huishan took out the telescope and made sure that there was no one in the visible range before letting Jiangning take action. The tanker truck was put into the space, and the water around it rushed in instantly, and the speedboat shook violently several times. Jiangning almost fell into the water. Huishan was quick to pull the handle. Be careful. The water level soon stabilized, and the speedboat drove into the service station and entered the space with the help of the wall. The tanker truck is huge, with a capacity of 44,000 liters. Huishan opened the tank mouth, and the pungent smell of gasoline choked out. It's full. Jiangning almost screamed like a groundhog. 44,000 liters of gasoline, converted to about 32.5 tons, is enough for a long time. Unexpectedly, just looking at it on the water surface for a little longer, more than 30 tons of gasoline were added. It's really lucky. Even the door panels can't stop it. However, luck can't always be there. If the typhoon hadn't come in advance, vehicles would have entered the station to avoid danger, and the tanker truck would not have been blocked on the road. The two didn't continue to look for it. After a short rest, they drove the speedboat home. In the next 2 days, they went to the glass factory, the door and window factory, and also went to the agricultural machinery factory. But the smart equipment was already useless after being soaked in water. Chapter 155. With the continued high temperature, the water level dropped faster and faster, and the survivors of the small house gradually came out in the morning and evening. In order to keep the secret, Jiangning decisively stopped going out. She was exhausted from going out early and coming back late, and she had to rest for a few days before she recovered. Blowing the air conditioning fan and eating frozen watermelon, Jiangning began to plan for 1803, planning how to get them to Huicheng safely. She took out a batch of green vegetables from the space and asked Zhang Chao and Liu to take them to the balcony to dry. They are just harvested. After drying, seal them and take them out when you want to eat them. Liu was deeply touched. Aning, you gave us all the vegetables. What will you and Brother Shen eat? The seeds are shared. You don't know what will happen when you get there. I dry some for you first, so we don't have to eat. We grew up together, so there's no need to say too much thanks. Zhang Chao and Liu took the vegetables to the rooftop to dry. The cement floor was hot, and the fresh vegetables wilted at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a day, the leaves became crispy when touched. When they were put into the bag, they were like crumbs. Liu and his family not only did not despise her, but they treasured her very much. Other families eat cockroaches and rats, but they can eat vegetables. This is already a great fortune. Despising her will bring punishment from heaven. However, they are also worried. Liu was melancholy. Chao, do you think we can survive without Aning? Zhang Chao thought deeply. Whether we can survive or not, we just need to work hard. Can we rely on Aning for the rest of our lives? Aning is not their mother. It is already very loyal for a friend to do this. They will have to rely on themselves in the future. But both of them knew what this separation meant. In this life, they may never meet again. Just thinking about it makes my heart heavy. Whether it was in the past or the natural disaster in the past 2 years, they have supported each other. Both are orphans, and they have very few close friends, let alone family affection. After more than 10 years of getting along, they have already regarded each other as relatives. Unfortunately, everyone has different choices. In order to go to Huicheng, 1803 has been busy these days. The most urgent thing is to get a car and learn auto repair knowledge by himself. Otherwise, what if the car breaks down on the way? When he learned that Huishan had a book, he quickly borrowed it to study. When he encountered something he didn't understand and saw that Brother Shen didn't go out, he would ask questions on the intercom in time. Seeing more and more people going out to find supplies, Liu couldn't help but feel anxious. Brother Shen, do you think we can go out to find a car now? The water level has dropped to the second floor, and more survivors are looking for supplies underwater. Hui Shen showed him the way. It's not the time to find a car now, but you can go find gasoline first. As long as the natural disasters continue, gasoline will only become more and more popular, even if they can't find a good car. If they have enough gasoline, they may be able to exchange it for a car. 1803 is interested in this, and will come to ask for advice immediately. The gas station was emptied by the municipal government, but they don't have the energy or time to empty every car, and most of the cars are still soaked in water at this time. If they want to find oil, they can only go to high ground. For example, the water level of highways and service stations should have dropped to almost the same level at this time. First, empty the large trucks, and store the ones with large quantities or gasoline models that can be distinguished separately. The ones with small quantities and unclear models can only be mixed and taken out for trading in exchange for supplies. Jiang Ning secretly gave the oil extractor to Wei Shen to facilitate Liu Yu and the others to move, instead of using their mouths to suck with a tube. Wei Shen handed it to them. I happen to have an oil extractor. I can lend it to you. Not only did he lend the oil extractor, he also lent them a speedboat, and was considerate enough to teach them how to deal with the anti-oil theft filter. He took a sharp weapon and pierced the filter directly. So, 1803 went out early and came back late. Jiang Ning did not forget to remind him. Make some cool tea to cool down. Earlier, the two were complained by 1803 that they were smelly, but they came back even more smelly, and the sour smell of sweat could be smelled from several meters away. There was no way. The protective suit was full of sweat, and the neck could be smeared with salt stains. However, with Wei Shen reminder, they still had a good harvest, carrying more than 200 liters of gasoline on the first day. Unfortunately, they couldn't tell the gasoline models, and there were not enough containers, so they had to mix them together. In any case, it is an indisputable fact that gasoline is precious, so collect it first. So, they went out early and came back late every day, and they had a good harvest for several days in a row. The 18th floor is a weather vane, and someone in the community soon noticed them. Although there was no communication, others were not stupid. They would understand what the barrel said. Follow closely. The 18th floor eats meat, and they can have some soup. Right? The underwater supplies have been soaked for almost 2 years, and there are very few supplies that can be used. Of course, they can only pick up and trade, and they are the most rare. More and more people are aware of this, and Zhang Chao and Liu Yu are bringing back less and less. But it is not a small amount, and they have already stockpiled more than 1 ton of gasoline. At the same time, the municipal government released new news to recover the gasoline in the hands of citizens in order to resume urban production and construction as soon as possible. 5 liters of gasoline can be exchanged for 1 jin of food, or 1 liter of gasoline can be exchanged for 3 liters of water. The news immediately exploded, and countless survivors collected gasoline despite the scorching heat. As a result, another batch of people died. Some suffered from heat stroke, and tetanus from scratches from dirty things in the water. But do the survivors have any other choice? They stay at home, either starving to death or dying of thirst, or suffering from heat stroke. Either way, they will die, so they might as well take a chance. The municipal government appealed on the radio all day long, asking the survivors to collect gasoline rationally and civilized. But it's useless. While the municipal government is collecting gasoline, many private bases or speculators are also collecting it, and the price is a little higher than the official price. Jiang Ning pretended to go out, and then spread the news to 1803. There are private people collecting oil, and there are also oil changers. 3 liters of mixed gasoline can be exchanged for 1 liter of new oil. Do you want to change it? In fact, outsiders are looking at people and the quality. Only good products can be exchanged for 3 liters for 1 liter, and poor quality products can be exchanged for 5 liters. Of course, there are more black-hearted second-hand dealers. They say they are changing new oil, but in fact, I don't know how many times they have been involved. But ordinary people can't smell it just by smelling it. We need to change it. 1803 has more than 1 ton of gasoline. Even if we can only change 1/3 of the new oil, we can still exchange it for 600 to 700 liters. Lu Yu was very excited and asked Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan to help change the oil. They believed it without a doubt. After all, the goods Jiang Ning exchanged were cost-effective and affordable. Let them find ways on their own. Not only would they suffer losses, but they would also be easily deceived. So, Jiang Ning put the mixed oil collected by 1803 into the space and replaced it with brand new gasoline for them. At the same time, she not only gave them 2 batches of green vegetables at the right time, but also helped to dry them and pack them in bags. The water dropped to the waist, and some high-lying areas had exposed the concrete ground. Many survivors formed teams and pushed the cars soaked in water to high ground. They not only collected gasoline, but also pried open the car doors to search for things. Zheng Weili and others did the same, and they almost fought with others for some gasoline. Chapter 156. Fortunately, the 3 of them were all good at fighting and had weapons in their hands, so they didn't suffer any loss. The water was about knee-deep, and Hui Yishan was no longer idle. He went out with 1803 to find a car, so as to avoid delaying it. The car was all damaged, and it would not be easy to repair it. Not only them, but also the relevant municipal departments were not idle. Excavators and drilling machines appeared. Some started to dig wells, and some excavated to build public toilets. Everything was in order, as if it had been planned long ago. The water evaporated quickly, and the silt accumulated in Jinrong community was cracked by the sun in less than a day. The temperature at noon reached 53 degrees, and it felt like being roasted on an iron plate. The underground garage dried up quickly, and there were cars lying all over the place, covered with a thick layer of silt. Hui Yishan Hummer, which was dismantled beyond recognition, was still there. Lu Yu and others were so surprised that they gave a thumbs up after a long time. Brother Shen, you are still awesome. Several people pushed 5 or 6 cars back, all of which were off-road vehicles with good performance. But his heart sank immediately. Not only was it soaked in water, but it was also frozen, and many parts were broken. Saving them would be as difficult as a head transplant. However, the idea of survival supported them, and no one would give up easily. Hui Yishan checked his car. Although it was very dirty, there were not many damaged parts because of the special treatment he had done before, and he had dismantled everything that could be dismantled. With Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, he cleaned the car, and then took out the spare parts to tinker with them. The 3 men were busy in the underground parking lot. Jiang Ning was not idle either. He chatted with Zheng Weili while cooking mung bean soup. Now the water has receded. As long as the car is repaired, you can leave. Huicheng has abundant water resources, but the industrialization is not as high as Fengcheng. A military base was built there, and I guess all the supplies that can be searched have been searched away. What else do you need? I will go out more in the next 2 days and exchange everything that can be exchanged for you. Zheng Weili was afraid of troubling Jiang Ning. Hearing her say this, of course, she was more than happy. Aining, thank you. Why thank me? We are all friends. As they were about to part, Zheng Weili was reluctant to leave. It's a pity that you didn't join the base. Otherwise we could still be together. Jiang Ning smiled. All good things must come to an end. No matter where we are, we must live well. We may meet again one day. In the evening, Zheng Weili discussed with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. It has been almost 2 years since the natural disaster. Thanks to exercise, the 3 of them have hardly been sick, and the medicines in their hands have not been consumed. The 3 of them searched for the medicines, and found that many of them were no longer valid, and some of them were not often used. They sorted out the medicines that were not often used or were about to expire and gave them to Jiang Ning, which were filled with several large bags of medicines, as well as their own demand lists. Jiang Ning took the medicines, looked at the list and reminded, what you want are all commonly used. But meteorological researchers said that various extreme weather conditions may continue in the future. When the extreme heat passes, we don't know what will happen next. Don't you take precautions in advance? This reminded Zhang Chao, and his mind turned quickly. Aining, how about this? What do you and Brother Shen prepare? And give us a copy as well? Jiang Ning thought for a moment. Okay. I go find Grandma Zhong later to see if the Zhong family has any connections to find out what extreme weather may occur later. And then we see how to prepare supplies. It's no problem to follow her and Brother Shen. And the 2 of them continued to help in the parking lot. At night, Huishan came back with a smell that almost made Jiang Ning vomit. She quickly took out 2 bathtubs filled with water from the space and urged him to go to the bathroom to take a bath. It stinks. Yes. Since returning from the ceramic factory, Huishan has been taking a bath in 1802. One washes, the other rinses, and washes from head to toe. When he comes out with his hair wiped, Jiang Ning brings the iced Kingbuling to the table. How is the car repaired? My car should be able to be repaired. Huishan eats the Kingbuling she cooked with satisfaction. The rest depends on the opportunity. There are many broken parts, so we can only dismantle other cars. We can secretly add some parts and see if we can put the car together. Jiang Ning feels it is too hard. Wait until your car is repaired, and repair one for Zhang Chao and others. When you go out to dismantle scrap cars to find parts, in addition to guarding against other survivors, you also have to prevent heat stroke, and the most terrible heat stroke. Every day, people get sick. With the current medical conditions, even gods can't save them. There are 4 cars in the space. If there is no special situation, let alone one for each person, the extra car can be driven by the dog. Huishan has a different idea. The car you collected is too new, and it will be too eye-catching when you drive it out. It's not a good thing. Zhang Chao and the others are leaving. By then, only he and Jiang Ning will be left on the 18th floor. Ordinary survivors may not dare to cause trouble. But what about those evil forces? The world will only make them more and more brutal. Where is the morality to speak of? Life is like an ant. They will do whatever it takes to get what they want. Hui had a plan. After my car is repaired, I will find a van to make it old, so that we can travel or transport things. Jiang Ning had no objection. Okay. After talking about this, she mentioned the preparation of goods for 1803. The 2 of them integrated their supplies together, and collected a lot of supplies together, so it was inevitable to discuss. Hui thought deeply. Let's go outside to exchange first. If we can't exchange, and we have some in excess, we can give them some. He had to ensure that he protected the people he cared about the most first, and others could only help when they were able. Jiang Ning thought so too. I go out tomorrow and find out the situation first. Go early and come back early. But when we got to the department store, we found out that the trading street was not only closed, but also moved. It was changed to People's Square, and it opened at night. There was no other way. The weather was too hot, and the people could only go out at night. Not only them. Many factories organized by the government have changed to rest during the day and start production at night. Jiang Ning turned to leave, but a voice came from behind. Sister? The sharp-mouthed monkey is really dedicated. Even the Axis is not so busy as him. He shaved his head. His body was originally thin and short, and wearing a short t-shirt and shorts made him look more like a monkey. Sister, it's really you. The sharp-mouthed monkey was particularly happy. I thought I recognized the wrong person. What do you want this time? As expected of a speculator, he opened his mouth to solicit business. Jiang Ning was not polite and handed over the list he had prepared in advance. Can you find them all? Sharp-nosed monkey looked at the list. His eyebrows twisted into knots. Sister, do you know the inside information? The boss beat him up again about the water tower, and his head still hurts when he thinks about it. What inside information? Jiang Ning rolled his eyes and glared at him. Do the business or not? If not, leave. Yes, of course. Sharp-nosed monkey smiled. Sister, forget about the hot weather. But don't be so angry. Last time she was cheated badly. She can't get away with it this time. Chapter 157. The sharp-nosed monkey crossed out the supplies that were beyond his ability. The rest can be found. But it will take time. Jiang Ning asked. How long? About 5 days. The sharp-nosed monkey lion opened his mouth. After the extreme cold and heat, many things are hard to find. And the price is not cheap. At least 1,000 kilograms of potatoes are needed. 1,000 kilograms of potatoes? Jiang Ning almost laughed out loud. After pulling and tugging, you and I talked back and forth for a long time. Jiang Ning was so hot that he was upset. And finally the deal was made with 500 kilograms of potatoes. After agreeing on the transaction location, Jiang Ning rode the mountain bike she earned from Zhongping and hurried home to escape the heat and save her life. It was dark, and she received a message from Huishan asking her to go to the parking lot. The Hummer tank was finally repaired. The dismantled parts were installed, and a few parts bought from the club were replaced, and the brand new Hummer appeared again. To be honest, she used to covet this car. But thinking about the super off-road vehicle stored in the space, Jiang Ning was calm and at ease. But she was still excited in her heart. Huishan was a bit of a guy, proficient in killing and arson, and even repairing cars. Jiang Ning was particularly curious about him. What else can you do? The parking lot was pitch black, but he turned off the flashlight and hugged Jiang Ning. Yes, it was pitch dark, but Jiang Ning let him hold her, and could clearly smell the sweat emanating from his body. It didn't smell bad, but felt a little more secure. Unlike before when she felt like she was floating in the air. Jiang Ning didn't guess, and waited for him to surprise her. There was no one in the parking lot, and it was pitch black. So she took the opportunity to put the Hummer into the space. The next day, Liu stood in the parking lot with a confused look on her face. Brother Shen, where is your car? Huishan looked calm. I hid it somewhere else in case someone got jealous and sabotaged it. Brother Shen is very thoughtful. A new day. Continue to work. It took Huishan and his 2 apprentices a few days to piece together 2 off-road vehicles. Some of the parts were dismantled, and some were replaced by Jiang Ning from outside, which was deducted from the 3 people's medicines. It's normal to be stared at in the parking lot every day. But Huishan is not a pushover. He had long noticed that someone was watching him in the dark. So he winked at Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. What? The engine is not working, and we need to find another one? How long will it take? Half a month. Isn't that too long? There are a few simple but crucial parts that have not been installed. It won't be too late to install them on the day of departure. Late at night, Huishan drove the Hummer and took Jiang Ning to the transaction site to pick up the goods. This was the second time Jiang Ning took his car. The first time was when the typhoon came, and he gave her a ride. Now, they have become a couple by accident. It's incredible to think about it. Huishan focused on driving. What are you laughing at? Jiang Ning looked at the night outside the window quietly, feeling like she was dreaming. Nothing. When they arrived at the secluded trading location, the sharp-nosed monkey drooled at the sight of the Hummer. Now that she can get a car and afford it, she is definitely not an ordinary person. Awesome. A big customer. It's said that I am not an ordinary person. She is good in every way, but she is stingy and likes to cheat people. One hand delivers the goods, the other hand delivers the potatoes. The car drove to a secluded corner with no one around, and was stored in the space under the thick night. With a flashlight, the 2 held hands and returned to the community. Halfway through, someone who didn't know the fun of it jumped out. Fight! 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 Rob! The atmosphere was destroyed. Huishan kicked him away, and walked slowly holding Jiang Ning's hand. Back on the 18th floor, Jiang Ning took out some surplus supplies from the space. More than 20 packs of sanitary napkins, and 40 salted fish. The fish was caught from the reservoir at the beginning, and the fat grass carp was specially selected. It was made into salted fish, which was dried hard and sealed for a long time. In addition, there are 20 packs of salt. It is very hot and sweating, so salt needs to be replenished in time. Otherwise the body will not be able to bear it. She turned on the intercom and asked Zhang Chao and Lu Yu to come and move the things. It just so happened that they were also packing up and would leave in the next 2 days. Looking at the pile of supplies, Lu Yu, who had always been heartless, kept crying. Aining, you really don't want to go with us? There will always be separations, and everyone has their own path to choose. Jiang Ning asked them to sit down. The seeds collected from the office building at the beginning are useless except for vegetable seeds. How do you think we should divide them? Zhang Chao said. Seeds are precious, but the 3 of us don't know how to grow them, so it would be a waste if we gave them to us. Besides, Brother Shen helped us repair 2 cars, which can't be exchanged for more supplies. 1803 unanimously decided to leave the seeds to Jiang Ning and Huishan. The 2 smiled a little sadly. Aining, when you grow rice and wheat one day, Lu Yu and I will come to ask you for food. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Okay, I wait for you to come. In addition to the seeds, Zhang Chao also left something. He thought long term. Although it was only more than 300 kilometers to Huicheng, there were many dangers on the road. During this period, people went to the base one after another, but many people were robbed halfway, including the upper-class survivors who drove. Not only were their cars and food stolen, they were also beaten and injured. They stumbled all the way back to Fengcheng. Not only were their shoes worn out, but their feet were also burned with blisters. Zhang Chao discussed with Lu Yu and Zheng Weili, and decided to leave 1/3 of the food and medicine. If they were robbed again, this would be their last retreat. Jiang Ning was shocked. Leave it to me for safekeeping? Zhang Chao nodded. It would be best if they could get to Huicheng safely. He would find a chance to come back and get the food and medicine later, even if there was no chance. With Jiang Ning care for the past 2 years, and the survival skills taught by Brother Shen, it would not be a loss for them to give them this supply. Jiang Ning did not refuse. Okay. Since you trust me, I will keep it for you. You can come back anytime if you need it. These guys finally learned to plan for the long term and make preparations. It is better to do it now than to wait for a day. Besides, there are people watching in secret, thinking of waiting for the car to be repaired to do something. It is better to do it now than to wait for a day, so as not to attract a sneak attack by a wolf. The 3 of them packed up their things overnight and brought 100 kilograms of rice and more than 100 kilograms of sealed dog food. Dog food has a long shelf life and is also resistant to hunger, which is the best food storage. Besides, if they don't come back, they can still be given tequila. Jiang Ning took out several kilograms of vegetable seeds from the room. Rice and wheat seeds are difficult to grow, but green vegetables are easier. I can go to the base to exchange them, or grow them myself. The seeds are the seeds of green vegetables that can't be eaten in the black soil garden. Those were collected from a certain Long High-Tech, because they have too high scientific research value, and she doesn't worry about having no vegetables to eat. She has hardly touched them. Zhang Chao and others didn't know, and pushed it back and forth, but finally accepted it. Dogs understand human nature, and Kaylai also sensed the separation and made a whimpering sound. Dowda hugged them separately, looked up and asked reluctantly, "Brother and sister, when will you come back? After almost 2 years of getting along." Lu Yu liked this cute child, suppressed his jealousy, and raised his head slightly. "When we are not here, remember to listen to Aining and Brother Shen." Dowda nodded obediently. Yes, children may not understand, but adults know what separation means. The 3 hugged Jiang Ning in turn. Aining, be well. Chapter 158. Jiang Ning was a little slow, watching them move their things and leave the 18th floor. Walking down the stairs step by step, she paused, but still couldn't control herself, and chased to the stairs and called Zhang Chao and the others. "If you don't live well in Huicheng, remember to come back." Lu Yu nodded to Zhang Chao. "Aining, no matter where we go, we have you as a friend in our hearts." She didn't see them off, but watched them leave the 18th floor until the slight footsteps disappeared. Kaylai whined in his mouth, rubbing against the shit shoveler from time to time. An hour later, Huishan came back, seeing Jiang Ning sitting on the sofa in a trance. He came over and sat next to him to comfort him. "Don't worry. They are good at self-protection, and I have already told them to be safe on the road. The 2 cars should always keep a distance of about 50 meters. If the front car encounters a robbery and has a flat tire punctured by iron nails or nail boards, at least there is still 1 car that can be used, and there is still time to escape or resist. They can shoot crossbows, have guns in their hands, and have rich experience as security patrolmen. Ordinary robbers can't do anything to them." Jiang Ning leaned gently on Huishan. "I believe they can live well, Aining, although Zhang Chao and Liu have left. You still have me, Kaylai and Daodu. We will not be separated. In the end of the world after natural disasters, separation and death are normal." However, Jiang Ning still suffered from insomnia that night, tossing and turning without sleep. She was listless for 3 or 2 days, and then returned to normal. But she was still a little uncomfortable. The 18th floor was too quiet. There was no longer the laughter of those 2 guys, and the bang-bang of Zheng Weili practicing boxing. Grandma Zhong went to the rooftop to get water in the evening. "Xiao Jiang, why haven't I seen Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhang for several days?" Jiang Ning didn't hide it. They went to Huicheng, went to the base. Grandma Zhong was surprised and a little envious. It would be good to go to the base. Not only are there soldiers to protect them, but there is also no shortage of water. She also wanted to go, but each person had to pay 50 kilograms of food to enter the base. And I heard that the military base does not accept everyone. The screening is very strict. Even the municipal government encourages residents who have the conditions to go to the Jiaqing base. Grandma Zhong has lived a lifetime and vaguely feels that the two bases are different. The Zhong family are all gentlemen, immersed in research in the office. If they can't find a suitable job at the base, they can only do hard labor. She is old, and the younger generation is not made of iron. After thinking about it, they decided to stay in Fengcheng. The father and son did research day and night, but at least they were still valued by the relevant departments and the remuneration was not bad. At the same time, according to the latest news, the municipal government sent people to take over the steel world, the machinery factory, the glass factory, the building materials factory, etc. In a word, factories without owners were directly taken over, and those with owners were forcibly expropriated. As for what the expropriation compensation was, ordinary people had no way of knowing. Jiang Ning was surprised. He didn't expect the municipal government to act so quickly. Was it preparing for a future earthquake? They not only expropriated materials and factories related to construction, but also farmland. They planned to build greenhouses to grow crops and recruit farmers and workers on a large scale. Seeing the relevant departments so active, the survivors rekindled their hope. Although the extremely hot temperature was difficult to endure, they believed that their homes could be rebuilt. Many people apply for the job, not only with expectations for the future, but also because they will not starve to death or die of thirst if they have a job. They may not have enough to eat, but they can survive. The number of positions for planting is far beyond imagination. It can be said that almost everyone is welcome. Those without experience can be guided by old employees. Not only can farmland be reclaimed, but the empty factory buildings can also be used for indoor cultivation. Jiang Ning has a strong feeling that the municipal government is trying every means to stockpile grain. It is rumored that the country has abundant grain reserves. But it has been 2 years since the natural disaster. Who knows how much is left? Even if there is surplus, the southern coastal areas are low-lying and are not within the scope of the national large-scale granary. Even if there is surplus, it is impossible to have too much. If there is a need, it will be transferred from other provinces. In a global disaster, all regions are unable to take care of themselves. Who doesn't hold on to the granaries to protect the local people? How can they give it to other regions? Even if the national father speaks, it is estimated that the priority will be allocated to large bases, and even less will be allocated to cities and regions. In the end, we still have to save ourselves. How can we wait for the father to feed us? No matter what. Jiang Ning believes that even if an earthquake comes, the outcome will be better than the last time. Life is like this, one day at a time. Zhang Chao and his friends leaving is also good for Jiang Ning. At least, she doesn't have to hide it anymore. She put the water tower on the rooftop into the space, and planned to move the rabbits to 1803 to raise them, and then take out the fertilized chicken and duck eggs and quails to hatch, so as to achieve freedom for chicken and duck meat as soon as possible. Wei Yishan interrupted her plan. How much space do you have in your space? Jiang Ning was puzzled. Do you have a new plan? No matter how big the space is, it can't withstand the madness of 2 people. And there is not much space left. Hui nodded deeply. I want to go to Yuecheng or Xiangshan Beach. Jiang Ning was puzzled. Why go to the beach? Hui was always prepared for danger. The 2 of them had stored a lot of food, and they had reserved a few plots of land for planting. They wouldn't starve, but they still had less meat, so they had to prepare in advance. Inland cities rely on the mountains for food, and we coastal people can only rely on the sea for food. Drought-resistant sweet potatoes have a long growth cycle, and cities cannot provide survivors with a steady supply of food, so they can only reach out to the sea for food. The natural disaster lasted for 2 years, especially the 1-year ice cover. The coastal fishermen could not go out to sea to fish. If nothing unexpected happened, the ocean would be rich in fish. When he said that, Jiang Ning remembered. In the previous life, many survivors from the lower class did migrate to the seaside. Jiang Ning did not go, and it would be useless if she went. She did not know how to fish, let alone a boat. Even if the fisherman had a boat and could catch fish, who would exchange them for you if you went to the seaside empty-handed? Fishermen are not saviors. But this time was different. Not only did she have space, but she also stockpiled a lot of supplies, which she could exchange for seafood. Jiang Ning loves seafood, but the price is not friendly. With only 200,000 yuan in hand, it is okay to stock up some chicken, duck, fish and meat for a feast. But how dare you think of seafood? There are only enough fish and pork in the space. And other meats are rare. So it is necessary to enrich them. Jiang Ning thought about finding an opportunity to go there. Although there are not many places in the space, it is still no problem to stock up enough for 3 people and a dog to eat until they die. But Hui Yishan's next words made her shudder. Extreme heat disasters will melt the polar glaciers. Ancient viruses are very likely to pollute the ocean. And large plate collisions may also destroy coastal nuclear power plants, causing nuclear leaks and radiation. Jiang Ning's head was buzzing. Nuclear radiation and the like were just Hui Yishan's assumptions. He was already dead by then, so it was unclear whether it had happened. But with a natural disaster at this point, we had to prepare for the worst. Jiang Ning had goosebumps all over his body. So, we not only have to stockpile, but also stockpile a lot? Once marine life is polluted and mutated, human food will be further scarce. If there is a chance, we should stockpile a lot. Not only for our own consumption, but also for trading. Although we don't have to worry about food and drink now, it's not enough to survive. If we can really live to the day of the plate collision, the sea will become mulberry fields, and the mountains and rivers on land will collapse and sink. What's the use of the cars we stockpile? So, we have to continue to add equipment. The most urgent task is to expand the space, so that we can start the crazy stockpiling journey again. Chapter 159. In addition to food, the most lacking thing in Gyre is water. Jiang Ning's space has water and electricity, so the thing she lacks the least is water. Although the drilling machine is busy all day and night, digging wells everywhere, it has also got water at the beginning. But before the drilling machine can be withdrawn, the water source disappears again. That's right. The surface water source disappears at a speed visible to the naked eye. The street where Jinrong community is located is very lucky. It didn't take long for it to get its turn to dig a well. Residents can get a bucket of water every day with their ID cards. But as the water level continues to drop, only half a bucket of water can be drawn every day. Now, even half a bucket of water is gone. Jiang Ning used to carry a bucket with him to pretend to go out. But now, he doesn't even want to fill it. With so little water every day, let alone washing vegetables, washing dishes and watering sweet potatoes, it can only meet the normal needs of the human body. It is estimated that soon even the needs will not be met. But this is also an opportunity for Jiang Ning. Hui Yishan thought for a while. Sell water? Potatoes are fine. The last batch of cold-resistant potatoes have not been sold yet. And there are many planted in the black soil garden. In short, there is always one suitable for survivors. Hui Yishan has no objection. But he still needs to be cautious. After all, there are many people who eat black. You can explore the situation first, and then make plans. So, after the sun goes down, Jiang Ning leads the two downstairs, intending to entrust them to the Zhong family to take care of them. As soon as she arrived at the door, she saw Zhong mother coming back with a full bucket of water. She couldn't help but wonder, can you get so much water? Zhong mother smiled bitterly. The well on the street is dry, and we have to line up again for the drilling team to dig down. This is the seawater I bought. 1 pound of potatoes can be exchanged for a bucket of water. If you need it, hurry up. It's at the corner of the street. I'm afraid it's too late. Seawater? Which genius actually sells seawater? Hearing the voice, Grandma Zhong opened the door and welcomed the two into the house, while imparting life experience to Jiang Ning. Xiao Jiang, seawater is a good thing. Don't look at it as salty, fishy and bitter, but you can still drink it. You cut open a Coke bottle, poke a few holes in the bottom, spread a clean cloth, and then put clean sand and charcoal on it. They can absorb harmful substances. Repeatedly spread a few layers to filter seawater. As she said, she took out the bottle she made at home and demonstrated it to Jiang Ning on the spot. It is still bitter after filtering, but the taste is much better than before. And it must be mixed with appropriate fresh water and boiled before drinking. After 2 years of natural disasters, the salt stored at home was used up even if they lived frugally, and seawater could be extracted. In fact, if conditions permit, who would want to drink seawater? There is no choice, and you have to find a way to survive. The old lady has rich life experience. Jiang Ning nodded and thanked her. Thank you, Grandma Dong. I will go get a bucket later. Only Coke was scared. He didn't understand why the kind grandma cut it open. I really want to escape. After leaving Zhong's house, Jiang Ning and Huishan walked towards People's Square in the twilight. When she reached the street corner, she saw a greening spray truck selling water. Jiang Ning was curious and went to see what was going on. Not to mention, there were people queuing up with buckets to buy water, and the goods they exchanged were all kinds of strange. Even sea water was so popular. Wouldn't it be more popular if she sold fresh water? Sister, you're here to buy water too? A surprised voice sounded. He's everywhere. So professional. The monkey came over with a smile. Sister, do you live nearby? I was taking a walk and just happened to pass by. Jiang Ning got straight to the point. How much do you sell the seawater for? Free. Jiang Ning was stunned and didn't understand for a moment. You are my only sister. The sharp-nosed monkey smiled at everyone. I give it to you for free. Seawater is not expensive to begin with, and it's easy for him to make money by selling it to others. But selling it to her, it's better to give it to her for free as a favor. Jiang Ning was not joking. How much do you sell it for? She didn't look like someone who was short of water. So the sharp-nosed monkey told the truth. 1 bucket of water and half a pound of rice. 1 pound of potatoes and sweet potatoes. And other supplies are fine. Jiang Ning pretended to be shocked. Why don't you go and rob? Sharp-nosed monkey didn't like to hear this. Sister, don't be so easy to talk. We drive more than 70 kilometers to the beach in Yuecheng to get water. The car needs to burn oil. And there are tolls for the round trip. And the money is all hard-earned. You can go out and ask around. Our family sells at a reasonable price. Other merchants are more than twice as expensive as us. You look aggrieved. Jiang Ning patted his shoulder and left. Sharp-nosed monkey was alarmed. Sister, are you going to steal his business? The two walked towards the People's Square. On the way, they saw several groups of people carrying pots and pans and their belongings on their backs. Their expressions were numb and slow. Fengcheng is a coastal city but has no sea. Instead, it is sandwiched in the middle of Yuecheng and Xiangshan City in a triangle. It belongs to a 1-hour living circle and is not far from the beaches on both sides. Judging from the direction they were walking, they were going in the opposite direction of the base. They should be heading to the nearest beach to survive. However, the sharp-mouthed monkey reminded her that it was not easy to survive at the beach. There were people collecting protection fees along the way. Thinking about her past life, it was tormenting and painful. It was really not easy to live. This time, she was glad that she had space and people who shared hardships with her. As the sky gradually darkened, Huishan held Jiang Ning's hand and headed to the square market with a flashlight. After the extreme heat elimination, although there were still many people in the market, it felt less lively than before. In addition to death, there were also escapes and countless office workers. So it was reasonable that it was deserted. In addition to food, the most lacking thing was water. Hungry stomachs can last for 7 days, but lack of water can only last for 3 days. And very few people are willing to trade. There are mineral water, drinks and so on, but they can be finished in a few gulps and can't solve big problems. The two walked around and didn't find antiques and paintings for sale. Instead, they saw a few people grabbing water and running away after grabbing it. When he ran to the side to drink, he was caught by the stall owner. The water was already finished, and he couldn't spit it out even if he was beaten to death. It seems that selling in bulk is useless. What she needs is not in the hands of the survivors at the bottom. She has to find a way to find someone who has the goods. There is nothing to gain. A little worried about the two left behind, the two did not waste time and rushed home. The shortcut was remote and risky. Huishan held Jiang Ning's hand and was extremely vigilant. Ah! There was a scream in the distance. No need to think. It was a robbery. This kind of thing happens every day. Even all the time. I can't take care of it. And I don't want to take care of it anymore. If you know it's dangerous, but don't take the main road, you have to bear the corresponding risks. The two continued to move forward without stopping. Bagia Road? A low and complacent voice sounded. And arrogantly cursed, beast. Die! Jiang Ning stopped and slowly turned back. Chapter 160. What's going on? It's hard enough to live. And you have to be bullied by a little guy in your own land? You dare to be so rampant on someone else's land instead of keeping your tail between your legs? Oh! You are really aggressive in your blood. In a dark corner, several men kept kicking the 3 people lying on the ground. Speaking in Gara, some had samurai swords, some had guns, and some had baseball bats. Killing people is not the right thing to do. But they kept beating them, and even became more and more excited, exposing their ugly and twisted human nature. The screams for mercy kept irritating their nerves, and they attacked harder and harder. One of them raised his knife, stabbed fiercely with a ferocious face. Puff. The killing made them forget everything else, and they didn't notice the danger approaching in the dark. Before the knife fell, it was skewered with candied haws. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate and drew his knife to stab the second one. Huishan's move was even more clean and neat. He quickly snatched the gun and broke the neck of the little book, and kicked the person next to him. The two of them were very martial, and sent the 5 little book away cleanly, without even giving them a chance to wail and beg for mercy. The flashlight swept the person on the ground. He was beaten badly. His face was covered with blood, and his nose and face were bruised and unrecognizable. Out of humanitarianism, Jiang Ning asked, "Are you all right?" The flashlight was dazzling, and one of them subconsciously covered it with her hand, trembling her lips. "Sister?" The voice was confused, but Jiang Ning still heard it. "Sharp-nosed monkey." "No. Why is he everywhere?" Jiang Ning swept the surroundings with the flashlight and found a water tanker parked not far away. It turned out that he was robbed. The monkey staggered to his feet, wiping the blood off his face, and said in surprise, "Sister, is it really you who saved us?" As he said that, he quickly helped the man next to him up. The man was quite tall, about 1.8 meters tall. "Boss, this is the sister I mentioned to you. She is very powerful. If she hadn't helped us tonight, we would have really gone to hell." The man was in his 30s, with short hair. He looked honest, but his eyes were sleek and sophisticated, not like a simple person. Of course, being able to survive in the end times and organize such a huge network of middlemen means that he is destined to be a man with a story. The man wiped the blood off his face and smiled weakly at Jiang Ning and Huishan. "Thank you for your help. It's just a small favor." Seeing that they were fine, Jiang Ning missed the two at home, and turned around to leave without much greeting. "Wait." The man stopped the two. "My name is Qin Chuan. I don't know the names of the two benefactors, and where they live. In the end of the natural disaster, who would ask others for their names and addresses? If he dared to ask, he had to dare to answer." Jiang Ning smiled. "You asked so clearly. Are you going to repay us?" Qin Chuan was stunned, and then said, "Of course. Great kindness must be repaid. What do you want?" After that, without waiting for her answer, he immediately ordered the sharp-mouthed monkey. "We exchanged a lot of food today." The sharp-mouthed monkey reminded in a low voice, "Boss, I don't lack food." "Okay." Qin Chuan was very generous. "How about I send you a truck of fresh water tomorrow? A truck of 20 tons of fresh water can be used for more than half a year if saved, and it is also cost-effective to exchange it for supplies." The sharp-nosed monkey quietly pulled his sleeve. "Boss, I don't look like I'm short of water." Qin Chuan was very happy. "I don't know what you want. As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely get it done for you." It was just a casual joke, and it was not difficult to poke the small notebook. Jiang Ning didn't think of asking them for compensation, but changed his mind after hearing Qin Chuan's words. "I have a client who wants to buy antiques or calligraphy and paintings. Gold and silver jade articles are also fine. Can you help me find them?" Qin Chuan knew that she was a powerful person through the mouth of the sharp-mouthed monkey. He didn't expect that hearing about her was not as good as meeting her in person. She was not only a beauty, but also very skilled. He thought she would ask for a lot of money, but she only wanted these. Yes, antique calligraphy and paintings are valuable, but it was only in the prosperous times. At the beginning, no one knew that this would be a disaster with no end. He thought that it would end sooner or later. So he not only collected banknotes, but also a lot of antique calligraphy and paintings in gold, thinking that he could make a fortune after the disaster. Now, the 500,000 yuan she gave me has not been used up as toilet paper, not to mention the antiques piled up in the room. It's just a pile of torn paper and broken porcelain. However, this beauty is a bit evil. Whatever she hoards will increase in value. Is there something fishy about this? No problem. Qin Chuan readily agreed. What kind of antique calligraphy or gold, silver and jade do you want to find? Jiang Ning did not require. Anything is fine. The older the better. But it must be authentic. Okay. Give me an address, and I send it to you another day. You can't know a person's heart by looking at his face. Jiang Ning would never really give him the address. He pointed at the sharp-nosed monkey and said, "He can find me." Qin Chuan readily agreed. Okay. The two of them didn't stay and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Taking the gun they had snatched from Xiao Benzi, Wei Yishan handed it over obediently, and Jiang Ning threw it into the space. Even a veteran like Qin Chuan could be cheated. It seems that the outside world is really chaotic. Jiang Ning temporarily gave up the idea of selling water and waited to see if he could really find what he wanted. Her goal was to expand the space, and everything else was secondary. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and the top floor was so scary. Jiang Ning couldn't stand it anymore. So he took out the battery box and connected the air conditioner. Although the air conditioner shell was a bit brittle after experiencing the extreme cold, it was still able to operate. The shell was hung on the balcony, with explosion-proof glass to block the sound. And Zhang Chao, who lived on the other side of the wall, had left. And no one lived in 1702 downstairs. So, no one knew that the air conditioner was turned on in 1802. The cold wind was so refreshing. It was really a life-saving artifact. 1801 was also very hot. But the air conditioner in Wei Yishan's room was hung on the outer wall, and it would drip water downstairs when it was turned on. Jiang Ning suggested, "Why don't you change rooms?" So Wei Yishan moved to the master bedroom and invited him. "Do you want to come and stay?" Jiang Ning almost spit at him. After moving to another room, it really stopped dripping downstairs. So she turned on the air conditioner. Wei Yishan never asked for her supplies, and Jiang Ning was afraid that he would die of heat. So she reminded him, "Tell me if it runs out of power, and I charge it for you then." His battery box is 50 degrees, and it can be used for a long time after being fully charged. After resting at home for 2 days, he saw Zhong's mother coming back with seawater again, and Jiang Ning also went downstairs with a bucket. The sharp-mouthed monkey was seriously injured, and continued to sell water with a pig-headed face. Seeing her smile, "Sister, it's not easy to find you." He took Jiang Ning into the alley and took out a painting and a bowl from his bag. "This is a little gift from the boss. Sister, you accept it?" Jiang Ning unfolded the painting, and it turned out to be a few shrimps. Lifelike shrimps. TSK TSK TSK. This is the best shrimp in the world. How did it end up in Qin Chuan's hands? The bowl is not an ordinary bowl, but a colorful chicken bowl, commonly known as the best bowl in the world. It is not only history, but also witnesses the love of emperors. Experts estimate it to be worth over 100 million.